Chapter 51. The next day, the dark cloud of technical reform still did not dissipate. Chunfeng had not paid much attention to it before, but after being reminded by netizens, he found that the students in the manual operation class had a low aura recently. It was completely different from the sensor mecha operators next door, who were getting carried away after winning the exercise. They had lost their happiness for a long time. After Chunfeng finished the major course of Command B and transferred to the classroom related to the manual operation major, he couldn't believe that these sentimental children in front of him were once strong men. She sat in the classroom, looking around and observing everyone's faces. There were many people here that she didn't know yet. Although the school had been open for more than a month, most of her activities were concentrated in the conducting department. Thinking of Teacher Kong's enthusiasm for repeatedly retaining her to study hand exercises, Chunfeng couldn't help but feel guilty for 2 seconds. As everyone was whispering, Old Kong walked into the classroom with a laptop. He was 1.9 meters tall, with deliberately heavy steps and a serious face, which made people tremble with fear every time he appeared. This time, he didn't start with a lecture, but walked around the classroom first, and then instructed the students near the window, "Close the window." Everyone felt something was wrong. "Well, I have a message for everyone." It was rare that his expression was not so serious, but his relaxed muscles made him look more like announcing his last words. Halfway through his speech, a student already held his head and wailed, "No!" Old Kong started to speak. "No, what do you mean no? Are you scared? As a military academy student, are you scared of such a small thing? Have you recognized the essence of the matter? Do you want to be a useless person for the rest of your life?" Then, without giving them a chance to refuse, he directly said, "In November, the hand-operated mecha will usher in a comprehensive technical transformation. You all know it. Comprehensive." As soon as the word came out, the last bit of hope of everyone was shattered. You should know that the adjective used for the last major technical transformation was still small. Lao Kong looked at the bitter smiles on everyone's faces, raised his hand, and pointed at the ceiling, saying, "The rooftop is heavily guarded recently. I suggest you don't have any bad thoughts." Everyone couldn't appreciate his humor. Lao Kong curled his lips and comforted him in a not very good way. "In fact, the technical reform will not affect you that much. With your level of mediocre skills, you won't fall too far. You are already flying close to the lower limit. It's just an opportunity to change some of their clever tricks for me. I don't say that some of the combos are smoother than you guys even if I use my feet to type on the keyboard." The students moved their butts, their expressions becoming more gloomy. "Isn't it a big blow? Does it have to be so heartbreaking? Is it that serious?" Old Kong sighed. "Look at the juniors and seniors next door, they are miserable. The adaptation period is not long enough, and it is estimated that the league will be gone this year. It is uncertain whether I can successfully enter the military department for internship after graduation. It just happened that this year was a major technical reform. In fact, it is not that serious. Juniors and seniors received the news of the technical reform earlier. After signing up for the Military Academy League, when they went to the military base for training, they also had the opportunity to come into contact with the new models and new codes after the technical reform, and the most professional military personnel helped to guide them to correct them. They started faster than the freshmen. But Lao Kong was well aware of the bad nature of human beings. Only when others are more miserable will you look less miserable." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chunfeng, afraid that Chingfeng's mentality would collapse, and hurriedly added, "Of course, excellent people, I believe that no matter what challenges they face, they can still be excellent. There's no need to worry too much." Chunfeng had no expression on his face. Lao Kong pointed to the large picture on the courseware, and said with a faint sigh, "I will tell you about the structural changes of the mechas involved in this technical transformation in the next few days. Take out your notes." Chingfeng's understanding of the technical transformation was not very clear. After listening to Lao Kong's analysis of the structure of the new mecha, he thought the new model looked good. When she came out of the teaching building, Shindan got wind of it, and sent her a private message. "Love and peace. Is the technical reform true? Yi Gucheng, really? Love and peace, that's it." Chunfeng didn't know what was wrong with Shindan. To be precise, was she okay? When Chunfeng returned to the dormitory with his bag, Shindan had already fallen on the sofa, lying on his side, like a pile of mud, his fingers sliding on the light computer screen from time to time. Chunfeng put down his bag, returned to the living room, picked a place where the sun could reach, and combed the fake feathers of the little owl on his knees. Not long after, the two roommates also came back. After sitting and playing with the light computer for a while, they finally realized that something was wrong with Shindan. Shinjing asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shindan raised his eyelids and replied depressedly, "The manual operation technology has been changed." "Ah, technology changed this year?" the roommate exclaimed. "This is too miserable." Another roommate said, "What's miserable? Aren't you from our command department? This fire can't burn you." The girl turned her head and looked at Chung Feng, and found that someone in the center of the vortex was much calmer than Shindan, and asked again, "Are you also very good at playing the manual mecha?" Shindan said, "You can fight with anyone twice." "Wow." The roommate who didn't know the truth exclaimed, "That's amazing." Chinfeng's forehead twitched, and he thought to himself, 2 times should not be an empty word. This world is very real. After the technical reform was a foregone conclusion, students majoring in manual operation received great preferential treatment in the United Nations University, and their status rose more than 10 levels in an instant. The alumni gave them friendship, understanding, tolerance, and encouragement. The automatic meal-serving robot in the cafeteria would give them 2 more pieces of meat after scanning the card for confirmation. Even the arrogant sensor mecha operators were willing to lower themselves and call them big brothers. Generally speaking, only national treasures can enjoy such a noble status. This good life lasted until November, when Sanao was preparing to release an update announcement. All students majoring in manual operation were on standby in the computer room in advance. After receiving the update prompt, they logged into their accounts as soon as possible to check the latest version of the code base. Chung Feng looked at the list from beginning to end and carefully went through it, and pressed his fingers and typed the code to the rhythm. In the past 10 years, Chung Feng has been training day after day, and many codes and operations have become instinctive to her body. As long as the picture appears in her mind, the muscles of her hand will press the keycap faster than her reason. So it is more difficult to accept the new code than she imagined. This is not a real battle, just confirming the new code combination. After several consecutive failures, Chung Feng became agitated, grabbed the index finger of her right hand, and squeezed the joint hard. After a few deep breaths, suppressed the anger and continued from the beginning. Shindan originally wanted to refer to Chung Feng's operation to see how she was going to adapt to this technical change. But after standing next to her for less than 5 minutes, she was shocked 3 times and felt something was wrong. This roommate might be more dangerous than an ordinary student, and was on the verge of explosion. To prevent being affected, Shindan hurriedly evacuated. Less than half an hour after the update, the Sanyao forum was flooded with scolding. Congratulations in advance on the exit of hand-operated mecha from the stage of history. Hot search is scheduled. According to this trend, within 10 years, the hand-operated mecha major will be abolished by major military academies. Hand-operated mecha, NO, military logistics porter, yes. Brothers, stop torturing yourselves. You will be competing with Lanxiang graduates for jobs in the future anyway. You might as well learn to operate an excavator early. Work experience is very important these days. It's so funny. This mecha is not something a human can operate. It's confusing to me. Even the most basic code for the rear pressure fuselage has been changed. What's the point of playing? Where is the legendary hand-operated light? Can it still shine now? Can you light the way for everyone? Congratulations in advance to Chung Feng for becoming the light of command. You asked the designer to drive the car. I just want to ask, are you challenging the limits of human beings? The teaching and research groups of major military academies are even more anxious. So far, only a few students have reached the test drive stage, and most students are still trying to memorize new codes. However, the performance of the test drive students was very unsatisfactory, and they fell in various postures. In the most basic obstacle climbing, the results were not even a quarter of the previous ones, which was terrible, not to mention exploring new models. Although they know that this is the only way after every major technical reform, teachers of related majors still can't stop being anxious. After waiting for half an hour with a stopwatch, no one appeared, and my heart began to feel cold again. In the torment of ice and fire, Teacher Kong couldn't help but send a message to his favorite student. Teacher Kong, how do you feel? Teacher Kong, remember the code roughly first, and you will get used to it after more practical experience. Teacher Kong, do you want to test drive first? The last message was rejected, indicating that he had been blocked by Chung Feng. The 1.9-meter tall strongman cried out aggrievedly. Alas! Chapter 52. Several professional teachers discussed quietly around the conference table. The fuselage structure has indeed been modified too much. Overcoming habits is already a very difficult thing. For mecha operators like Chung Feng who have a certain sense of combat, it is not just as simple as getting used to it. But the previous redundant connection structure has been greatly reduced, the weight has been reduced, and the arsenal capacity has been increased by 10%. In terms of technological innovation, this technical modification is definitely a huge improvement. The essence of a mecha is a large mobile arsenal. Loading more and more comprehensive ammunition, and improving stronger and more stable defense are the essence of the development of mecha. Sensor mechas have been updated all the time. Manual mechas are at a disadvantage. If their physical performance cannot keep up, they will be eliminated by society. And the modification this time is not actually the source code. It is just that because a lot of functions have been cut and added, the original related operations cannot be executed using the old code. For example, the rear pressure fuselage that netizens are passionately cursing. This instruction was originally completed by a section of mech transformation and a section of arsenal switching action. After the technical update, due to the addition of electromagnetic slide rails between the mech-related parts and the addition of a propulsion function, the execution action became a mixed code of arsenal switching and multi-directional propulsion. For ordinary netizens, the final effect is still the rear pressure of the fuselage. Regardless of whether your switching speed is faster, whether the weapon library assembly is more reasonable, and whether the execution principle has undergone essential changes, the basic execution code of your hand-operated mech has undergone a large-scale replacement. It was a huge shock to them. But for professional mecha pilots, the source code library has always been normal, but the strategies and tutorials they have learned are outdated. If they can keep up with this mighty torrent, the combat effectiveness of the mecha will undoubtedly take a big step forward. The middle-aged man said solemnly, reform should face the future, not the present. Large-scale and large-scale technical reforms, in essence, actually give up the training of a certain group of people. Being a mecha pilot is an extremely demanding and unreasonable position. It requires genius. And only genius is needed. If there is no talent in this era, they will not give up, but focus on developing a younger generation. The short-haired woman next to her was more optimistic. She blinked her eyes, looked out the window on the left, and said, although the impact of this technical reform is relatively large, the improvement of mecha performance can greatly offset the unskilled operation of the driver. I think it's not difficult to maintain the original results. 3 months. No, 2 months of adaptation period. The head students can do it. The middle-aged man took off his glasses, pressed 2 fingers on the side of his forehead, and said with a headache, "You really believe in your students?" Teacher Kong flipped through the students' test drive results, and the red unqualified prompts made him want to move his hands. I don't know where to put it, nor do I know what to do to divert my attention. Sometimes he held his chin, sometimes he crossed his chest, and sometimes he scratched his rough stubble. I kind of understand why so many people want to smoke. He wants to have one right now. Several people are waiting for Qingfeng's test drive results. However, half an hour passed, and then another hour passed, and the people arguing online changed one after another, and Qingfeng was still looking at her code base. I believe that with Qingfeng's memory, she would have memorized the new code base a long time ago. At this moment, she is cooperating with the technical transformation to split the code and analyze the performance of the mecha. The middle-aged man asked suspiciously, "Is she too steady?" Lao Kong murmured in defense, "Being steady is good, after all, she is a robot. Robots like to plan carefully when doing things." The short-haired woman was silent for a moment, and said carefully, "Isn't this joke over yet? Respect the child." Lao Kong said seriously, "For her, this may be a persistence, not a joke." The short-haired woman closed her mouth as she was about to say something. I didn't expect that this 1.9 meter tall, violent, and tough man would have such a delicate and considerate heart. 2 hours after the technical modification and update, Qingfeng finally took action. In the conference room and the virtual square of Sanyao, everyone focused their attention on her. She raised her arm and moved her shoulder blade. Then, under everyone's attention, she clicked to exit. In just a few seconds, Qingfeng's mentality seemed quite normal, but Lao Kong's mentality was about to collapse. The person next to him pressed on his shoulder to calm him down again. He called Qingfeng again, but his dear student had not yet released him from the blacklist, and a cold system prompt sounded from the speaker. He has been teaching for decades, and this is the first kid who dares to block him. Lao Kong closed his eyes in pain. Respect the child. The short-haired woman hypocritically comforted, after all, she is a robot, and the data shielding is not malicious. The computer room administrator saw Qingfeng was about to swipe the card to leave, so he hurriedly stood up, called her name, and asked, "Classmate, where are you going?" "To eat." Qingfeng raised his light computer and said calmly, "It's time for dinner." The administrator was speechless. He hadn't seen someone so obsessed with eating for many years. After a while, he waved his hand helplessly and said, "Go. Have a good rest." Chunfeng did not go to the canteen, but bought 2 boxes of nutritious biscuits and a bottle of milk from the vending machine and went straight back to the dormitory. There was no one in the living room, so she went back to her room, sat on the bed, picked up her laptop and browsed the forum for a while. She originally wanted to see if there were any useful summaries in the Sanao forum, or the interpretation and innovation of the operation code by professionals. After browsing a few pages, she found that most of them were useless. A group of people were complaining about the difficulty of manual operation after the technical transformation. A group of people are predicting the future of hand-operated mechas. Another group of people are making random suggestions. At Sanao, the criticism is so loud, and there is no gaming experience at all. Why not just release a transitional version? For basic operations like back pressure, can we keep the original code? Never mind the principle, the main thing is everyone transition to what? Everyone just makes the best of it. Then what about the next technical upgrade? What about this bad idea? I didn't know there were so many people playing hand-operated games before, and once it was updated, a bunch of fish ponds were blown up. Times have changed, sir. Why can't you accept that your time has passed? Can any experts answer? What code is safer and more stable when switching from a climbing model to a quadruped model? This time, several parts have added slide rails, and the body transformation speed has increased. The old code can easily cause the right weapon library to freeze. It is recommended to proceed steadily, and don't think about showing off your skills. If you proceed steadily, what's the point of increasing the transformation speed of the mecha? It's funny. Don't ask. The analysis of mecha parameters is too difficult. The most painful thing is that ordinary data analysts are not familiar with hand-operated mechas. No big guys will come out to benefit us poor children. Chunfeng looked at the groaning and shouting under the second post, frowned, drank the milk at hand, and replied below. Yi Gui Chung, I have studied the parameters preliminarily, but I haven't actually tested it yet. You can try the 4 code segments. If your hand speed is fast enough, the R key for switching the right weapon library can be stuck before the 3rd slide rail. If your hand speed is not fast enough, put the code in the last segment. If you need to evade the scene, you can add a directional push command. The new push function is very powerful. If used well, it can disrupt the rhythm of most people. Netizens wanted to say who was showing off, but after taking a closer look at the name of the poster, they immediately swallowed their words. I try it right away. Thank you, big guy. Is my freshman sister so awesome already? When will Chunfeng go for a test drive? I'm counting on your strategy now. The hope of the whole village for a hand-operated mecha operator majoring in data analysis. Chunfeng doesn't know why people don't take the initiative to analyze. Everyone has their own way of adapting, which does not necessarily have to be limited to professional data analysis. Even the most stupid trial and error in actual combat is fine. The reality is that most people are in a state of blindness, let alone strategies. There is no systematic learning method, and even after several failures, they can't find the direction of progress. Every word exudes negative emotions. So Chunfeng answered all the questions that could be answered, and recorded the cases that had no solution for the time being in the memo, and collected each post by the way, waiting for everyone's feedback. The little owl squatting on the bedside table switched from standby mode, squatted for a long time, jumped onto her bed step by step, then jumped onto her arm, and finally shamelessly made its home on her head. Chunfeng didn't have the time to care about it, but such a heavy weight seriously affected the blood circulation in her brain, making her feel like she was being kicked on the forehead continuously. If this continued, the newly grown hair would fall off. Chunfeng lowered his noble head slightly and asked, "What are you doing?" The owl replied, "Pat the head." Chunfeng's father, the iron-blooded straight man who can't take care of children, is away from home all year round due to military service. This magical man occasionally has some sudden ideas. One day, he saw a parenting summary from some corner, saying that children need the care and love of their elders. Children who are often patted on the head can become smarter when they grow up. He was not at home and had no way to fulfill his duty of patting the head, so he input the relevant program into the fighting robot. The little owl no longer has this function. I didn't expect that this clever little ghost had learned to use his feet by himself. Chunfeng grabbed it and put it back on the bedside table, signaling it not to move. The little owl asked, "Don't you like it?" "Very much." Chunfeng's tone softened a little after he finished speaking and stated, "I'm grown up." "Okay." The little owl's eyes darkened and returned to standby mode. Chapter 53. Since there are relatively few relevant strategies online, someone has compiled the questions that Chunfeng has answered, allowing players with a spirit of exploration to verify them one by one. This is the first serious strategy post on the Sanao forum, about code command connection. It was quickly selected and pinned by the administrator, and Qingfeng's name was also associated with hand-operated mechas. Most netizens suddenly remembered that, yes, Qingfeng is not only a deputy commander, but also a talented hand-operated pilot who broke many training records of Sanyao. Qingfeng went to the toilet halfway through the trip. When he came back, the screen of his computer was filled with various private chat messages. He habitually turned on the blocking function and continued to browse the forum. It has to be locked. Netizens have very active minds. Because they are good at making mistakes, they can face various extreme, dangerous, and interesting dilemmas. From an angle that Qingfeng could never have imagined, questions about the parameters of the mecha were raised. With such an unfamiliar point of view, the door to Qingfeng's new world was constantly opened. Although she felt that she might never encounter a similar problem in her life. In the evening, many professional data analysts came out one after another to compare the new and old generations of mechas they sorted out, and demonstrated them in the form of three-dimensional models. The teaching and research groups of major military academies also made their latest experimental data public. Although there is a certain competitive relationship between them, the management of each school maintains a tacit understanding of full disclosure for the allocation of such basic education resources. After all, manual mechas cannot be driven well by relying on some scattered strategies alone. But the popularization of basic resources can allow more talented students to be exposed to cutting-edge knowledge at a younger age. Only when the general environment prevails can the hand-operated mecha go further. There are certain differences in the strategies given by various parties, so at night, a large number of new accounts were registered in the hand-operated section. The bored netizens integrated all the strategies together with the mentality of evaluation, and experimented and scored them one by one. Including several instructors from the United Nations University, they also cut through the waves in this sleepless night, and the hand-operated mecha won a rare hot situation. Qingfeng still admires the ability of Sanyao netizens to summarize and organize, which makes it easier for her to compare and record the operating styles of different mecha operators. Some of the more thrilling and clever code connections Qingfeng had never come into contact with before, which opened up a lot of non-mainstream ideas for her. When Qingfeng was thinking about whether the tactics of jumping left and right belonged to the category of random attacks, the evaluation of her strategy on the homepage also came out. Several comments appeared in a row, and the evaluation was not very high. Qingfeng's code connection is not good, the mecha actions are very rigid, and there is obvious lag. Not only that, the error rate is also high. Under similar actions, the code tutorial used by the coalition to escape is more concise, 2 paragraphs shorter, and has a high error tolerance rate. This is a relatively long series of codes, and 4 videos are posted below. 2 are failed videos under the Riding the Wind strategy, and the other 2 are videos that refer to the research data of the coalition, input codes at different speeds, and succeed smoothly. The action that the hand-operated mecha must do is, after being targeted by the enemy aircraft, change shape and wander close to the ground. The left weapon library is responsible for interception, and the right weapon library is locked and counterattacked at the same time. In the failed video, the transformed mecha hit the ground twice, and the weapon's depot responsible for interception was almost stuck by the rising explosion-proof shield. At the same time, the wandering angle was too biased, and there was no suitable counterattack opportunity. Netizens watched it twice and said they were suffocated. It felt like Shindan's operation. Hot knowledge, Qingfeng has not tested it yet, and only gives personal research opinions. Most major military academies have let students do trial and error. No way, for the same problem strategy, would anyone really choose to believe Qingfeng instead of the teaching and research group of the military academy? Besides, the code of the teaching and research group is obviously shorter. The teaching and research group may not be completely correct. We have overturned several codes tonight. Everyone is looking for the best solution. To be honest, several sections of Qingfeng's code are very fancy. Not only are they long, but they are also difficult to type. I feel like they are challenging the limits of my fingers. After trying for a night, my right hand is cramped. Anyone who uses it will get tendinitis. Freshman. Before the debate here lasted long, another post was posted. Clarification. It's not Qingfeng's code that can't connect, it's your hand that can't connect. Her long code is only for advanced players. There is also a video in the main building. The video splices the mecha operations under the 2 codes together, side by side, for intuitive comparison. The driver inputs the code with the same hand speed, and Qingfeng's mecha runs obviously faster and more circuitous. During the transformation process, an additional defense evasion instruction is added, and a section of propulsion code is added when wandering. Even if the opponent's artillery shells can be redirected for a second time and fail to be successfully intercepted, it will not affect the subsequent counterattack. The operation of the coalition's mecha is relatively basic. It is rigid and has no merits or demerits. Netizens have only one thought after watching it: silky, smooth, slippery. Qingfeng's code operation has a kind of extreme control of the connection of various components. It has a low tolerance for the driver's hand speed, but a high survival rate on the battlefield. For high-level drivers, it is clearly a more stable and advanced way of playing. Netizens feel that their pores that have been blocked all night are released in this clip. Just when they were about to comment, they found that the poster of the post was actually an instructor certified by the Coalition Teaching and Research Group. What a comfortable picture! A flower blooms among a pile of broken copper and rotten iron. Is this the charm of the new model? I thought this technical transformation was definitely over. So you need instructor-level hand speed to achieve this effect? The teaching and research groups of major military academies are so ruthless when they slap themselves in the face. Well done. It's just an academic exchange. How can it be considered a slap in the face? This is called letting 100 flowers bloom. I support it. Old Kong's mood is quite complicated. He counted the strategies of Qingfeng and asked the instructor to test it himself. The playing style is conservative, but there is no problem. Among all the military academy students, he is the one who knows the new models more thoroughly. He felt very relieved, but at the same time, he was extremely anxious because he was blocked. He was afraid that Qingfeng would be defeated in the mixed online world, and no one would comfort him. Lao Kong held the light computer and kept muttering in the newly established inter-school communication group. Qingfeng is a disobedient student and does not follow the procedures. What can you say to such a person? No, the child is grown up and has his own ideas. What's the use of just being able to analyze mecha parameters? Even if she learns faster than most people now, can draw inferences from one example, and can simulate battle situations, she can't change her previous bad habits unless she tests it herself. Tell me, if she doesn't seek help from the teacher and does everything by herself, what's the point of paying her tuition? A world where everyone is unhappy appears. 5 minutes later, Lao Kong was kicked out of the communication group. Considering the manual operation technology reform, all students in all majors are rushing to meet the final assessment standards, and Qingfeng is their most promising child in the village, so the command department is very understanding and gave her 2 days off. During these 2 days, the students' test drive results are still not very ideal. Even though the connection codes between each action have been released, everyone has also developed a secondary code library suitable for themselves according to their original combat style. However, there is a distance between recitation and proficiency that is difficult to cross and difficult to estimate. On the first day, Qingfeng answered questions online. On the second day, he went online and locked himself in an encrypted room to test the code. On the third day, he jumped out and wrote another guide, which made netizens and instructors so anxious that their blood pressure soared. Everyone was guessing when she could start the test drive, waiting anxiously but not daring to urge her. At noon on the fourth day, Qingfeng went online on time and stood in the activity hall in a daze as usual. Not long after, a message popped up in the world. World Yi Guicheng. Single-player battle, ordinary city map. Come and get a high-scoring mecha player. Several classes of the Sensor Mecha Major were also taking simulation classes. Several soldiers saw it and clicked on the application. Qingfeng selected the student with the highest score in the list in descending order and clicked on the Start button directly. Generally, the first test drive of a hand-operated mecha will choose a lower-level opponent of the same level. A protracted battle is more likely to test one's own shortcomings and advantages. Therefore, everyone didn't care after clicking, just to join in the fun for the junior sister. When the screen jumped, the senior who was selected was still confused. The people who were watching Qingfeng were also awakened by the thunderclap, and they clicked the watch button in the air, afraid of missing this important scene. Spread the word, Qingfeng has started the test drive. Let me see who is the man chosen by the god of manual operation. United University, Single Soldier Department, Junior Student, Zhong Yijia, 110,000 points. How funny, there must be no hope. Why would they choose this opponent for the test drive? I know Zhong Yijia, he is also a man who can advance to the league finals. I laughed my ass off seeing his expression. Too arrogant, Qingfeng? You picked a boss for yourself before leaving the novice village? Why don't you just find Xiang Yunjian? The third-year soldiers are also in class. Xiang Yunjian and the others are probably watching. Zhong Yijia was confused, and slowly turned his head towards the mecha selection panel in front of him. Amid the crisp sound of the neck bones moving, He consulted with his opponent. Only speed can break the question mark. Yi Guicheng question mark. Only fast is invincible. Should I play seriously? Yi Guicheng question mark. Yi Guicheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Only fast is invincible. How are you used to the manual operation? Yi Guicheng, it seems SOSO, I haven't tried it yet. Only fast is invincible question mark. Yi Guicheng question mark. Zhong Yijia's scalp was numb from this encrypted conversation. He scratched his short hair, not knowing what to do. Thinking of Qingfeng's recent popularity, he made up a long list of interest disputes in his mind, and felt that invisible pressure was pressing on his shoulders. After thinking for a moment, he sent a private message to the instructor for safety. If I win too quickly, will the United Nations be embarrassed? The other instructor quickly replied, what's so embarrassing about this? Hit your own target. There are many people watching, hit cleanly, don't let up. Really? What weird things are you thinking? Is the United Nations that kind of school? If you lose, you will lose face for the censor mecha, come on. Okay. Zhong Yijia breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and selected the model he was best at, Wusu, and then equipped it with a convenient arsenal. Chapter 54. Wusu is a comprehensive mecha. It can fight at long range or close range, defend and snipe. It has no outstanding advantages, but also no particularly bad disadvantages. It is a well-known all-purpose mecha. I don't know if I should say that Qingfeng's luck is too bad. Wusu is recognized as the nemesis of hand-operated mecha. It is precisely because of its comprehensiveness that it perfectly restrains all kinds of variants of hand-operated mecha. What's more, Zhong Yijia is a well-known student among the drivers of Wusu. While preparing and waiting, Jiang Linxia thought about it several times, raised her head, and exclaimed in disbelief, my daughter is so awesome? The instructor is still yelling, and she has overcome the technical changes in 4 days. Xiang Yunjian put himself in Qingfeng's character, and felt that it might not be possible. If he was really sure, this calf would have confronted the horns at the first time. How could he have been patient enough to squat for 4 days? Impossible. Yinshan also said, she is not afraid of losing. Hate but not afraid, Qingfeng pursues all ways to make himself stronger. As he was talking, the map was loaded. In the ordinary urban dungeon of single-player duels, there was no NPC data to interfere. The map was also very narrow. Between the high-rise buildings lay wide and intersecting streets. The city was empty, and 2 mechas were refreshed at the same time in a corner of the map. Zhong Yijia took the lead, started the thrusters, turned on the detector, and slid quickly on the street. Qingfeng looked well-behaved, but played tough, and he didn't hesitate much. He transformed his body and rushed towards his opponent. The movement of the mecha sliding can be easily detected in the quiet urban area. The 2 sides met at the upper right corner of the map. There is a landscape park nearby, with relatively few high-rise buildings and more lush and verdant trees. This terrain is somewhat disadvantageous for hand-operated mechas, and they cannot take advantage of avoiding obstacles. Qingfeng chose to act cautiously, and turned around to move towards the main urban area. Wusu directly bombarded with artillery fire, and the 2 sides began to chase on the 8-wide road. When turning the corner, it was about to enter a densely packed building complex, and Wusu increased its firepower, firing 1 shot in front of Qingfeng and 1 shot at the building on her side. Amid the explosion, the glass of the high-rise building was shattered, yellow dust filled the air, and stones of different sizes fell from the thick dust that blocked the view. Cracks appeared on the other side of the high-rise building, and it was about to fall down, blocking the road for Qingfeng to pass. The hand-operated mecha immediately tilted its center of gravity to the left, and adjusted its route by taking advantage of the turning trend. This is a very common turning action. With the propulsion function, it can be seamlessly switched to a 4-legged climbing model later, and it can also support a collision-proof baffle. However, from the perspective of the spectator, the hand-operated mecha carried the scattered rubble, lifted the weapons depot on the right, rose for a while, stopped, and then dropped back again. This action was very fast and somewhat hidden, and many netizens didn't even notice it. But all the viewers from the perspective of Qingfeng heard a clear and loud tisk, and felt her irritation across time and space. Because of this small mistake, the hand-operated mecha had to slow down and switch models again. It stuck to the side of the building that was about to collapse, and climbed over the fallen rocks. The distance that was finally opened was also caught up by Wusu. Zhong Yijia is most famous for his attack speed. He is a typical one-wave flow. Accuracy is not guaranteed, only feel is guaranteed. Seeing Qingfeng appear in the accurate attack range, all 4 weapon depots of Wusu were opened. Several neat rows of guns popped out from the back of the mecha, shining red, and fired at the same time. The frequency of bullets and fire was more turbulent than the thunderstorm in midsummer, almost forming a thick long shadow, and the destroyed buildings were like thunder that sounded occasionally, and surprises dropped from the sky from time to time. Chufeng could only pause the model switching, turn around quickly, and pull the power to the maximum. The metal fuselage made a harsh noise against the road surface, and a white track was left where it passed. Chufeng squinted his eyes. The muscles at the corners of his lips were tense, and he narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. Due to the excessive turning speed, the mecha almost hit the high-rise building next door head-on. Qingfeng's finger bones protruded outward, and after operating the two extreme codes, he successfully adjusted the direction. The two sides confronted and pulled. In this kind of head-on fight, any mistake could lead to destruction, and the limit of human finger activity seemed to be more disadvantageous. Chufeng didn't dare to move forward. In order to avoid, he didn't even have time to open his arsenal. Seeing that the distance between the two sides was gradually closing, Wusu's gun barrel slowed down due to the high temperature. Zhong Yijie switched equipment and called out the pursuit gun. Chufeng seized the opportunity, raised the center of gravity of the fuselage, called out the arsenal, and drove towards the wall at the same time. At this extremely critical moment, the audience heard Qingfeng's surprise again. TSK. Even if they couldn't see it with their own eyes, everyone could imagine her feeling that she wanted to smash the keyboard with her fingers at this moment. The transformation of the hand-operated mecha got stuck again. After a quick adjustment, there was no time to counterattack and interfere, and the way was blocked by Wusu in advance. Lao Kong had always been worried, but at this time he let go. Netizens finally realized that the impact of this technical reform was indeed huge, especially at the most dangerous moment, when intuition needed to be tested. Qingfeng's fingers were temporarily separated from her brain, and could not keep up with her thinking speed. The first reaction, and adjustment speed of several mistakes showed that her combat awareness was relatively mature. She is strong, but not yet. Chufeng retreated quickly, threw a mine on the ground in a somewhat awkward and useless way, and fled to another block along the wall. Wusu followed closely. This map she chose herself brought her great pressure at this time due to the complex roads and tall buildings in the forest. For the mecha pilot, a tug-of-war is the most dangerous situation. In the high-frequency code input, Wusu's attack always maintained the rhythm of full-speed attack, and the fierce style of play restrained Qingfeng's movements, not giving her any chance to adjust. His purpose was clear and deadly. As long as this situation lasted for 5 minutes, no more than 10 minutes at most, he would win. No one's fingers could withstand this frequency of output. After trying to fight back for the last time, Chufeng felt that his fingers were overloaded after the code input failed due to the twitching of his middle finger. She was not willing to sacrifice her career for a test drive, so she slowed down on her own initiative. After a few seconds, she was defeated in the dazzling light. The smoke was everywhere, the dust was still rolling, and the world suddenly became quiet. The comment area also reached its climax as the game ended. There were all kinds of comments mixed together, and there was no time to communicate, all of which were personal subjective opinions. I said this was a one-sided victory. No one would refute it. It seems that there are a few magic moves, but it seems that there are more magic moves. There were 4 visible stops in the middle, and the most basic code was used when dodging. What's going on? Is there a movement in the middle that is doing stretching exercises? I'm confused. This is the so-called god of manual operation? Tell me that the test drive result I waited for 4 days is this? Are you serious at the United Nations? Too funny. Can ordinary laymen see the mistakes? If Chufeng didn't say anything, he wouldn't have realized it at all. He's still crazy about giving advice. Zhong Yijie is really strong. After all, he is a junior student. Don't choose such a high starting point next time. Chufeng retracted his hands, carefully massaged the painful position of his 5 fingers, and leaned on the driver's seat for a long time without saying a word. Zhong Yijie approached and looked at the wreckage of the hand-operated mecha. The excitement on his body gradually faded, and he felt a little bit reluctant. For brothers, the best comfort at this time is usually to play another round. It's not good to do this to Chufeng. He's afraid of being beaten. That? Cough. Zhong Yijie asked with all his heart. Did it help you? Chufeng said, yes. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhong Yijie said, actually, I'm quite good, you may not understand. That? Of course I don't mean to say you can't do it, but you can find someone next time. Zhong Yijie's heart was rarely tactful, so tactful that he felt that every word was wrong, because in the comments area that was redisplayed, netizens told her that Qingfeng's face was getting darker and darker. Okay. Zhong Yijie said, I shut up. Feng said, and because of the condition of his fingers, he couldn't continue training, so he directly clicked offline. When the computer room administrator saw her stand up, he also stood up, holding his hands in front of him, looking very well behaved. Feng was stunned by his action and nodded to him, indicating that she was going to the infirmary now. Go ahead. The administrator had a kind face and said, have a good rest. After thinking about it, he added, don't think too much. Strange, trying to cover up makes things more obvious. The infirmary was relatively empty during class time. 2 students were applying medicine in the cubicle inside because of muscle sprains. After Feng went in, she spontaneously found a chair to sit down and took out the light computer to unlock it. Before she could open the forum, Dr. Lin came out and took the light computer from her hand and threw it on the table at the side. Feng raised her head and looked at his face, which was not smelly but definitely not friendly. She hesitated for a second and smiled flatteringly. Dr. Lin was amused by her expression and said in a low voice. He pulled a chair over and sat down opposite her, motioning her to stretch out her hand. Dr. Lin pressed on her hand and felt that it was not a big problem. He took out a tube of ointment from the cabinet, applied it to her, and massaged it to absorb it. Feng had a good impression of him. After all, he gave her a light head, a wig and clothes. He is her own rich man. And his massage technique is also very comfortable. Perhaps because her eyes were too intense, Dr. Lin took the initiative to ask, did you compete? Feng looked at his profile and nodded. It's okay. Dr. Lin said, I saw it too. He was about to tell Feng about the normal performance of students after the technical reform in previous years, and Feng suddenly asked, does the massage cost money? Of course. Dr. Lin paused, turned his head and glanced at her. Do you know how much I earn? Want to work overtime? I can give you a discount. Feng said pitifully, I don't have money. Dr. Lin, where is your subsidy? Where is your bonus? Your current account balance is definitely more than 5 figures. Feng was not ashamed of being exposed, but just said embarrassedly, they all have their own destinations, and giving them to you will make you unhappy. Dr. Lin was so angry that she laughed. Do you have any shame? Feng said reluctantly, how about 20? In the end, Feng paid 120 yuan and bought the ointment. He failed to realize his plan to work overtime, and was angrily driven out of the clinic by Dr. Lin. The world is fickle. This world values a few filthy coins too much. Feng put the ointment in his pocket and prepared to go back with regret. Halfway through the journey, the light brain in his pocket kept vibrating, and Feng had to take it out to take a look. It was that kid Song Zheng. I didn't block him? Feng had time now, so he clicked to connect. After a few breaths, Song Zheng took a breath in obvious surprise. He lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, are you okay? Feng was puzzled. What do you mean? The finger is fine. Song Zheng said, I mean, you are not unhappy, right? Feng felt that being happy or unhappy were special emotions, and most of the time she was not in a good mood at all. Even if she was, it was not a big deal. No. Feng asked, what about your secret code? Song Zheng hurriedly said, no, as long as you are not unhappy. Just now our teacher analyzed it for us, and said that you typed well, but you are not familiar with the new code, but you grasped the timing accurately, not as bad as people say on the internet. Feng agreed, it's okay. It's just that my fingers are not very good. Feng was forced to enter the reflection stage on the way. She originally wanted to go back to the dormitory to slowly savor this feeling, but her thoughts were hooked by Song Zheng, and she couldn't help but drift to the game. Song Zheng couldn't hear her response, and was afraid of annoying her, so he took the initiative to hang up the phone. Within 2 minutes, Qingfeng's light brain rang again. This time it was the senior who participated in the new copy exercise with her last time, Zheng Yi. She didn't even block him? Feng wondered if he had been too harsh on Lao Kong, keeping him on the blacklist for so long. After the signal was connected, Zheng Yi's first question was still so soulful. Are you okay? Send me money. Feng said, the more money the better. Zheng Yi struggled for a few seconds and uttered a mellow word. Get lost. Feng snorted. What an unfriendly person. Zheng Yi adjusted his mood and said, if you need someone to train with you, you can find me. Feng asked, how many points did you get? Ah? Zheng Yi said, about 50,000 or 60,000. Feng asked again, have you played in the league finals? I'm only a sophomore. Zheng Yi understood what she meant and said sharply, I haven't had a chance yet. And how can it be so easy to get into the league finals? Feng replied calmly, oh. The emotion behind this long tone was too bad. Zheng Yi couldn't stand this grievance and hung up the phone in anger. Damn, I'm most afraid of my sudden concern. It's just looking for trouble. Chunfeng was afraid that someone would come to comfort him awkwardly, so he buried his head in editing his circle of friends, ready to cut off everyone's thoughts. Halfway through writing, someone patted his shoulder. Chunfeng shuddered, turned around, and found that it was Xiang Yunjian and his friends. Want to eat? Jiang Linxia stood behind, pointed his thumb in the direction of the cafeteria, and smiled brightly. The finance department will treat you. Xi and Quang kicked him, but didn't refuse, just turned his back and said, let's go. Chunfeng quickly put away the laptop. It must be her good brother. The five of them sat on the third floor of the cafeteria, occupying a large table in the corner, with small dishes on the ground one after another. This is the most popular cafeteria, with fresh ingredients and the most expensive prices. Xiang Yunjian stacked Chingfeng's empty plates on the table on the side, and asked the cleaning robot to collect them. Looking at the amount displayed on it, I think this kid is going to eat too much. The most delicious thing may not be the food, but the money. Jiang Linxia half lay on the dining table, holding her face with her hands, and said worriedly, you really can eat, daughter, most girls don't eat as much as you do. Chunfeng raised his hand, wiped his mouth with the inside of his wrist, and said, then, they should not be able to fight me. Jiang Linxia took out a tissue from her bag, stuffed it into her hand, and said speechlessly, you can't wipe your mouth like this. Baby, pay attention to your image. Do you know how many people are in this cafeteria? It's in public anyway. Chunfeng didn't care, and thought he was making a fuss. What image does a master need to pay attention to? That's what I should do. When a person is full, his thinking tends to become dull. Chunfeng drank some water, sat down and began to recall today's game. She suddenly became quiet, and her eyes suddenly became distracted. The four of them chatted about other topics for a while, then raised their hands, and snapped their fingers in her ears. Yinshen asked, what are you thinking about so intently? Have you figured it out? Chunfeng raised his head slightly. Well, the newly added slide rails and various detailed structures have resulted in 263 new code combinations. There are 63 instructions that overlap with the old codes. Among them, 24 are commonly used codes. However, after data testing, the operation speed of the same command has increased by at least 10%. According to today's situation, the anti-collision baffle has also improved its resistance to ordinary ammunition. Chunfeng said softly, licked the remaining sugar stains on his lips, and concluded, it's okay, it's really getting better. When she said this expressionlessly, there was a kind of ambitious and fierceness in her eyes. Jiang Linxia asked deliberately with a smile, aren't you sad about losing? I'm not sad about losing, but I feel very uncomfortable. Chunfeng really doesn't like to lose. She said, if I lose, I lose. What's the big deal? Jiang Linxia looked at her frowning face and laughed. This is the most stubborn thing I've ever heard. Although Xi and Quang was silent, he was the kindest person. He comforted her. It's okay, we can win next time. Chunfeng nodded. Jiang Linxia felt in his pocket and took out a candy for her. Chunfeng opened it and was enjoying the happiness of a candy after dinner. A young man took the initiative to approach her and called her name hesitantly. Chunfeng? This voice is quite familiar. Chunfeng stared at his face carefully and tried to identify him several times, but she still couldn't remember who he was. According to common sense, if this person had appeared before, she should have a deep impression of him. It may not be appropriate to describe a boy, but the other party really has red lips and white teeth and a gentle face. The facial contours are clear and sharp, but it doesn't affect his handsomeness at all. Zhongnijie. Xiang Yunjian reminded, the one who played with you today. Chunfeng suddenly realized, so this is what you look like. Zhongnijie smiled friendly, followed her topic, and complimented her as usual, you look so cute. Chunfeng was not very happy. Her face was small, her skin was not very white, but her eyes were smart and clear. Compared with her sharp fighting style, she was really cute. Jiang Linxia, the sycophant, could not stop the villain aura on her body, and started to gossip in front of the person involved. Feng, he said, you are a vase, you can only look, not fight. He's too much. Chunfeng held a candy in his mouth, his eyes were much colder, and he looked at Zhongnijie as if he was looking at a dead person. After remembering his appearance clearly, he showed the greatest respect as an opponent, and looked away indifferently. Zhongnijie's eyes widened, and he cried out in injustice, when did I say that? Isn't it what you mean? Don't believe it. Jiang Linxia instigated, get him. You know, He also stole our league quota, which is particularly excessive. Chun Feng nodded. He is gone. Jiang Linxiao was very satisfied, touched Qingfeng's head, and said with emotion, raising a child for 1,000 days, one day will come. What did you raise, you human trafficker? Xiang Yunjin said, you only know how to play games with her. He said, he grabbed Qingfeng's collar and said earnestly, it's easy to get fat if you eat so much sugar. Don't think you are young and eat as much as you want. What are you doing? Jiang Linxiao immediately stretched out her hand to protect Chun Feng, scolding, is there any old father like you? What's so great about having a few stinky money? What's wrong with a child wanting to eat candy? Isn't she worthy? She's so thin. Xiang Yunjin, This guy was really born in the wrong era. In the past, 3,000 beauties in the harem wouldn't be enough for him to show off. Zhong Yijie said angrily, it's unreasonable. You are simply amazing. Jiang Linxiao became more normal and stopped playing around. She chuckled and said, so what are you doing here, looking for our baby to make friends? Zhong Yijie's tone flickered and he said vaguely, I'm just taking a look. Don't worry, the child doesn't bear grudges and is mentally strong. It was just a joke. Jiang Linxiao waved her hand and said, you should go back to eat. When Chun Feng looks at someone seriously, her pure eyes can easily give the other person an innocent illusion. Zhong Yijie felt guilty when she looked at him. He took 2 steps and turned back to encourage him. Don't worry about what those people on the internet say. I think you are very powerful. From the perspective of the opponent, you can better understand each other's situation. He found several small mistakes made by Chun Feng. It must be said that if Qingfeng's code was entered correctly, the battle situation would have become very difficult. There were a few moments when he was so nervous that his back was numb. Apart from attacking, his brain could hardly function. The instructor always commented on his fighting style as crazy and leaving no room for retreat. He attacked like a moth to a flame and would not think of making decisions 5 steps away. Zhong Yijie had always been indifferent. He believed that there was no so-called perfect fighting style in the world, and everyone should pursue the most suitable strategy for themselves. The instructor actually understood it, so he acquiesced. In the battle with Chun Feng today, although Chun Feng was passively dodging most of the time, she did not miss any of the subtle opportunities to counterattack. He was sure that Chun Feng was also a mecha operator who liked to go to extremes. But compared with Qingfeng's style, he was less cautious in his aggressiveness and less rational in his madness. He had no way to keep himself safe in the event of an operational error. This was his advantage, but also his disadvantage. Even if he restrained himself, he could not become the person that Chun Feng was. It was his unreasonableness that made his attacks more difficult to avoid. Chun Feng really brought him a sense of threat. Zhong Yijie said, I found that my style of play is quite incompatible with yours. Let's play another game next time. Chun Feng also thought he was the best test-driving opponent, and said okay. After returning to the dormitory, Chun Feng had time to read the comments of netizens. Several people were so obscure, Chun Feng could probably guess what they were talking about. It was nothing more than disappointment and accusations against her. She was very generous and logged into Sanyao without any obstacles, and went to the forum section. The homepage was filled with keywords such as King of Mouth, Master of Strategy, and Modern Xiaoque. Chun Feng didn't realize they were talking about him at first, but he clicked in and took a look before he realized it. Then he switched to the search software and asked, who is Xiaoque? What does paper talk mean? After finding out about this man's life, Chun Feng didn't seem to be very angry. She felt it was okay, at least Xiaoque was very smart. The Sanyao forum had long been a mess, but there were still many people who spoke up for Chun Feng. Qingfeng's tutorial is really useful. Which of the code links she answered is wrong? Do you know more than the experts now that you are passionately outputting here? So she is the modern version of armchair strategist. If you can drive a mecha with your mind, I can do it too. Just show me the same set of operations as today. I don't even need you to dodge bullets. Can you race? Push the mecha to the maximum speed and run it on the street for me to see. To be honest, if Chun Feng can't do it, I think hand-operated mechas are doomed. No way. Do you really want to tie Chun Feng and hand-operated mechas together? It's really not true. I almost thought Chun Feng was the ancestor of hand-operated mechas. Chun Feng scanned down and saw a familiar ID. Love and Peace. Is tirelessly spreading love and peace to every netizen who mocks Chun Feng. Love and peace. In you, I found that time can't take away the ignorance of youth. Others are forever young at the age of 18, but you are always 8 years old. Wish you a long and long life. Love and peace. Your outstanding ability has indeed made outstanding contributions to the Alliance. The mission of the inheritance of the nitpicker is on you. Love and peace. Your little mouth is really smeared with honey. Promise me, don't say it anymore. I'm afraid that netizens can't help but approach you in the three-dimensional world and spread our traditional culture to you. Chunfeng searched around for posts about Shindan, and quietly used a small account to like her comments. She is so good at scolding people. So envious. Chunfeng was busy, and the little owl automatically left the standby mode again, and squatted on the bedside table to watch her. Considering Chunfeng's resistance last time, it used its own complex program to think for a while, but did not come to the correct conclusion, so it searched the internet for relevant answers. How would an owl comfort its owner? The top 10 most touching moments of pets. When did the small intelligent robot move you the most? The answer did not include squatting on the owner's head. The little owl felt that the previous program execution might have indeed gone wrong, and it was not Chunfeng's problem. It chose the one with the highest mention rate from many answers, and jumped onto Chunfeng's bed. Chunfeng felt the weight, and lowered his head to look at it, thinking that it was going to climb on his head again, so he first pressed down its thick and short neck covered with feathers. As a result, the little owl lay down, rested its head on her knees, and made a gurgling sound. Chunfeng was stunned for a moment, and moved his hand away. The little owl then turned its neck and faced her, flapping its wings, showing great generosity and indicating that she could touch its head. After all, robots don't grow up. Chunfeng put down the optical brain, stroked it twice, smoothed its feathers, and then held it to his chest and rubbed it against his face. Thank you, my friend. After Chunfeng failed in his first test drive, he posted a new post on the Sanao forum that night, summarizing the optimization of the new mecha in speed and safety, and said that this technical transformation is indeed of great significance. The overall attitude is optimistic and positive, without any gloom of defeat. The netizens in the front row of the comment area were also very kind, and quickly scrolled through several layers to push down those who liked to make sarcastic remarks. Lao Kong was still worried that she would be affected by her online comment status, but she was blocked and could not be contacted. I didn't expect that she would speak out in such a sharp way, and I was afraid that she was pretending to be strong. Scrolling down the comment area, Lao Kong silently prayed in his heart that Chunfeng would not read these things. Unexpectedly, in the midst of kissing and hugging, Chunfeng still found the netizen, who was picking on her, and replied below. Post the strategy after you win the actual battle. Don't bring out impractical things to attract attention. Yi Guicheng, it's not too late to sharpen a sword for 10 years. You can't wait for 10 days? Lao Kong was so excited that he wanted to give a call to Chunfeng even at his age. He typed on the keyboard and followed the tune. Do you know what technical reform means? Do you know how wide the scope of this technical reform is? Do you know how much experience Chunfeng's analysis is based on? The code will change, but the foundation a person has learned will never be wasted. Don't use your own prejudice to judge whether something you don't understand is useful or not. After he replied, he habitually called Chunfeng, and found that this time the call actually went through. Lao Kong was flattered, and after coming to his senses, he quickly hung up the phone. He walked around the room, carefully choosing his words, and tremblingly sent a message. Can you adapt to this technical change in just 10 days? Lao Kong, 10 days is already very fast. If the error rate can be kept below 2%, this technical change will not be a big problem. Chunfeng, I'm not a god. Lao Kong, Chunfeng, I'm just saying it casually. It rhymes. Okay. Even though he said that, Lao Kong was still looking forward to the 10 days that Chunfeng mentioned casually. However, perhaps because of his hand injury or other considerations, Chunfeng did not participate in the test drive in the next few days, and everyone had no chance to analyze it. After class every day, Chunfeng returned to the dormitory, played with his light computer, wrote strategy guides, and devoted himself to being a real theoretical master. He rarely went to the cafeteria and only ate instant biscuits and bread. This kind of living condition makes everyone wary. Once, Shindan squatted in the living room to observe and saw a little owl carrying a garbage bag out of the room, dragging it to the recycling point, and then jumping back to the room. Shindan was dumbfounded. Oh my god, hiring bird workers? It can also oppress intelligent robots. She thinks it shouldn't be a big problem. In the next few days, the atmosphere of the manual operation department gradually became brighter and not as restless as before. The freshmen really adapted the fastest. After more than a week of strict training, the pass rate doubled. It is estimated that it will be able to return to the level before the technical reform in half a month. The seniors are polarized. Several students proposed to change their majors, even though it was an unwise choice at the time of senior year. The teaching and research group could not persuade them to stay, and could only express regret. The seniors who made the fastest progress began to gradually resume their usual combat training, but compared with the Sensor Mecha, the winning rate was still bleak. It seems that in this military academy league, the hand-operated mecha still cannot escape the fate of hanging zero. When Lao Kong gradually gave up hope, Chun Feng once again went to the computer room with his bag on his back. After not seeing her for a few days, there was a layer of bruises under her eyes. It seemed that she had not rested well recently. She stood in the open space at the back of the room and stretched her limbs before walking to the device to log in. Activity Square, crowded people, a concise sentence. World Yi Guicheng, test drive. Sign up. Is the Wusu from last time here? The name Chun Feng is the recent traffic password. The real owner appeared, and the whole square became lively. Finally here? I thought you were scared after being beaten. Still looking for Zhong Yijie? Let's find someone else. I don't think you two are suitable. Chun Feng, even though you think I'm an outsider, I still want to say, isn't your training method wrong? Test driving is necessary, but you've only tested it once in 10 days. What on earth are you doing? Can other 5 residences be used? Senior Junior of the Coalition, you can fight however you want. World only speed can't be broken. Looking for me. Here I come. Chun Feng clicked his name, invited him to fight, scanned the comments, and explained, I did code input training. World speed is invincible. I did it too. I also studied your strategy post. It's fun to operate a mecha manually. Chun Feng was very satisfied with Zhong Yijie's attitude of respecting his opponent. When entering the preparation stage of the battle, she patiently chatted with the opponent and took the initiative to disclose her tactics. I made a wrong decision last time. I didn't understand your combat style and chose to go around when we first met. Zhong Yijie, whether you go around or not, I think the initiative will still be in my hands. Not necessarily. Chun Feng said, Base, has anyone told you that although your bullet path is quite messy, your defense is a bit weak? Zhong Yijie was silent for 2 seconds, and his tone was not calm. Who are you calling a vase? Chun Feng, ah. Chun Feng failed to remember his name, and only remembered what Jiang Linxia said, vase. Fortunately, the countdown ended at this time, the voice between the two was cut off, and the battle officially began. Similar scenes, similar positions. Chun Feng raised his hand, flexed his stiff fingers, and stood still. Until a red dot appeared on the detector, he suspended his palm on the keyboard. The hand-operated mecha broke through the air and attacked. Zhong Yijie had guessed many scenes of the second battle, but there was definitely no scene like this. The hand-operated mecha fired 2 bombs indiscriminately, hitting the high-rise building near Wusu, and rushed towards him with flying rubble and glass. Zhong Yijie looked at the rapidly approaching black shadow, and was distracted for a moment, thinking, is the speed of the hand-operated mecha that fast? Before he could figure it out, he instinctively distanced himself and called out the weapon storage behind him to fight back. The afterglow of the ejected bullets slightly interfered with his vision. He seemed to see the black hand-operated mecha ejecting multiple metal hooks from its right arm, firmly grasping the window of the building above, and at the same time, using the propulsion equipment under its feet, it jumped directly onto the high wall without transforming. However, the body of the mecha was heavy, and the center of gravity of the mecha in the air without the assistance of climbing equipment was difficult to control. It flew not far before it turned over and fell down. Zhong Yijie blinked, it's over. The 2 words were already on his lips, but the hand-operated mecha suddenly stretched and retracted in midair, and transformed in 2 steps, landing successfully. The muzzle of the gun was facing him. Hang on? Zhong Yijie blurted out, is this even possible? Mechas can also fly into the sky? Chapter 55. Old Kong, who was watching the battle from a bird's-eye view, was also shocked by this coquettish operation. Equipped with multiple weapon arsenals, with a complex structure and unstable center of gravity, this little cutie weighing dozens of tons jumps up in front of you, and when it lands, the nearby ground and buildings tremble slightly, which will scare anyone who sees it. Especially when the opponent does it intentionally. This set of code combos will really not be used sooner or later, and it is easy for people in the world to get into trouble if they use it. Zhong Yijie's brain was not very fast to begin with, and at this moment, he could not think of anything. The 2 Chinese characters' national essence roared like an explosion. But he reacted very quickly, and his rich combat experience helped him make a decision at the first time. Just like Chun Feng last time, he pushed forward to the maximum speed, retreated quickly, and at the same time opened the arsenal behind his shoulders to contain the enemy with artillery fire. Zhong Yijie's strong personal style can be said to be carried out throughout. He did not care about the so-called defense at all. He might not be able to escape with full concentration, but he would definitely fight with full concentration. Each part of the mecha is equipped with observation systems with different functions. Zhong Yijie's eyes are constantly turning left and right at this moment, observing the road conditions ahead through the control panel and confirming Qingfeng's location. Zhong Yijie's greatest talent lies in his keen intuition and instant information processing ability. The constantly switching vision, coupled with the ultra-high driving speed, combined to draw two scenes with extremely complex information. The audience only stared for 2 seconds and felt dizzy. Zhong Yijie, however, kept the line of fire while driving, chasing Qingfeng and shooting all the way. The dense bullets and fire broke the originally flat road into pieces, and the soil under the trees on both sides of the road was also splashed everywhere. The whole street was soon covered with sand and dust in the roar of artillery fire. Wusu was like an ultimate destroyer, and wherever it passed, a turbid wave was cleared behind it. The black mecha always rushed out from the back firmly, firing a shot in response from time to time. After the hand-operated mecha switched to the driving mode, the chassis became more stable, and the power of the propulsion equipment became stronger, occupying an absolute advantage in the chase. Qingfeng was not in a hurry to counterattack. She relied on the smooth curved trajectory to erect a defensive shield in front of the fuselage and pursued aggressively. The situation on the scene was somewhat similar to the first game, but also completely different. One-sided firepower pressing, one-sided extreme evasion. Qingfeng's operation became obviously more comfortable and bolder. Some bullets did pass through her shield and fell on her fuselage, but due to the reduction of firepower and the lack of hitting the vital points, the attack was not effective. And because of her reckless style of play, the containment did not play a big role. Zhong Yijie checked several times, only to find that Qingfeng was getting closer and closer, lingering behind him like a ghost. He was the one with the most firepower, but he clearly felt that he was being controlled. It was like a dog controlling a rat. This made Zhong Yijie's heart alarm. What on earth does this person want to do? Did she learn to drive fast during the days she was away? Zhong Yijie didn't hesitate for 2 seconds, and immediately summoned the 2 new cannons installed on his shoulders, using absolute firepower to bombard. The cannon was aiming, but the firepower had not yet advanced. Qingfeng's hand-operated mecha suddenly turned, tightened the right wing, and passed through the narrow path on the side. Zhong Yijie caught up with her speed, but couldn't keep up with her operation. The hand-operated mecha that turned into the small road completely disappeared from his sight. He could only quickly turn to another control panel, and use the red dots on the screen and the crazy jumping system data to observe Qingfeng's location. Qingfeng did not slow down when turning, but grabbed the side of the building. The wall was pulled by her, and with the momentum of the mecha's inertia, a crack appeared visible to the naked eye even on the building reinforced with special building materials. The hand-operated mecha adjusted its direction and slammed into the wall from the side. The thrusters immediately started to slow down the trend and the impact. At the same time, it quickly transformed, and its 2 arms went down along the slide rails. In less than a second, it revealed its climbing auxiliary tools, grabbed the building that had not collapsed, and moved forward along the wall. This set of smooth operations, without any hesitation, made the clumsy hand-operated mecha even more agile and smooth, which made the audience dumbfounded. Zhong Yijie originally thought that Qingfeng was taking the opportunity to escape, intending to disrupt his rhythm, so he decided to intercept him on the next street. Just as he slowed down according to the opponent's position, he saw the red dot make a turn on the map, circled the building half a circle, and seemed to be returning to his street. Fuck. Zhong Yijie cursed out the thoughts of all netizens, turned his shoulder, and directly activated the barrel, aiming at the position of the enemy plane on the panel. Heat gathered, and the red light flashed in the barrel. When it was officially fired, the hand-operated mecha that should have appeared there did not disappear in the dazzling light. Amidst the violent churning of the wind, Zhong Yijie raised his eyes in horror, looking at the mecha covered with a black metal shell, and jumped down from the collapsing high wall without hesitation, firing 2 shots at the defenseless Wusu in midair. While attacking him, the black mecha also very coldly fired 2 wind cannons at the ground, reducing the falling speed, using the defensive baffle to support the side, and flipping over to the ground to complete the landing. The most taboo for sensor mechas is to roll over, because after a rollover, the center of gravity of the incomplete fuselage is difficult to control, and the driver in the cockpit will also be affected by aftershocks. There is no such requirement for hand-operated mechas. They have a unique structure that can be transformed, a safety setting of separated cockpits, and a 360-degree full-body turnover. The damaged high-rise building completely collapsed, and the hand-operated mecha stood up tenaciously. except for a small area of wear on the right side of the fuselage due to the impact, and the bottom was bombarded by the aftermath of the last artillery fire. There were no major problems. It was hard to tell whether it was white light, red light, or colorful light. When Dong Yijie was blocked by his closed eyelids, he was gone. After Sanyao announced his defeat, Zhong Yijie's brain finally resumed thinking, but his thoughts were rather erratic. Why can a man named Chunfeng take off with a hand-operated mecha weighing dozens of tons? Is there a perverted model like hers in the tutorial of hand-operated mecha? Can the wind cannon be used for landing? What is the safe height of the hand-operated mecha's climbing function? Did Chunfeng violate the rules? By the way, the aesthetics of the designer of this mecha are pretty good. It's only slightly worse than his wusu. By the time he finished thinking about all this, Chunfeng had already taken the initiative to withdraw from the battle scene. From the first time Chunfeng took off, netizens dared not speak out casually, and the subsequent tug-of-war and unexpected counterattacks made the whole process even more strangely deserted. The nervousness that dared not even breathe was transmitted to each other through countless network cables. Until Sanyao popped up the victory prompt, the comment area instantly turned to 2 levels, and dazzling words and symbols flashed in a series, expressing their screams and excitement. The netizens' ability to change their faces in a second is a unique skill, and they completely forgot their previous doubts about Chunfeng. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. When Chunfeng has been away for 6 days, he should be looked at with a different mind. Is this the same person as last time? The fighting style is completely different. I don't understand the 2 models in the middle. The transformation is only half completed, so it looks a bit strange. But the victory explains everything, Chunfeng dad. What about those who said Chunfeng is the king of talking big, the contemporary Xiaoqua? Why don't you come out and kneel down? Zhong Yijie wouldn't let you win, would he? How did you lose like this? The mecha after the technical upgrade has a broader development space, and hand-operated mecha may usher in a new era. The woman who can win my heart is really extraordinary. Chunfeng stood in the activity square without moving. The people around her gathered around her and talked to her, but she didn't respond. She lowered her head and temporarily logged out. 15 minutes later, netizens came to report. Damn, Chunfeng is posting a strategy. Why does she like to browse forums so much? Don't write a strategy at this time. Can you please give a speech to express your gratitude for the victory? Writing a strategy and being ridiculed by outsiders is a thankless task. Forget about my daughter. Lao Kong also shouted twice in a deserted place, calmed down a little, and was looking through the game video. He had just sent the video resources to his colleagues, wrote the beginning of the small essay on the evaluation, scanned the comments of netizens, and excitedly went to check the Sanyao forum. The post by Chunfeng is called Personal Understanding of the Transformation of Hand-Operated Mecha, Part 1, and the title is very clear. It contains the research results that Chunfeng has obtained recently behind closed doors. As a data analyst, she really did data collection to the extreme. Combining the various functions of the hand-operated mecha after transformation, the final conclusion is, the transformation does not have to be completed in one step, and the key parts are sufficient, so that the typing time of several code strings can be saved and used for other operations. The specific code link has not been given yet. But such behavior has brought her operating method, which was already close to the limit, to a new level. The netizens below probably didn't read it carefully, and all agreed without principles. They didn't see the red reminder at the bottom of Chunfeng's article that said extremely low error tolerance. Lao Kong read it once, and the smile on his face froze. He was frightened and finally realized where the incongruous mood when watching the game came from. He frowned and closed the post. Her way to overcome the error rate is to be faster, stronger, and crazier. Lao Kong quickly sent a notice in the group, asking the members of the teaching and research group to remind all the students that this strategy is not suitable for normal people, and they must not learn it. It has no reference value. He will talk to Chunfeng about life later. After editing the text, Lao Kong's left index finger slid across the light brain page. After the forum automatically refreshed, a new post by Chunfeng appeared on the homepage. Previously, netizens quarreled over Chunfeng's true level. No matter how bad the sarcasm was, Chunfeng was indifferent, and he posted various strategy posts step by step, and only replied to one comment that was not too radical. At this time, she just forwarded her own reply. It's not too late to sharpen a sword for 10 years. Can't you wait 10 days? Agi Gucheng replied, it takes 10 days to sharpen a sword. Is this knife still sharp? Where she goes, netizens follow her. You sharpen a sword. How can a knife be sharp? Sharp, but it doesn't have the charm of my sister and murderous aura. A polite question, Can I touch your car? Lend me the whetstone. I can kneel down and beg you. What should I do if I'm so handsome? The perpetrator is not responsible. Can I call the police if my heart is set on fire? Old Kong suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and his worries were mostly gone. This kid turns out to be quite vindictive. Chapter 56. After Chunfeng posted the message, she returned to the event square. A noisy crowd surrounded her, and netizens rushed to recommend themselves. Are you still playing, boss? Can you give me some guidance, Junior? How did you overcome your instincts in 10 days? Can you do it with hard work? Is your style of play mainstream in the United Nations? There were too many questions, so Chunfeng waved her hand and asked them to wait. She clicked on the flashing friend message, and Zhong Yijia sent her an emoticon with a black line on his head, and asked her if she wanted to play another game. Yi Gucheng. Next time, 3 days later. Wait, Kwai Bupa, no way, your countdown time is too long, isn't it? 3 days? Yi Gucheng. It's very short. Last time it took 6 days. Wait, Kwai Bupa. No, what seconds did you count? Yi Gucheng. I only know these few skills. I have to learn new ones. Wait, Kwai Bupa, huh? Full of question marks, what do you mean? Chunfeng clearly meant it literally. Seeing that he didn't understand, he didn't know how to explain it, so he clicked on the next new private message. Lao Kong, calm down. Chunfeng felt very calm, but this friend seemed to be going crazy. Lao Kong, your fighting style is not advisable. Lao Kong withdrew a message. Lao Kong, your fighting style is a bit too aggressive. If it were on the battlefield, how much would the loss be? Yi Gucheng, I know. Lao Kong, do you really know? Lao Kong, unless it is an extreme situation, we do not agree to fly out with a hand-operated mecha. Swoosh. It's risky, difficult, and not the best way to fight back. Although it's handsome and cool, it's not powerful. Lao Kong, of course, the connection concept of the new code is very clever, proving that you have meticulous research and independent thinking. But I remember that your previous operation style was close to the mainstream, not like this. You must not develop in this direction. Chunfeng replied again. Yi Gucheng, I know. Lao Kong was afraid that he would annoy Chunfeng if he said too much, not to mention that the other party had such a good attitude towards learning, and he deeply felt the distress of being an old father. It's really hard to proceed step by step. He tried hard to control his bad temper and exchange ideas with this little robot. Lao Kong, so, how did you overcome the instinct of muscle memory and digest this technical change? Can you share it with the teacher? Chunfeng has seen this question no less than 10 times, and every time he can't help but want to send a question mark to the other party. Yi Gucheng, compared with survival, it's not an instinct. Just practice. Lao Kong, it can't be just practice, right? Do you have any unique methods? For example, code classification and difficulty arrangement. The ideas of this group of people always make Chunfeng feel very strange. There is a kind of unrealistic naivety, stubbornly refusing the correct answer. Even if 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Such a formula has been listed in front of them. Yi Gucheng, haven't you summarized it? Lao Kong, the teaching and research group did think of many ways, but the feedback from students after practice was average. The results of the simulation test also gradually became polarized. We talked to the students separately, and there was no significant result for the time being. Even though everyone is making progress, it can't cover up the low morale of the hand-operated class. When a person who has been excellent for more than 10 years is suddenly told that he is actually mediocre, this blow is undoubtedly devastating. Chunfeng stroked his chin, stared at the chat box with a serious face, and thought hard for a long time, and finally came up with a very exquisite description. Yi Gucheng, stare at a leaf for 100 seconds. Lao Kong stared at the short 10 words for 3 seconds, understood it, and felt that it was probably a very metaphysical, very profound, and very non-science perception. Just when I was thinking that even if ordinary people read it for 1,000 seconds, they might not be able to understand it, the next day the message popped up. Yi Gucheng, it is still a leaf. Lao Kong, Yi Gucheng, so why can't you practice it? Practicing is always better than just reading. Lao Kong was stunned, typed an ellipsis, and deleted it. Then he typed a line and asked, is that it? Before sending it, he moved his fingertips up and chose to delete it. He rubbed his face hard, and his stiff muscles pushed to both sides. The cold background light reflected his stern face. As his thoughts wandered, the colleague he had just contacted sent him 2 messages. Think carefully, the most unfair thing in this world is biological evolution. You have to admit that even geniuses have huge levels of difference. After watching the video, one of my students told me that he was mentally broken and had been crying. If I were 20 years younger, I would have smashed my computer. Alas. What do you think we teachers can do? Chunfeng saw that the other party was always typing, and there was no result for a long time. So he closed the chat box suspiciously. Sanyao had already edited Qingfeng's last attack from Zhong Yijia's perspective, and was hanging it on the big screen in the square for looping playback. The black metal shell of the mecha, covered with a layer of light golden light, covered the sky and occupied the entire field of vision, and jumped down from above, passing through the flying gravel and the whistling artillery fire, until it won the victory unstoppably. Netizens seriously suspected that Sanyao had added a filter in private, otherwise the hand-operated mecha that they once despised could not be so much like their dream mecha. Netizens watched the short 6-second video dozens of times. The more they watched, the stronger their sense of immersion became, and they felt that their names were engraved on the mecha. It was also the first time for Chunfeng to appreciate her own operation from another perspective. She carefully appreciated it several times, and quietly downloaded and saved it. Seeing that netizens were still looking at her expectantly, she raised 2 fingers in a high-handed manner. Netizens took photos with her, and took a few photos. They were a little unaccustomed to her indifferent expression and said, "Sister, can you not make AV sign without any expression?" Chunfeng glanced at his 2 fingers and said dissatisfiedly, "I'm not making AV sign, I'm counting." The netizen next to him stretched his neck and asked loudly, "Chunfeng, why do you call Zhong Yijia a vase? Is it because you don't have a good relationship in private?" "I forgot." Chunfeng thought for a moment and said, "Maybe because it's fragile?" The netizen was skeptical. "Ah? That little Dong is hiding it quite well." Qingfeng's friend information flashed again. Zhong Yijia said to her angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. These people will make up their own ideas." Chunfeng then added, "It's not what you think." The netizen's expressions immediately became more vivid. "Oh, when you say that, they will understand." Zhong Yijia posted again, "Are you doing this on purpose? It's just a win against you. It shouldn't be that serious." Chunfeng frowned. "Wow, these people are really hard to deal with." She was ready to log off and escape typing. Lao Kong, who had been working for a long time, seemed to have finally found his language system. "Lao Kong, I give you a task, okay?" After reading his last sentence, Qingfeng's eyebrows tightened slightly, and he was not very happy. The 2 words Lao Kong were the final word. "I have money. Yi Guicheng. I can do it." Sun Jinhao, a sophomore this year, has been learning manual operation code for countless years. He has experienced manual operation technical reform 3 times, but none of them has frustrated him like this time. One afternoon, he watched the video uploaded in the class group for 2 hours, wasting time aimlessly. When the progress bar reached the end again, and the screen was covered with black, he pulled himself out of the petrified state. He stood up, and went to the bathroom to wash his face. The cold water splashed on his skin. The low temperature, and the held breath made his heartbeat more intense. His brain was about to be flushed by the rush of blood, and he felt dizzy. He slowly pressed the switch, and wiped his fingers one by one with a tissue. Years of training covered his fingertips with a layer of rough calluses, and his joints were slightly more prominent than those of ordinary people. However, these characteristics did not make him an excellent mecha operator. He was just a grain of sand washed away by the waves. At most, he made a few small splashes on the crest of the wave, but was soon swallowed up by the vast ocean. Sun Jinhao smiled self-deprecatingly. His most glorious and anticipated period may have been the year he was admitted to the Union University. His roommate came back from outside with a bag on his back, saw his figure through the crack in the door, and asked loudly, "Have you seen the notice? Chunfeng will start a live training broadcast at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the counselor suggested that we all go and watch it. Even the professional courses have been moved to the evening. What do you think they want to do?" Sun Jinhao thought, "What's so good about it?" Chunfeng wrote down everything he wanted to say on the guide post on Sanyao. This junior loves academic research. However, the next day, Sun Jinhao, who had been sleepless all night, got up early and clicked on the link of the live broadcast interface. The title of the live broadcast room was very impressive. "Teach you how to overcome instinct. Day 11 of manual operation technical improvement." The words made Sun Jinhao feel inexplicably dazzling and uncomfortable. However, after clicking in, the introduction of the live broadcast room read, "Fake." Lao Kong asked me to open the live broadcast. I said no, but he insisted. Sun Jinhao question mark. Qingfeng's hand-operated mecha stood in the middle of the training room. Because the time was not up yet, she read the comments and chatted with the audience. It was written by the administrator, not me. I don't know who the administrator is. They opened the live broadcast room. This is the official account of the Union University. In order to prevent Sanyao netizens from making trouble, it is only open to the school network. The live broadcast was scheduled to start at 7 o'clock. It is only 6:30 now, and the number of online viewers has exceeded 200. Sun Jinhao was about to go to the administrator when a row of prompts flashed across the screen. Hand exercise professional teaching and research group, welcome to like. Visitor, asking for likes before the class starts? Is it appropriate? Visitor, how long will the junior sister live broadcast today? Teacher Kong said that it can be broadcast until the evening. Chunfeng asked, don't you train at night? Visitor, how long do you train a day? In recent days, it is from 5 a.m. to about 1 a.m. Except for class and meal time, you can train. I have a lot of classes, probably no less than 8 hours a day. Chunfeng sat in the cockpit. Her expression could not be seen, but from her voice, she sounded tired and lazy, as if she had not woken up yet. But I suggest you take a half-day break every 10 days, because you are sleepy. Tourist ? Tourist, won't your fingers hurt? It's okay. Chunfeng said wittily, you can touch the fish occasionally. You can also go to the infirmary to find someone to massage you. Tourist ? Tourist, are you talking about Dr. Lin? How many lives do you have to risk to do this? Dr. Lin is very kind. Chunfeng yawned and said, I open it. If you don't move, I fall asleep. The manual exercise professional teaching and research group has poured nutrient solution into you. Sun Jinhao turned up the volume, ready to listen to her experience summary. Although he might not be able to use it. Chunfeng said lazily, I feel very good today, so let's practice 2 sets of basic codes. Back cut. I will definitely learn back cut today. Chapter 57. Sun Jinhao thought he had misheard, but the next step was to set up a special training room for future cutting. A row of question marks appeared on the screen, scaring everyone awake early in the morning. Visitor, senior is still young, don't bluff me. Visitor, I am your senior and an alumnus, let's tell the truth and don't engage in these intrigues. Visitor, aren't you here to listen to the secrets of manual technical transformation? Am I still asleep? This dream is so real. Visitor, is this reasonable? Chunfeng, you are a man who can beat Zhong Yijie. Why are you still doing special training for back cutting? Chunfeng scanned the comment area and asked in surprise, don't you do basic training? Among the commonly used code strings in this technical reform, 26 are contrary to the old structure. Although these 26 instruction operations generally do not appear at the same time, if you can't even learn the most frequently used code strings, how can you talk about overcoming it? A row of excited replies flashed in the comment area. Learn. We want advanced content. We will build the foundation ourselves, and take us to see high-rise buildings. Chunfeng wanted to say that they were just dreaming, but the training program had already started, so she immediately shifted her attention and had no time to reply to them. In the training room, the black mecha was speeding along the route specified by the system on the map, and the bullets representing the red circle fell on the front and back of the fuselage from time to time. Dodge, transform, accelerate, climb, cut back. It was no different from their daily training, and the difficulty was only moderate. It was very inconsistent with her identity as a genius. They didn't know how many times they had to face such a monotonous and boring scene every day. Few people could watch it, and it didn't make much sense. Sun Jinhao couldn't understand the intention of the teaching and research group. He reduced the live screen and hung it on the upper left corner of the interface. He opened the learning software and took the opportunity to do his own thing. Half an hour later, Qingfeng's training program was over. Sun Jinhao zoomed in the live room again and put on headphones. Other students are probably the same as him. They haven't given up the so-called secret skills. Visitor, what to do next? Visitor, is the warm-up over? Can we get to the real stuff? Chunfeng is looking at the training data just now. Perhaps because the speed is not fast enough, the error rate of back cuts is not high. When Chunfeng constantly emphasizes the correct code in his mind, it can be effectively avoided. The biggest problem is that in a real battle, all kinds of redundant and complicated information will swirl in the brain, and there will be no room for such a small string of code. Visitor, it's okay. C-level difficulty. Visitor, speaking of which, in the game against Zhong Yijie, the junior sister didn't cut back once. The hand-operated mecha was chasing Wusu fiercely. It was obviously the one being beaten, but it bit Zhong Yijie like a mad dog. Not to mention the back-cut transformation, he didn't even take a step back. Take a break. Chunfeng closed the performance panel and took a break. Qingfeng's so-called trading is to take the audience to Sanyo's video page, select the battle highlights with high click-through rates, and then pause and analyze according to the battle situation of both sides to confirm what operations the hand-operated mecha should do under the same disadvantageous state, and what the correct code string is. This section is more interesting than single-player training, and it is easier to see a person's combat style. But Qingfeng didn't seem to have much talent for teaching. She was very polite to give the complete answer, and she was just giving a few more explanations on a whim. The battle was not very complicated, and she could basically finish a scene in 10 seconds. She didn't notice that the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't keep up with her pace. Most freshmen can't automatically switch their brains to the battle scene when hearing a string of complex codes. At the moment, they were so confused that the staff of the teaching and research group had to frantically post comments in the comment area. Even so, some students still couldn't keep up with Qingfeng's speed in taking notes, and a group of seniors were reluctant, not even having time to think twice. After Qingfeng finished watching 2 videos, he glanced at the comment area and found that the visitors were almost arguing in the comment area. The administrator was too tired to answer, so he simply asked them to send private messages if they had any questions. Visitor: sorry, I'm still watching the A2 video. Why do you have so many variant class codes, Qingfeng? Shouldn't complex operations be avoided in general? Visitor: your code base is so huge. How do you make your playstyle mainstream and not stereotyped? Visitor: how can I combine the code with the screen? How long will it take me to become so proficient? Watch more games and memorize more codes. This is very necessary. Qingfeng said, I think the variant code is easy to use. You can't switch the arsenal without variant. And sometimes variants can omit multiple code strings. She was about to give some examples when a visitor gave her a reward. Qingfeng's voice suddenly became lively. Thank you, senior. It's time to slack off. Qingfeng heard the reminder ring and switched back to the training room. This time, he set the difficulty level to B. Visitor: open again. Visitor: you don't really want to stay in the training room for a whole day? Qingfeng said, it should be. She didn't say a word. As the system countdown ended, she devoted herself to training again. Sun Jinhao didn't believe that her daily rhythm was like this, so he decided to fight her live broadcast room today. However, Qingfeng maintained the 1-hour training cycle and only went out to the toilet once. The difficulty of the training room was raised to a level, and the error rate also increased slightly. At 12 noon, Qingfeng said, I go eat first. After following for a whole morning, Sun Jinhao felt inexplicably tired. He breathed a sigh of relief, took off his headphones, turned his arms vigorously to exercise his sore shoulders, and then went to the cafeteria to eat. He ate very quickly, thinking about Qingfeng's live broadcast in his mind, and ate a few mouthfuls before returning to the dormitory. After turning on the light brain, I found that Qingfeng had actually started a new game, and was in a new round of training. Visitor: Qingfeng eats so fast, she just came back? Visitor: of course she is fast. She ate a piece of bread in 30 seconds, drank a bottle of milk in another 30 seconds, and came back directly. Visitor ? Sun Jinhao felt a little restless. He called up the system background, and looked at his browsing history for the whole morning. He had to admit that even though he thought he had strong self-control, he couldn't help but be absent-minded during the more than 5 hours. The efficiency of learning the code was not as high as usual. More importantly, he found that after 6 rounds of systematic training, Qingfeng's test scores had substantially improved, while he himself could not summarize any clear gains. Is it an analysis of the battle situation? Or a few new combos heard from Qingfeng? Or a few strategies that he memorized without taking it seriously? Sun Jinhao became anxious. One reason was the gap between the two in just a short morning. Second, he discovered that the fundamental reason for this gap was not the so-called talent and mediocrity. The other students had also discovered that Qingfeng's progress was not as fast as they imagined. At least among the qualifications of the students of the United University, it was not enough to scare them. She made steady progress step by step, and there were traces to follow. Her extraordinary judgment ability also came from long-term accumulation, not the preference of fate. After Qingfeng finished training again, a student was unwilling to verify it for the last time. Tourist: is there really no shortcut to genius? Tourist: with such training every day, how do you write so many strategy reports? Did you rely on your mind? What shortcuts are there to muscle memory? Qingfeng said, and those who can be admitted to the United Nations University must have been geniuses before. Everyone was silent. They are all outstanding people who have fought hard on the single-plank bridge among thousands of troops. Before they encountered setbacks, they did have the confidence to call themselves geniuses in their industry. Tourist. But this approach is too stupid, there is no skill at all. Stupid way? Chunfeng said calmly, I think the stupidest way is to sit and wait for a non-stupid way. Sun Jinhao's brain, which had been confused for several days, finally cleared up. He patted his face, which was still a little stunned, and laughed at himself again. The haze of the past few days seemed to be just a dark cloud that passed by accidentally, but he fled to the dark curtain in a panic to avoid the unfounded blind wind and rain. Sun Jinhao opened the training software and decided to follow Qingfeng's method and start to overcome this technical reform from the most basic place. While the parameters were loading, Chunfeng asked strangely, Will your intelligent robot also rub against you? Visitor ? You really asked a lot of questions today that I can't answer. Can you please not do this? Visitor, I remember your intelligent robot is an owl. Hot knowledge, owls are not cats. Visitor, did you install the program wrong? Cat is angry. This eagle looks like it's going to be useless. Don't talk about my friend. Chunfeng retorted, it's just a little cute. Since they were all family, everyone agreed with him out of respect. Chunfeng lost herself in the compliments and gradually became excited. But I do have some insights. It may not be applicable to everyone, so you can use it as you like. She forgot about Lao Kong's advice and shared enthusiastically. In a short period of time, under high mental stress, the mecha operator can easily rely on physical memory. But if it is to learn new skills, it will be relatively simple. We can split the instructions. As she spoke, she showed everyone the cool move she had shown off in the battle yesterday. When facing the attack head-on, we can first use the 3 slide rails to go down and lower the height of the fuselage. Then use the wind cannon and thrusters forward to ensure that the fuselage can retreat quickly. In this way, even if the transformation is only halfway, it can achieve the effect of backcutting. Just be careful not to flip over. Before she finished speaking, a blood-red prompt box popped up in the middle of the screen. Hand-operated professional teaching and research group. Operation is risky. Mute warning. Chunfeng shut up uncomfortably. This group of people is really hard to serve. Chapter 58. Letting Chunfeng open a live broadcast room is the most brilliant decision that Lao Kong has made recently. The next day, the teaching and research group selected students for a talk, and the spirit and outlook of these young people of the motherland have changed significantly. Before, he always asked them about the training skills and the future of hand-operated mechas with an anxious and sad tone, but now, he doesn't even want to talk to them more. He kept saying that he didn't have much time and wanted to go back to study hard to lay a solid foundation for building the motherland. Ambitious and ruthless. Lao Kong was very pleased. Chunfeng should be credited with the first merit. Chunfeng is really a cutie. Except for not following the usual path and liking to test the strength of his heart from time to time, everything else is good. In the next 2 days, because the live broadcast effect was too outstanding and some students who missed it strongly requested it, Chunfeng continued the trip under the kind coaxing of Lao Kong. Chunfeng was a little resistant to the live broadcast at first. She always felt that her stumbling process was not heroic enough, let alone strong. If people saw it, it would hinder her from establishing a cold and wise image. But the students of the United Nations University were asking for help, and with Lao Kong's special admonition, all the members were extremely tolerant. Across the network, these young people more or less inherited some of their predecessors' social arrogance. On the 3rd day, some seniors formed a professional group to cheer for them, and they didn't really post rainbow farts in the comment area. Chunfeng was greatly satisfied. The recent happiness was brought by live broadcast. On the 3rd night, the publicity department of Sanao Company sent an interview invitation to Chunfeng through the United Nations University official website. Lao Kong wanted to reflect on himself. He made a mistake. He thought it might be because he was old, or because he was so angry with those careless monkey ancestors that his brain cells died too much, which led to his memory loss at a young age. It was just such a small matter, and he thought about telling it several times, but it was not until the next afternoon, when he had finished a whole day of classes and was eating in the cafeteria, that he suddenly remembered it when he heard the students at the next table talking about Sanyo's activities. He hurriedly took out his light brain and called Chunfeng. Don't be too nervous. It's been a while since the manual operation technology was upgraded. Sanao wants to find a few representative figures to do a promotional activity. You can just go there and talk about your feelings and experiences. Of course, interviews like this may bring additional investment to the school, so you should try to perform better. When Lao Kong said the word excellent, his mouth suddenly sank. He realized belatedly that if this word was used on Chunfeng, he would most likely be an extremely dangerous existence. Without bothering to swallow the food in her mouth, she solemnly added, "You don't have to be too outstanding, you have to be low-key. Low-key is the traditional virtue of our nation." Chunfeng, These people often forget that she is not actually a member of the alliance. Lao Kong pulled out several files from the backstage and sent them all to Chunfeng. These are the questions prepared by the other party. If you see anything you don't want to answer, ask them to delete it. Sanao usually conducts interviews at noon, but now there is not enough time, so it has to be postponed. "Do you have any classes tonight? I asked for leave for you. I've made an appointment with Zhong Yijie tonight." Chunfeng remembered every item in her schedule clearly. "I have to play around with him first. I can't go for the interview until after 8 p.m. Ah? The chopsticks in Lao Kong's hand trembled, and he finally remembered that there was such a thing. "You have a competition with Zhong Yijie?" Chunfeng said, "It's not a competition. It can't be described as a competition." She was sitting in her dormitory, and at this time she turned her head to glance at the door, and then asked in a low voice to the microphone, "Do you want to put on makeup? Can I use beauty mode for online interviews? Can I adjust my height?" Lao Kong sounded very hesitant and asked vaguely, "Do you want to postpone one?" "Push what? Push your hair?" Chunfeng looked at the small mirror beside him and said, "I think my hair is good now. It would be better if I could wear a wig." Lao Kong, "What? I'm asking, do you want to postpone Zhong Yijie's competition?" Chunfeng put down his hand touching his hair and asked, "Why?" Lao Kong was mainly afraid of affecting Chingfeng's mentality. She had been live streaming on the internet for 3 consecutive days, and what she had learned, her level, and her preferred playing style were all exposed. How could he play the game with such an open hand? Chunfeng loved Erzi so much, if he accidentally lost, he might have a mental breakdown during the interview. He was silent, and Chunfeng actually understood and asked dangerously, "Do you look down on me?" "No, no, no." Lao Kong shook his head frantically, and said in a rhythmic manner to prove his innocence, "How is it possible?" Chunfeng was skeptical, and hung up the call. At 7 p.m., Chunfeng took a shower and went online. Zhong Yijie had already logged in. He was running around in front of the big screen in the Sanao Virtual Plaza, discussing something closely with several seniors from the United Nations University. When he saw Chunfeng appear, he raised his hand first and said, "Good evening. Before the game, I have to tell you one thing openly. I have been following your live broadcasts these days, and now I have figured out all your playing styles." Chunfeng didn't care. "Oh. If you say that, it seems like I'm taking advantage of you." Zhong Yijie's fair face was tangled for a moment, but he finally said generously, to show fairness, "How about I give you a hand, or an arsenal? What do you think?" Chunfeng looked at him with a very complicated look, and after thinking for a moment, he did not refuse, but just raised his eyebrows and confirmed again and again, "Really? Of course. After all, I am also a senior." Zhong Yijie put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly and mysteriously, "Junior sister, you are quite powerful. But your attacking style wins because it takes the opponent by surprise. If it is studied thoroughly, it will be difficult to play well again. A truly good tactical style should be long-lasting and changeable." He smiled faintly, "But I believe you have a promising future. Generally speaking, the release cycle of personal interviews is very short. You can search on the official website the next day, or the third day after the interview. The content is nothing more than some regular interviews, teacher evaluations, and a few video clips of games and daily videos of classmates getting along. Because the interviewees were all students, Sanao was always reliable, and would not release content that violated the rules or crossed the line. Some inappropriate words that might cause controversy among netizens would be actively reminded to be deleted by reporters. Therefore, Lao Kong did not take care of the post-audience. After the film came out, colleagues from the political and educational department helped to scan it and felt that there was something wrong. But the content was not negative, and was even quite interesting, so they directly approved Sanyo's editing plan. At noon on the third day, Chingfeng's first personal interview video was successfully launched on Sanyo's official website. After lunch, Lao Kong returned to the office for a lunch break. Upon hearing the news, he immediately turned his seat into a reclining chair, put on headphones, and leisurely opened a web page to read. The first scene of Chingfeng's personal interview was not Chunfeng, but Lao Kong's terrifying face. Lao Kong was shocked when he saw it suddenly. He never expected that he would appear at the beginning of the film. He paused, stared at himself for a long time, and couldn't help but sigh in disgust. Why is he like a death-prompting god? Is he that ugly? In the video, the reporter calmly asked, "What kind of student do you think Chunfeng is? Just give me a general idea." Lao Kong heard his own serious answer. Feng is a student who has performed very well in all aspects among the freshmen of the manual operation major this year. I mean in the entire alliance, not just our Lianda. She is hardworking, serious, meticulous, and has extraordinary talent. I can even say without shame that she represents a direction for the future development of the Alliance's manual operation mecha. The reporter echoed. It seems that everyone has very high expectations for Feng. And this time, her performance is indeed particularly outstanding. Based on past experience, this kind of commercial flattery will not last too long, and Lao Kong's annoying face will not appear for too long. However, the camera did not move away. Sanao seems to be overly partial to him, and is still showing clips related to him. The reporter asked, what positive role do you think this hairstyle technical change can play in the development of hand-operated mechas? Lao Kong lowered his head and thought for a moment, shook his shoulders slightly, adjusted his posture, and said seriously, the performance of the hand-operated mecha has indeed been greatly improved this time, but the students are currently unable to bring out the advantages of the mecha. Reporter, is Feng also not good enough? I guess Feng is not good enough yet. Lao Kong said, performance improvements are not necessarily positive, such as speed improvements. Everyone has an acceptable upper limit. If it exceeds this upper limit, the mecha operator cannot control it safely, will feel uncomfortable, and will easily make mistakes. Even if Feng is a genius with a high ceiling, she still needs a long and rigorous training process. It can't be achieved overnight. The picture turned, and a video of Feng and Zhong Yijia's battle suddenly popped up. The black mecha shuttled across the map like lightning, and the existing perspective couldn't even capture her figure completely. The world slowly shrank until it covered half of the map, and finally Qingfeng's movement trajectory could be clearly seen. Zhong Yijia couldn't catch up, and was left further and further behind. He shouted, why is the speed of the hand-operated mecha so fast? Is it reasonable to install 8 new thrusters in the technical transformation? Stop running, are you going to fight? The answer to him was a pursuit bomb dropped from the next block. Zhong Yijia hurriedly intercepted it. 2 small ammunitions collided in the air, and red sparks burst out like fireworks. At the same time, thick white smoke surged with the air wave of the explosion. Zhong Yijia could no longer bear it, opened his arsenal, and shouted, if you want to do this, don't blame me for being rude. The deafening explosion sound disappeared in a second, and the painting returned to Lao Kong's side, and everything seemed so peaceful. The reporter asked, what style does Feng prefer in combat? Lao Kong's answer was already very tactful. In order to maintain Qingfeng's image, he didn't use any radical words. Feng seems to be a very well-behaved person, who follows the rules, and has done solid professional training, but in fact her fighting style is not particular about details, and her understanding of the opponent's mecha is different from that of ordinary people. To be precise, it is not very mainstream. So when you see her make any weird operations, you will nod and say, oh, this is normal, but if she makes standard instructions like a textbook, you may be surprised and think, why did she suddenly change her personality today? Is the food in the cafeteria not to your taste? In order to show his friendliness, Lao Kong put on a stiff smile and laughed twice after telling this dry joke. Sanyo's scene switching this time does not follow the basic rules of the past, and it changes at will. After the shot of Lao Kong's silly smile, we return to the video of Zhong Yijia and Qingfeng's duel. After a long chase, Feng finally gave up the showmanship and flashed in front of Wusu. I know. Zhong Yijia pressed the launch button hard and shouted excitedly, I predicted it. He thought Feng would repeat the previous showmanship. Semi-transformed, thrusters plus wind cannons. Pull the power to the limit in a short time, retreat and dodge. So half of his artillery fire was aimed at Feng, and the other half was aimed at her retreat. However, the hand-operated mecha performed a very standard backcut transformation, and then turned the fuselage over, and then rushed towards Wusu in the opposite direction close to the ground. Zhong Yijia cursed and turned the gun muzzle while retreating. The hand-operated mecha quickly pressed against the wall as the artillery fire approached, and the fuselage structure began to stretch into form. Zhong Yijia felt that she was about to take off again. In the past 4 days, he was wary of this operation even in his dreams. If he didn't destroy the wings of this inferior bird, Feng would probably be a shadow in his life. He aimed at the air very skillfully and fired a shot. However, the black mecha did not do that this time. It completely transformed, climbed up the wall, opened the weapon library on the left, and started to counterattack after a slight shock. Zhong Yijia widened his eyes and screamed unwillingly, fuck, it's unreasonable. Old Kong put his hands behind his back, and his eyes unconsciously squeezed out a few wrinkles due to muscle pulling. His eyes were full of praise for his favorite student. She is a humble person. Generally, students of this age are more proud. In addition, they are playing in a game, so they are easily affected by the atmosphere, and like to talk trash or make jokes. Chunfeng gives me the feeling of being reserved, and these worldly things can't affect her. She won't act on impulse. Amid the bursting gunfire, Chunfeng shouted somewhat arrogantly, "Come on, don't you want me to have one arsenal? Or I give you two? Why are you always hitting your chest with your little fists today? Are you afraid of breaking?" Lao Kong said, "Even if I win, I won't be proud, and I don't like to show off. I am more summing up experience and preparing for the next game." The hand-operated mecha driven by Chunfeng stood beside the wreckage of Wusu, chose a brightly lit position, raised the mecha's two arms, and took a photo with a certain place in the void. The laughter sounded strange and evil. Hee hee hee. Zhong Yijie did not log out, and kept muttering in disbelief throughout the whole process. Mostly, "Why? How could this happen? Are you deliberately playing me? Why are you so insidious?" Such doubts about life. Lao Kong's expression seemed particularly simple and innocent. Sanao softened the light of the lens a little, so that his inherent fierce temperament was unconsciously softened by the filter, and he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man who was not good at expressing himself. She has her own world, and may not be very good at communicating with others. Although she looks young and weak, she actually pursues independence. Lao Kong carefully chose his words and said, "Everyone grew up in a different environment and life background, so there are certain differences in social cognition. Communication may not be completely equal." Sanao added a sentimental background music here. The audience was still immersed in the hee-hee just now, and could not empathize with the emotions here. "Lao Kong, we were also worried before that this situation would cause unhappiness in her academic career in the league, and we tried hard to make her integrate into the group. We also hope that everyone can be more tolerant of her, and not restrict her and criticize her too much with social rules. She needs a space to grow freely. I hope she can make good friends." The next second, a group of young people wearing the official uniforms of the Union University gathered together. After listening to the reporter's questions, they squeezed in front of the camera and said in unison, "Chunfeng can't be incompetent. She can do everything. The biggest difference between my sister and us is that she is awesome. The rules are flexible for the strong. I hope Chunfeng can be more tolerant of me. Of course, I will continue to work hard. I'm not Chunfeng's friend, I'm her sweetheart. Junior, the seniors team is waiting for you." Then, the main interview finally appeared. "Reporter, do you think you have any areas that need improvement at this stage?" Chunfeng said, "There are many. A lot." Reporter, "Then do you have any shortcomings that need to be improved?" Chunfeng thought hard for a while, and said uncertainly, "No." Reporter, "What would you do if someone criticized you? Do you feel sad?" Chunfeng was expressionless, but everyone still saw a hint of sarcasm in it. That must be his problem. I try to sympathize with him. The last shot of the interview, the empty room, the exclusive sensational BGM, Lao Kong nodded sincerely. Lao Kong turned off the video, closed his eyes, and leaned quietly on the recliner. He raised his hand to press his chest, feeling a weak and rapid beating under the warm skin. Very good. Still alive. Life is so beautiful, so stay away from Chunfeng. Chapter 59. Once this interview video was released, its popularity soared instantly. Sanyo's simulated battle section publishes hundreds of student interviews a year, especially during the Military Academy League, almost 3 meals a day. But without the popularity of the league, few personal videos can get more than 10,000 comments within 15 minutes. The students of the United Nations University were between wanting to laugh and not daring to laugh. They were afraid that Lao Kong would take revenge later, so they hurriedly opened a few small accounts and danced wildly in the comment area. This interview is so refreshing and unpretentious. I suggest that you keep this style in the future. Thank you for your hard work, Lao Kong. It turns out that Lao Kong has such a pure heart under his fierce appearance. I was wrong before. Who would have thought that one day, I would feel a little pity for Lao Kong? Is it that you, the United Nations University, don't care too much about students, or is this person's filter for Chunfeng too deep? Chunfeng represents one of the future development directions of hand-operated mechas, so this teacher has gone against this direction, ha ha. Kong, you don't understand the world of young people. At Sanao, please provide after-sales service. After netizens had been celebrating for several hours, the official account of the United Nations GA posted a post tactfully and unwillingly, with the title, "Humans are multifaceted." The topic description briefly wrote, "Do you look the same in selfies taken from different angles?" The netizens were very disrespectful and posted emoticons crazily below. Kong Kong, speak with your own account. If you are a man, stand up bravely. Drawing a gun? Has Pixia been hijacked by Lao Kong? I think Changfeng may not be as multifaceted as you, Kong Kong. Today's happiness is given to me by you. Not long after, this post was deleted. Then the official Yunjie reposted an emoticon package of eating watermelons in a thrilling way, which was obviously the group of people who took advantage of the situation. Lao Kong's helplessness and tragic experience made him invited back to the Yunjie exchange group that had kicked him before. Colleagues from the teaching and research groups of major military academies gently comforted him. It's really hard to have such students, and you can't control them. Take it easy. It's no big deal, you're just being laughed at, but Changfeng has become famous. Don't be afraid. Which lecturer hasn't encountered some setbacks on the road to becoming a professor? But soon, everyone stopped laughing. 1 month after the technical transformation, Changfeng broke his own record in the difficult mode of manual training. Then the ranking of this list began to change significantly. About 2 months later, nearly 1/3 of the positions in the front row were marked with the school logo of the United Nations University. The United University became the first school to break the deadlock, and the performance advantages of mechas after technological innovation gradually emerged in actual combat. The students majoring in manual operation in various schools were forced to sit still and feel uneasy because of this inexplicable gap. The leaders of the military academy were even more jealous and anxious. They had no choice but to ask Lao Kong for teaching tips. Lao Kong searched for a document of motivational slogans for senior high school students on the internet, sent it to the group file, and encouraged them with a fist, training, be tougher on students. Everyone, fuck you. Lao Kong shared enthusiastically, but unfortunately his colleagues did not understand his kindness. After gritting his teeth and training for a period of time, as his adaptability improved, his average score finally gradually improved. As the end of the semester approached, the haze brought by the manual operation technology reform quickly dissipated with the approaching exam schedule, and entered a new stage of storms. During this period, Changfeng has been doing manual operation code-related training, which delayed some courses in the command department, and he was not in the mood to take several unimportant elective courses. As soon as the final exam schedule was updated, Changfeng realized the malice of this world. Politics is difficult, official document writing is difficult, and she also took a history-related course to learn literacy. The plan was so perfect, but it was all a lie. Normal people don't have so much energy to study 2 majors, and they can also learn the outrageous history of the alliance. Lao Kong comforted her and said, "It's not true. After all, things like technical reform are rare." On the eve of the exam, Changfeng was still sitting in the living room of the dormitory, scratching her head and calculating how many courses she would fail. She looked up the conditions for receiving various scholarships at the United Nations, and found that all large scholarships basically require students not to fail in their courses. The scholarships provided by the society are also divided into grades according to students' grades. The only one that treats everyone equally is the official poverty subsidy from the union. But Changfeng wants more money. She wants to upgrade the little owl with a flying wing. What other birds have, her friends should also have. Changfeng started to calculate the liberal arts exams again. What is the probability of passing the passing line in a short time without any foundation? Or is there a higher success rate if you don't use money to bribe the examiner? Changfeng held up his laptop and diligently searched for leaked exam questions from previous years in the campus forum. He was still trying to convince himself not to take the wrong path. The limp human sandbag next to him sighed for the 17th time tonight. Changfeng's thoughts were repeatedly interrupted, and he always felt that the foul air was exhaled from his chest. When the other party started to inhale again, he couldn't help it, turned his head and asked carefully, "Are you going to fail the exam too?" "Fail the exam?" Shindan paused for a moment after sighing, and then asked blankly, "With such simple questions in the final exam, will anyone in our major fail?" Changfeng was silent. This person is so unfriendly. No empathy at all. Changfeng said unhappily, "Then why are you sighing here?" Shindan stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. One hand fell to the ground decadently, licked his lips, and said weakly, "I originally opened a learning column." Changfeng had also seen that live broadcast column. Probably because her name was in the title, San now frequently pushed it to her. It's called Learn Hand Exercises with Changfeng. There is also a subtitle. When Changfeng first saw it, the small-tailed description hanging below the live broadcast room was behind progress. 10 days. This time is increasing every day. When it was pushed to Changfeng's homepage 2 days ago, it had become Behind progress, don't think too much. Just yesterday, Shindan's deeply criticized online name was also changed from love and peace to peace and dreams. This proves that in this child's heart, love and dream cannot coexist for the time being. So tired. Shindan said with a weak breath, I may only encounter this scale of technical reform once in my life. The opportunity to change her fate slipped away from her fingertips. The good times when she would not be scolded for being a bad player, when forming a wild team, will eventually disappear. Shindan said heavily. I didn't expect that I was also one of the people eliminated by the technical reform. Chufeng felt that she was indeed thinking too much, and normal children should not have such troubles. She was not in the scope of elimination of technical reform at all. Shindan turned his head with a stiff neck and distributed a little of his limited vitality to Chufeng. After examining him for a moment, he asked, Why are you so worried all night? Well, Chufeng hesitated and didn't want to say it. Shindan sat up and looked at her steadily, and Chufeng also looked back at her. The two looked at each other. There was silence in the room for a while. Shindan recalled the first sentence Chufeng said, and suddenly realized it. Her expression became complicated. She felt that Chufeng was worse off than she was. She lowered her voice and asked in a breathy voice, Are there more people who died? Chufeng asked back, Does it make a difference? Oh, then you still have a chance. Shindan moved slightly along the long sofa towards her. If you get all the professional skills scores to excellent, and then get in the top 10% in the special project simulation assessment at the end of the semester, you can apply for a college-level practical scholarship. The prize money ranges from 50,000 to 100,000. Chufeng lowered his head to look through the list of materials. Don't look at it. This is sponsored by Sanyao. I remember it very clearly. It happens every year. Shindan raised his hand to suppress her light brain. However, all students in the military academy must participate in the special examination, and there is no level limit. It's a bit difficult. Chufeng restrainedly asked, What is the test? It depends. Sometimes it's a long-distance training, sometimes it's a 100-kilometer raid, or it may be a mixed test of multiple skills such as cliff climbing. Shindan recalled, For senior students, it is professional skills training. For junior students, it is just a physical fitness test. It is fine for freshmen to pass. But if they fail, the problem is very serious. Chufeng pondered carefully. She felt that the probability of 10% was quite high. After all, there were a group of students majoring in liberal arts in the military academy. The truly competitive ones were only concentrated in the individual soldier department. In principle, you can form a team. Although the role played by teammates is close to zero in general, there will be a small amount of team performance waiting in the end. If your teammates are too bad, it will definitely make things worse for you. Shindan stroked his chin and analyzed it carefully for her. The specific assessment items will not be announced until you log in. If you want to get the results, you can find teammates now. Otherwise, wait for the system to randomly assign. I don't recommend you to gamble on your luck. Chufeng doesn't look like a person who is favored by fate. Shindan wanted to be in the same group with the people in the dormitory before, but now Chufeng wants to rush for points, and everyone is not on the same path. For this kind of skill test, the deputy commander can't play a big role. It's mainly about personal combat strength. Shindan said with a little sympathy, Senior soldiers usually have their own fixed teams. Maybe you can try the power of money. Chufeng's little head, which was in deep thought, suddenly shook, and he said loudly, Impossible. No one can take a penny from her pocket. Shindan pulled the corner of his mouth. Then what are you going to do? Chufeng turned on the light brain again. A minute later, an update popped up in Shindan's follow list. Yi Guicheng, recruiting teammates, special project test at the end of the semester, requirement, top 10% of the score. Chufeng had attracted a lot of fans before because of his strategy Q&A, but most of them were students majoring in manual operation or data analysis. Shindan was a little speechless when he saw this line of words, but out of the cultivation of a fangirl, he still forwarded it to her. The comment area was quickly responded to. Your requirements are a bit high, junior sister. Without your own history scores, it is difficult for your teammates to trust you. Freshmen have such lofty goals. Be good, this is the senior stage, stop making trouble. Junior sister, you don't have an advantage in this assessment. The entire command system and manual operation majors are not advantageous. Is it a bounty recruitment? What rewards can you get? Yi Guicheng replied, You can get my gratitude. It's dark. The child is asleep. Are you dreaming? I forgive you. After all, you are from the post-war star. But you can't do this next time. You will be scolded. Protect our Chufeng. She is just a child. Shindan said in a succinct tone, "You can't do this." Chunfeng was more disappointed than her. She thought that her gratitude was very valuable, and she never gave her feelings easily. If she hadn't been bit by the pressure of money, she would never make such a sacrifice. "This is all a bug," Shindan said. "Why don't you take a more tactful route and make some money by doing hand exercises as a sparring partner first?" Chunfeng then edited the copy again to make the content clear. "Yi Guicheng, sell yourself and form a team." Shindan clicked refresh, and after seeing the text clearly, he gasped on the other side. In less than a minute, Lao Kong's phone called in a hurry. Shindan said anxiously, "You will be blocked if you do this." Chunfeng hurriedly hung up Lao Kong's call and clicked to modify in the interface. "Yi Guicheng, sell hard labor, accept copy commissions for free, or detailed version data analysis twice." Chapter 60. An excellent data analyst can charge a high price and be prepared to do a lot of good things, have a bad temper, and be difficult to serve. Even though Chunfeng is only a freshman, in the previous simulations, she showed a professionalism that even many seniors may not be able to achieve. Face changing is a traditional program for military academy students. Since learning this skill, their world has been opened up a lot. "You should have said it earlier, baby. I special do. They just called you by your name, unlike me, who always respectfully called you big brother. Junior sister, I signed up. I am not talented, but I won a scholarship last year." Picture. "Junior sister, choose me. I only need one data analysis. Get out. No internal competition. Drag the one who came up out and bury him." Chunfeng was relieved, and was about to carefully select a few teammates from the 3,000 beauties, when the information prompts on the light brain popped out one after another. Question mark to Yunjian. "What's good about summer? Why don't you ask if anyone wants you before selling yourself? Chunfeng, why are you so rebellious? When did your wings become strong? Does the family really have a mind? It's Dad's fault. Transfer, be a little more reckless. What's the big deal? Everyone can discuss it." Chunfeng didn't feel comfortable taking the other party's money, but he still replied to Xi and Kwang first, because the chat box with the transfer icon is really too bright. "Yi Guicheng, thank you, but no, I can earn it myself. There is really a mine at home. Young people, don't say such irrational things. While you are still poor, experience the joy of asking for money." "Yi Guicheng, question mark. There's really a mine at home. Dads have meat to eat, and they will definitely give you a share of food. Transfer isn't enough. There is really a mine at home. Save the extra money. Girls should have a certain amount of savings, so that they can hit the other person's face and scold him generously. Get out of here. Do you understand?" Chunfeng really doesn't understand. This money hits others in the face, but hurts her heart. She does not accept this kind of loss-making business. But she truly and strongly feels a strong fatherly love, even if this cheap father seems a little abnormal. Is this the weight of money? As she chatted, the message box began to jump again. Friends in various corners were blown out by her selling information. Her account background list even showed 99+. Application records. "Lao Kong, my child, you shouldn't say that. Lao Kong, it's late at night. I was about to go to bed. Please have some mercy on your professional teacher. I'm already over 50 years old. Wait, Kwaibupa, why are you so poor? You didn't seize all those business opportunities before. Do you want me to introduce you to a team? Strength is justice. You want to get that scholarship? It's better to go out and take orders. I heard that this special test is a single-person project, which is very difficult. Song Zheng, sister, do you mind taking a soy sauce bottle? I'm so good, I can flatter 5 people, and it can be customized." Chunfeng originally wanted to reply with many words, but after reading the last one, his thoughts stopped for a moment. It was as if the clear key was pressed on his brain, and everything except the complaints was blank. "Then you are really amazing." This friend's skills always hit her where she was caught off guard. She first replied to the crazy Lao Kong with an emoticon of a good nod, and then sent a very careless, "I'm fine." Copy and paste these 3 words to the other classmates, who are not particularly familiar with each other. When I switch back to the main world again, at the top of the chat list that jumps wildly, there is a row of neat transfer prompts. A little more reckless. Transfer next time. If you have similar requests, please say it earlier. We usually can't understand the thoughts of girls. Don't try to understand blindly. Xiang Yunjian. Transfer, delete the recruitment, and come to our team directly. This assessment can be between 5 and 6 people, and we still have space here. Xiang Yunjian. If you have any problems, remember to contact the organization. The organization is very tolerant, as long as you don't break the law. What's good about summer? Transfer replied to me first. I can't lose to Charm Brother. Chunfeng first replied to Jiang Lingxiao with a period, and then replied to Xiang Yunjian with, okay. After such a busy operation, she actually felt a little tired, as if she had done something big. When she raised her head from the light brain, her eyes moved up, and found that Shindan was looking at her thoughtfully. What's wrong? Chunfeng glanced at her, lowered his head, and deleted the information he had posted before. I have already recruited a team. And it doesn't look like I have to sell myself. You are really popular. Shindan's clever little head kept turning. I think you can make a lot of money just by selling goods on WeChat Moments. As long as you post some useful information from time to time, others will not dare to block you. Chunfeng glanced at her suspiciously and asked, what do you mean by selling goods on WeChat Moments? Shindan was afraid that he would really cultivate an active advertiser, so he shook his head and said, nothing, I was just talking nonsense. Stay the way you are now. You could always hire free long-term workers. Chunfeng had put his worries to rest. He didn't pay much attention to her weirdness. He just breathed a sigh of relief and said, I look at the materials for a while. Maybe I can pass directly? The special project test will start after all the cultural exams are over. In the past few days, Chunfeng has roughly read through the textbooks of various subjects. But she has no experience in exams, and knows nothing about the skills of answering questions and getting points. She searched for some strategies on the internet, but her understanding was not very accurate. The result was quite in line with her expectations. After several subjects, she frowned. Especially history. The scope of the questions this time was very wide. Several questions that were said to be easy for elementary school students were not within Chunfeng's review scope, but were thrown out for no apparent reason. After answering the test paper, she felt dizzy, like an old copper clock that had been struck all morning, and her ears were full of buzzing. This way of setting the test paper is really unfriendly to foreign friends. On the day of the special project test, Chunfeng's devastated heart was slightly healed. Jiang Lingxiao and the others didn't have many exam subjects, and they had been idle for the past 2 days. They stayed in school just to wait for the individual combat capability test. On the day of the test, they arrived at the examination room early and sent a message to Chunfeng, asking her to remember to come and register the team members' names. Chunfeng arrived 5 minutes early, standing at the entrance of the examination room, and confirming the general rules of this simulation test with the tutorial on the screen. A pair of hands suddenly reached out and pressed close to the back of her neck. It was winter now, and Chunfeng didn't wear a scarf, so the exposed skin was cold and dry. The other person's hands were large and warm, with obvious rough calluses on the fingertips and palms. He was holding her fate by the throat like an owl. Chunfeng didn't need to look back to guess who these evil hands came from. Chunfeng shrank his neck and hid for a while, then turned back and glanced at Xiang Yunjin coldly, signaling him not to make trouble. The other person was holding a big bag in one hand, his eyelashes were half closed, and a slight arc appeared on his tough face. He smiled and said, "Go in, they are already inside." It was not yet time to log in, so Jiang Lingxiao and the others occupied a large table near the window, where they could get some sun. The winter sun was soft and chilly, yet also had an irresistible tenderness. Chunfeng squeezed into a seat where the sun could shine, hoping it could drive away the dampness of the surrounding air, while he turned up his collar and hid his ears with a hat. Chunfeng lay on the table, half closed his eyes, and saw Xiang Yunjin taking out the things in the bag one by one, basically all instant food and drinks. She asked curiously, "Why do you need to buy so much food? The exam time is uncertain. If it is very long, it is best to bring your own food. The meals prepared by the school may not suit your appetite." Xiang Yunjin said, "Take whatever you want to eat." Jiang Lingxiao picked out 2 boxes of small cakes from the many food bags and handed them to Chunfeng, saying with emotion, "I finally did something a father should do." "What? Just find something to eat?" Xiang Yunjin crossed his legs and kicked Jiang Lingxiao's knee lightly with the tip of his shoe. "Pay money first before you borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Shameless." Jiang Lingxiao moved aside and sneered, "What do you know? Did you notice that your daughter wore a new hairpin today?" Yinshin and Xi and Kwang looked up at Chunfeng in surprise. Her short, soft hair, along the direction of her bangs, was neatly attached to the sides of her ears. The left strands of hair were fixed with a small silver hairpin. Looking at the length, it can actually be tied up slightly. I said something was wrong. Xi and Kwang didn't act too enlightened, but his eyes clearly said so, and he nodded and praised, "This hairpin is pretty cute." Yinshin still felt that something was wrong and looked strange, so he secretly glanced at it a few more times, but did not dare to say it out loud. Xiang Yunjin said firmly, "You have gained weight." Qingfeng's eyes were numb. The three men followed the instructions, and couldn't find the point. It was simply horrible. Jiang Linxia rolled her eyes, raised her hand and pointed at them one by one and cursed. "Changfeng didn't wear a wig today. Do you really not use your eyes when you go out?" Three people, "Oh. So that's it, Changfeng, eh?" Enough. During the chat, candidates arrived one after another, and the examiner also walked into the examination room with steady steps. After swiping the card to confirm, the simulation test officially began. Changfeng put on the equipment and clicked to log in. Draw and switch, enter the backpack to select the template, and the task prompt also popped up. Special project test. No Man's Land survival. Jiang Linxia spoke up immediately and smiled sinisterly. "It's great. This year is No Man's Land survival my favorite." 2 seconds later, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn! Who chose it? I wish him the best." As we all know, among the several test items, the most endurance testing one is the long-distance training. The most mentally tense one is the 100-mile sprint. The most challenging one is the multisport competition. And the most destructive one is surviving in the no man's land. Of course, for Changfeng, everything is equal. Chapter 61. Changfeng had learned the common types of tools for survival in no man's land, and skillfully assembled a set according to basic standards. No hot weapons can be carried this time, but there are a lot of functional tools to choose from. There is a strict upper limit on the amount of food. Only 2 bottles of 550 milliliters drinking water and 2 small boxes of compressed biscuits are allowed. This must be filled up. Add to that external medical supplies and various electronic equipment. After the initial sorting, Qingfeng's backpack has already carried more than 10 kilograms. With the remaining space, Changfeng began to hesitate whether to continue to select tools or reduce the weight to ensure physical strength in the later stage. The scoring point of this task is not only survival, but also whether it can reach the designated camp within the specified time. It is also an important criterion. If Changfeng wants to get the top 10% score, he must compete with the beasts of the single soldier department for a place. The difficulty of leading to the camp is also set according to their level. It is estimated that within the mission period, players will not have too much breathing space. Only the extreme assessment standards can distinguish the true strength of the top candidates. For Changfeng, lack of experience, knowledge reserve, physical strength and explosive power are all problems that lie ahead of her. The choice of equipment becomes extremely critical. The other people in the team are also choosing, only Jiang Linxia keeps talking. He reported all his equipment warehouses and reminded Changfeng, "Feng, bring more tools that can be used as weapons. Don't think they are too heavy. I suggest you bring 2 daggers. This kind of simulated survival in a no man's land is not peaceful at all. You won't be able to happily set up a tent and catch rabbits there. Instead, a giant python several meters long may kiss your cute little head with its poisonous fangs." Changfeng listened to him seriously, and put a few more metal tools and a small detection alarm into her bag. These things are very heavy. I don't know if they can suppress her light soul at a critical moment. It's not possible to carry more. I can't run with it on my back, and there's no space in the bag. That's it. Jiang Linxia packed up, patted his equipment, and said loudly, "I'm leaving first, brothers. I wish you all the best, and we meet at the camp when the time comes." Several people left the team channel one after another. Changfeng had never done a similar task before. He put on his military bag, checked it carefully for the last time, and clicked to start. The scene quickly switched, and the small particle-like light spots flickered and reorganized, piecing together a new picture. After a brief dizziness, the 5 senses connected together. Changfeng opened her eyes, and the first feeling was heat, very heat. Even the wind blowing from the surroundings was wrapped in burning heat, slapping her skin uncomfortably. The air was humid and stuffy, and the air flowing through the nasal cavity also carried a certain rotten smell. Every breath of air breathed into the lungs, there was a vague illusion of insufficient oxygen. Outside the examination room, because it was winter, Changfeng wore a cotton coat. In the test scene, she wore a special uniform that was easy to wash, only 2 thin pieces, and could not be taken off. Changfeng adjusted his hat and looked around. The dense forest was endless, with no end in sight. The towering trees reached the sky, and the dark green leaves blocked most of the sunlight. The colorful light shone through the sparse shadows of the trees. However, even if you stand in the shadows, you can't feel the coolness. The system currently shows that the game time is 10:13 in the morning, which is not yet the highest temperature of the day. Changfeng called up the task description, and the previously sloppily written introduction was now complete. Goal: survive in no man's land, 5 days. Description: please reach the camp in the center of the map within the game time. The camp is located to the east of your location. Notes: 1. Please ensure your own safety and pay attention to character data. 2. Mandatory rest time 4/24H, current progress 0/24H. 3. The communicator cannot be used at a long distance. Electronic devices cannot be connected to the internet. From the prompt, it is required to rest for 4 hours every 24 hours to prevent students from overloading. However, game time is not equal to real time. The flow rate of game time is slightly faster. Chunfeng roughly estimated that 5 days of system time is about 3 days in real life. In such a dangerous place, how to arrange the rhythm of rest is a very serious problem. If you get stuck at the system's mandatory node, you will become very passive. Chunfeng started sweating after just standing there for a minute or two to check the information. She quickly put on her hat, goggles, and mask. Cover the exposed skin tightly, and spray a small amount of water at the same time to avoid excessive sweating due to high fever and hypertonic dehydration. After identifying the direction, he immediately rushed to the camp in the east. The opening stage is undoubtedly the stage when she has the most energy. She can't waste such a good time. What philosophy of life can be thought about on the road? After Sanyo's live broadcast room was opened, tourists swarmed in. I'm here, the last bit of fun before the spring festival. Come on, classmates. Sit down for Xiang Yunjian's team. Wow, this year's game is survival in a no man's land, and it's as long as a foot wrap. My teammates are all scattered. Which one should I watch? Whose side is more exciting? What the hell is this place? I've never seen this kind of plants before. Isn't it too high? Obviously it's not the capital star of the Alliance. The light color is not right, and the examiner won't be so kind. It looks so hot. How long has it been since the start? The backs of their clothes are already wet. Qingfeng's progress isn't good enough? Why do we still need to walk? Everyone is running. Don't set too high a physical requirement for Chunfeng. After all, other soldiers can't code. Qingfeng's situation is indeed not optimistic. She originally thought that the survival training in the no man's land would at most test students' ability to hunt for food, collect fruit trees, find water sources, make warm clothes, and other survival skills in the wild. After all, that's what the tutorial said. Besides, they are only freshmen and have not organized similar systematic training. At most, there would be an attack by wild animals. I didn't expect it to be such an extreme environment. At first, she wanted to control her physical strength to cope with the night travel. After a period of trekking, she had to admit that conserving physical strength was basically useless in high temperature and high heat. Even if she slowed down, she still felt very tired. Time was longer than she thought. She decided to speed up. Chunfeng held her breath and half ran and half walked along the weed-covered woodland for more than an hour, and the number of mosquitoes nearby began to increase. Due to the influence of the hot and humid environment, the insects of this generation are relatively large, and most of them are species that Chunfeng does not recognize. She sprayed half a bottle of insect spray on her body, but it did not work. Excessive body movements will accelerate the consumption of physical strength. Chunfeng tried to drive them away several times, and then she simply gritted her teeth and focused on her journey. The temperature continued to rise, with the increasingly noisy insect sounds around. 2 hours later, Qingfeng's breathing became heavy, and her vision became intermittently blurred. When passing a stone, she couldn't help but support the slope with her hands and stop to rest for the first time. With her back against the rocks, Chunfeng pulled out a booklet from her waist bag and recorded the map she had just walked through. Her gloved fingertips trembled slightly, and after a few twists and turns, they drew several crooked curves. Qingfeng's uniform was almost completely soaked, clinging to her back. Sweat dripped down her skin like a worm crawling, and dripped onto the pale yellow paper without noticing. She brushed it away casually, and then used her sleeve to wipe the sweat stains on her forehead. She licked her dry and cracked lips with her tongue, and tasted a faint salty taste. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Chunfeng knew that this place was dangerous. She had to get out of this wet area before dark to find a safe place to stay overnight. But according to previous observations, there was no obvious pattern in the changes in the terrain. She couldn't confirm whether she could find a place to stay that met her requirements if she continued to hike. She drew a question mark on the paper with a pen, put them back into her waist bag, and took out some water from the bag, raised her head and drank 2 sips. The liquid rolled down the esophagus smoothly, and the thirst in the throat had not been relieved, and the bottle was empty. Feng put down the water bottle, picked it up and poured it out in a daze. The last drop of water fell on her lips, causing a slight sting as she pursed her lips, and soon dried up in the air. She still had a bottle of water, but she didn't open it for the time being. Along the way, Feng didn't dare to eat too much, as gastrointestinal digestion would increase water loss, so the character's hunger value kept increasing, forcing her hands and feet to become heavy. At this time, the various values on the character panel were reminding her to rest. Feng had no choice but to solve the problem of water and food first. During the journey, Feng did not find any obvious water source, not even a small puddle. She did not recognize most of the vegetation, which was very different from the description in the textbook. Probably considering the unfamiliar environment and beyond the scope of the exam, Sanao allowed them to bring a black technology product. Feng took out a palm-sized detection device from his bag and took photos of the surrounding plants for comparison. Most of them are still unrecognizable and not in the database. But after searching for more than 10 meters, Feng found a plant with small white flowers. The notes showed that it was rich in water, non-toxic, and edible. The power of the detection equipment was limited. Feng picked a plant and put it in her notebook. After recording its characteristics, she pulled out the remaining leaves and chewed them twice. The bitter and astringent taste instantly filled her mouth, almost making her vomit. Feng recalled the painful experience of eating Chinese cabbage for so many years. She raised her hand to cover her forehead, wiped her face hard, and swallowed it expressionlessly. Chapter 62. After the strong bitter taste faded, there was a different kind of freshness. Feng tried to comfort herself, collected all the edible weeds nearby, rolled them into a ball, and stuffed them into her mouth with her eyes closed. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but the choking taste cleared her chaotic mind as soon as it entered her mouth. Most of her attention was also transferred to her mouth, slightly relieving the discomfort of the stuffiness. However, Feng couldn't control her physiological reaction. After using these weeds to increase her hunger to 60%, tiny tears flashed in her eyes. The camera focused on Qingfeng's slightly twitching and almost empty face. Netizens witnessed the scene. It was clearly a silent painting, but they saw a feeling of thousands of words. It seemed that countless bullet comments were flashing across the bulging veins on her forehead. I said it for you, it's unpalatable. Every year, I feel complicated when watching the test of survival in the no man's land. What kind of grass is this? Jiang Linxia next door is also eating this thing, and she is almost crying. I am afraid of wasting water by crying, so I hold it back. I am almost dying of laughter. I think Sanao did it on purpose. There should be a lot of edible things in this dense forest, but most of the edible organisms detected by students are a bit of a prank. You can also dig earthworms to eat like the people in the teen next door. It has a high protein content and can satisfy hunger. It can definitely increase the character's hunger level. It is also a common food for survival in the wild. There are relatively few female students in the military academy. Feng is already one of the fastest progressing ones. He is in the same team with Xiang Yunjian, so he has received a lot of attention. The live broadcast room was getting more and more popular, and the video of eating had unknowingly climbed to the front row of related topics, and immediately many unfamiliar people came in. I don't think Feng needs to work so hard. She doesn't really want to complete the task of reaching the camp, right? We are not professionals in this field. If we encounter any large beasts, we won't even have a chance to fight in close combat. Why waste time? Speaking of which, I don't think I have seen Qingfeng's close combat. If you are good at hand-operated mecha, you should at least know a little bit. It's funny. If you are good at playing games, can you go out and dominate the martial arts world? I played the hospital dungeon once. The camera didn't capture it, but it should be okay. Don't talk nonsense. I suspect you are just mindless black-handed operation and command. Why doesn't this sister make any sound? At least interact with the audience? Didn't Jiang Linxia pass on experience to teammates? There are not many wild grasses in this area. Feng took a rest while eating, and didn't dare to stay too long. He weighed his backpack and continued to walk deep into the jungle. This time, Feng didn't walk far. When searching for edible weeds on both sides, he saw traces of grass leaves being crushed. There were footprints of some kind of beast on the mud nearby, and the traces of plants being crushed were still fresh, indicating that the animal had just passed by this location not long ago. Netizens took a breath when they saw this scene, and cursed the netizen who was talking about this topic just now, saying that he was really a poisonous milk. Feng measured the length of the footprint with his hand, and guessed that the size of the thing might be quite large. She changed her route, and went in the opposite direction of the animals. She was worried that she had stayed here for too long, and the smell on her body had attracted the attention of the wild animals. She did not dare to relax her vigilance and increased her walking speed again. Her footsteps stepped heavily on the bumpy forest ground, causing the dense weeds to rustle. The mask and hat blocked Qingfeng's face, but the rapidly decreasing physical strength bar and the increasingly heavy breathing in the background sound all exposed her exhaustion from escaping. However, this dense forest was like a huge net that could not be escaped. Even though Qingfeng ran non-stop for an hour, it was still a completely unfamiliar and extremely similar scene. She stopped again. Qingfeng took out his notebook and redrew the map according to his previous route. The deviation was not obvious and could be adjusted in time. However, the negative impact of the character attributes on the body could not be ignored. Her hands and feet were trembling slightly, and she could clearly feel the loss of vitality. She urgently needed to eat now. The most instinctive desire of human beings was written in every cell of her. Qingfeng took out the second bottle of water and drank it up without hesitation. You must keep enough water, otherwise you will have no chance of survival if your body becomes dehydrated. She stuffed the empty bottle back into the side of her backpack, not caring whether she would be chased, and looked for anything edible nearby. In fact, she had encountered small wild animals on the way. From a distance, their size and fur were somewhat similar to rabbits, but she couldn't catch up. Wild animals reacted quickly, and before she got close, the noises around them had already reminded them to evacuate quickly. It would be more reliable to find something high in protein than to chase that thing. Qingfeng used the detector to find some edible weeds and caught 2 small creatures that could move. There were not many. She resisted the nausea in her stomach and ate while walking. After walking for a while, she suddenly noticed that there was something abnormal in the surrounding environment. Several small animals began to flee, and the occasional noises made the quiet and deep forest more lively. However, in the no man's land full of dangers, this kind of liveliness was more like the prelude of the Song of the Dead. Qingfeng felt something and looked up, seeing a bird hovering over her head, opening its mouth and making a sharp cry. Qingfeng stared at it for 2 seconds, swallowing hard unconsciously, her heart pounding, but she remained calm and took off the backpack on her shoulders. She pulled out a dagger from the bag, held it firmly in her palm, and then took out a bundle of ropes, put them on her body, and quickly moved behind the tree. When the giant bird called for the 4th time, Qingfeng felt the vibration from the ground. She tied one end of the rope to the tree trunk, keeping an eye on the flying birds above her head and looking in the direction of the vibration. Danger was approaching at a rapid speed. However, when it was about to approach Qingfeng, the beast stopped. It was very smart and realized that Qingfeng had discovered its tracks. It wandered in front of Qingfeng through a patch of unclear weeds, paced twice, and suddenly rushed out. A conspicuous yellow color split the grass and flashed in Qingfeng's vision. This was a beast that was not common in the Alliance and the post-war star, so Qingfeng did not recognize it. It has slender limbs, a strong body, smooth muscle lines, and a rough look, like a tiger and a leopard. Its eyes are sharp, and its pupils are green. The ugly thing is that it has no hair on its head. The first time it was shot, it opened its mouth full of fangs and pounced on Qingfeng accurately. The camera did not have time to adjust, and captured its dark, abyss-like mouth. Judging from its explosive power, the beast's attack speed is amazingly fast. Qingfeng threw a rope to try to trap it, but failed. Amid the screams of the barrage, Qingfeng had already jumped up with one hand on the tree trunk, turned around, and narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. But the beast's limbs were flexible, and it reacted faster than Qingfeng expected. It stopped its charge with its front legs, turned its head and bit again. Its purpose was clear: Qingfeng's neck. The foul smell from the beast's mouth blew towards Qingfeng's chest with the wind. She had been tense for a day, but she was still very flexible at the critical moment of life and death. In terms of the perception of danger, few military academy students could compare to Qingfeng, who grew up in a war zone. Qingfeng instinctively gathered strength on one foot and jumped to the side like lightning. As she rolled on the ground, Qingfeng felt her heart, blood, and muscles trembling. A sharp roar sounded behind her. The beast was obviously angry after dodging 2 attacks. Qingfeng did not look back, nor did she have time to do so. She turned around and stabbed. After running around for a whole morning, Qingfeng's physical strength had not yet recovered. The attack was not fast enough, and the beast took the lead and knocked her down from the side. As the world spun, the light above her head was blocked by the opponent's huge body, and the opponent's smelly fangs had already scraped her skin. In a flash, Qingfeng's knife in his right hand pierced into the beast's fur, knocking its head to the side, and biting the dirt beside Qingfeng's ear. One knife could not completely disable the beast's ability to move. Chunfeng almost forgot to breathe. His lungs were swollen as if they were about to explode. He blinked, and his brain could no longer match the picture in front of him with the information. But the next step was very clear, and even created a seemingly real illusion, prompting Chunfeng to quickly climb onto the beast's back, raise the dagger, and stab it hard in the eye again. The beast rolled over in pain, frantically trying to throw Chunfeng off its back. However, Chingfeng's left arm firmly hooked its neck, and even though his body was smashed to the ground, he still endured the severe pain and stabbed it twice, until the beast stopped moving. Seeing the death of its companion, the bird that brought the news hovered around for a while, and finally turned and left. During those 10 seconds, Chingfeng's consciousness was briefly dazed, and the little physical strength he had left was also consumed in the fight just now. The sunlight above the jungle flickered across her pupils, with the swaying shadows of the trees. The dazzling light made her close her eyes, and she took a deep breath as if she woke up. She wanted to let go of her hand, but she found that her left arm was almost numb. She quickly pulled off the mask, opened her mouth, and spit out a mouthful of bloody acid from her fishy mouth. Chunfeng turned over and half knelt on the ground. She was still trying to calm down, but her stomach suddenly began to twitch, and she kept retching on the ground, forcing out tears. However, it didn't last long. Chunfeng wiped her mouth and stood up. She drew out the dagger again, and stepped up to deal with the beast's body. Time would not give her any leniency. Chapter 63. The whole process, from hunting to counter-killing, actually took only a few dozen seconds. When Chunfeng began to harvest the spoils, the wind direction in the live broadcast room was still at the point where the beast pounced on Chunfeng. Netizens typed passionately, "Click send," and then looked at the screen and found that the world had changed. Sanyo's shots are getting more and more brutal. They shot the bloody mouth so close that it scared me. This kind of bloody hunting scene does not need a close-up. Chunfeng is gone. Let's welcome him offline. Friends of manual operation, your god is back. Mosaic protection, next time, please disconnect directly. It's uncomfortable. Is it over? I just yawned. I promise I didn't do anything. Where are those nagging commentators? Where did they go? Come out and tell me. Damn, why is there no undo function for the barrage? Absolutely impossible. Several soldiers next door were bitten to death by this thing. It is said to be ferocious and brave, and also has a certain amount of wisdom. How could a non-professional girl like Chunfeng fight back head-on? After the initial shock, scattered doubts emerged amid praise. The new tourists kept wondering whether the copy where Chunfeng was located had been lowered in difficulty. The keywords in the wording quickly caused discomfort to another group of people. The two sides were separated by the network cable, and the tone became more and more intense. As expected, it developed to the stage of knowing each other's ancestors, and happily received a big gift package of silence. After banning a group of people, the barrage area became much clearer. A group of angry people also moved the main battlefield to the Sandow Forum. The curious audience simply adjusted the live broadcast progress to 2 minutes ago, changed the speed to 0.5, opened the data test plugin, and inferred from various details whether the NPC parameters of Sandow were normal, and whether there was any deliberate release. At the same time, the monitoring results of several other live broadcast rooms were listed for comparison. Related posts quickly rushed to the front page. What are you arguing about? What era is it that still doesn't know how to speak with data? The beast's burst speed, turning speed, attack position, bite force, etc. are all the most intuitive parameter settings. Chunfeng has no way to test the value of the bite force. After all, the little cutie couldn't kiss Chingfeng's slender neck. But the other key data are no different from the public, and definitely meet the standards of ferocious beasts. The strange thing is that no matter how many times they watch the relevant animated pictures, they still think that Chingfeng's response seems to be more light. The other soldiers who were eliminated, even though they had stronger explosive power and full of power in their movements, were still struggling and were overwhelmed in less than 2 moves. Even Sanyow's system made a mistake in judgment, and when Chunfeng fell to the ground, it put a huge mosaic on her head. Then it found something wrong and moved the mosaic to the place where the beast was stabbed. Sandow has a wealth of battle data as a support, and rarely makes mistakes. The mosaic that suddenly appeared is enough to prove that Chunfeng jumped over on the edge of life and death. But if we analyze it as luck, it doesn't seem quite right. Because they have seen similar playing styles several times in the battles between hand-operated mechas. And the relevant discussions seem to be reenacted yesterday. A targeted analysis article that was popular on Sandow at the time, The Art of Rhythm, The Ultimate Joy, is still hanging in the front row of the boutique area. Qingfeng's unique point-by-point operation, always wandering around the limit of time, also has an incredible success rate, which seems so unreasonable. It seems that if she doesn't put her head on her belt, she can't show her decisive and ruthless aura. All the crises that make people nervous are just her teasing and seduction. As the article says, Qingfeng has not undergone long-term high-pressure professional training, and her skills are not very gorgeous. But under her prediction, I believe that everyone here is rubbish. The most exciting thing is never the beautiful and dry flower stand, but the pleasure of licking the bloody blade and the desperate counterattack. I would like to call Qingfeng a high-precision computing machine. No one can control her rhythm in data calculation. You always think you can beat her to death, but you will soon find that this is just the fourth illusion in life. The only truth is that her fighting style is really annoying. I know this question. The post has been kicked up, no thanks. So this move seems to be very powerful? I am an outsider, is this view correct? From Sanyo's devilish coding, you can see that you are right. Qingfeng's individual capabilities are definitely underestimated. Don't treat mecha operators as individual soldiers, otherwise why don't major military academies classify them into liberal arts subjects? Damn, so embarrassing. Every time you lose face, you blame it on the Sanyo data bug. Have you seen anyone succeed in all these years? If you can't afford to lose, at least come up with a useful excuse. Who are you discriminating against? When you are young, you don't know how precious your account is. You regret arguing with idiots. Wouldn't it be better to focus on cheering for Qingfeng? Now even new accounts can't post comments continuously. After the group of people finished arguing, they quickly applied for a small account and returned to the live broadcast room. At this time, Qingfeng was already on the road again. They were about to chat with the audience about Qingfeng's single-player combat level, but found that the barrage in the live broadcast room began to develop in a direction they couldn't understand. The new netizens had to resign themselves to the fate and dial back the progress bar again to find the missed traffic password. 15 minutes ago, Qingfeng knelt on one knee on the ground and pulled the knife out of the beast. The blade was slightly curled. She slid her finger along the blade, put it on the ground, and pulled out a spare dagger from her backpack. Then she pressed one hand on the animal, and stabbed the tip of the knife into the animal's fur with familiarity. Watching Qingfeng's live broadcast is like watching a pantomime. When she is alone, she rarely speaks, and even her cries or groans are extremely restrained. The unbearable silence and loneliness here seem to have long been accustomed to her. The skin of animals is very useful, especially in the wild. Qingfeng's cutting technique is excellent. He skillfully uses the power of his wrist, and peels off a large area of skin without much effort. The whole process was smooth and fast, without any lag, and it was handled cleanly. But she still used the blade to scrape off the blood and flesh on the inside again, and then rubbed it vigorously with the nearby soil to try to remove the bloody smell on the skin. After finishing this work, Qingfeng touched the meat on its body. Raw meat cannot be eaten casually, especially this kind of carnivorous animal, which is likely to carry deadly parasites or viruses. Qingfeng avoided its hard muscles, and only cut off the relatively tender meat near the neck and spine, which was more than 10 pounds. With Qingfeng's appetite, she can last until the end of the game. She sealed them in a sealed storage bag and hung them on her backpack, and Qingfeng's load increased again. The shoulder strap pressed on her injured left shoulder, making Qingfeng's walking posture unnatural. She rarely pulled the corners of her mouth, revealing a grin. The whole process took only 15 minutes. After the intense physical consumption, Qingfeng has started a new round of attack. Seeing her walking with her head down and her steps no longer steady, netizens couldn't help but urge her to take a rest. Although she couldn't see it. You can't stay too long. Qingfeng explained in a low voice, as if talking to himself. The blood will quickly attract other carnivores to hunt. And the big bird flying in the sky before, there will be similar cooperative relationships between animals. It may attract other dangers. Because the game time passed quickly, the sky gradually darkened after the sun set. The shadows cast by the towering trees became long and faint, and corners were under the feet of tourists. Qingfeng did not dare to take it lightly, and continued to move forward with her nerves tense. She ate whatever she saw on the road to keep up with her decreasing character values. After walking for more than an hour, when her eyes were almost dizzy, she finally walked out of the wet dense forest, and came to a relatively open and dry flat land. Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, took off her backpack, sat down on the ground against the tree trunk, and muttered her second sentence of the day, "I can rest here tonight." In such a hot zone, night is a good opportunity to hurry on. Qingfeng had planned to do so before, but it seemed impossible now. She needed to replenish her energy. She urged herself to move quickly, but it still took her 2 minutes to adjust her state. In order to prevent fatigue from eroding her, she twisted her legs hard with her hands. After standing up with the help of the tree trunk, she picked up dry firewood nearby and started a fire, and at the same time found some large leaves. She wrapped the meat she had cut off with layers of leaves, then wrapped it with high-temperature fireproof materials, and threw it into the fire to prevent the smell from leaking out. Taking advantage of this gap, Chunfeng logged off, went to the toilet, and ate another piece of bread. There were many students in the examination room who, like her, came out at this time to solve their real physiological needs. When she washed her hands and prepared to return to the dungeon, she ran into Xiang Yunjian. The two exchanged glances, and Xiang Yunjian waved his hand as a greeting. Chunfeng logged in again. The jungle was about to fall at night, and the torturous high temperature before gradually decreased with the dim light. Chunfeng could guess that the malicious setting of this dungeon would inevitably have a significant temperature difference between day and night. She had to set up a place to spend the night before the cold came. Chapter 64. Chunfeng pulled out the compressed tent from the bottom of her backpack, put some dry leaves underneath, and set it up on the back of a big tree. When she finished packing, the temperature in the forest had indeed dropped a lot. The rapid change in temperature made the wind howl at night, much stronger than during the day. The strong wind passed through the gaps in the forest. In the distance and all around, there was a high and low whimpering sound, accompanied by the swaying shadows of the trees, performing a terrifying scene of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The fire that Chunfeng had built began to grow. The flames were suppressed by the wind, and struggled hard between extinguishing and burning. She quickly piled up a circle of windbreaks with stones next to it, and added a few dry and thin firewood inside. She held a wooden stick in her hand, squatted on the ground with her back hunched, and shrank into a small ball. In this gloomy environment, Chunfeng's face was illuminated from bottom to top by the firelight, and the scars and mud stains on her face that looked like shadows could be clearly seen. She did not feel scared by the noise, but felt stable for the first time since entering this copy. After rolling the wrapped pieces of meat to heat them evenly, Chunfeng took out a clean cloth with strong water absorption from her bag again and decided to collect food and do along the way. Along the way, Chunfeng didn't find a suitable water source. Fruits and vegetables helped her replenish some water, but in a desperate situation, she might still have to rely on dew. After the temperature drops, a small amount of water droplets will condense on the leaves. Chunfeng can take advantage of the rest time to distill and purify them, so that she can have new drinking water tomorrow. After installing an alarm device nearby, Chunfeng turned on the flashlight and walked into the darkness. Chunfeng came back after searching for less than an hour. She didn't dare to go too far, fearing that something unexpected would happen and she couldn't handle it in time. After all, her equipment was still in the camp. The work of collecting dew did not go smoothly. Maybe it was the wrong time. Chunfeng used a cloth to sweep around the nearby bushes, and at most just wet the towel. But it was still a luxury to squeeze out much water. She adjusted her schedule, and decided to try again after waking up. However, Chunfeng was lucky to find a bunch of wild fruits, which were confirmed to be non-toxic and edible after database testing. She picked about 2 or 3 pounds, so she didn't have to worry about replenishing water for the time being. The fire had gone out. Chunfeng took out the barbecue and dug a mud pit next to it while it was still warm. She planned to eat it tomorrow when the meat was completely cooked and cooled down so that it would not smell. She lit a fire again, got close to the heat source, and ate the remaining compressed biscuits with fresh wild fruits. Throughout the day, Chunfeng's stomach accepted too many things with abnormal tastes, and officially entered the rebellious period. After eating at dinner, her eyes were straight and her eyes were dazed. She tried her best to suppress it, and didn't vomit. When fighting with unknown beasts, she didn't feel haggard. When she couldn't swallow the food, she realized how fragile life is. After raising all the values on the character panel to the standard line, Chunfeng finally completed the task, put down the food in her hand, and stretched her waist. Compared to noon, the temperature had dropped by about 20 degrees. The adaptation time was too short, and a layer of goose bumps appeared on Chunfeng's arms. She suspected that there would be a test of lower temperatures, so she took out the fur that she had peeled in the afternoon and cleaned it carefully again. She baked it slightly over an open flame to reduce its smell, and then brought it directly into the tent, ignoring the fishy smell, and put it on warm clothes. Chunfeng was indeed very sleepy. The excessive physical exertion and tense spirit, when she lay on the ground, all turned into a surging sleepiness that attacked her eyelids. Before falling asleep, she repeatedly reminded herself to sleep lightly and pay attention to the surrounding environment. But when her consciousness sank, there was nothing in her mind, only her regular breathing. In the silent night, hard-working tourists, jumping firelight, and long slanting shadows. If other factors are not considered, this scene should be somewhat warm. The night seems to naturally relax people's vigilance. After falling asleep in the wind, the camera in the live broadcast room flashed past her other teammates. Jiang Linxiao lay on the hammock, covering her face with clothes, and fell asleep leisurely and comfortably. Xiang Yunjian was hurrying along at night, stepping on the splashing water. Yinshin was building a shelter for the night, piling mud and leaves next to it to keep out the cold. Xi and Kwang was still looking for tomorrow's breakfast. At present, there will be no more exciting scenes in the short term. No matter how high the risk factor of the dungeon is set, it should ensure that students have enough rest time. The audience talked about this, and that in the comment area for a while, and felt that it was perverted to stare at Qingfeng's sleeping tent, so they decided to log off immediately to give their overworked fingers and keyboards a rest. When he was about to close the live page, his fingers paused inexplicably, and his brain subconsciously caught a hint of something wrong, but he couldn't tell where it was. The alert netizen pulled the progress bar back again. Water splashes? Where did the water splashes come from? Although the air in the entire dense forest was humid, Changfeng had not encountered any water source. Who is so extravagant? The brain seemed to be on strike. After a few seconds, the netizen realized that it was raining. It had already started to rain where Xiang Yunjian was. The rain did not spread very fast. To be precise, Sanao set the speed of change of these natural environments according to the level of students. And the most effective data for judging the level of students is their movement distance. So students who stay at the door of the copy will be safer. So Qingfeng's rain came more than an hour later. Yinshin's progress was similar to hers, but he slept a little later than her. When you are mentally exhausted and just fell asleep, the rhythmic sound of continuous rain is difficult to wake you up. There were some percussion-like music sounds in Yinshin's dream, making the scenes in the virtual world more real. He had just won a bunch of trophies from the balloon stall, and was about to carry his gun back to school. Halfway through, the world began to shake inexplicably, and at the same time, a beeping system alert appeared in his ears. The picture collapsed, and Yinshin suddenly woke up. After opening his eyes, he didn't remember for a long time that he was in a simulation test. When he woke up completely and clicked the system to reconnect, there was already shallow water at the bottom of the tent, and the support frame was deformed. Because it is a compressed tent, the size of the tent is very small. While ensuring waterproofness and lightness, it sacrifices a certain degree of stability. Yinshin took out a raincoat from a bag on one side, put it on clumsily in the narrow space, unzipped the top, and the accumulated water instantly flowed in from the gap, soaking his trouser legs that were still exposed. The sudden cold air made him feel cold all over. Yinshin tensed his muscles, and the blood flow rate in his whole body began to speed up. He quickly picked up his bag, and went to retrieve the alarm detection equipment on the open space. But as soon as he turned around, the tent was blown away by the strong wind again. The cold rain hit his face fiercely. Yinshin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to curse, so he could only turn around and chase the tent. The heavy rain passed through the gaps in the raincoat, and quickly soaked his inner clothes. The low temperature close to 0 degrees continued to take away the heat from his body. When Yinshin finally finished tidying up the tent, a red danger warning had appeared on the character panel. He squatted under the rainproof cloth, and his muscles were shaking uncontrollably. The wind blew across his wet skin, like a knife, cutting off his control over his body until his limbs began to go numb. Yinshin waited for a while, but the rain still didn't stop, and his eyes gradually became gloomy. 2 minutes later, he looked deeply into the hazy rain and mist, raised his hand to smooth his short hair, and shook off the water stains on his hair. He took a deep breath, stood up, wrapped his whole body tightly with a rainproof cloth, and started running in the heavy rain. Keep going forward, maybe you can meet your teammates. Otherwise, you will have to accept your fate and die here. Yinshin didn't know which direction his teammates were going, but the 4 immortal classics told him that he had to go to the west to seek the scriptures. Even if he failed, he could still go to paradise. Not a loss. West side of the map. Changfeng was just awakened by the rain, and rescued the roasted meat from the mud. Back to the tent, listening to the sound of rain outside, check whether the meat was soaked by the rain. Chapter 65. The only good news tonight is that the heat-resistant material on the outer layer of the barbecue has withstood the sudden heavy rain. After tearing open the tight packaging, the meat inside is still clean. Changfeng sprinkled some salt, tore off the outermost layer of lean meat that was simmered and soft, chewed it twice, and swallowed it whole. The taste is a bit hard to describe, mainly fishy. However, Changfeng herself did not hold much hope for this kind of unprocessed meat. She felt that it was a gift from nature to be able to eat cooked meat in such a remote place. No, it was a gift from Sanao. Chunfeng wrapped the sour fruits and sour weeds he had picked earlier with the meat and ate them in big mouthfuls. The mixture of several messy things strangely neutralized part of the pungent taste, making it less difficult to swallow. Chunfeng suddenly felt that the bad luck he had experienced all day was redeemed by this bite of meat. He shivered with cold while eating, wrinkled his nose, and wrapped the thick fur on the outside a little tighter. The rain didn't seem to show any signs of slowing down. The tapping sound on the rainproof cloth, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes deep, sometimes light, surrounded the small tent with different rhythms. It can be heard that this heavy cloud is very capricious, and it is unknown when it will be blown away by the wind. There is still more than half of the mandatory rest time of 4 hours of riding the wind. After eating a full meal, the spirit becomes lazy, and the sleepiness that has just been dispelled comes again. She packed up all the food and stuffed it into the bag. She checked every corner of the tent again to confirm that there is no sign of leakage, and simply fell asleep again with the backpack as a pillow. Although no one expected a heavy rain in the middle of the night, Chunfeng did choose a more cautious location for the night camp. It is relatively dry and has a high terrain, so there is generally no serious water accumulation. It can also stay away from the gathering places of insects that seem harmless, but are actually dangerous. More importantly, the wide field of vision makes it easier to detect dangers in the distance, so that they can evacuate in time. This is also the reason why she endured the external injuries, and walked until she was exhausted before choosing a night camping spot. Chunfeng also tied the corners of the tent to a nearby tree trunk with ropes. Even if the ground nails used to fix the tent may be washed out of the ground due to the soil being wet and soft by rain, the tent will not be blown away by the wind, unless these pieces of waterproof cloth are directly torn. However, the materials of the Alliance should not worry about this problem. In terms of hardware conditions, Chunfeng should be a relatively well-treated group of students taking the exam. Others can only use soil and leaves, or some thin cloth to keep warm, but Chunfeng at least has a thick piece of fur from hunting at noon. However, this still couldn't resist the cold and dampness coming from the surface. Chunfeng curled up into a ball, breathing out white mist, and fell asleep shivering. At the same time, Jiang Linxia and Xian Kuang were busy cleaning up the camp, either preparing to purify rainwater for tomorrow's drinking water, or exercising to resist the severe cold. Among them, Jiang Linxia's perspective was the most lively. His hands were busy, and his mouth couldn't stop at all. In the hot weather at noon, his lips were dry and peeling, but he couldn't stop his desire to complain, and he turned a single-player game into a personal crosstalk show. The audience complained for him in the comment area. For a talent like Jiang Linxia, the initial equipment is definitely worth 4 bottles of water. Otherwise, it's a loss. Netizens went around in various live broadcast rooms and always felt that Qingfeng's way of survival was particularly weird. No matter what kind of predicament, when she is here, there is an unreal sense of leisure. When the sky is about to fall, she stubbornly rolls up her arms and pushes up. If the sky doesn't fall, it's a wild hiking. No anxiety, no fear, no anger, and the most extreme thing is that she doesn't swear. Is this appropriate? It seriously damages the style of the military academy students. Chunfeng is really generous. After waking up, he ate some food and went back to sleep. Does she still remember that this is a no man's land? Will I be able to see her facial expressions in my lifetime? In this low temperature state, it would be even worse if the clothes were wet by rain. Do you think other players don't want to sleep in tents? The improper location selection means they are doomed to fail. I want to have a home, a place that won't be blown away by the wind. This wave of cold air is estimated to directly knock out 30% of the students. I saw that many people's attribute panels showed signs of colds. The unlucky ones even got heat stroke at noon. With such a sick body, can they hold on for the next 2 days? I don't believe it. As long as they can hold on for a breath, they will pass the level smoothly and graduate with honors. I believe they must have brought a large bottle of quick-acting heart pills. Xiang Yunjian's team members are really lone wolves. The students of the military academy next door have long changed their combat strategies, and will meet up as soon as they enter the base. Now they are hugging each other for warmth. Because the player's sleeping time is too boring, in order to retain the audience, the administrator of the live broadcast room simply switches to the corresponding live broadcast room according to the content of their chat to get traffic. So in the next scene, a few pictures of sleeping in each other's arms flashed across the screen. The comment area also fell silent. 2 grown men hugging each other for warmth. It always feels weird. The girls in the command department next door also hugged each other for warmth, and they were very close, Why don't you say they are weird? People are freezing to death, and you only care about whether they are hugging each other? The administrator is very good at dealing with people. The next second, he cuts into a scene of a candidate pointing his finger at the sky and cursing. The purple thunder tore through the night sky in a winding way, and the roar of thunder spread into the woods, echoing layer by layer. It felt like a fairy movie where lightning was about to fall on the head and mortals were about to turn into ashes. The camera. Schwa. A close-up shot captured Song Jing's ghostly pale face. The audience's reaction instantly became heated. The administrator became interested and switched to some shots of unlucky candidates to open everyone's eyes. For example, a student was happily looking for a place to take shelter from the rain, but turned a corner and came face to face with a large beast. For example, a young man was hanging on a tree to rest, but the rope slipped accidentally and he fell into a puddle and got soaked. Another example was a genius who hibernated to resist the low temperature and buried himself in the soil. As a result, he didn't log in time after the rain and almost drowned. The audience was satisfied. Everyone's nightlife is still very rich. 2 hours later, the responsible administrator led the audience to check the rooms, and the alarm set by Changfeng also rang in time. In this way, her mandatory rest time was successfully completed, and she could move freely for the next 24 hours. The first thing Changfeng did when she got up was to check her character panel. Fortunately, she didn't catch a cold. She rubbed her hands, turned up her collar, buried her face in it, and then raised her hand to open the tent. It was not yet bright outside, but the heavy rain had stopped. The scattered branches and fallen leaves on the ground were all wet, making it very inconvenient to start a fire. When it first rained, Changfeng grabbed some dead branches, but they were still damp. She tried to light them several times but failed, and only smoke continued to come out. Changfeng simply gave up, packed up her things, and hurried on her way at night. She hung 2 bottles of collected rainwater on the back of her backpack, and the rainproof cloth of the tent was also crumpled into a ball to hold a small amount of accumulated water. She planned to wait for the sky to clear up and distill and purify it. The dense forest became much gentler after the rain, and the wind was not as strong as before, but it still made people feel cold. After a good sleep, Changfeng felt full of energy and jogged along with the light on. When his body began to heat up, he felt that the extreme cold was not so unbearable. The efficiency of walking at night is much higher than that during the day. At least the amount of sweating is effectively controlled, and the numerical consumption on the character panel can be greatly reduced. After jogging with weights for more than 2 hours, the first rays of sunlight in the sky fell on the edge accompanied by a group of flapping birds. Changfeng controlled his breathing, and watched the blurred shadows on both sides being illuminated by the morning light, revealing the veins of the leaves, and the shadowy jungle showed its original vitality. Until the vision gradually widened, the distant view changed from the overbearing green all over the screen to the mounds with sparse vegetation. This indicated that she was about to leave the dense forest and embark on a new journey. The temperature rose again, and Changfeng couldn't help but recall the pain of being burned by the scorching sun yesterday. She stopped and decided to solve the water problem before entering the new map. There should be no rain last night at the junction of the 2 maps. Changfeng picked up some dry branches, directly built 3 stoves, and put all the things that could be used as containers on them. For convenience, rainwater was only boiled. The collected water was covered with a layer of absorbent cloth, waiting for boiling and evaporation. While watching the fire boiling water on the roadside, Changfeng's communicator, which had been silent for a day, suddenly flashed a noise of electric current. The unexpected red light prompt made Changfeng stun for a moment. She checked the signal again and again to confirm that it was not her illusion. Hello? Changfeng pressed the headset and asked loudly, "Who is it?" The person on the other end did not answer, but only sent a location to her. Less than 2 kilometers away from her. "Wait for me, I come find you after I boil water." Changfeng was visibly happy, and the specific manifestation was that he talked more nonsense. "Can the rainwater here be drunk? Will I be in a negative state after drinking it? If it is possible, I won't boil it." The other party's voice was hoarse, and it took several seconds for him to reply in the channel, and he sounded weak. "I don't know, anyway, I drank a lot." "Yenshin?" The rough voice was like a bellows, and Changfeng almost didn't recognize him. She immediately added 2 more sticks to the fire, and decided to cook it for a while longer. If it wasn't for the acid rain, it would never have caused such serious consequences. 5 minutes later, looking at the black spot that barely moved on the location, Changfeng packed up his things and took the initiative to find Yenshin to meet up. From a distance, Changfeng saw a tall figure approaching her with his head lowered. The staggering steps made Changfeng's eyelids start to twitch ominously. He raised his arm in the air, but before he could say anything, the other party fell straight down. Chunfeng frowned, trotted over, turned the young man's face, confirmed that he did look exactly like Yinshin, and took a step back in confusion. Is it too late to pretend not to know now? It's not necessary to drop a huge bag in the early morning, right? Chapter 66. Chunfeng hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and shook Yinshin. The unconscious person had been disconnected and could not respond to her. Chunfeng took off his gloves and touched the skin on the other person's face. The touch was scorching hot, and it was confirmed that the patient was in a high fever state and temporarily lost the ability to move. It was unknown whether he could recover. At this time, there was still 2/3 of the distance to the target camp. It was known that Yinshin and his heavy backpack were about twice as heavy as Chunfeng. She had to work 3 times harder to lead this friend to victory. Chunfeng, no. She was willing to take the initiative to type this sentence on the public channel. Children should not be exploited like this. During the 1 minute, she squatted beside Yinshin and pondered. Chunfeng carefully recalled her long-standing friendship with this person, so as to find a suitable excuse to make her ruthlessness seem justified. In fact, their friendship was not that deep, although Yinshin selflessly lent her money. But they are comrades who help each other, and it was Chunfeng who took the initiative to extend the olive branch. But robots are calm and purposeful. She participated in the competition to get a ranking. It was already difficult for her to fight for 10% by herself. Adding Yinshin, who exceeded the tonnage standard, wouldn't it be a foolish dream? Besides, the primary goal of soldiers is always to complete the mission. However, Yinshin walked here in the middle of the night despite the high fever to meet her, proving that he has a strong desire to win. If she turned away coldly at this moment, outsiders would mistakenly think that she was despicable. The audience could not hear Qingfeng's repeated struggles in her heart, but only saw her looking up and gazing at the distant mountains, her eyes becoming more and more empty, and finally sighing. That sigh condensed her soul's emotion that it would be better if they had not met. When countless excuses for hesitation flashed through Qingfeng's mind, she knew that she could not leave this time. After all, she did not need to make extra explanations to anyone, and maximizing benefits was the best reason. She straightened Yinshin's body, poured out some clean water, and fed it to his mouth. She wetted the absorbent cloth, folded it into a long strip, and covered his forehead. Chunfeng was not very good at taking care of patients, so he could only rely on his intuition to cool Yinshin down. The technique was also very rough, and whether it worked or not depended on fate. The key was to feed him medicine, and fortunately, she had common antipyretic medicine in her medical bag. But after feeding Yinshin the medicine, she remembered that she had forgotten whether Yinshin had eaten it himself. Anyway, eating too much shouldn't kill people. Chunfeng made some random medical treatment and began to search Yinshin's backpack. Because it was a rainy night, and he was in poor physical condition, Yinshin had very few supplies left. The most important things, water and food, were gone, but all kinds of equipment were left. Chunfeng pulled out a rope, tied it around Yinshin's waist and under his arms, and put a waterproof cloth under Yinshin, dragging him through the endless map. The hot wind hit him in the face, and Qingfeng's right shoulder was deeply bruised by the long rope. The slow steps made her feel that her future was bleak. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch. What kind of touching scene was this? Raising a son can prevent old age, which is why military school students like to be fathers. Lights a cigarette. It's a pity that most bastards are unfilial sons. Chunfeng, don't worry about your face. Everyone knows that you should conquer the stars and the sea alone. An unfilial old father makes Qingfeng's already difficult life even worse. Qingfeng's happiness is gone. Look at her depressed face. I feel bad. I came from Yinshin's place. Thank you, my daughter. It's not easy. There is actually a pure father-daughter relationship among military school students. Is Yinshin going to win literally without doing anything? Shocked. Netizens quarreled with each other, and could not empathize with Qingfeng's hard work. People's joys and sorrows are indeed not connected, and they are even opposite. The sun quickly rose, and the lust was baked hot. Chunfeng changed the water in the towel regularly to help Yinshin cool down physically. However, the rapidly rising outside temperature made Qingfeng's efforts seem like a drop in the bucket. The drinking water was about to run out, and Yinshin still showed no signs of improvement, and was as quiet as a dead person. It was only an hour since Chunfeng left the dense forest map. There was no green in the entire field of vision, and it was filled with dry weeds and dark yellow earth mounds. In the distance was a misty mountain range, and a dazzling light source was hanging above the mountains. Qingfeng's right shoulder was about to lose its intuition, and he reached back to reach for the bottle, and poured out the last drop of water. She licked her lips, any sweat flowing down her face, closed her eyes, and panted heavily. She felt that today's journey was much more tiring than yesterday's. Part of it was the loss of physical strength, and part of it was the confusion in her heart. She couldn't find the water source, couldn't see the goal, had no support from teammates, and was pulling a weight behind her that needed her help. Chunfeng felt that she was now a wisp of wind without direction, spinning inexplicably in an unknown place. Yenshin was the leaf she rolled up. Even if she was so weak that she could hardly blow him away, she still had to work hard to push him forward. Chunfeng lifted the rope on her shoulder and continued to pull up the rope that was about to slide down. She took 2 steps and tilted her head to avoid the skin on her neck that was rubbed by the rope. The pain became dull, the movements became numb, and the brain's thoughts also diverged outward. When she couldn't pull anymore, she would go offline with Yenshin. After going offline, she would let Yenshin know her sacrifice. In addition, the terrain from the dense forest to the Gobi Desert was simply unreasonable. She would write a complaint to Sanyao. Such an arrangement was purely harsh on the candidates and inhumane. Chunfeng comforted herself in this way, but she never stopped. She kept staring at the upper of her shoes, watching the yellow sand swirling around her shoes, and her eyes were moistened by the scorching heat. Her weight did not leave obvious footprints on this thick land, only a shallow, drag mark. 2 hours later, Chunfeng finished eating the wild fruits on her body. She gave half of it to the unconscious Yenshin, but unfortunately this friend wasted the food and could not swallow it, and only drank some juice. They had no supplies. The skin on Chunfeng's neck was also rubbed by the rope, and blood kept flowing down. She casually applied some medicine to herself, changed direction, and continued to pull people. There were hazy double images in her vision. Chunfeng felt that she was almost at her limit, but strangely felt that she was still okay, and could take 2 more steps. Maybe she could find water in 2 steps. This map could not be completely without water. 2.5 hours. Not so lucky. There was still nothing on the way forward. Chunfeng was almost on fire from the high temperature, and her whole body was soaked with sweat, which accumulated in her shoes. She almost didn't have the strength to lift her head, and just mechanically repeated the action of walking. Her throat was so dry that it hurt, and swallowing a mouthful of saliva felt like a knife cutting. She opened her mouth and tried to call Yenshin's name. She didn't hear any sound, so she gave up helplessly. She opened her eyelids and glanced at the stacked rocks on both sides. Chunfeng seemed to have returned to the abandoned flat building on the post-war star. Decline, depression, loneliness. The world is a plain painting with uneven heights, lagging behind in a next-level space without a future. The wind and sand blinded her vision and tripped her steps. After stopping her pace, the last bit of strength in Chunfeng's body was also drained away by fatigue. She is very stubborn, from childhood to adulthood. Her legs became weak, and she knelt on the ground powerlessly. Chunfeng stretched out her hand to support herself, barely stabilizing her body. Through her trembling fingers, she watched the sweat dripping on the ground, wetting the color of the soil. She can do anything, so the young man touched her head and said to her, "You can live well after I leave." Chunfeng insisted on standing up and bit her elbows, but she couldn't bear the weight of her body and fell down completely. When she rested her head on her arms, Chunfeng's consciousness was a little blurred, and her body was floating and sinking, out of control. The muscles on her shoulders began to twitch after excessive fatigue, becoming the only perception in her body, barely holding her sanity. Chunfeng closed her eyes. A scene that had been there for a long time, and had not appeared for a long time, suddenly floated out from the depths of her memory. With ultra-high-definition picture quality, it played in a loop in her world. She heard the man say to her, "Dad is gone. You have to live well." This sentence may be emotionless, or it may be choked with sobs. When it appeared as a last word, Chunfeng felt very sad every time she heard it. Chunfeng held his hand very hard, touched his scar, and reluctantly let go. She didn't remember what she said, but the other party's intermittent instructions were all engraved clearly. You will have people you want to protect, and things you must do. Don't give up. Don't escape. The other party also pulled his hand away resolutely, and his face disappeared in the flickering sunlight. You only have one chance in life. Don't retreat. Don't make mistakes. It's impossible for humans not to make mistakes. The feeling of suffocation made Chunfeng suddenly wake up. She didn't know how long she had been lying there, and her face was stinging from the sun. It might have been just a few minutes, giving the body a short rest. She shook her head, climbed up again, wiped her eyes, pulled the rope on the ground, and continued to drag forward. Perhaps it was the system's preference. A heavy dark cloud floated in the sky. The shadow covered her body, and at the same time brought a refreshing breeze. Feng half closed his eyes, facing the gloomy sky. After walking countless miles, Feng raised his head and saw a green area and a blue lake. Chapter 67. In the last few hundred meters, Feng deeply realized the distance between life and death. When she reached the lake, she was still wondering if the scene in front of her was her own illusion, until her fingers touched the cold lake water, and then she felt her light legs stepping on the ground again, and her soul was pulled back from purgatory. The lake water was clear and transparent, and it was so blue that it was out of place in this withered and yellow Gobi desert. Feng drank with both hands, tasted it eagerly, and confirmed that it was light and should be edible. She immediately pulled Yenshin to her side, took off his mask and hat, and splashed water on his face to help him cool down. Due to long-term lack of water and exposure to the sun, the skin of both of them was already red, swollen and scalded. When the water was splashed on them, all the cells in their bodies were shivering comfortably. The person who had been unconscious for a long time finally moved, his lips moved, and he uttered two mumblings, his eyelashes trembled, and he wanted to open his eyes, but he was not fully awake yet. Feng used her last patience to fill him with a bottle of water. After feeding him, she rolled up her sleeves and buried her face in the lake wantonly. The gentle coolness drove away the pain in her body in an instant. Feng's fatigue seemed to have come to an end here. Surrounded by the extremely comfortable water flow, her body kept sinking, and she lost the strength to struggle. Clusters of bubbles floated densely toward the lake. When Feng was about to fall into the lake, a pair of hands grabbed her collar and lifted her up. The splashing water flew in the air, reflecting the fragmented colorful light. The last scene that stayed in Feng's vision was the continuous mountains that were shattered by the water light. She closed her sore eyes tightly, and was forced to log off by the system before she was ready to breathe. The red warning box flashed and jumped out, indicating that the physical value had been completely cleared. Seeing how long it would take to log in again, Feng simply tore off the connected device and sat in the cabin to calm down. The moment she disconnected from Sanyao, an unprecedented sense of relief spread throughout her body, leaving her at a loss for a moment. 2 minutes later, Feng opened the character panel again to check. The character's current state was fainting, and it would take 2.5 hours to recover. She thought this was great, and she could take a ride with Yenshin, and the luck had finally turned to her side. Feng walked out of the cabin excitedly, took out a bowl of luxurious instant noodles from the rest area, opened a can of beef and poured it in, and added 2 secret marinated eggs. The lid was almost full, and then he took it to the examiner to heat it up. The young examiner looked at her bowl of noodles with an expression that was hard to describe, and with a bit of commonplace disgust, he pouted and said, "Why are you acting like a nouveau riche?" Feng glanced over along his line of sight, and found Jiang Linxia sitting at the small dining table by the window with shaking legs, holding a fried chicken leg in each hand, and gnawing on a piece of spiced pig's trotter in his mouth. His mouth was full of grease, which was very ungentlemanly. Feng said, "How did such a large piece of pig's trotter disappear?" It turned out that someone got there first. Jiang Linxia sensed a strong murderous aura, raised her head, and gave her a friendly smile. "Don't communicate." The examiner raised a small pointer and pointed to another table in a cold tone. "You sit there. Remember to clean up after eating. There is no cleaning robot in the examination room." Feng, "Hey." While waiting, Feng ate, washed his hair, and played a standalone game for a while. When she logged in again, she had already left the Gobi Oasis. The dungeon scene was already dark, and without the towering leaves blocking the view, the bright river of light was visible. Feng raised his head, rubbed his sore neck, and found that he was lying on Yenshin's back. The feeling of exhaustion came back. There were also painful wounds and overworked muscles. All kinds of physical reactions made Feng instantly recall the previous hardships and pain. Feng raised his hand and tremblingly showed 3 fingers in front of Yenshin. Yenshin nodded and said perfunctorily, Okay. I mean, you slept for 3 hours. No. Feng added another finger and said calmly, 4 hours. Yenshin sneered twice in his chest, restrained the urge to throw him down, and said, Don't raise the price, you profiteer. Feng said, Really? 3.5 hours, you are so fat, it's normal to round it up. Besides, you ate my food and enjoyed my service. I'm fat? Yenshin was framed with a false charge. He tilted his ear and said, feeling it was ridiculous, You can't find a piece of fat on my body. Is this fat? Feng shook his legs. Anyway, you are very heavy. Yenshin lifted the person who was sliding down and reminded him, Don't move, you are not light either. Damn it. Feng had a sour face. This person didn't have the gratitude he should have for his benefactor, and he lied with his eyes open. Yinshin walked more steadily than her, and his tense muscles were as hard as iron, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. In order to commend Changfeng for her contribution, Yinshin carried her on his back for more than half an hour before he urged her to get down and walk by herself. I'm out of energy. Changfeng changed the subject and asked, have you replenished your supplies? Yinshin said, I caught a few fish. It's hard to find another oasis in the Gobi Desert. Yinshin filled several bottles with water, put some more in a waterproof cloth, and dragged it behind him. The fish in the lake were agile, and the water was too deep, so Yinshin didn't dare to catch them in the center of the lake. Plus, they wasted too much time in the morning, so they had to hurry up. So they simply caught a few, and set off immediately. Changfeng said, oh. Yinshin lowered his eyes, his ears were blown red by the cold wind at night, and in the silence, he suddenly said, why didn't you abandon me? Changfeng asked back, then why didn't you just give up? She remembered and quickly asked, why did you come to me? This sentence sounded obviously depressed. Yinshin was silent for 2 seconds and replied, I just picked a random road. Changfeng, I'm so unlucky. Yinshin stopped, and Changfeng jumped to the ground. Without the heat source, she shivered in the open space. She quickly pulled out the heavy fur from her bag and put it on her shoulders. The two walked side by side, the sound of footsteps of different depths intertwined in the deep night, and the long shadows of one tall and one short swayed on the narrow road illuminated by the lights. It's not particularly unlucky. Changfeng thought for a moment and said, it's just a little bit difficult at the beginning. Don't be sad. Yinshin turned his head and smiled lightly. He said, actually, I didn't insist on completing this exam. It's okay to quit, and it doesn't matter if I fail. Anyway, he doesn't lack money or GPA. But if you give up directly because of the rain, old Xiang will scold you. What? Changfeng asked curiously, are you afraid of him? She recalled her impression of Xiang Yunjian and frowned. He has a bit of a bad taste, but he doesn't seem to be very fierce. Too many, I'm tired of reading them. It's not because I'm afraid of him. Yinshin said softly, I wanted to wait for you to leave, and then be automatically disqualified by the system, and then quit. But the countdown time is over, and you're still keeping me hanging. Changfeng, oh. She thought about it for a few times, and then asked after realizing it, did I do something wrong? No. Yinshin shook his head, no. It's fine. Chapter 68. Yinshin is not really suitable for Xiang Yunjian's team. Everyone in this team is a little bit top crazy, only he is tepid, and every time he doesn't go out, Jiang Linxia is anxious. His pursuits are also different from his teammates. He relies on his talent to make a living, and he doesn't have a lofty belief in his profession. He went to military school just to leave home as soon as possible and find an excuse not to go back during the holidays. Yinshin's naturalness often contradicts the strong desire to win among his teammates. In most cases, he will compromise perfunctorily for Xiang Yunjian's sake to maintain the integrity of their lone wolf team. But the other teammates also had a lot of problems. Compared with him, he felt that he was still normal. Yinshin adjusted his breathing regularly, half closed his eyes, and looked at the heavy shadows in front of him. All kinds of messy things flashed through his mind to distract himself and ignore the cold air in the night wind. The two of them took turns to be unconscious during the day, just enough time for the mandatory rest. After nightfall, he jogged on the road, but the satiety value on the character panel fell rapidly, and soon approached the red line. The meat that Changfeng had saved up before had already been eaten by Yinshin. Drinking water could not effectively increase the panel values, and they had just experienced a long period of disconnection. If they insisted on going ahead, they would probably be ejected again. They could only temporarily stop the progress, light a fire on the spot, and roast the last few fish. However, those few small fish were not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of two military academy students, who were consuming a lot of physical strength. Changfeng had just been tempted, and there was only a piece of fish bone left in his hand. He smelled the fragrance lingering in the air, and felt his stomach was full of emptiness. Yinshin was even more confused, his eyes were blurry. Mammals in the Gobi Desert usually come out and move in the middle of the night. They wanted to find food, and now was the best time. After eating the grilled fish, the two adjusted their primary goal to hunting. Fearing that the light source would disturb the prey, the two turned off all the lighting tools and searched only with blurry night vision goggles. However, there was little food to eat in the Gobi Desert. They searched for 3 or 4 hours, and Yinshin's detection equipment was completely exhausted, and he did not find any new ingredients to fill his stomach. On the way, they did encounter a few passing shadows, but they couldn't tell what kind of animals they were. Anyway, with their current physical strength, it was impossible to catch up. When the sky was about to dawn, the two people who had worked hard all night still had nothing. Yinshin's satiety value dropped to only 20, and Chung Feng was slightly better, fluctuating around 30. In such a bleak situation, let alone persisting to the target camp, it is estimated that they can't survive the second night. Both of them felt that this was not good, but they didn't show it on their faces, and hurried on their way in silence. System time, around 5 in the morning. The dark night sky over the Gobi Desert was torn open by the light, revealing a hazy gray. Seeing that they were about to embark on another uncertain journey, the two people's steps became heavy. At this time, the temperature had not risen completely, neither cold nor hot, which was the most comfortable stage for the human body. But the golden hunting time left for them was less than an hour. When needed, an hour can be described as a snap of the fingers. Chung Feng licked his dry lips, took out the bottle from his bag, and drank a sip cherishingly. When they bent down to twist the bottle cap, they didn't know whether it was a good turn for the better or the system settings of Sanao were just so bad. After working all night without any results, the detection glasses showed the figure of a prey that could be captured for the first time. The little thing with brown fur was lying obediently in a pile of weeds, looking for edible insects or licking water droplets on the leaves. The appearance of this thing was a bit like a gerbil, and a bit like a rabbit. It was impossible to confirm it from a distance, but it was obviously an edible species. The fur was dry, but the body was plump, very much like the rabbit of their dreams. Chung Feng walked lightly, not even daring to breathe loudly. He raised his hand, and was about to remind Yinshin, but his companions dropped their backpacks first, and started to move from the side. Chung Feng closed his mouth, watched for a few seconds, confirmed his route, and consciously moved in another direction. Chung Feng quickly found a suitable position, and half-crouched, and hid behind a rock. Yinshin walked halfway, more than 100 meters away from Chung Feng, turned around and made a subtle gesture to her, and sent her a look. Then he suddenly remembered that she was not his teammate, and could not understand each other's secret code, so he could only stop and say a few words in the communicator to exchange ideas with her, and continue the operation. Yinshin walked to his favorite hunting spot, pressed the headset, sent a signal, and rushed over without waiting for Chung Feng to respond. As a well-trained military academy student, Yinshin's potential burst out even when he was hungry, and he still had an amazing speed. But Chung Feng never expected that he was the type of person who fought quickly, and that desert creature that seemed to lack exercise could survive in such a harsh environment for a long time, which was enough to live up to the saying, "Don't judge by appearance." This word, the ground vibration caused by the young man's running quickly startled the prey that was eating. The little thing's ears trembled, and it didn't even look back, and flew out like a stray arrow. Chung Feng followed it closely, watching the brown shadow running wildly in the desert, and its powerful hind legs kicked out a cloud of yellow dust like exhaust. Not to mention, the little feet are quite long. Yinshin kept sprinting, and decided to put all the last chances on this agile prey. The undulating rocks on both sides blocked the prey's way. It turned flexibly in the limited space, and the distance between it and Yinshin was increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, and then from 10 meters to 15 meters. Seeing that he was about to lose the target, Yinshin's endurance also reached the end. He shouted in the team channel, and Chung Feng seized the opportunity and rushed out from behind the ambush stone. The prey was frightened by her sudden appearance, and the forward momentum suddenly stopped and turned rapidly. But this little thing had been chased by Yinshin all the way, and its endurance was really a bit unsustainable. It didn't dodge Chung Feng's pounce, and was caught by the hind legs of fate. So, animals with 2 long legs are prone to early death. Chung Feng freed one hand, took out a long rope from his waist, and tied it up neatly. Seeing the prey successfully caught, Yinshin breathed a sigh of relief and stopped with peace of mind. He supported his weak knees with both hands, and praised him in a short breath. "Well done." Chung Feng said, "Not bad. Hunting and digging wild vegetables, she is quite experienced." After all, this was her source of livelihood. Chung Feng picked up the prey in her hand, and turned it around to look at it carefully. The facial contour of this little cutie is more like a rabbit, but it doesn't have a pair of iconic long ears. Half hung in the air by her, it still has strong vitality, flapping its 4 long legs and making short and sharp calls. She was not disappointed. This thing is quite fat, roughly estimated to weigh about 7 or 8 kilograms. Even if the fur is plucked and the bones are shaved, it can keep the 2 of them alive today. She looked at this thing that looked like a rabbit, pulled out a dagger from the inside of her boots, and prepared to stab it, and send it on its way. Yinshin held his forehead, endured the short dizziness caused by exercise and hunger, went to pick up his backpack, took out the lighter, and found a place to light a fire in the wind. Chunfeng squatted on the ground, already imagining the deliciousness of the meat, and asked him loudly, "Braise or stew? Do you like spicy food?" Yinshin was about to say either way, but his nostrils twitched, and he vaguely smelled something bad in the wind. Chunfeng also noticed it, raised his head, and looked around. The sun was getting brighter, as if it was turned on at double speed, as if someone couldn't wait to reach out and pull the blazing fireball out from under the horizon. The long shadow of a wild wolf was reflected from behind the rock by the interlaced light and dark colors, swaying as it paced back and forth. The two of them froze together, their eyes wandering around the shadow for a moment, then turned to meet in midair, revealing each other's astonishment. The thing in Chunfeng's hand was still struggling, blood kept flowing down its fur, dripping on the sand and stones, leaving a scarlet color. The wild wolf came out, as if to estimate their fighting power, its cold and greedy eyes turned back and forth between the two, and while tentatively approaching, it raised its head and let out a melodious long howl. Chunfeng immediately turned around to see if his companions would appear in the blind spot. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. Chunfeng smelled it, and felt that his fate was as unfortunate as the prey in his hand. Why was he so unlucky? Yenshin's movements were still faster than hers, and he calmly stretched out his hand to her and said, "Give it to me." Chunfeng didn't think much about it, and threw the prey to him immediately. Yenshin stepped forward to pick up the rabbit, turned around and ran without saying a word. Chunfeng was stunned for a moment, and when he realized the danger of his teammates, he ran to catch up. The hot wind hit her cheeks hard, but Chunfeng still couldn't believe it. With trembling lips, she shouted at the figure in front of her that was getting farther and farther away, "Is this reasonable? Are you embarrassed, Yenshin?" Yenshin replied, "It's even more unreasonable to stand there and stare blankly at this time." Chunfeng didn't wear a mask, and her mouth was filled with sand, and a salty and sour taste filled her mouth. She knew she shouldn't talk, but she couldn't help it. She scolded, "You can't be immoral." Yenshin said viciously, "Only humans talk about morality." Chunfeng was once again extremely disappointed with the shameless humans. "Don't you think winning or losing doesn't matter, you liar?" "Shut up," Yenshin kindly reminded Run. Chunfeng ran wildly with his head down, listening to the wind whistling past his ears. He looked back distracted and almost couldn't breathe. A wolf shadow cloned into three. Even wolves have companions. "Yenshin!" Chunfeng roared, "I'm serious, choose one of the two. Do you want to save the big one or the small one?" Chapter 69. Yenshin and Chunfeng were not good at swearing, but this situation made them quickly light up this talent. Although they didn't have the energy to swear, their highly focused brains had arranged and combined a variety of greetings, and the target was not named. No matter how called a lone wolf, the escape speed was not as fast as that of a real wolf. After summoning their brothers, they were fearless and driven by hunger. The three wolves showed their wildness and chased and bit ferociously from behind. Every time Chunfeng looked back, he felt that he was one step closer to being offline. Besides, wolves are very patient, and it is basically a pipe dream to shake them off in a chase. Yenshin ran in front, carrying a huge military backpack. Chunfeng couldn't see what he was doing from his angle, and she had no time to be distracted. When looking back and forth, Chunfeng found that Yenshin's speed had also slowed down, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Whether he had no strength or came to support him voluntarily, Chunfeng was about to feel a little touched when she heard Yenshin squeeze out a ray of air from his overloaded lungs and shouted sharply, "Block it." Chunfeng question mark. If she had the ability to fight three people alone, would she be so embarrassed? However, the imminent crisis did not allow Chunfeng to hesitate for even half a second. Her expression froze for a moment, and then she slowed down. From the various unclear sounds in her ears, she caught the footsteps of the three wolves, predicted the distance, threw out the thick fur in her hand, and pounced back with force. The large fur covered a wild wolf, with festering skin and a skinny body. But the beast rushed forward regardless of the fact that its head was covered. Chunfeng had just stopped running, and the blood rushing to her heart seemed to be flowing back to her limbs. Her legs were weak, and she staggered and took several steps back before she could stand firm. But before she could control her body's center of gravity, another wolf pounced on her from the side. This time Chunfeng couldn't dodge in time, so she could only raise her hands to block and avoid the fatal parts of her neck and face. The wolf kicked her abdomen with its 2 feet, and the forward momentum directly knocked her down. The hunter instinct of fighting in the wilderness for many years allowed it to accurately bite the target's arm even in the air. Feeling the sharp teeth sinking deep into the flesh, Qingfeng's trembling pupils lost focus for a moment, forgetting any thoughts. Before the pain reached her brain, she raised her knife and stabbed. Sanyo's military knife was extremely sharp. Even though Changfeng had no strength left, it still pierced through the fur smoothly, and the collision with the bone made a tooth-grinding sound. Both the man and the wolf were injured, and they rolled on the ground with blood gushing out. The wolf had not tasted the sweetness of blood for a long time. After being stabbed, the madness in its eyes became even stronger. It still clenched its teeth tightly, trying to tear a piece of meat from Changfeng. Changfeng endured the dull pain and kicked it hard. When the black and white impermanence's soul-calling banner had already been inserted into your forehead, the severe pain became mild. Changfeng had just gotten rid of the wolf's bite when the other two wolves pounced on him one after another. Wolves are animals with high IQ and strong adaptability. Considering the weapon in her hand, he did not attack rashly this time. He sprayed a big mouth with a fishy smell and aimed at her ankles, as if he wanted to bite off her legs and disable her ability to move first. Changfeng stared at the yellowed, cold fangs, and his scalp was numb. He kicked the other wolf's head with all his strength, and quickly raised his upper body with the strength of his waist, abdomen and arms. He raised his arm and swung it downwards, using his weapon to scare away the other wolf that was looking for an opportunity to attack. It was really cruel to let Changfeng deal with these three desperate things alone. Yenshin didn't know what he was busy with. He took the time to observe the situation here with his peripheral vision, and found that Changfeng was very similar to someone in his impression. He could fight with anything, and his upper limit of combat power was a mystery. He couldn't help but encourage, "You can do it." Changfeng ? Even if she lost her life, she would roar with a hoarse throat, "Get lost." Changfeng put her injured hand behind her back and stood up. The two wolves adjusted their direction following her steps, looking for another opportunity to attack. The injured companion took the initiative to withdraw from the battle line, lying on the ground, licking the blood stains on his fur with his tongue. Changfeng didn't know how the wild wolves confirmed the attack signal. Facing the two predators coming together, she had even thought of her offline remarks. The epitaph in her examination room was an accusation against Yenshin. She wanted to complain to Xiang Yunjian. This was not the treatment a boss should have. Breach of contract, compensation. His thoughts were running wildly like a wild horse, but his actions were reckless. Changfeng ducked to avoid the target's bite, and his right hand attacked as fast as the wind, thinking that he could take away as many as he could, so he gave up defense and concentrated all his killing power on the target on the right. The blade scratched the wolf's face, and Qingfeng's vitals were completely exposed to the fangs of its companion. At the critical moment, Yenshin threw the rabbit with all his strength, knocking the wolf on the left side's head off, giving Changfeng a chance to survive. Changfeng thought it was useless. Compared to a furry thing like a rabbit, the two alien species were obviously large in quantity, tender in skin and meat, and juicy. The three wolves really didn't pay any attention to the rabbit, focusing on the only choice in front of them. The wild wolves that were not injured gathered again and attacked Changfeng. Changfeng hurriedly retreated, and at this time Yenshin's stern shout overwhelmed all the noise. "Get down!" Changfeng subconsciously followed the order, and turned to lie on the ground. Yenshin's movements were even faster, and before she could even get down, he had already thrown the thing in his hand. An irregular object exploded directly in the air, raising a layer of yellow waves that spread in all directions. Changfeng felt countless debris passing over his face, and his body seemed to be pushed hard and fell to the ground. The fire flashed in the air, and the airflow from the explosion also brought a heat, but the temperature was not scalding, and it quickly dissipated as Changfeng was pushed away. This small-scale explosion did not have much lethality. At most it could only restrict the target's freedom of movement, or cause slight impact damage to them. Changfeng rolled on the ground twice and stopped, her vision occupied by darkness for a few seconds, and after a while, she regained control of her body. She raised her head with difficulty, and saw Yenshin coming forward against the aftermath of the explosion and manually ending the lives of the two wolves. The other one was stabbed by Changfeng, and it was limping out with a low moan of pain. Seeing that the situation was not good, it was limping away. Yenshin chased after it, pressed its back from behind, and sent it back to the database neatly. After escaping the disaster, Changfeng closed her eyes and lay back exhausted. The sky above her head was covered with a layer of light red light, and the dazzling light shone on her tightly closed eyelids, still making her eyes sore. After a long while, Changfeng finally found his voice and asked weakly, "The gold content of your top 10% scholarship is a bit high. It's not necessary to risk your life like this, right? If she made a mistake, or Yenshin's shot was slightly off, the test would end early." The level of the Alliance's individual soldiers turned out to be this level? Did she underestimate it before? Yenshin was silent. He was also exhausted, his face was pale, and he sat on the ground with his head down to adjust his state. He put his hands on his knees, glanced at the dead animals blankly, recalled the disasters along the way, and turned his head to look at Chunfeng with a very complicated look. Chunfeng raised his left arm in pain, struggled to get up, and tried to find a medical kit for treatment. When he passed by Yenshin, he noticed the subtlety in his expression and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Yenshin shook his head, looked away in self-doubt, and said, "Nothing." Netizens were terrified and held their breath in their throats until they dared to breathe freely. They were clearly just bystanders, but the spirit of tension and relaxation made them feel haggard, as if they were also chased by their superiors to walk 3 kilometers in the dog days of summer. They were so anxious that they were sweating. This team is really bad, but they are also really lucky. Please, Chunfeng, find a place to pray after you get out. Your bad luck is beyond the solution of science. Under normal circumstances, you will not encounter wolves when you are alone or in pairs, and the character panel is close to the red line. Although there are only 3 wolves. So whose problem is it? I can testify for Yenshin on this point. He is not so unreasonable, and his crime is not serious. That is definitely not Chunfeng's fault. After all, she held back 3 wolves by herself and slightly injured 2 of them. Sanyao, you can only find a way to solve it yourself. There is less than a day left. Isn't the most important thing to worry about now that they may not be able to reach the camp? Chunfeng took out the medical kit from his bag. After the danger, the pain rushed out, and as she pulled the cloth on the wound, it retaliated exponentially. After doing a few simple movements, Chunfeng's forehead was covered with sweat. Yenshin took a short break and started a fire again to prepare the food. Seeing that Chunfeng had done a messy job just cleaning the wound, biting one end of the bandage, and using force as if she had a grudge against him, he had no choice but to signal her not to move and went over to help her bandage. The effect of the painkiller slowly emerged. Chunfeng was a little more energetic and asked the person in front of him, "What did you use to explode just now?" "A lighter and an alarm." Yenshin wrapped the bandages around and around, raised his chin and nodded in the direction of the backpack. When necessary, it can be modified into a very useless detonator. It was indeed quite useless. Before he finished modifying it, Chunfeng was almost dead. It exploded directly in midair, only a few meters away from sending Chunfeng offline. She touched her hair. Although it didn't burn, her bangs were still burned by the residual heat of the sparks. The top became curled, and there was a pungent smell of burning. Seeing her melancholy expression, Yenshin kindly comforted her. "I give you 2 rabbit legs." Chunfeng nodded, and after a moment realized something was wrong, raised his eyes, and said, "Don't you lie to me. Don't rabbits have 4 legs? Isn't this the most basic distribution according to work?" Yenshin was silent. Chunfeng was shocked. "What did you plan before? Are you kind?" Yenshin said sincerely, "No." As smart as she is, Chunfeng will not believe it again. After Yenshin finished bandaging, he wiped his hands and said nonchalantly, "Get ready to eat." Chapter 70. When their fullness was at risk, the 2 finally had this hard-earned lunch. Chunfeng had no time to tell what rabbit meat tasted like. She took 2 bites and tasted only bitterness and dry wood, with a bloody aftertaste in her mouth. Chunfeng was very disappointed. She licked her back teeth with her tongue and looked at the young man across from her, who was eating voraciously and enthusiastically. She asked enviously, "Is it delicious?" Yenshin shook his head. "I can't tell." "Hurry up." But he ate very happily. It seems that it is his own problem. Chunfeng reflected. Adults should not be so delicate. Not eating cabbage is fine, but how can not eating meat? A rabbit successfully brought the 2 people's fullness value back to 70%. But the heavy meat piled up in the stomach, without vegetables and water to neutralize, made Chunfeng feel a little uncomfortable. After Yenshin finished eating the rabbit, he cut some wolf meat and took it with him. Although according to the remaining time, they probably wouldn't need this food. Yenshin estimated the approximate distance from their current location to the camp based on past experience, and gave Chunfeng a not very optimistic answer. If they are lucky, this premise alone makes people feel desperate. If they are a little ruthless to themselves, they can reach the target point an hour earlier. Anyway, the task is very difficult. Chunfeng suspected that there was a lot of room for modification in his word maybe, but he didn't dare to point it out on the spot. After all, as human beings, learning to comfort oneself is an advantage. The 2 confirmed the direction of march, packed up hastily, and started on their way with their things on their backs. It turned out that the test of physical strength and willpower in Sanyao was boring and repetitive. The two walked quickly for more than 3 hours under the scorching sun, and only took a short rest for 15 minutes in the middle. When the sky and the earth were spinning in front of them, they finally touched the long and curving mountain range. This scenery line, that looked like a mirage, was indeed as far away as it looked. Chunfeng looked up at the steep and bare mountain, his throat rolled, but he couldn't swallow any saliva. The water has been finished. The whole survival dungeon in the no man's land is based on eating and drinking. It is hot, and lacks water during the day, and cold, and lacks food at night. It is determined to put the candidates in a hell of ice, and fire to roast them on both sides, so as to cultivate the professional level of everyone's trolls. Chunfeng feels that he has already got the hang of it, and he only lacks a platform to show it. The mountain is steep, and there is no road opened by predecessors. The leverage points for climbing the mountain are all irregular gravel. If you are not careful, it is easy to step on the air and roll down along the long slanting rock wall. In this situation, people would like to grow 8 hands to stabilize their center of gravity, but Chunfeng couldn't even control his climbing posture. Yinshin led the way in front, and considering Qingfeng's injury, he tried to meander and find a safe and simple route. When wandering near the bottom of the mountain, the trend of the mountain road was relatively flat, and Chunfeng could keep up with the rhythm of his teammates with his light movements. After reaching the middle of the mountain fell straight down piece by piece, as if it had been cut by a knife, steep and sharp, and the planner's malicious face could be seen from every angle. Chunfeng stopped, leaned against the rock, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the sleeve of her right hand. Yinshin also stopped, leaned against the mountain wall, turned around and asked, "How is it?" Chunfeng shook her head. "It's hard to describe." The wound on her hand was still getting worse. Even with the hemostatic injection, it was still difficult to heal due to sweat and high temperature. Yinshin changed her medicine once during the process. When the bandage was removed, the blood and flesh were sticky. There was no time to do delicate treatment. He roughly cleaned the rotten flesh and bandaged it again. Qingfeng's feelings are quite complicated now. She felt that her left hand no longer existed on her body, and it felt heavy and painful, like a bag of iron hanging on her body. Yinshin threw down a long rope and motioned her to tie it around her waist. Rest for 15 minutes before continuing. Don't be afraid, I pull you along. Chunfeng opened her mouth and pulled her muscles, feeling a dry and stinging pain on her lips. She frowned and asked, "How long will it take?" "Don't worry about how long it will take." Yinshin showed a humanitarian sentiment that Chunfeng was not used to at this time. "Let's take a detour and go as far as we can. I help you in the hard times." Chunfeng nodded. When she blinked, she felt her eyelashes become heavy. She raised her hand to wipe them, only to find that it was large drops of sweat falling on them, blurring her world. It was then that she realized how comfortable the dense forest seen in the first map was. There were both vegetation to provide shade and easy to find food. At most, the elusive beasts were worrying, but they were certainly not as ferocious as the wolves. She had begun to arrogantly feel that the scholarship was not worth the hardships she had gone through. Chunfeng lowered his head and hypnotized himself for a few sentences, then shook his head, pinched his left shoulder hard, and said in a small but firm voice, "Let's go. I'm still okay. I want to win." Yinshin, okay. This is probably the so-called fighting spirit that he will never understand in his life. Maybe it's because of extreme oppression that humans can burst out with absolute potential. Maybe it's because Sanyo's simulation system is just a simulation after all, and Qingfeng's obsession with victory transcends the settings of their program. As the sky was about to get dark, Qingfeng's condition gradually improved, and he had some symptoms of last breath. Finally, after a careful half pull and half push, he grabbed a corner of the boulder and jumped onto the towering mountain top. In the dim sunlight, the two watched the sun fall from the top of their heads, dragging a long glow and disappearing into the flat ground. Blowing the gradually cool evening breeze, Chunfeng smelled the taste of victory. The two stayed at the highest point for 5 minutes, staring at the desolate Gobi for a long time, and then turned on the lights to find a way down the mountain. Going down the mountain is less laborious, but also more dangerous. Yinshin decided to continue taking the steady route. All the movements in the dark night became clear. The two of them could not find the strength to speak, but their 5 senses were strained to the extreme. Halfway through the journey, Yinshin vaguely heard the sound of water. The two exchanged glances, followed the direction, and actually found a pool of water. Chunfeng was about to cry with joy, and clapped his hands with Yinshin, but still did not say a word. The two of them gestured like mime actors, looking for a way to get water. Chufeng first tied one end of the rope to the container and threw it in to fetch water. However, the rock wall of this pool was slanted and uneven, and it was very deep. When they pulled the rope back, the container had been bumpy all the way, and there was nothing left. After trying twice without success, only a few drops of residual water were harvested, and Chufeng sighed bitterly. She lay on the ground, staring at the water source below eagerly, and before Yenshin could speak, she turned her head and said innocently with her eyes open, "You jump down, Brothershin, if you are alive, fill a bottle of water and tie it to the rope. I carried you for 5 hours, and you blew me up again. It's your turn now." Yenshin felt that this world was really terrible. What a good kid. How long has it been before he can speak nonsense without thinking? Why did it become 5 hours again? It was obviously less than 3 hours. And you didn't carry me on your back, you dragged me. Yenshin touched the bottom of his arm, and the place where the rope had been tied still hurt. When he just woke up, he almost thought that he was torn into pieces by Chufeng for revenge. This is not good, Chufeng. It's very unrealistic. It means that thirst has begun to affect my memory. If we continue like this, neither of us can reach the camp. Chufeng said seriously, I remember that I carried you on my back for 5 hours. So Brothershin jump. This brother is so precious that he wants to give her his life. Yenshin said, you are dreaming. Chufeng turned his face, TSK. The two were still in the final tug of war, trying to sell out their plastic teammates, and didn't notice the movement behind them. In the dark night, a ray of light suddenly hit, swaying on the stone hanging above Chingfeng's head, and at the same time a heavenly voice sounded. Chufeng? The two desperate men turned their heads at the same time, staring at the tall and strong figure behind them, and tears almost burst out. Chapter 71. It was the first time that Xiang Yunjian saw two pairs of eyes that were so bright in the dark. It was also the first time that he saw his unfilial daughter show him such a kind expression. He was flattered, but he rationally held back his laughter and asked calmly, What are you doing lying there? Chufeng got up, wiped his face, and forced back his tears. He adjusted the light source in his hand and pointed it in the direction of Xiang Yunjian, which made him turn his head to avoid it. The shadow swayed. I want to drink water. Chingfeng's high voice sounded particularly miserable. There is water below. Xiang Yunjian said sympathetically, How pitiful. He reached out to his backpack, conjured up 2 fruits on the left and right, and asked his poor child, orange or apple. Chingfeng's breathing stopped for a second, and his originally large eyes opened a little more. His stunned expression was full of self-doubt, and he lowered his voice and said, Orange. Xiang Yunjian said with a smile, Call Daddy. Chufeng, Dad. Xiang Yunjian threw it over. Chufeng reached out to grab it, and squatted on the ground to peel the orange. Helpless, she couldn't use her left hand, and she was wearing heavy gloves, so her fingers were not flexible enough. In the end, she had to rely on her teammates, who were not conscious enough. Yenshin didn't know why he helped her while being despised by her. Perhaps this is the real situation of the old father. And Chufeng stared at him, worried that he would take away the big oranges he earned from renting out his elder seats. Both of them were thinking frantically about how to complain to Xiang Yunjian. But Chufeng was the first to eat the orange, and his whole person was sublimated, and his mind became more open. When he opened his mouth, he only asked euphemistically, Where did the fruit come from? Why are there oranges? We got them from the camp. Xiang Yunjian walked closer, found a place to sit down, bent down to observe them closely, and scanned their faces and hands and feet, only to find that they were in a mess. How come you two are in a group, and you are in such a mess? Yenshin took the water from him, and said bitterly, It's because of the companionship that things turn out like this. You mean it's my problem? Chufeng firmly and sternly refuted him. If you hadn't met me, you would have died before you even got out of the first map. With a new teammate, Chufeng didn't even want to maintain that little bit of plastic friendship. Very arrogant. Very domineering. Very unreasonable. She regained her confidence as a boss. Yes. Yenshin endured the humiliation and turned around to ask, Why are you in this mountain in the middle of the night? Jiang Linxia and Xi and Quang are both back, but there's no news about you two. We thought something happened to you, so we checked our respective starting positions and decided to look for you separately. Xiang Yunjian asked, Where are your communicators? Chufeng sighed. In order to reduce the burden, she threw away all the useless equipment, including the communicator that brought nothing to her except Yenshin. Yenshin also threw away the communicator because he thought it was not far from the camp, and it was not very useful. The two looked at each other quietly, and they both had a lot to say in their hearts, brewing in silent accusations. Xiang Yunjian supported his chin with one hand, and his eyes moved back and forth between the two people, wanting to ignite the fire with a spark, but afraid of getting burned and hurting himself. Netizens laughed out loud at this scene. Congratulations to Chun Feng for getting out of the hidden non-African mode. I seem to hear countless voices of Dad playing on a loop in a trance. Pull it back and watch it again, it shouldn't be my hallucination. Brother Xiang's appearance, although it was at night, was like the light of a god descending. Compared to this, Yinshin, you are really a rip-off. The BGM of Good Luck finally sounded in Chinfeng's live broadcast room. I am relieved. So can I watch it with peace of mind now? I almost had a heart attack after chasing for a whole day yesterday. The three of them have set off again, fearing that they will not be able to arrive at the campsite and swipe their cards before noon. But Chun Feng, who drank water and ate a small cake, is more powerful than before. He doesn't even need to write a small note to complain, he just speaks out. He exploited me, and he squeezed me. Chun Feng cried with tears in her eyes. I carried him on my back for 6 hours. Yinshin interrupted her and asked, this is seriously out of touch with reality, Chun Feng. Chun Feng scolded, 3 hours is a long time. Xiang Yunjian was obviously biased and asked his brother, what's wrong with you? Isn't this good? Yinshin said irresponsibly, still alive? If this is the standard, then it is true. Chun Feng said, most of this is my own hard work. Xiang Yunjian stopped and waved at her, come here. He had good hands and feet, and all his limbs were intact. After resting in the camp for a while, the system adjusted his panel values to the best state. Compared to Chun Feng and the other disabled people who had repeatedly climbed back from the brink of life and death, carrying Chun Feng was as easy and agile as carrying a weight bag for training. He carried Chun Feng on his back, motioned her to hold him tightly, supported the mountain wall with one hand, and jumped down carefully along the narrow walkway. Small stones rolled down because of his movements. The fading voice seemed to echo in the quiet night. Stopping on a safe platform, Xiang Yunjian turned around and waved, signaling Yinshin to follow him down. Yinshin stood still, lowered his head, stared at him through the light. His eyes were deep, like the cold air at night. It felt creepy when it fell on him. He also shone the light on Chinfeng's face as a signal. Xiang Yunjian, said Pu, and said mercilessly, you are dreaming, get down. Yinshin joked for a moment, realizing the difference in status in the team, and could only jump down with self-improvement. When he and Chun Feng were traveling together, the live broadcast room was almost in silent mode. Xiang Yunjian was not a talkative person, but once he appeared, the whole channel became very lively. He was good at asking questions and finding topics. Yinshin briefly described to him the various hardships they had experienced since they met. Why are you so unlucky? Xiang Yunjian was amazed. Has it happened before? I don't have much memory of it. Yinshin said, I didn't have a chance to experiment. After saying that, he recalled it again and corrected himself. I was really unlucky when we first worked together. She turned against me and killed me. Xiang Yunjian, that can still be explained. Don't strangle me, Comrade Chun Feng. Shine the light a little lower, right? I'm helping you now, understand? If you feel hungry, you can take food from my pocket. If you can't hold on and fall, I can't hold you back. Walking the mountain road for the second time, Xiang Yunjian was already very skilled. The three of them crossed the most dangerous part of the mountainside without any setbacks. When they were near the bottom of the mountain, Chun Feng said she wanted to come down and walk on her own, and Xiang Yunjian followed her advice. However, the wound on Chinfeng's left arm still caused her to have a high fever, and the debuff panel, plus the hidden injuries on the joints of her limbs, made her steps weak, and she had to jog to keep up with the speed of the two long-legged young men. Xiang Yunjian said a few words to her, and found that she was slow to react, so he carried her on his back and took her to the camp. Xiang Yunjian's back was very broad, and there were many equipments on the outside of his uniform. Chun Feng put her chin on his shoulder, and it hurt as he bumped his feet. But Xiang Yunjian had a sense of safety, which made Chinfeng's consciousness fluctuate and her eyes sleepy. In the midst of drowsiness, she put the communicator next to Xiang Yunjian's ear and heard the voices of the other two teammates. She opened her heavy eyelids and looked forward, and found that a tall tower had stood in her field of vision, with the logo of the Alliance posted on the outer wall of the tower. Arrived at the camp, she heard Xiang Yunjian ask cheerfully, finally the exam is over, tomorrow is a holiday, have you packed your things? Yinshin said, not yet. I'm packing. How many days are there in the winter vacation? There's not much joy in the holiday. Jiang Lingxia interrupted, there are only 16 minutes left before the deadline. Why are you two stuck here? Xi and Kwang was surprised. You didn't get lost? Jiang Linxia asked. Where is Changfeng? Did he fall asleep during the exam? Changfeng tried to raise his head and tried to respond, but his body was out of control. The red light in the interface kept flashing. She glanced at the panel and found that her body temperature had risen to about 40 degrees. For the machine, this was really nothing. So she raised 2 fingers and made a V. Xiang Yunjin jogged and said, Swipe the card quickly, or I will really be offline. After a while, Changfeng heard the system prompt. This exam is officially over. Congratulations to the candidates for passing the exam. Please don't make loud noises after leaving the venue. Follow the examiner's instructions and leave as soon as possible. Changfeng felt relieved and clicked to exit. After disconnecting the sensor connection, he rushed out of the simulation cabin in full swing. Chapter 72. The invigilator sat on the podium, eating snacks, bored, lifted his drooping eyelids, nodded to Changfeng, and signaled her to leave quickly. Changfeng took the laptop, walked to the door of the classroom, and opened her email to check the test results. The final results have not come out yet, but the final pass ranking is just stuck at the 10% line, which is possible to advance or retreat, which makes Changfeng a little depressed. The exam is over. Why do you have to endure such torture? She clicked refresh. The interface did not change, and there was a deliberately light sound of footsteps in front of her. It was Xiang Yunjian and several others carrying large and small bags coming out of the room. Xiang Yunjian turned his head to look at her, held her shoulders, and turned her back, pushing her back towards the exit. When they reached a place where they could talk, they relaxed. The special simulation test of the military academy was basically the last of all subjects, and they took the test for 3 consecutive days. At this time, the campus of the United Nations University was already empty, and there was no one in the teaching area. After leaving the building, the cold air outside instantly poured in, blowing away the boredom that had accumulated for several days. Jiang Linxia pulled at her collar and vented her words, like a floodgate. I'm dying of suffocation. Language is such a great skill. Surviving in a no-man's land is basically causing mankind to regress. No one has talked to me for 3 days. Xi and Kwang laughed softly. I haven't seen you talk less. Just reading your text version of the quotes makes me feel noisy. Jiang Linxia raised his hand and elbowed him, scolding with a smile. Get lost. Communication matters. Can it count if one person is missing? Xi and Kwang pressed down his arm, tilted his head to look at Changfeng on the side, and asked casually, How is Changfeng celebrating the new year? Changfeng said blankly, Don't we celebrate the Spring Festival there? Oh yes. I always remember you as someone from the capital planet. Xi and Kwang said, Where are you going during the Spring Festival? Changfeng said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm living on campus. What campus? There are no exercises on campus this year, and the dormitories and canteens will be closed during the Spring Festival. Where are you living? Jiang Linxia asked curiously. Didn't your class send a notice? The counselor didn't make any arrangements for you? Changfeng was melancholy. There are a lot of messages in the group every day. Recently, in order to prepare for the final exams, Changfeng has not paid attention to anything other than studying for a long time. It doesn't matter. Changfeng is used to it. I can live anywhere. Jiang Linxia joked. The alliance does not allow children to sleep on the street. It will affect the city appearance. Changfeng was stunned, and then said discouragedly, Why is your alliance so inhumane? Do you really want to sleep on the street? Jiang Linxia was shocked by her absurd idea and raised her hand to touch her hair. Why not ask the homeless children's shelter, kid? Changfeng dodged quickly, ran to the other side, straightened his hat, and said, I'm not a child. Xi and Kwang teased, It doesn't matter. Yenshin is older than you. Changfeng glanced at Yenshin in surprise, his eyes probably saying, This person is weird. Yenshin, eh? What kind of unprovoked disaster is this? Xiang Yunjian explained with a smile. It's my home. He took out his laptop and quickly pressed a few keys on the screen. I asked my mother. She has a house near the company, but she doesn't live there very often. You can sleep at her place for 2 days, and you usually don't see each other very often. I washed the quilt in the room after I used it. If you mind, you can bring it to change yourself. Changfeng hesitated a little, feeling embarrassed to bother a stranger at his home. Before he could think it over, a shrill cat cry came from the green belt on the roadside, followed by 2 balls of brightly colored fur flying out from the freshly trimmed bushes, landing, and still entangled, fighting fiercely. There are usually a few wild cats roaming around the United Nations University, because the students feed them well and are more lenient, which leads to them running rampant and lawless in the school. Chunfeng looked carefully, and saw a heavyweight cat was scratching a ball of white hair. The little owl fought back with the hair on its head. However, the safety setting of the intelligent robot meant that it could not fight the orange cat. No matter how accurately it pecked at the cat, the result was that the wild cat would tear off a layer of skin with one claw. The two little guys rolled around on the ground, and the white feathers were scattered all over the ground. The fight was so tragic that Chunfeng took a breath of cold air and couldn't spit it out for a long time. Upon detecting the presence of Chunfeng, the little owl's counterattack program immediately rose to a new stage. After all, its predecessor was a fighting robot. Even though most of its database had been abolished, its aggressive instinct was still written into the program. It could not accept that it had lost in front of its master. In addition to the small mouth kiss that was not presentable as a once cold, violent, and highly dangerous prohibited item, it must have retained other attack skills. So the next second, everyone saw the little owl's eyes begin to flash in various colors. Every time the color changed, it frightened the cat master to attack more fiercely. Jiang Linxiao looked at the wonderful fight between the dragon and the phoenix, and uttered two words in shock. Awesome. Chunfeng ran over and tried to rescue his friend. The orange cat was not afraid of people, and refused to leave. Chunfeng stamped his feet in anxiety, and then ran away screaming loudly. Chunfeng picked up the little owl, and found that at least half of its outer fur had fallen off. It was mumbling something in its mouth. When he listened closely, he could make out a complex attack code, which was enough to pin the orange cat to the ground and trample it over and over. Although the body can't do it, the spirit will never give up. Chunfeng couldn't help but feel deep sympathy. Who said robots don't have feelings? Chunfeng could strongly feel its unwillingness, humiliation, and anger. It's too miserable. Chunfeng combed its feathers, and after smoothing them out, he found that it was too bald, which had seriously affected its appearance, and it had to be repaired. After staring at the little vulture for a while, Chunfeng suddenly thought of the high repair fee, his hands trembled, and he was sad for a while. Jiang Linxiao felt the same way, and laughed sadly. She was afraid that Chunfeng would vent his anger on her, so she quickly trotted away from the side. Xiang Yunjian was silent for a moment, and said, "She said it was okay. I send you the address. We contact each other later. I go back to pack my things first." Along with the address, there was also a red envelope, which was much more sympathetic than Jiang Linxiao. Chunfeng hesitated and clicked to receive it, holding the little owl to get the hair transplanted. The commercial streets seemed deserted during the holidays. Chunfeng asked the clerk about the relevant fees, and was told that for such an injury, the original hair transplant would cost at least 4,000 yuan. If you use counterfeit materials, it only costs 1,000, but the feathers can't be as soft and high-end as before. The difference of 3,000 yuan can buy countless small cakes. Chunfeng struggled in her heart. After a struggle between heaven and man, she still resisted the temptation of delicious food and decided that no matter how poor she was, she couldn't be poor for her children. The little owl must have something that others have. After paying the money, she turned off the smart robot and handed it to the clerk. Chunfeng squatted at the door dejectedly, falling into a state of depression. Guang's brain shook. She raised her wrist and saw that it was a message from Lao Kong. "Lao Kong, I saw your final results in the background, thumbs up. You performed very well. You should be able to get the Sanao scholarship this year. Lao Kong, don't go with Yenshin in the future. He definitely has some luck problems. Lao Kong, by the way, you can come to the teacher's house during the Chinese New Year. Your teacher's wife cooks delicious food and likes little girls very much. I mentioned it to her, and she welcomes you to visit." Chunfeng read it twice, typed carefully, and replied, "Yi Gucheng, I'm going to Xiang Yunjian's house." Lao Kong was obviously nervous. The chat box kept showing keep typing, and no content appeared. After deleting it several times, he finally sent a very reluctant answer. "Lao Kong, oh, I know the situation of his family. His mother is very busy at work and basically can't cook for herself." Chunfeng felt that this sounded sour and wanted to say that he could buy it, but he felt that the word buy was a bit out of his reach now. "Lao Kong, if you are not used to living here, you can come to the teacher's house." Chunfeng would be very polite to others' sincere concern, and she knew that the middle-aged man who looked fierce and irritable was always showing his tenderness to her, although his means were a bit clumsy. Chunfeng carefully replied with an emoticon package of silly smile, and then closed the dialogue box. During the holiday, Chunfeng stayed in the school for a few more days. The holiday time made her feel at a loss, and the strong New Year atmosphere around her made her feel extremely unfamiliar. It was not popular to celebrate festivals on the post-war star. The grandest festival was probably the anniversary of the end of the war. On this day, the welfare home will give the children a bowl of bone soup with meat, and Chunfeng can queue up in the central square to get a bowl of sticky sweet porridge. The attitudes of people around will also become rare and friendly, and they are willing to forgive some insignificant mistakes. But this kind of celebration is always a bit heavy, and it is not a carnival. When Chunfeng was bored and strolling around Sanyao, he clearly felt the difference of the peaceful country. As the year-end approaches, even the strategy section of Sanyao has completely changed its style. Too late. Necessary New Year shopping list, dehydrated version. Mine clearance. This store actually raised the price first and then lowered it. This kind of profiteer who can't afford to play but wants to take advantage of others should get out of my wallet. Why didn't Sanyao release a co-branded red autumn coat this year? Without it, I will definitely not wear autumn coat even if I freeze to death this winter. Chinfeng's wallet is already very empty. She thinks that she can definitely resist the temptation as she is well informed. She wants to get a taste of the festive atmosphere of Capital Star and see what their crazy shopping range is at the end of the year. After browsing 2 posts, Chunfeng resolutely deleted the Tiava software and decided not to resume downloading before the end of the Spring Festival. The sales trap of the Alliance cannot even be simply described as terrible. 2 days later, the counselor sent a notice saying that the school dormitory would be closed and asked Chunfeng to move out temporarily, and repeatedly confirmed with her whether she needed help. Before Chunfeng had time to contact Xiang Yunjian, the other party directly pulled a small group as if he had opened a god's perspective. Xiang Yunjian, picture, is there anything else you want to buy? Xiang Yunjian, I just borrowed a car and I'm here to pick you up. Are you okay? The picture shows all kinds of snacks, more than 10 bags. Chunfeng clicked it casually, her eyes widened, and she checked several times. There were her favorite small cakes, chocolates, braised chicken legs, and some things on the must-buy list that she couldn't afford. Yinshin replied with bated breath. A little more reckless, sure, wait for me. Chunfeng hurriedly followed. Yi Gucheng, I can too. Chapter 73. Chunfeng didn't have much stuff, just a big suitcase. She stuffed her clothes into it casually, put the owl on her back, and ran downstairs happily. Xiang Yunjian's car had arrived, and was parked at the school gate. He came in to pick someone up and ran into Chunfeng. He wanted to help her carry the suitcase, but she refused domineeringly, saying that she had to support herself. Chunfeng dragged the suitcase to the back seat, and secretly glanced at the snack bag next to it. When he turned around, he found that Xiang Yunjian was smiling meaningfully at the computer. Seeing her looking at him, he quickly restrained his expression. Chunfeng felt something was wrong and asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" Xiang Yunjian said, "Nothing." Chunfeng didn't want to ask any more questions, so he closed the car door and stood by the car with him waiting for Yinshin. Xiang Yunjian took out some snacks and stuffed them into her hands. Chunfeng accepted them quietly, thinking that he was a good person. He opened the package and took out his light computer to browse. As a result, the homepage recommendation of the social software directly popped up a message that Xiang Yunjian had just posted. Xiang Yunjian, video primary school students are on holiday. In the video, Chunfeng is carrying her little owl on her back, swinging her hands and running past the flower bed. Her joy can be seen from her brisk steps. All that's missing is a small icon of holiday on her forehead. Xiang Yunjian is a seed player in the league, so his account has a lot of followers. Netizens are the most bored during the holidays, and they don't miss any opportunity to chat and gossip. The message just posted 5 minutes ago has already received more than 2,000 comments. 3 years old, no more. Can you come to my house? I let her sleep in my own bed. Is the enrollment of the United University now a lifelong responsibility system? Does the league recruitment have to start from the freshman year? Why doesn't our captain have this awareness? Angry at his lack of competition. Wear more clothes, frown. It's almost February. Why is Chunfeng still wearing so thin? The military school students are angry. By the way, was the little owl caught by the wings of fate? The light seems to be broken. After the last lesson, Chunfeng decided to start family education to prevent this friend from daring to fight with the kitten next time. But she couldn't modify the core program of the intelligent robot, so she had to use physical means to hang it on the wall and prohibit violence as a punishment. Unexpectedly, its alarm setting was triggered, and its eyes were red for almost 2 days. Chunfeng reflected. She was not so naive, but Xiang Yunjian's shooting technique was not realistic enough. Holding the small cake in his hand, he was still in a daze. His brain vibrated again. Chunfeng lowered his head, and saw Yinshin had sent several photos in the group. A row of folded clothes was spread out on the bed. The wardrobe was rich in variety. Unlike Chung Feng, he could fit all his belongings in one suitcase. A little more reckless. Bring the first set of clothes. The suitcase is a bit too small. But the second set of clothes is too thick and inconvenient to move. Should I pack a second suitcase? Xiang Yunjian's face was as if he was facing a great enemy. Xiang Yunjian, no. Take whatever you want. If you can't fit, I help you. A few minutes later, Yinshin sent another message, reporting the progress to reassure them. A little more reckless. Picture it's almost done. Wait for me to put it in. Xiang Yunjian, you don't need to wear shoelaces. I do it when I get home. A little more reckless. Frowning Chung Feng should have known this earlier. When Yinshin said, wait for me, things became very complicated. They waited at the school gate for more than half an hour, and the old man finally arrived with his equipment. The two men leaned against the car body in unison, crossed their arms, and stared at him blankly. You are so slow. You are so slow. Chung Feng raised his hand and pointed at his wrist, which was empty, and complained, if you were 1 minute later, I would be gone. Xiang Yunjian laughed, then your 1 minute is quite long. Yinshin exhaled, I am already very fast. The three of them had a half-hour debate on the definition of fast in the car. However, the direction of the debate was even more obscure than the topic raised by Jiang Linqiao last time, and Xiang Yunjian's face was full of headaches. This is obviously an advantage. Yinshin complained, from elementary school to high school, dozens of my teachers praised me for being careful and organized, and there were no problems. Chung Feng couldn't believe it. Don't your parents beat you? She felt that the world was too unfair. If I walked a little slower, they would beat me. Yinshin said, divorced and remarried. I don't live with them. Oh. Chung Feng threatened, if you went to steal vegetables with me when you were a child, you would be a pile of fertilizer in the cabbage field now. Yinshin retorted, the alliance does not have this business, and why should I do such a stupid thing? Chung Feng was furious. What stupidity? You don't understand at all. It really tests the combat strength of a single soldier. Even fighting robots may not be able to complete it smoothly. Xiang Yunjian hurriedly interrupted them. Eat something, kids. The car stopped when the storm was about to come. Arrived at Qingfeng's temporary new residence. The two quickly restored their friendly relationship and lined up to get off the car with gift bags. Xiang Yunjian dragged Qingfeng's suitcase and led the way. When they reached the door, he opened the relevant permissions for her and taught her how to use the access control system in this community. Chung Feng was still doing facial recognition, twisting her neck and turning around. The door was pushed open from the inside first, and a tall woman stuck her head out and smiled at her. Before Chung Feng could see the other person's face clearly, she smelled a faint fragrance in her nose. She subconsciously bowed deeply and greeted in a clear voice, Hello, Auntie. Xiang Yunjian grabbed her by the back of the neck and pulled her up, forcing her to stand up straight. Mother Xiang laughed out loud, stepped back half a step, and greeted her warmly, Come in quickly. Chung Feng slowly changed his shoes and looked at her quietly from the corner of his eye. The lady wore a slim-fitting suit, and her short hair was neatly combed behind her ears. She had a capable temperament and heroic features. She should have been a person with a strong aura, but she smiled very gently when facing Chung Feng. It was more than 10 times more natural than Lao Kong's inferior smile. In the past, Chung Feng had come into contact with more gentle and reserved women. For example, the middle-aged woman who threatened to let the dog bite her all day long, but always just cursed behind her. Another example is the fierce aunt, who always picked and chose her cabbage, but would occasionally come over to see if she was still alive. In a harsh environment, everyone has to restrain their kindness. Therefore, facing this undisguised expression, Chung Feng was still a little at a loss. Mother Xiang turned around with a fruit plate, met Qingfeng's tentative gaze, raised her lips, and introduced herself. My last name is Chu. Just call me Aunt Xian. You live in the room inside? I have already asked the robot to clean it. What is Xiaoshen doing there? Come in and eat something before you leave. Xiang Yunjian didn't live with Chung Feng and the others, and felt it was a bit inconvenient. After sending them there, he said hello and left. Chung Feng was sorting things in the room and exploring the new functions on the smart panel. Halfway through his busy work, he heard a rustling sound in the living room, followed by the sound of slippers walking quickly. Not long after, Chu Xian shouted at the door, Mom is going to work first, take care of the house. Maybe she was too used to calling her that, she didn't realize that her address was a bit wrong. Chung Feng was stunned for a moment, and then walked out after a while. He walked around the empty room, and then sat on the sofa in a trance. However, this silence did not last long. Qinfeng's light brain began to vibrate abnormally. She clicked to check and found that she was pulled into a small group again. What's good about summer? Brothers, how about my new clothes? A little more reckless. Is there any homework for this year's tactics class? What is the physical fitness standard for the new semester? My family really has a mind. Red envelope the surplus at the end of the year. You can collect it yourself. What's good about summer? Forget about Lao Xiang. Why does Yanshan have so many rewards? He doesn't even interact with netizens. My family really has a mind. You interact too much, idiot. What's good about summer at Yi Guicheng? Oh, by the way, my mother said she has a gift box set to give to our only female teammate. Which color of these lipsticks do you like? Image Yi Guicheng question mark. Home really has minds. What she meant was, when did she agree to be your teammate? Yi Guicheng question mark. Xiang Yunjian. I think what she meant was, what the hell is the difference between these lipstick colors? Yi Guicheng, Eagle's Praise. Chapter 74. Chunfeng received a lot of Spring Festival gifts this year. In addition to Jiang Linxia's lipstick that she basically never used, there were also some toys that she never used. Chunfeng didn't know much about the friendship between men, but she did clearly understand that these people wanted to share their happiness with her younger brother, and they even took out their treasured family assets for this. Qinfeng's happiness did not really come until Chu Xian bought her 2 new clothes for the new year. Aunt Chu Xian usually likes cool colors, so she bought Chunfeng a light gray woolen short coat and a large black and white spliced wool sweater. At Xiang Yunjian's suggestion, he bought her a few more hats. Qinfeng's wardrobe became more and more abundant, which comforted her dry wallet. What's more gratifying is that under Chu Xian's sarcasm, Xiang Yunjian and Yanshan took back their model guns and sent a red envelope to Chunfeng. Chunfeng received it in the group and replied respectfully, "Thank you, Brother Shin." The little robot, who was secretly complaining about the non-Africans, just now learned to call brother in a blink of an eye. Xiang Yunjian was enlightened by her advanced program and teased, "You are a mother if you give milk?" Chunfeng didn't care and generously gave them a red envelope. Everyone opened it with anticipation. The total value was 88.88, which was fine, but if the 4 people divided it equally, they would get exactly 22.22. Jiang Linxia, You said it wasn't intentional. They really couldn't deceive themselves. No more money. Chunfeng said perfunctorily but sincerely, I make it up next time, definitely next time. I let the little owl keep accounts for you. Before this group was about to be disbanded due to conflicts in their values, the Spring Festival finally arrived. Jiang Linxia and Xian Kuang had their own plans for New Year's Eve, so everyone usually celebrated a day in advance. Ms. Chu Xian said that she did not want to join their straight men's alliance, and at the same time, she showed some sympathy to Chunfeng, and hurriedly left with her small bag. Xiang Yunjian ordered takeout, and Xian Kuang brought a box of fruit wine. After the group successfully gathered, they started the day's schedule. Chunfeng saw how straight men celebrate their festival. Playing games in group mode, playing games in single-player mode, playing games in loose team mode. I have to say, she likes it very much. The little owl will become very quiet when watching her play games, so as to observe and evaluate her operation level. It's just that some game settings are relatively new, and not in its database. Sometimes it looks for a long time, and still searches for game rules. Chunfeng played for a while, and went to the dining table to eat. The wine that Xian Kuang brought tasted sweet, mixed with a little sparkling water, which was very suitable for Qingfeng's taste. She ate until she was half full, put down her chopsticks, and replied to the various messy messages she received on her laptop. Floating at the top of the chat box was a concise message. You are most beautiful when you are silent. Weblink Chunfeng recalled this nickname for a long time, but couldn't remember who she was. He clicked into the homepage and found that all the information was still unfamiliar. The other party's signature read, sending red envelopes is okay, but chatting is not okay. Tutoring is okay, but free is not okay. Playing with is okay, but noobs are not okay. Domineering and reasonable. Cut into her photo album, it was indeed Shindan. Chunfeng casually clicked on the link and jumped to a video interface. This video was posted on the homepage of Sanyao. It had been released for less than half a day, and the number of views had reached tens of millions. Judging from the popularity of the comment area, netizens were also very supportive. However, there were only various unfamiliar faces in the video congratulating the screen for the new year. Chunfeng fast-forwarded through it, but didn't find anything outstanding. He didn't recognize any of them, so he turned it off out of boredom. You are most beautiful when you are silent. I will definitely appear on this next year. Yi Guicheng, What is this? Why do you want to go? You are most beautiful when you are silent. Representative of outstanding graduates of all years, a leader of the Expeditionary Army. In addition, students who rank in the top few of major military academies also have the opportunity to go. It is almost a celebrity list made by Sanyo. You are most beautiful when you are silent. They also asked me why I didn't go this year. Are you kidding? It sounds pretty impressive. Yi Guicheng, have you had any in previous years? You are most beautiful when you are silent. All of them. There is a list below. Chung Feng clicked into the list and searched for videos by year. To be honest, Chung Feng didn't know what year his father went to college. He died too early. Chung Feng was still young at the time, and he was a little evasive about his past, so he never mentioned it in front of Chung Feng. Chung Feng only knew that he had lived in the alliance for a long time when he occasionally saw the badges he collected. In the years they lived together, they moved many times. Most of the furniture was not worth keeping, only the old suitcase he would always carry with him. But he rarely opened such an important thing, and always hid it in a corner of his home. In the sleepless hours of the night when the air was dim, he stared blankly in that direction. Although he was from the post-war star, perhaps his most relaxed and calm days were spent in the alliance. Chung Feng didn't understand it before. She had never experienced such extreme lives. But after her father passed away, she understood it a little. Emotional sustenance always carries confusion about the future and oneself. It is best not to see it. Once you see it, you will find yourself in deep trouble and powerless, and then you will be unable to numb your pain. That is his country, and he has no way. He also wants to live a better life, but he has no chance. Chung Feng relied on her fragmentary memories and her father's approximate age to search for several videos of the same year, but did not find the other party. But she found a list of outstanding students recommended by major military academies every year in the recommended link at the bottom of the webpage. Chung Feng raised her head and wanted to drink some water. As soon as she touched the glass bottle, a bony hand reached out and pressed down the bottle. Xiang Yunjian sat next to her at some point and pressed down the bottle as if playing a prank. Chung Feng glanced at him suspiciously, but he was completely unaware and just chatted lazily with the person sitting opposite him. Chung Feng patted his arm to signal, and Xiang Yunjian moved his index finger outwards, but did not let go. Chung Feng had to pry open the bottle one finger at a time and pulled it out. After pouring the water, she glared at him in confusion, and happened to meet Xiang Yunjian's gaze. Xiang Yunjian frowned slightly, looked at her face and the cup, and then turned away indifferently, giving up disciplining this rebellious daughter. Chung Feng continued to do his own thing. In the list of outstanding students of the Union University, Chung Feng found her father's name. A 4-inch ID photo with a strong signature of Yi Jing below. He had short hair close to his scalp, a shy smile, and mixed in with a group of military school students, which made him look gentle and weak. Completely different from the iron-blooded and gloomy person he became later. He looked like an ordinary person. Chung Feng stared at the face in the photo for a long time. The increasingly blurred face in her memory became clear again, and was soon replaced by the young figure in front of her, without the wrinkles and unbearableness caused by the years. She didn't expect to learn about her father's life in this way after more than 10 years. The evaluation of Yi Jing under the photo was a strong character, excellent observation, and an excellent scout. It was also different from what Chung Feng remembered. Chung Feng took a screenshot as a souvenir, and then turned to look through Sanyo's personal interview videos, trying to find out if there were any other data records. Unfortunately, even after looking through all the sections of Sanyo, there was not much to gain. A person can leave a lot of traces on the internet, but after years of washing, there are only a few names left. Yi Guicheng, anything else? You are most beautiful when you are silent. What else? Yi Guicheng, that? You are most beautiful when you are silent. What are you talking about? Qingfeng's mind was a little hazy, like the feeling of having been awake for 3 or 4 days, and having her thoughts tangled up. She forced herself to concentrate on the words, and heard the voice on the other side shouting like a bell. Listen to me. Chung Feng was frightened and looked up, and saw Jiang Linxiu with one foot on the chair, one hand on Xian Kuang's shoulder, waving his arms, and preparing to give an impassioned speech. Write it all down. Don't take my words for granted. Every word is the truth. Chung Feng obediently clicked the recording function, raised the light computer with both hands, and filmed the person in the middle of the screen. Later, Jiang Linxiu began to toast and sing, and when he was excited, he hugged his brothers beside him, and won everything from the league championship to the MVP of the internal competition of the Expeditionary Army. The strongest mecha army striker and diplomatic ambassador in history was born tonight. Chung Feng used the last of his rationality to applaud this great man, and then fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was already the next day. The quiet and empty room was filled with the scent of jasmine, and the heavy curtains blocked the golden and warm sunlight, creating a lazy atmosphere that made people drowsy, while Chung Feng was thrown on the sofa and drooling. She wiped her mouth, sat up and stretched her limbs. On the light computer screen, there were still 5 or 6 question marks sent to her by Shindan. Chung Feng closed his eyes, and reviewed what happened last night, raised his heavy hand, and clicked into the photo software. The latest clip was indeed a scene of Jiang Linxia taking off his coat, and singing a military song with Xian Kuang. Yinshan was pressed on the table by him, his face full of grief and anger. "I want to call the police." Chung Feng listened to it once, and felt that the tiredness after drinking was swept away. There was only one strong thought in his mind, that is, to pick up the stick at hand and run to Jiang Linxia and hit him hard on the forehead. This kind of singing has a magical effect that can cure chronic diseases overnight. Chung Feng was not lucky enough to enjoy it, so he sent the video to the group. Although Jiang Linxia drank a lot yesterday, he woke up early due to the influence of his work and rest habits over the years. As soon as he opened his eyes and prepared to welcome a beautiful day, he was interrupted by this video. The most painful thing in the world is probably that someone helps you recall the next day after being drunk. He also recorded the video in a crazy way. "What's good about summer?" Question mark. "What's good about summer? Who asked you to record it? Why is there such a traitor in our group? What's good about summer? You are insulting my glorious image, Yi Guicheng. You insulted the database of my optical computer. What's good about summer? Delete it immediately, right now. Drawing a gun, Yi Guicheng. It has been deleted. Send it to the group to save a file. What's good about summer? Disband the group. Where is the administrator? At Xiang Yunjian." Chapter 75. Jiang Linxia was upset about this matter, and kept complaining about it until the beginning of the school term. Yinshan said that Jiang Linxia refused to admit her ugliness every year, and could no longer deceive herself. He also said that Chung Feng did a great job, and secretly gave her a red envelope for this. But he also told her not to spread the news. If the instructor knew that they drank, he would let them know what a deep teacher-student relationship is at the training camp at the beginning of the school term. A spring festival holiday made Chung Feng gain a lot, and he was a big step closer to the Little Owl Club. After the dormitory of the United Nations University was reopened, she happily returned to school with her small suitcase. The first thing that greeted her was the warm smile of the instructor of the command department. The instructor checked the results with Chung Feng, took her to sign and confirm, and after stamping, she went through a special channel and issued her a 3-day scholarship in advance. Last semester, because of the manual operation technical reform, Chung Feng spent most of her time on the manual operation major, and she was not very familiar with this instructor. But the instructor is the instructor. He took the initiative to carry Qingfeng's luggage, and took the lead in walking in front. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, and talked to her familiarly. "There are very few students in our command department who can get this kind of scholarship. I followed your live broadcast throughout the whole process. You performed well, kid. It's not just a matter of winning or losing. The key is to show a strong will and unyielding perseverance, so I give you a 4.8 points for your final grade." He turned around and pointed 2 numbers with his fingers, smiling innocently and brightly. Chung Feng nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, instructor." The instructor's face changing has always been a professional skill. With the corners of his mouth pulled up, and the tails of his eyes pressed down, his simple smile turned into a hideous sneer. Unlike some people, 3 days of exam time have passed, and they are still wandering at the entrance of the map. It is because of them that the mental health of the instructors in the command department is so worrying. Chung Feng did not dare to ask who it was, but seeing his gnashing teeth and hatred, he felt that it should not be a certain person, but a certain group. It is estimated that Shindan is a typical representative, and he is not limited to a single form. After all, people have always been 100 flowers blooming in their wisdom of laziness. The instructor stopped at the door of the dormitory. He had not yet finished his complaints, and curled his lips with an unsatisfied look. He returned the box to Chung Feng, patted her shoulder very solemnly, and said, as if he was going to entrust her with some revolutionary mission, "Perform well, the instructor's future depends on you." Not really. She was just doing it for the little owl's hair, not for any lofty aspirations. The instructor raised his eyebrows and showed a tacit expression. "Cherish every exam, the instructor will always watch you. If you have any questions, you can ask at any time." Qingfeng's small body was shaken by his pat, swallowed the saliva in his mouth, and responded, "Okay, okay." At this time, Chun Feng did not realize the instructor's implication. 2 days later, Shen Dan also returned to school. The two chatted, and Chun Feng finally understood what the so-called good exam meant. The Union University seemed to be afraid that the winter vacation, which was less than 2 weeks long, would corrupt the students' hearts. On the 3rd day after the official opening of school, the intensive professional assessment began. The schedule for manual mecha operation was the most urgent. Lao Kong had already prepared the test questions during the holiday, most of which were important test points for the technical reform of the previous semester, focusing on testing the students' hand feel. All students who learn manual mecha operation dare not really play all winter vacation. The portable code trainer is a basic standard. Put it in your pocket and press it twice when you are free, so as to train muscle memory as soon as possible. Therefore, after taking this subject, the students were very relaxed. What Chun Feng didn't expect was the test related to the command department. The assessment time of the command department was 1 week later than that of the individual soldier department. Lao Luo taught them 2 new lessons with a thermos cup in hand, and hurriedly finished a knowledge point. When the exam was about to start, he informed the students of the venue of this exam. When the students got the address and checked it, they were surprised to find that the exam room for the opening test was even more advanced than the computer room for their final exam. The hospital deliberately waited until all the individual soldier tests were completed before applying for approval, so it borrowed a batch of the most advanced new equipment from the Union University. What's even more unusual is that students of different levels will take the test at the same venue. You know, the knowledge reserve of the command department is very important, and freshmen and juniors are largely incomparable. The day before the exam, when Lao Luo mobilized in the group, he also pointedly asked everyone to relax and take the exam casually. With Lao Luo's nitpicking personality, he could say, "Take the exam casually." The considerations behind these 3 words are enough to make these freshmen feel uneasy. Chun Feng listened to the conspiracy theories of several roommates all night, and even had several nightmares. She was so sleepy that she was not in the mood when she swiped her card to enter the examination room the next morning. She found her seat according to her admission number, and looked around. The plain white stone tile floor should have made the room brighter, but in order to ensure the clarity of the electronic screen, the curtains in the examination room were closed, and only a few rows of blue lights were on the ceiling. There is a circular stereoscopic screen in front of the spacious seats, and the width is estimated to be about 1.5 meters. The screen can be split. There is a 2-meter wide aisle between the 2 rows of seats to ensure that each other cannot see each other's operation. Chun Feng pressed the start button and took the opportunity to observe the candidates nearby before the formal exam. All the faces he saw were unfamiliar, and they should be senior students. Shen Dan was assigned to the same examination room as her, but he was separated from her by half a classroom, so he could only raise his hand to say hello. Chun Feng sat quietly. The system time officially jumped to 9 o'clock, and the blue screen in front of everyone flashed for a second, refreshing the test questions. There were 3 big questions in total, each of which included 3 to 4 small questions. Text, data, pictures, videos, voices, and various trivial information were imported into the database in bits and pieces, and piled up in the prompt box in the upper left corner of the screen. Chun Feng clicked on the document and scanned it roughly. He was dazzled by the dense layout. He raised his hands and pressed the acupuncture points on both sides of his forehead, forcing himself to calm down. Although she had not studied in the Alliance before, and although she did not have an intuitive and clear understanding of her classmates' strength, but according to the test points she had taken not long ago, the questions here were definitely beyond the syllabus. A large part of the database was about mecha-related parameters, and sensor mechas were the mainstream. Unlike hand-operated mechas, the parameters of sensor mechas were complex and varied, and this part of the content was Qingfeng's blind spot in knowledge. She had never had the opportunity to come into contact with sensor mechas before, let alone conduct data analysis based on them. If I remember correctly, this skill is clearly a professional course for juniors. The questions were very difficult, and Chun Feng couldn't even understand the questions in 2 of the questions. There was also a requirement. Use XX model to verify. That XX model, she had never heard of it. The fighting robots of 20 years ago were too backward after all, and the knowledge Chun Feng learned from the database was also a microcosm of the old era. Facing complex advanced models, the technical barriers were exposed like sand under the sun. The bright red countdown on the right side of the screen kept jumping, appearing in the peripheral vision and lingering, extremely annoying. The 3-hour exam time, after Chun Feng finished reviewing the questions, she looked again and found that a quarter of an hour had passed. Before, She had suspected that students of different grades would use different test papers, but judging from the current difficulty, it was probably not the case. The core of this test turned out to be that all beings are equal. Qinfeng's chest was churning, and she pinched her chin with one hand, staring at the database in a daze with a serious face. The invigilator walked past her with light footsteps. Perhaps because he had heard of her name, he paused beside her seat for a moment and bent down to check her answers. Seeing that the paper was blank, he was a little surprised and left helplessly. The sharp sound of code typing sounded in the air like a torrential rain, and the short and fast frequency added a third of anxiety to the already tense atmosphere. After studying the pictures and video materials, Qinfeng glanced at the time and immediately decided to start with the modeling questions that he was best at. Scan the map and add details. As for how to confirm the location of the enemy aircraft based on the residual data at the scene, Qinfeng directly used the dumbest and safest way to derive the final result using a huge amount of calculations. Qinfeng was always very fast at doing questions, but this time, she knew she couldn't finish the set of questions. 2.5 hours later, candidates handed in their papers one after another, and Qinfeng still had a big question to start. The names and numbers of all candidates who handed in their papers would be displayed on the largest screen in front of the examination room, and played in a loop, which severely increased the pressure on the candidates. Qinfeng stretched her stiff neck, and when she looked up, she found that the number of people who had handed in their papers in this examination room had exceeded 30. And at the latest second, Shendan's name popped up. Chapter 76. Shendan is a scholar of Miaohongjiansheng, and is the most representative figure in the Alliance education. Qinfeng has always known this. She must be more familiar with the parameters of various mechas of the Alliance, and she is more confident about this assessment. Her score will be better than his. Qinfeng is mentally prepared, but he didn't expect her to hand in the paper so quickly. Qinfeng stared at the two simple Chinese characters for a second, quickly cleared his mind, retracted his sight, and focused on his three-dimensional model. She followed the third question, and used the calculation program she had written before to derive the auxiliary lines. The screen was instantly filled with numbers and lines of different colors, overlapping and intertwining with each other. The densest area even obscured the original background terrain. Just looking at it made people's scalp tingle. Screening, deleting, modifying. Time slipped through my fingers like quicksand, and I jumped to half an hour later without warning. When the bell rang to signal the end of the exam, there was a burst of boiling noise around. The examinees whispered to each other, checked the answers to the questions with the people around them, and wailed in pain. The invigilator raised his hand and pressed down several times, but he couldn't make them quiet down. After 3 hours of depression, he really couldn't calm down without yelling a few words. Qinfeng's eyes were sore and dry. She held the root of her nose, sat in her seat, and reviewed her performance in this exam. After confirming that she didn't make too many mistakes, she stood up and left the examination room. The crowd was crowded out, and the devastated students, regardless of whether they knew their classmates or not, started to complain about anyone who looked friendly. It's too hard. What the hell is this? What's the point of this kind of test paper? Tell students not to be too arrogant. You are actually nothing. To be honest, I didn't understand the last few questions at all. The examiner thinks too highly of me, and the questions are so exaggerated, as if he is afraid that I will get points. It's really not that bad. The candidate next to me handed in the paper an hour early, which is outrageous. Even if you just build a basic model and add some graffiti, it will take at least more than 2 hours, right? It made me panic, and I lost my rhythm later. The friendship between the young people was quickly established under similar circumstances. They shook hands like a revolutionary meeting. Are you also a freshman? No, I'm a junior. Goodbye, senior. Hey, stop talking. The conversation broke up quickly again. The cold and vulgar side of society was repeated in the corridor, outside the examination room. Human beings. Qinfeng secretly followed a few juniors, and listened to their answers. She was a little relieved to confirm that although she had left most of the papers blank, her accuracy was high. The crowd slowly poured out of the building. The winter sun shone down coldly, with the cold wind blowing in her face. Qinfeng tightened her scarf, took out her laptop from her pocket, and received a photo sent to her by Shendan. Shendan bought 4 cups of milk tea from a nearby vending machine, and was squatting on the steps in front of the examination room waiting for them. She was tall and thin, and didn't like to wear thick clothes in the cold winter. The posture of bending her long legs and hugging her knees made the smooth bone lines on her back outlined by the tightened clothes, and a meter of coldness spread all over her body. Qinfeng took the hot milk tea she handed over, and seeing that she looked bored and sleepy, He couldn't help but ask after drinking 2 sips, "You can do it all?" Shindan opened his eyelids and said, "How is it possible? Some of the models are too complicated, and it is impossible to do them without teamwork." Chunfeng, "Then why did you come out so early?" Shindan shrugged and said indifferently, "If you can't do it, you can't make up the code even if you sit there all day." Chunfeng was silent, took a sip of the drink in his hand, and exhaled lightly. The other 2 roommates also came over, and happened to hear this. They shouted with full energy, "I will never leave until the exam is over. This is the last consolation for myself. It took me 2 hours to do the first question. I finally finished building the model, and found out that I read it wrong. Is the difficulty of the United Nations University fair to freshmen?" The 2 were indignant, and Shindan comforted them. "It doesn't matter. An exam of this difficulty is definitely not a preschool test. It is probably some kind of selection test." Chunfeng raised his head and asked, "What selection?" "I don't know. The military academy has various selection tests every year. If you can't catch this one, you can catch the next one." Shindan waved his hand casually. "Let's go and have dinner." Lao Luo blew away the hot air in front of his eyes, squinted his eyes, and took a sip, and put the cup of wolfberry on the table. He bent his index finger to push his glasses, sat up straight and asked, "Who will review the freshman papers?" Several teachers on the side shook their heads, and refused as if they were facing a great enemy. "Come on, I think you are suitable. Don't be afraid, the system has already judged it. It's just a review. There are many blanks for freshmen, so it will be quick." "My heart can't take it, I'm old." "Then let's do it randomly." Lao Luo clicked on the list. "First pick a few students' papers, and take a look together. This time the test paper is more difficult. Everyone is mentally prepared. If the students perform too well, they will feel a little embarrassed. They are very satisfied to be able to build a prototype." The first few papers still made them feel a little surprised, which greatly soothed everyone's anxiety. After scanning a batch of high-scoring papers, Lao Luo felt that the foundation was almost ready, and took out Shindan's file from the list. He unscrewed the lid of the thermos cup, took a deep breath, and was ready to rely on wolfberry and red day tea to calm his anger at any time. He made full psychological preparations, and tapped his index finger to click to release. The 3-dimensional model appeared above the conference table, slowly rotating, showing a staggered display of long and short perspectives. A group of professional course teachers read the paper in silence, not knowing what to say for a long time. It was Lao Luo who broke the silence with a laugh, saying, "Shindan has really learned the essence of the phrase knowing the difficulty and retreating. She really didn't write any questions that she shouldn't have written, not even a tentative stepping on the score. The paper was too clean and concise, like an unscrupulous vendor who was shortchanging others." However, after being evaluated by Little Owl in person last time, she did improve a little, and reluctantly added some connecting steps before throwing out the answer. Compared with herself, she has made slight progress. Lao Luo said, "The score is higher than I expected. It seems that she has gained something from playing competitive games for 3 days every day." Shindan is a rare student who likes to analyze mecha operations independently, and does a good job of analysis. She lacks a big picture view, but is very sensitive to the processing of simple data. A middle-aged man next to her nodded and said, "Many commanders, like a deputy like Shindan. There is nothing wrong with this style. From the perspective of commanders, it is the most adaptable." Lao Luo searched for Chunfeng's name and double-clicked to project it. The light and shadows rotated in the dim room. "Wow." The middle-aged man looked up and said, "There's a large empty space here." Lao Luo pointed out the model of the first question. Everyone was shocked by the more than 10 levels of notes. If Shindan pursues simplicity, Chunfeng is a completely different perfection. A row of meticulous, detailed, and huge analysis processes, like the analysis process left by the operation of a machine, is hidden under the iceberg model with only a corner exposed. This question. The assistant beside him was stunned for a moment, and whispered, "Is it true that no one has gotten it right yet?" He called up the background data, and sure enough, most students chose to give up on the last question of the first question. A few students gave a rough outline. A few students simply gave the correct answer by dumbfounding. Only Chunfeng, through repeated calculations of various basic knowledge, combined with known data in the database, used an analysis method that was several times more complicated than the standard answer to draw the final map. The analytical model of this question is very complicated, and it tests a knowledge point of the 3rd year. In addition, the amount of calculation is too large. Even if the candidates know the solution process, they will choose to abandon it due to time constraints. Moreover, Chunfeng is not familiar with the parameters of the mecha. From the results, she completely relied on her wild momentum to brush this question, so it is understandable that most of the blank papers at the back are blank. Several people nodded and said, Chunfeng's effective hand speed is very fast. The deductive thinking is also very agile. She lost because of her knowledge reserve. But her correctness rate of the questions she answered was close to 100%. If she is given time, I think she could also work out the following questions. If this is meaningless. Speed is the most important requirement for Class B commanders. Lao Luo sighed, a student with a strong personality. I don't know how to guide him. The test results were announced 1 day later. Chunfeng received a text message reminder and went to the official website to check his score. Only then did he know that this was a joint test participated by multiple military academies. She didn't know what the selection criteria were, but judging from the results of the statistical table, there was indeed a very clear gap. The front row was basically composed of juniors, and the average score was 4 or 5 times higher than that of the freshmen at the bottom. Chunfeng searched for her name and found that her ranking was in the upper middle position. Not bad, but not outstanding either. Shindan's total score was 13 points higher than hers, floating in the upper reaches. She was also the freshman with the best performance in this joint examination. Chunfeng always gets upset about her failures, and this assessment exposed her fatal weakness. After the exam, she kept looking for information in the dormitory, trying to make up for it. But she didn't care too much about the quality of her grades. She flipped through the posts on related topics, and saw that students from the command departments of major military academies were discussing it below, so she took a few glances. Shindan is good, he actually made it to the third-year batch. It's my turn to say. Alas, they are all students from top military academies. Why is the gap still so big? Chunfeng can't do it this time either. She spent the whole semester studying manual operation, and I almost forgot that she was also in the command department. This is the result of underestimating data analysis. This is not fair to freshmen at all, there is nothing to compare. Chunfeng just talks about it. After all, she is just a special recruit of the post-war star, and a major-like individual soldier that relies on personal qualities is not a big deal. No one will really compare her with the top technicians in the alliance, right? You can always trust Tao Rui. As expected, as long as he is there, the fortress of the 2nd Army Command Department is the strongest. Everyone eats different amounts of rice, not to mention that Tao Rui was born in a professional field, and his place in the Expeditionary Army is guaranteed. If he doesn't do well in the exam, it will be the biggest abnormality. Chunfeng cut back to the score list, only to find that the student who ranked first in this assessment was called Tao Rui. In fact, the scores of the top few candidates were not much different, hovering between 87 and 92 points. But Tao Rui's answering time was only 2 hours and 31 minutes, while the candidates behind him left the examination room after 3 hours. Among the top 10 students, only one place was from the Union University. The results were disastrous. After checking the results, the 2 roommates across from Chunfeng were so angry that they wanted to smash their computers. I got 35 points, I knew it. Everyone did the pre-study secretly without telling me. I got 46 points. Congratulations, you're above the average, but how did you get 46 points? Didn't you say you spent your winter vacation eating and drinking, bastard? Thank you. What's there to worry about between the eldest brother and the second brother? 46 points, are you jealous? Are you crazy? Chunfeng asked, who is Tao Rui? Is he very powerful? The 2 were fighting each other, and they paused when they heard the words. The short-haired girl shrugged her shoulders, let out a short low laugh, raised her hand, and hooked her companion, and the 2 of them sang and shouted slogans loudly and excitedly. The Eternal God. The Light of the Command System. The King of the Battlefield. The Undefeated Myth. The Harbor of Victory. Chunfeng, eh? She leaned back in horror, clinging to the back of the sofa. That's the kind of person he is. The short-haired girl grabbed her bangs and sighed. The commander-in-chief is more attractive than the deputy commander, especially when he is trying to turn the tide. A game can decide the life and death of thousands of people, which is more glorious than the MVP of a single soldier. Chunfeng asked curiously, isn't he a data analyst? He is. But a Class A commander may not be able to be a Class B commander, but a Class B commander, if he has enough experience, can serve as the commander-in-chief. The short-haired girl crossed her arms and recalled, the commander position on the battlefield is not mandatory to be a Class A commander. Tao Rui has a family background in learning, and was specially recruited into the 1st Army. The 1st Army also focused on training him, and successfully became famous in 3 battles in the league. But our Alliance University seems to have not had an absolute leader in recent years. The roommate next to her added, Xiang Yunjian has a good overall view, but he is a single soldier. The short-haired girl nodded and said regretfully, although it is worth being happy that he took the job of the Class A commander, the people in the First Army are too rampant. We have different positions, and I don't like him very much. His companion shook his head again, and the slogan of the First Army is too childish. I can't do it. I can't do it. Chunfeng turned to look at Shindan, who was lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with her eyes open, like a corpse, without moving for a long time. Chunfeng leaned over and met her suddenly moving pupils. He was startled and asked, What are you doing? I'm thinking. Shindan sat up, rubbed his face, and said, I heard it. As for Tao Rui, I've heard of him before, but I don't know much about him. According to the evaluation of the senior sister, he is a very arrogant psychopath. Chapter 77. Speaking of psychopaths, Chunfeng is familiar with them. Shindan waved his hand and said, Don't worry about him. He will be a senior next semester, and should go for preparatory training. We usually don't meet him. Besides, everyone has different styles, so there is nothing to refer to. Chunfeng was thoughtful, closed the interface, and reopened his courseware. The next day, there happened to be a professional class of Lao Luo. Although most of the questions were beyond the standard, he still analyzed the test paper in detail in class and listed the points that freshmen should get. He said that during the 2-week winter vacation, as a student of the United Nations University, you should at least preview the first 2 units of the next semester, so all students who scored below 36 points are on the verge of being eliminated, and hope that everyone will take care of themselves. A group of students almost burst into tears on the spot. Turn around and look, the people around you are very cunning. He was very insidious and inciting the class. You think they are all eating, drinking and having fun, but in fact they are quietly studying and waiting to surprise everyone. Time is running out. Classmates, you are going to sign up for the league in your sophomore year. With your half-baked skills, will anyone be willing to recruit you? You didn't make it to the league in your sophomore year, and when you are in your junior year, teams of similar level are looking for experienced students, but you still can't make it. If you can't get a position in the big battlefield, your resume will be blank. What will you do after your senior year? Will you compete for a job with those guys who play hand exercises next door? Chunfeng looked dazed. It felt like I was stabbed twice in a short period of time. Shindan's expression was numb, and he quietly sent a message to Chunfeng. I heard this from kindergarten, during the college entrance examination. So talented people should work hard from the embryonic stage. Chunfeng, Lao Luo spoke for 10 minutes with a dry mouth, and the bell finally rang. The students got up tiredly, picked up their laptops, and prepared to study hard for their humble selves 3 years later. Lao Luo took a sip of water, raised his hand and called, Chunfeng, stay a moment, come over. Chunfeng followed him to an empty corner. The page of the light computer in her hand was still on the disassembly explanation of a certain model. When the other party spoke, she lowered her head and glanced at him. Lao Luo looked at her with his eyes down, pondered for a moment, and tactfully said, The results of this exam are not very good. Do you see the gap between you and the top students? Chunfeng nodded. Lao Luo asked, What do you think is the reason? Chunfeng answered sincerely, I didn't read enough books. Lao Luo opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Looking at the purple under her eyes and the pale face, all the prepared remarks he had made when he came here were wasted. This is not a question of how much you read or how hard you work. Lao Luo had wanted to take this opportunity to teach her not to be too proud of her talent, but now he wanted to grab her shoulders and tell her that this is a question of unfair education distribution. After the war, Star cannot access the most cutting-edge knowledge in technical subjects. Lao Luo pressed her light brain, forcing her to look up. But when he met her eyes, he was unsure of the right words. He had to get down to business. Actually, this small test is to recruit a training student for the technical class. Where are we going to train? Chunfeng asked calmly. How long will the training last? How many people? What level? What is the content? Lao Luo felt that she was holding him back for some reason, and replied, A base in the suburbs. Several military academies contacted the head of the base, and made an appointment with them to invite professional data analysts and training instructors to form a team of 150 people for closed training. The United Nations University has 30 places, and 26 juniors will be admitted based on their grades, and 2 freshmen and 2 sophomores will be admitted. As for the teaching content, we don't know yet. It may not be in line with the school curriculum. But if you want to develop in the military in the future, similar training will definitely be very useful. Chun Feng nodded and said, okay. Seeing her reaction so dull, Lao Luo felt uncomfortable. Chun Feng recently took a minor in the course of human relations, and vaguely sensed his unhappiness. He hesitated and pulled up the corners of his mouth, showing his white teeth, and said, thank you. Lao Luo pinched her face and said seriously, don't provoke the instructor like this, understand? Chun Feng, She waved away Lao Luo's hand, and turned away indifferently. Shindan also received the notice of the training camp. She packed her luggage with Chun Feng, and waited for the academy to gather. The academy temporarily gave them a week's leave. Chun Feng thought the training time was so short, but Lao Luo said leisurely, if you are not kicked out in the middle, you can make up the time. Chun Feng asked, how can you be kicked out? Lao Luo secretly threatened, if you can't keep up with the course, you will be kicked out easily. If you can't keep up and have a bad temper, you will definitely be kicked out. If you are kicked out once, the credits for extracurricular practice this semester will be reset to 0. Chun Feng and Shindan said lightly, and didn't listen to the rest of the words. This has nothing to do with them. They are all very humble and obedient. The training camp will start on a Saturday in early March, and the base will be responsible for sending a car to pick them up. Chun Feng and the other two carried backpacks and waited at the school gate in advance. Surrounded by their seniors from the same school were very friendly. They pushed them to the front of the team and took the initiative to chat with them and exchange the rules of the base with them. The training camp before the league finals was also held at that suburban base, but usually only students from the individual soldier department went there, and it was rare for the command department to get such an opportunity. Anyway, I heard it was quite cruel, and you can see what the gate of hell looks like. The senior with a crew cut touched his short hair and smiled proudly. I went to get a haircut on my own initiative. If it's too long, you might get a shaved head. Chun Feng opened his mouth and let out a horrified cry. Aw. The senior laughed and said, girls shouldn't have that. And your hair isn't long. During the conversation, the vehicle arrived. The instructor in charge of receiving the students came down in a military uniform and asked the students to take out their luggage for inspection before getting on the bus. All useless items were thrown away. Useless items here include non-close-fitting clothes, shoes and socks, skin care products, and all food. Chun Feng really wanted to bring the little owl, but she didn't dare. In the end, the only things that were packed were a few toiletries, a light computer, and its matching charging equipment. It completely meets the instructor's standards. The instructor took away the optical computers and distributed them to them when they needed to contact each other. The instructor did not strictly search everyone's belongings, but mainly relied on self-consciousness. After everyone raised their hands to indicate that it was okay, he directly waved his hand to signal everyone to get on the bus. The vehicle drove for an hour and a half to arrive at the base. After passing through the gate blocked by the iron net and walking about 1 kilometer along the empty and straight avenue, you can see a square-shaped and magnificent training building. The instructor led them to the large map at the entrance and explained the floor layout of the training building and their permitted range of activities in a few words. Then he asked them to go to the warehouse to pick up their own clothes, open dormitory permissions, change clothes within half an hour, and gather at the activity hall on the 2nd floor. The instructor had a cold face throughout the whole process and spoke without any emotion. He spoke quickly and rushed out. There is no navigation here, and all students are command students. I don't accept people with poor directions. Although the base is large, if anyone is late because of getting lost, I advise you to change jobs as soon as possible. Everyone dared not say a word, and when the instructor gave the order of disband, they immediately ran over to get their uniforms. When it comes to running, Chun Feng and Shindan have always been outstanding. The two rushed over like the wind, swiped their cards to get their equipment, and ran to find the dormitory like flying. They were not very lucky. The dormitory they were assigned happened to be on the side of the building. After changing their clothes and rushing to the activity hall, there were only 5 minutes left. The students of the Union Military University arrived earlier than them, and had lined up to gather on the left side of the hall. I can tell you responsibly that the training at the base is different from the tickling-style friendly greetings at your school. Those who can't stand it can leave at any time. We will never keep them. Chun Feng listened attentively to their instructor's stern lecture. Don't think that physical fitness is useless. It can effectively help you prolong your career. One of the focuses of this training camp is physical fitness. All your professional courses are scheduled in the afternoon and evening. If you can't pass the physical fitness test, don't take the professional courses. Everyone's face showed a trace of tension. Feng was still observing when a stern shout came from the door. "What are you all standing for? Gather." Chapter 78. Everyone had already lined up consciously. When the instructor yelled, they immediately stood in line and stood straight. The instructor approached with his hands behind his back, took a rough look, grabbed the students' collars with 2 fingers, pulled a few members of inappropriate height to adjust their positions, and walked through the queue with long legs to check everyone's clothing. Although he didn't find any problems, he didn't show a satisfied look throughout the whole process. After the instructor next door made a harsh remark, he waved his hand to signal the students of the coalition to start running to warm up. Feng followed their figures to the edge of the field with his peripheral vision, and heard the instructor, who had been patrolling for a long time, speak again, introducing himself in a hoarse and low voice. "My last name is Zhou. Remember my face? Don't make the mistake. I will be your physical training instructor from now on." Feng was really a bit faceblind to people in uniform, and he glanced at the next door a few more times after hearing this. The instructor next door was relatively short, less than 1.75 meters tall, with tan skin, and a light scar from the left corner of his lip to his chin, so he was relatively easy to identify. Let everyone call him Instructor Shui. In comparison, Instructor Zhou's face was featureless. Feng stared at him for 2 minutes, and only remembered that he had big ears. Of course she didn't dare to say it. There was a strong sense of oppression from both instructors. Unlike the friendly and joking recruits during the freshman military training, there was ferocity and cruelty in their eyes. When their eyes fell on someone, even if there was no malice, it was like a knife, making people feel uneasy. Everyone was intimidated by him, and didn't even dare to move their eyes. "You heard what the other person said just now." He turned his head, and irresponsibly listened to the other person's speech. "Then I won't repeat it. Remember it clearly. The brother who was about to drag a chair over to rest cursed, hack you. Train your own soldiers, okay?" Instructor Zhou raised his hand, signaling him not to undermine him. He then pointed a finger in the direction of the runway and said, "Follow me." No one reacted. Instructor Zhou was shocked and said in a bad tone, "Keep up. Today, whichever class has the lowest average speed will have a surprise mission waiting for you in the evening." Instructor Shui, who came back leisurely with a chair, slapped his thigh, pressed the loudspeaker on his chest, and kindly reminded, "Dear students, I forgot to tell you. There is a village near our base, and there is a small pig farm at the end of the village. The new generation of children have never shoveled manure or fed pigs, right? If anyone loses, we have applied for a few precious places from our fellow villagers, so that you can all experience it. Take your chance. If you lose too much, you will all sleep in the pigsty tonight." Everyone in Lianzhong was shocked when they heard this, and the first thing they thought of was the 2 junior high school girls. After all, although Shindan is tall, he has thin limbs and looks like he can't fight. Not to mention Feng, he is short and malnourished. If he is pushed out of the door, he may not even be able to break a paper tiger. The senior student next to them was about to teach the 2 kids, slow and steady, find a new way. Even if you can't do it yourself, you can still make your opponent unable to do it. When the evils of society are used on your opponent, it is the light of righteousness, and other life philosophies that are unique to our army. Feng had already rushed out from the side with his head down. Shindan was not willing to be outdone, and kicked the ground with his toes, chasing after Feng's butt. Everyone looked at each other. Instructor Zhou was very puzzled and urged, "Run. Why are you looking at me? Are you waiting for me to cheer you up? Are you students from the United Nations University a little slow in reaction? You are still a skilled worker?" The people in the front row of the team set off quickly. During the military training, everyone was in different venues, and some seniors had not seen Feng's wildness. Seeing her running like a flash of smoke, and catching up with the large force of the United Nations Army in a blink of an eye, they were a little dumbfounded. But this time, the competition was about average scores, and everyone still maintained their speed and prepared for a long-term battle. After 4 laps, Feng was still running happily like a wild monkey jumping on the mountain road. Shindan gave up her pace and chased after the boys from the coalition. The boys ran a little faster, and the girls from the coalition had been outpaced by Feng. The 2 instructors sat side by side on the chairs, crossing their legs like an old man, observing for a while before shouting again through the loudspeaker, "You're being lazy, huh? You're running so slowly. Do you think I'm blind? So, the results will be counted based on the total time it takes for your 2 teams to complete the goal, but the time for the first place boy and girl will not be counted." There was a sudden cry of grief at the scene. "Here we go again. Are you all the same as instructors?" The younger brothers of the coalition army turned back in a cowardly manner and said humbly, "Sisters, hurry up. Come on, sisters." The sisters cursed, Get lost. Sisters, you saved me from the pigsty today, and I will serve you tea and water tomorrow. I will work like a cow or a horse. No need to come tomorrow. Go to the pigsty today to pay it back. Shut up. Don't say such unlucky words. A young man frowned and complained. If anyone says that our coalition is a troublemaker again, I will kick Changfeng out. This is the fucking way. Is she good like this? Several seniors from the United Nations University were dissatisfied and scolded. Go to hell. My junior sister is excellent. You can't stand others' excellence. The title of troublemaker is firmly on your shoulders. You belong to the coalition. Don't try to pass the buck. People from the two schools insulted each other and played the victim in a mess, crying as if the sky was falling. They secretly speeded up in an attempt to win first place. The chaotic footsteps echoed in the hall, accompanied by increasingly heavy breathing. 1 lap, 2 laps. Until a group of people ran out of breath, but they never listened to the instructor's call to stop. Some students with poor physical strength were about to collapse. Their feet felt sore and heavy, as if they were weighed down by iron blocks, and they could only jog around the edge of the field dejectedly. They couldn't remember how far they had run, and they didn't dare to look at the statistics panel on their chests, hanging on to the last bit of endurance to prevent themselves from being pulled too far behind. Changfeng also slowed down, adjusting her pace from time to time. The brain inevitably felt dizzy because of the blood rushing up, but it was still within the range that she could overcome. Having experienced the feeling of life and death many times, Changfeng roughly divided the painful experience into 3 levels, feeling like she was about to die, really about to die, and like she was dead but not yet. She estimated that she was currently hovering on the edge of the first stage, so she still had extra energy to spy on the 2 instructors on the sidelines. The 2 cruel young men began to eat fruits on the sidelines, bananas and oranges, in a very comfortable posture, as if they had forgotten that they had a team under them. Shindan blinked hard, but the blur in her vision could not be removed. Under her tired body, every nerve ending was transmitting the impulse of wanting to slack off. She took the initiative to approach someone and pulled the hem of the coalition brothers' clothes, asking, "How many laps do you want to run?" The coalition student turned his head and said very resentfully, "No." Shindan ? So why are you running so fast? The coalition student collapsed and said, the instructor didn't say how far to run, he just said to warm up. The students of the coalition felt dizzy when they heard this. This aimless pursuit is more torturous than a difficult goal. Some people stopped and changed to race walking to adjust their state. Instructor Zhou saw that the atmosphere was not right, shook his legs, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You can't hold on like this? Why are you students so strong on the outside but weak on the inside?" The instructor is very disappointed. Strong on the outside? Instructor Shui shook his shoulders and sneered, "Your appearance is already very empty. I can hit a bunch of people with 1 punch." A young man happened to run behind him and asked tiredly, "Instructor, how many kilometers do we have to run in total?" Instructor Zhou turned around, gave him a small orange slice, and encouraged him, "Don't ask how many kilometers, the instructor has his own arrangements. But you definitely can't do this. If you are thrown into the training team of the individual soldier department, you will be drilled out." Everyone screamed in their hearts. They didn't intend to compete with a group of reckless men in the individual soldier department in terms of physical fitness. In our training here, physical fitness is important, but it is not the most important thing. Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, there was also a student from the command department. His physical fitness was particularly poor. He arrogantly signed up to train with the team of the individual soldier department. The result was, Instructor Zhou peeled the orange peel, deliberately slowed down his speech, paused for a few seconds before continuing. He has always stayed in the first echelon and has never come down. He has survived with his extraordinary skills and tenacious perseverance. That is real ability. Sure enough, within a few years, she had made contributions, got promoted, and became famous. We are all from the command department, so learn more from our predecessors. It was difficult for everyone to feel inspired by this passionate past, because it was too far away. No matter how hot the chicken soup is, it is not as good as the instructor's stop word. The lights on the ceiling were dazzling. Time was infinitely stretched in the refracted light and shadow until it could not be accurately measured. I don't know how long it took. When the 2 instructors chattered and recalled the history, these technicians who usually sat in front of the keyboard for a long time could only taste the bloody taste when they opened their mouths. Shindan's lips were pale, and her eyelids were half closed, covering half of her pupils. When Changfeng ran to her side, he stopped her and asked with difficulty, "Have you ever fed pigs?" "No." Changfeng answered intermittently, Pigs are a luxury in the post-war planet. I only know how to grow cabbages. Ah? Shindan organized a few more words in a rapid panting. Then can you feed them? Chung Feng said confusedly. I don't know, it shouldn't be. Difficult, right? Then I'm relieved. Shindan rolled his eyes and laid down on the ground with peace of mind. The senior student next to him called out anxiously. Hold on for a while, sister. The revolution is not yet complete. Shindan raised her hand tremblingly, indicating that she would give herself 5 minutes first. Chung Feng looked at her enviously, and only turned her neck around after she ran far away. The classmate next to her discussed with her. Why don't you take a break too? Don't be so harsh on yourself. Although Chung Feng's running posture was already shaky, he still shook his head firmly, and gave him a determined look. Have you ever risked your life for a pig? Angry roars came from all directions. That's not necessary. Instructor Zhou glanced at the statistics on his head. The leading students had actually reached the goals they had set originally, but after hearing that roar with great momentum, he felt that he could squeeze them a little more. Instructor Zhou leaned down and asked the people around him, Did we set the standard too low? Instructor Shui said, Don't think like that. Life is always full of little surprises. Instructor Zhou asked, Then let's take a look? Goodbye, life is prone to small accidents. Instructor Shui held down his restless hand and advised sincerely, Don't think they are still young now, we have a long life ahead of us. Maybe some of them will become our juniors. How embarrassing it will be to meet them in the team then. Instructor Zhou thought carefully, and it made sense. Besides, these are all well-known B-type dads, who should be held in the palm of their hands. Instructor Zhou adjusted his posture, clicked on the external screen of the optical computer, and after transmitting the data, he announced, Okay, students whose badges have turned red can now line up to swipe their cards. Chunfeng lowered her head to check and confirmed that she had reached the standard. She exhaled deeply, turned around and went to the instructor to report. She staggered back, and there were already 2 young people in line in front of her. Instructor Zhou took out a small machine from behind the chair and gestured. Swipe the card. The young man's eyes were red, and he didn't know whether it was the sadness of being devastated or the emotion of surviving a disaster. He sniffed, inserted the ID card into the groove, bent down, and rested his hands on his knees to regulate his breathing. Instructor Zhou suddenly asked, What are the weapons of the 3rd row of the 5th dormitory A area? The young man raised his head, and his brain that couldn't function only made him utter a confused syllable. Ah? The instructor took out his card and said sympathetically, Go, continue. The young man looked confused, and before he could taste the joy, he was pushed onto the track of sin again. The student behind him suddenly woke up, patted his head hard, and walked forward to swipe the card. When Chunfeng approached, he heard a few questions. The content was a bit beyond the scope for her, and it seemed a bit difficult for the students who had just finished running. About 1/3 of the students were caught off guard by the questions, and had no choice but to return to the battlefield. I am a freshman. Before the instructor asked, Chunfeng stated first, I am a special student from the post-war star, and I don't know how to answer questions beyond the scope. Instructor Zhou opened his eyelids, nodded and said, I know. Your teacher gave you the questions. What is the name of your modern history teacher? Chunfeng had just reviewed all the test points from last semester, and for a moment, she couldn't find the correct answer in her memory bank. To be precise, this was indeed a new knowledge blind spot. Qingfeng's lips trembled, and finally she turned back helplessly, seeking help from alumni. Go. Instructor Zhou looked into her eyes. I will give feedback to your teacher. Your question is very serious. The alumni of the United Nations University shook their heads sadly and regretfully. Chunfeng took back the card, turned around unwillingly, and said angrily, Damn it. Chapter 79. Chunfeng didn't know which teacher gave her the questions, but they were full of malice. She ran around and came back to Shindan to confirm the names of all the teachers in each subject. To be safe, she also wrote down the names of the principal, dean, and other major administrators. After Sanshengwu, she went to find Instructor Zhou with confidence, but the second question she was assigned was, on the emblem of the Union University, is the icon on the left a knife or a pen? Qingfeng's expression was ferocious for a second, and he gritted his teeth and said, Pen. Instructor Zhou sighed, Goodbye. Qingfeng's mentality collapsed. This was more frustrating than asking her to run 10 laps. Instructor Zhou was also dumbfounded. This kid was so unusual that he could dodge the easy questions that hit his face. He asked suspiciously, Are you really a student of Union University? I remember that all the presidents of the Union University were very narcissistic and hung the school emblem icon all over the street. The alumni behind him bravely defended the face of their leaders and shouted, Instructor, that's not true. The purpose of our Union University is to be humble and restrained. Instructor Zhou's facial muscles twitched, and he returned the ID card to Chun Feng. This time, Chun Feng walked around slowly with his hands in his pockets, and when he came back again, he finally drew a normal academic question. After finally ending this tortuous battle, Chun Feng didn't have much joy of victory left. He just lowered his head and walked towards the open space in the middle with a weak step. Shindan was already resting inside, looking up at her with a curious look. Her expression was hesitant, but out of consideration for friendship, she still didn't say anything. The two of them stretched their bodies with their backs facing each other. When the discomfort in their bodies gradually subsided, and they were about to go back to the dormitory to rest, they heard a neat and powerful sound of footsteps in the distance. The teams of the First Army and the Second Army arrived late. About 60 people walked into the activity hall in an orderly manner. Seeing the students lying on the ground in all directions, their already pale faces became even uglier. They did not dare to breathe loudly, and only their eyes rolled around. Instructor Zhou raised his hand and said loudly, "Make way, and make room for others." The dead ones rolled to the middle. The team leader raised his hand and waved back, asking the team to stop at the door and go to the supplies to get a bottle of water. Instructor Zhou asked, "Why are you so late?" The instructor took off his hat, turned back, and glanced at his students, snorted coldly. "Someone was exposed on the road for hiding a light brain, so I took them down to understand life." Instructor Zhou smiled and said, "The ideas of this class of students are quite bold." The team leader was not in a good mood, and his narrow eyes glanced at the playground, and spat out 2 words sparingly, "Run." This group of students had obviously been drilled, and they didn't dare to ask more questions. They just started running along the edge. The students who were still trying to complete the task were ecstatic, and suddenly they became steady. Why compete with those beasts from Union University for the first place? Isn't it enough to have someone at the bottom? So the students who were still on the track were very friendly to the new friends. When they were passed by them, they encouraged them enthusiastically from behind. "Come on, this is an endurance race. Everyone must hold on. Students in the front and back teams should not disrupt the rhythm. We are competing for the overall performance. Don't be the black sheep." The earnest and sincere cheers made the students, who didn't know the truth, feel cold. Instructor Zhou looked at them with a little envy, turned around and glanced at the people who were grinning beside him, and said disdainfully, "Look at others, how well they behave. I am just too kind to you, and you are all unruly." The seniors of the United University were not convinced, blinked their eyes, and said obediently, "Instructor, aren't we excellent?" Instructor Zhou was shocked and pointed at the door mercilessly. "Those who have finished answering the questions, get out now. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The cafeteria will close in half an hour." Chun Feng and Shindan quickly got up, put their arms around each other's shoulders, and went to the cafeteria to eat. What made Chun Feng feel relieved was that the food in the military cafeteria was not bad. She ate 2 large bowls of rice with braised meat, which greatly healed her body and mind. The senior student next to her was inspired by her, and ate a few more mouthfuls of rice. They were so full that they had to hold onto the wall to walk out of the cafeteria. The two of them felt sleepy after eating, and seeing that there was still time, they hurried back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. An hour and a half later, the two of them were awakened by the ringing of the bell, dragging their rusty legs to the 3rd floor for the cultural class. The computer room was silent, and a group of people hung their heads and half lying on the table in a listless state. The class officially started at 7:30, and more than half of the seats in the classroom were empty. The instructor came in, with a laptop, and nodded to everyone. The instructor who was responsible for teaching them professional courses was a female instructor. She had an upright posture, and wore a meticulous uniform. She sat on the podium, and the light illuminated her side face, revealing a clear and beautiful jawline. She spoke softly and slowly, with a gentle ending, which made people feel comfortable. Today we will talk about how to improve the dynamic model. Most students should have learned this professional course, but they have just started, and there are certain limitations in their understanding. She turned on the light brain, and directly sent the courseware to the public platform. "I have seen your papers. More than 90% of the students are still accustomed to using basic knowledge points to discuss dynamic models. Although this is a good way of solving problems in terms of students' knowledge reserves, I hope you can correct it as soon as possible. Because although the result is correct, it is a waste of time. Methods that cannot guarantee efficiency are absolutely wrong in data analysis." Chun Feng rubbed his face and looked at the items on the document. This is the type of question she was scratching her head on. However, the courseware did not record a very systematic model code, only various scattered correction codes for different situations and different attacks. The instructor clasped his hands on the table and said slowly, "I believe everyone knows that data analysis is a skill that relies heavily on practical experience, especially after adding multiple variables. In order to ensure the timeliness of the data, Class B commanders must have a certain degree of sensitivity, which requires cultivating sufficient observation awareness in daily life. For details, please refer to the directions described in my document." Chunfeng roughly scanned it, and found that the items were listed very detailed. Her modeling style is already at a meticulous level. Appropriate cover, blind spots of vision, optimal attack routes, etc. are all within the scope of consideration, but the instructor's focus is very different from hers, and he pays more attention to terrain and changes. She tilted her head and glanced at Shindan. Seeing that his expression was inconstant, she pursed her lips and wrote down a few key points. "It doesn't matter if you don't know, but you have to learn." There were some slight rustling sounds in the classroom, the sound of clothes rubbing against each other and whispering. The instructor's voice was clearly not loud, but it was very penetrating, clearly suppressing all kinds of noise and spreading to every corner. "Today we will start with mecha analysis. Why do so many students not like to do mecha battle analysis? Because in such a model, in addition to objective data, there is also a part of subjective judgment. If the standard is strict, the entire analysis report needs to be divided into multiple angles and multiple levels. Don't think it's troublesome. Our work does not allow slackness and mistakes. Now let's take a look at the example together," she said, and uploaded a mecha battle video to the public platform. "Project the screen in the middle of the classroom, then lead everyone to disassemble the actions of the first minute of the video one by one, record them systematically, give a rough reference framework, and let the students get started by themselves." She walked back and forth in the classroom, reviewing the students' homework. Mecha battle analysis is Shindan's strong point. Although she is not good at practical operation, she has done in-depth research behind the scenes. She worked hard in the sleepless nights to write nearly 100 strategies for different types of mechas, with pictures and texts, and a series of contributions were evaluated by netizens as another masterpiece that can be submerged in the tide of history. It looks long and rich, but in fact most of the content can be summarized in one sentence: he was courting death, so he died. Besides, they basically don't encounter the dilemma that Shindan faces. After all, they have feet and can hide. Such ridicules make Shindan very angry. Of course, this does not affect her solid foundation in the field of data analysis. As for Chunfeng, she has a unique advantage in this area. The education method of fighting robots can be described as simple and crude. Chunfeng grew up in such an environment, and the fighting thinking cultivated by her also has the strong step-by-step characteristics of machines. She followed the framework given by the instructor, and soon found that her thinking process in combat was highly consistent with the so-called dynamic analysis. The difference was that her previous analysis objects were not the current version of the sensor mecha. The instructor passed by the two of them, bent down to observe for a moment, and quickly turned away, leaving a little elegant flower fragrance in the air. Shindan's fingers flew on the keyboard, with a sneer on the corner of his lips, and his face was illuminated by the dim light of the screen. It was unknown what he was thinking when he wrote the analysis report. Chunfeng was trying to experience the subtle feeling and explore the secrets behind it. When the progress was halfway through, the bell in the base rang again, reminding everyone that it was already 9:30 in the evening, and they could take a break during the class. The sound of pushing and pulling seats was heard, and several students took the opportunity to go to the toilet. Chunfeng looked up at the sound and looked around. After the class, a group of students came one after another, but there was still 1/3 of the space in the classroom. He Juan's classmates never arrived, probably because they got a rare life experience ticket. If you don't complete the physical training, you really can't take the cultural classes. Chunfeng thinks this rule is cruel. It's abominable to block her path to study. However, this thought only flashed for a short time, and then left the winner's brain. After all, she shouldn't worry about these things, she is so outstanding. Chunfeng turned her neck, and continued the unfinished business. Around 10 o'clock, there was a sparse footsteps in the corridor, and they slowed down when approaching the classroom. The door was open from the outside, and a faint stench came in along with the cold wind. Chunfeng was sitting near the door, her nostrils twitching as she caught the unusual smell. Her eyelids jumped and opened upwards, and in an instant her expression changed from sleepiness to horror. Like the other students, she quickly turned her head and looked at the back door, watching with a complicated look as the group of refugees, who had returned from cleaning the pigsty, walked into the classroom one after another. There was a gloomy atmosphere behind them, like a lonely seedling that had suffered from the wind and frost. The base was heated, but not ventilated. The smell quickly mixed with the flowing warm wind and spread to every corner, and gradually became heavier as time went by, creating a very unpleasant atmosphere. Chunfeng had a friend of Ijuan sitting on her left, which made it difficult for her to concentrate. She wanted to express her sympathy, but also wanted to stay away from him. Only the instructor remained calm and said in a calm tone, "Download the courseware and review it yourself. Try to come earlier next time." Shindan nudged Chunfeng with his elbow, pointed to the young man to her left, and introduced, "That's Tao Rui. It stinks. Does the top student have to compete for the first place in cleaning shit?" Chunfeng didn't know that either. However, this group of people had indeed changed their clothes and shoes, otherwise they would not be allowed to enter the computer room. They were probably in a hurry, and did not have time to wash them carefully, or they might have been marinated. Shindan spoke a little loudly, and Tao Rui heard it. He turned around with the vicissitudes of life on his face, and floated towards them. But the ridicule of others was more direct and undisguised. Erjuan's friends laughed heartily, and soon led the seniors of the United Nations University to gloat over their misfortune. "Is the pigpen big? Is the equipment advanced? You haven't been slacking off until now, have you? You're so lucky. Unlike us, who are always studying. Where are you going to stay tonight? Have you made the floor bed? Why is it so smelly? Did the instructor ask you to roll around in there?" Student Ijuan gritted his teeth, but couldn't do anything because the instructor was present. Compared to their unkindness, Shindan seemed particularly tactful. The instructor saw that everyone was distracted, so he simply put away his laptop and said, "Let's end the get out of class. The unfinished analysis can be done during the holidays. If you have any questions, please leave me a message in time. Gather at the first floor lobby at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late." The student stood up and wanted to leave this closed space quickly. When the instructor walked out of the door, the first class student immediately jumped forward, holding the attitude of dying together, and intercepted and hugged other military school students. "Come on!" The first class student took off his coat and said arrogantly, "Close the door." "Damn it! Get out! Don't come over here." The screams echoed for a long time on the third floor. In the chaos, all kinds of curses were thrown everywhere. Among them, the one who was called out the most was Tao Rui. Other students didn't know what his name was, so he had to bear the brunt of it. After all, they were all in the same army. Chunfeng was afraid of being affected, so he hurried away. There was not much time to wash up, so Chunfeng hurriedly packed up and lay down on the bed. After a day of excessive physical exertion, she felt sleepy as soon as she touched the bedboard. After turning off the lights, the senior sister who shared the same dormitory talked to them about the model for tonight. After a few brief exchanges, her speech speed began to slow down, and she laughed foolishly, and it seemed that her consciousness was floating between half asleep and half awake. Chunfeng thought she was asleep, and heard her smugly mutter, "Tao Rui feeds pigs, ha ha ha." Chunfeng didn't understand, but was shocked. How deep is this hatred? Chapter 80. Remembering that they had to gather the next morning, Chunfeng slept very restlessly. Even though her body felt heavy, she woke up before the alarm rang. She sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. The winter sky was still gray, and the heating was turned on too high, making Chunfeng's forehead a little wet. Not long after, several other roommates got up one after another, yawning and going to the toilet to wash up. Chunfeng packed up her bedding, and was ordered to go to the cafeteria to get food for everyone. Before she was ready to go out, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Does our Lianda have a grudge against Tao Rui?" Seeing her staring at her, the senior sister hesitated for a long time and said, "Is it okay? As long as we don't meet in the league, it's not a deep hatred." She hit a sentence and didn't say, "If we meet in the league, it will be a hatred of dancing on the grave." "Oh." Chunfeng nodded thoughtfully and said, "But you called his name yesterday." "I dreamed of Tao Rui?" The senior sister's face turned black and shook her head violently. "Impossible." Chunfeng asked, "Is he annoying? What has he done?" "You'd be unlucky if you meet him." The senior sister lowered her voice and said seriously, "Don't you have such an experience? The auras are extremely incompatible. It's like the bad luck of 8 lifetimes has started to pay off after meeting him." Chunfeng couldn't help but think of Yenshin, and immediately felt the same way, nodding, "I understand." The senior sister saw the fear that flashed across her face, and quickly comforted her. "You are still young, you can outlast him, don't be afraid. Our Yuan will always be the strongest." Shindan walked out with his toothbrush in his mouth. Looking at the two people who admired each other, and were full of passion, he was dazzled by the shining comradeship and almost swallowed the foam in his mouth. Frowning, he took small steps back to the toilet and said vaguely, "It's so early in the morning. Is it almost this pace?" She still didn't participate, otherwise she would have nothing to do in the afternoon. At 5:50, the students who had finished breakfast gathered at the entrance of the training building one after another. 2 instructors came over with their hats to check everyone's clothes. When calling the roll, they confirmed that there were still 7 boys who were not present, 5 of whom were students of the First Army. Everyone was wiping their sweat, and those few people ran over according to the time. Instructor Zhou glanced at his head and didn't get the second, and said regretfully, "I finally caught up after rushing. You guys are good." Several people hurriedly swallowed the food in their mouths, choking and blushing, and had to shout, "Sorry, instructor." Instructor Zhou stood leisurely, with his hands behind his back. Although the time was up, he didn't rush to line up, but said distressfully, "I warmed everyone up yesterday, and I don't know what to do today." We all discussed it, and decided to go for an outing. No one responded, but judging from the tense facial muscles of the crowd, they must be very active. "We are not discussing how to torture you. You are overthinking it." Instructor Zhou said sincerely, "The main thing is that we cannot train you too hard. It's okay if your feet are disabled, you can still work. If your hands are disabled, you will be scolded to death by your school leaders." Everyone ? "Is your bottom line so low?" Instructor Shui stood aside and smiled meaningfully. Instructor Zhou saw that he could not win the trust of the crowd, so he pointed behind him and said, "Go out now. Your equipment has been placed in the empty square in front. Each of you can take one. Don't look at what's in the bag, or you will be disappointed. Go." The students lined up to walk out of the gate, and saw a pile of black equipment on the square. A set of equipment is a full military backpack, a large water bottle, and a simulated gun. Shufeng weighed it, and found that it weighed about 20 kilograms. She put the weight on her back, and guessed that today would be a test of endurance. Because Instructor Zhou emphasized that no one opened their backpacks, but they were a little lazy when picking, and a few private conversations came out. Instructor Shui shouted from behind, "Hurry up, you are dawdling. Where are you going to be the elected concubine? I wanted to show you a good face early in the morning. Why are you so ignorant?" With him charging in the front, Instructor Zhou became more friendly today. He nodded to the crowd and said, "Today, there are only 2 of us leading the team, and we will lead 150 of you. In order to treat everyone equally, and for the convenience of management, everyone should stand separately. Every team starts now. Count from 1 to 4. The 2 instructors dispersed all the students from the major military academies, and reorganized them into 5 teams. Chunfeng stood in the middle of the 4th row, with students from other schools on both sides. The sun had not yet risen, and only a few dim street lights nearby were shining on the concrete ground. The cold wind in the morning suddenly began to invade, making Qingfeng's nose itchy. Her nostrils twitched, she tried hard not to sneeze, rubbed her sore nose, and heard the person on the left said in a loud voice, very concerned, "I took a shower." Chunfeng looked over in surprise, and found that it was Tao Rui standing next to him. The other person's eyes were filled with anger, and he glared at Chunfeng slightly, very unhappy with her performance just now. "Oh." Chunfeng subconsciously wanted to say that it was you, but felt that it was too ironic to say this in this scene, so he turned a few words around, and then suppressed them, and continued with a bland "oh." Tao Rui's eyes twitched, and he seemed to be very angry. The surrounding students also looked over quickly because of the movement here, and sniffed at the same time. It would be better if this kind of thing was not mentioned. Once it was mentioned, everyone felt that there was a faint smell next to the students of the First Army. Very subtle. So he lowered his head, and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Instructor Zhou walked around the back of the team, walked to the front row, and said loudly, "Okay, get ready to go. Did you see the row of mountains in front of the base today? That mountain is a symbol of our base. It is filled with the beautiful memories of your predecessors. We hope that it will leave a deep impression on you during your training. Come back often to visit." He said it gently, and everyone felt cold all over. The wind in early spring was as cold as a sharp knife. After a ray of golden light appeared in the gloomy sky, it still surrounded the students in a solemn manner. The seemingly warm daylight could not dispel the freezing cold. As the white fog gradually dissipated, the team stepped on the wet mud and meandered through the dense woods. It took more than half an hour of slow walking to warm up everyone's body. Instructor Zhou did not restrict the students from talking freely. He just led the way calmly with his hands behind his back, and chatted with them when he had time. Although there was a 20-kilogram load, and the mountain road was steep and difficult to walk, such a slow pace, and such a casual attitude seemed too unreasonable to appear on the second day of the training. Unless this was a training with a difficult road. The problem is that there are speed requirements for human training, at least not like this leisurely spring outing. The students felt something was wrong as they walked. Even though they had not experienced the instructor's viciousness, they knew that these people would not be so kind. Especially the smile of Instructor Zhou, which was very seductive, like the seducers. An hour and a half later, the sun was already high in the sky, but the crowd still did not receive the second instruction. The students in the front row could not help but ask anxiously, "Instructor, where is our destination? Is this speed okay? Should we go faster?" Instructor Zhou took out his own laptop, clicked on the map, considerately magnified the details, showed the students the small green dots on it, used 2 fingers to measure the distance between the 2 dots, and replied with a smile, "It doesn't matter. We just go to this place, and climb over a few hills to get there. Based on my experience, if everyone sets out early, they will definitely be able to get back before dark. We should be able to return to the base in the afternoon, right?" Everyone felt even more strange. The young man's Adam's apple rolled, and he asked tentatively, "Don't you have any other requests?" "No." Instructor Zhou said innocently, "See more scenery. Training should also be a combination of work and rest. Don't be afraid, the instructor is not very fierce." Chun Feng leaned forward and muttered, "He makes me feel cold." The senior in the back row took over. "Little sister, don't say that, have some good hope for the world. Maybe there are pitfalls, but we haven't encountered them yet. And we were so tired from running yesterday, and walking all day today is enough training." Tao Rui, who had been silent all the way, suddenly paused and asked, "If we don't arrive before noon, we won't have to sleep in the pigsty, right?" When Instructor Zhou in front heard this, he turned his head suddenly, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and then slowly pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that could not be called praise, but was still very intriguing. Everyone's scalp tingled. "I say." Chun Feng raised his hand to grab the person next to him, but missed. He turned around and saw that Tao Rui had already walked away without any martial ethics. Under the spur of yesterday's shadow, he rushed past the front of the team in a blink of an eye. The students behind him shouted in alarm, "Damn it! People from the First Army, charge! We must not go to the pigpen again today. Despicable, brothers, don't lose." The word spread to the back of the team and became, "Too insidious. The team that arrives at the destination last will sleep in the pigpen tonight. There is a time limit. Friends, the instructor concealed the time limit. Students who cannot arrive at the venue on time at noon will have to go to the pigpen for lunch, charge." The crowd chased after them in an instant, running noisily in the mountains, leaving the 2 instructors behind. Instructor Shui came over in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Instructor Zhou laughed. "Students nowadays are so good that they can roll up on their own." Instructor Shui asked, "What did you tell them?" Instructor Zhou, I didn't tell them anything, they figured it out on their own." Chapter 81. Carrying a 20-kilogram load was not difficult for Chun Feng, but it was still very exhausting to carry it while running in the mountains. Halfway through the run, her shoulders were already overwhelmed by the load, and her back and waist began to ache. Coupled with the muscle strain left by yesterday's training, she decided to give up competing with these barbarians, untied her bag, and walked slowly on the ground. The originally neat team became sparse, and the battle line spread along the inconspicuous path in the mountains to the invisible distance. Since they still don't know the specific rules, no one dares to stop rashly. When he was walking slowly before, Chun Feng was reviewing the knowledge points from last night. After running this section, his congested brain was a little confused. Chun Feng lowered his head and pressed his forehead with 2 fingers, trying to resist the faint dizziness. At the same time, he recalled several rules listed in the document, went through them procedurally, and substituted them into the surrounding scenes for comparison. Capturing the venue information, some vague ideas quickly flashed through Qingfeng's mind. She was trying to sort out her thoughts when Shindan caught up with her from behind, stopped not far from her, and panted and said to her, "Not running anymore." Chun Feng said, "Not running anymore." The instructor didn't catch up. "And where is the pigpen in the mountain? Can't we avoid the pigpen this time?" Shindan said hesitantly, "Free-range pigs?" A senior student trotting by behind heard the second half of the sentence and said in surprise, "Ah, feed free-range pigs? But how to feed free-range pigs? If a wild boar hits a student, who will be held responsible?" Shindan was silent. Why did everyone become alumni? It's insulting. The senior waved his hand and said, "Anyway, it's better to run faster. I heard that the instructors in this base are particularly cruel, and like to play tricks on people. Juniors, take a break and hurry up." I'm leaving first. No matter what the project is, Chung Feng doesn't like to be the last one. When everyone around him started to hurry, Chung Feng couldn't calm down, so he picked up his backpack and started running. Tao Rui was the first student to reach the finish line. He didn't see the position of the team clearly on the map, but he knew it was roughly in this direction. Following his memory, he ran to a place with a wide view. There was a conspicuous alliance icon directly in front of him, and the supplies prepared in advance were piled under the flag, wrapped in black bags, clearly indicating that it was the destination, which made him feel relieved. There was silence near the open space, and there were usually few pedestrians passing by. There was a small river running slowly not far away. The dry grass had just sprouted a few new buds, and the view was quiet and pretty good. Tao Rui and his friends put down their backpacks and laid down on the ground to rest. The cold sweat on their foreheads quickly dried up in the chilly spring breeze, but the lining of their clothes was still wet and a little uncomfortable to wear. After relaxing their limbs, the hunger in their stomachs became uncontrollably strong. Some students opened their backpacks and found that they were either sandbags or empty boxes. Even the water bottles were not filled with water. A young man walked over to look for supplies, and found that the food and water stored here were probably the lunch prepared by the base for them. The young man raised his head and said, "There is food." Tao Rui licked his lips. "Can we eat now? The instructor is not here, so it's not good to eat right away. What about the organization and discipline? The instructor hasn't said how to distribute the food yet. How are you going to eat? Look at the amount. It's clearly enough. Wait a little longer. I think if the instructor wants to punish you, he won't let go of such a nitpicking mistake. Don't let them catch me. I don't want to go to the pigsty again." The student next to him asked curiously, "What did you experience in the pigsty? Isn't it simple to feed? Nowadays, pigsties have strict hygiene standards. How can they be so embarrassed?" The army didn't want to answer. Students from other schools used this opportunity to pester them, and made all kinds of novel guesses. The instructor walked calmly, and it took more than half an hour before he arrived to meet up. A group of students were tired of chatting, gathered near the supply point, looked up at the mountains and forests in the distance, and the expressions on their faces could be described as looking forward to it. To describe it, Instructor Zhou came over and laughed out loud when he saw the scene, raising his hand and saying, "Eat. Whatever you want, don't worry about us." The students were still very polite. They took 2 boxes of self-heating lunch boxes and 2 bottles of soy milk, handed them to the instructor first, and then each of them received their food. Instructor Zhou unpacked the lunch boxes neatly and joked with the brothers around him, "These little bastards. I'm a little embarrassed." "You won't." Instructor Shui didn't even bother to comment on his hypocrisy. "After all, you are shameless and heartless." Instructor Zhou laughed and scolded, "Go to hell, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? You won't lie if you haven't seen me." The afternoon sun was just at a temperature that was neither too cold nor too warm, shining on the students, and with the comfort of a full stomach, it brought a feeling of laziness and fatigue. Instructor Zhou rested for a while, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he stood up and clapped his hands and said, "Clean up the venue, carry all the things, and prepare to return to the base." Everyone felt it was too unreal. "You're going back now? Nothing else?" Instructor Zhou adjusted his hat, put it back on his head, and replied, "Yes, do you want to stay a little longer? It's not impossible." The students doubted their lives. Is it their own problem? If that's the case, carrying 20 kilograms of weight and walking for most of the day is really cruel for technical workers. Their shoulders are now so stressed that they can hardly straighten their backs. After carefully sorting it out from the beginning, the biggest problem is probably the instructor's attitude. "I can't bear their gentleness." A student didn't believe it and raised his hand and asked, "No punishment? I'll let you know when I get back." Instructor Zhou raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone pay attention. Line up in 5 minutes." Everyone took the leftovers with them, lined up in the formation they came in, called the roll, and set off on time. In the current situation, Tao Rui couldn't figure out the rewards and punishments. He hadn't walked for 5 minutes when he asked politely, "Instructor, is there any benefit in going back early?" Instructor Zhou said vaguely, "Well, there are some benefits to going back early. It's up to you." Since he said so, in order not to waste the hard work in the first half, Tao Rui ran with a gloomy face. The other students wanted to frame the words "getting close to Tao Rui will make you unlucky," and accuse everyone of the sins committed by this scourge. Sighing, they still followed him to suffer. The journey back was a little longer. First, because the students of the command department really didn't have enough physical strength, and second, everyone felt the Tai Chi in Instructor Zhou's words, and figured out his bad taste of watching jokes. Holding the beautiful vision that there might still be true love in the world, the students gave him a little trust, and after a hard journey, they returned to the training base. All the success was proved to be just an illusion at the gate of the base. Chunfeng was one of the middle and late batches, and saw from a distance a group of exhausted students gathered in a panic, at a loss in front of the locked door. Shindan stopped to take a few deep breaths, wiped the hot sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, threw down his backpack, and rushed into the crowd. When he saw the password setting on the board clearly, the ancient violent gene was on the verge of stirring. A sad voice came from the front. "The gate is locked, we can't get in. Where's the instructor? Damn, I have a particularly ominous premonition. Stop talking, I don't believe it. I said there are no good people in this base. No, there may not even be people." Chunfeng took off the weight, and let out a long sigh. From shoulders to legs, everything was stiff, and about to lose control. But her soul was light and fluttery, as if it was about to fly away. She slumped on the ground, black and white in front of her eyes, not knowing whether it was because of tiredness or anger. Although they were exhausted physically and mentally, the noise at the scene was getting louder and louder. The only thing that had some energy left was their mouths, and now they began to speak. Amid the irritability of the crowd, the instructor slowly emerged from the main road, raised his hand, and pressed it down to calm everyone's emotions. "Why are you all so anxious? Don't worry, the base is very humane. You will definitely have room to choose from food and places to sleep." Everyone was silent, either leaning against the door or squatting on the ground, staring at him with angry eyes. This scene should be very oppressive. Instructor Zhou walked through the crowd without changing his expression, pushed away the students who were blocking his way, and swiped the card in the groove. The control board lit up, and before the students watching had time to be happy, a basic model popped up on the screen. Instructor Zhou said the reality they least wanted to face. Answer in groups based on schools. 5 boards, 5 random questions each. The prototype is the mountain you just climbed. This door will not open until you officially solve the answer. Don't try to cheat, everyone's questions are different. The roar at that moment was heartbreaking. Tao Rui. All the dirty words lost their color in the dark tragedy. And he held it back in Shue's cold words. Anyone who dares to curse will be asked an extra question. Instructor Zhou was in a light mood, put his ID card back in his pocket, and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if you can't answer, we will deliver 3 meals on time, and at night, you can sleep anywhere, and we will still give you a quilt. We have also informed the farmers, and anyone who needs it can go there. Although it is a pigsty, I hope everyone can look at it correctly. So I wish you all good luck." Chapter 82. The scene was filled with dark clouds, and everyone seemed to have lost their souls, lifeless. Instructor Zhou left happily, and Instructor Shui lagged behind, thinking and turning back to say a few words to everyone. Don't shirk responsibility, it's your own problem. This assessment is clearly professional, and you should reflect on yourself if you can't solve it. In addition, the instructor has reminded you many times during the journey that your lack of observation and information acquisition errors are all your own fault. Making excuses will not help you grow, and it is not what you should do. If you want to improve, adjust your mindset and train well. There were indeed many clues along the way, and the instructor's deliberate delay in progress was the biggest clue. Thinking back, everyone actually had a premonition in their hearts, but Tao Rui's persecution delusion affected their judgment, and cooperated with the instructor who deliberately misled them, making the already suspicious assessment even worse. Everyone didn't know what to say, and after a moment of silence, they concentrated on studying the test questions in front of them. Tao Rui squatted in front of the panel with a look of bad luck, his fingers hovering on the blank space in the model, and recalled the road conditions he had walked today. He had a good impression of where the model was taken from, but the values were vague, covering some minor details that he didn't pay attention to at all. This shows that the model was tested in great detail, and was beyond their university knowledge. They only gave a little hint in the class last night. If the instructor didn't explain clearly, even if everyone slowed down and walked in the mountains, they wouldn't be able to solve this problem. This is an assessment that requires teamwork and cooperation after getting the question. The instructor's arrangement meant that they had to go through it a second time, or even a third time. Tao Rui felt terrible and depressed, and his mind wandered as he stared at the basic model that kept spinning on the panel. The student from the First Army was used to it, and he put his arm around his shoulder from behind and comforted him. "Brother Rui, ignore them. We are all adults, and we should have learned to be responsible for ourselves. They just disturb your state and affect your answering. And this is good for our school. After all, we didn't have much class last night. Let's review it quickly and assign tasks. Several panels were very close, and the students standing side by side were from other schools. Erjuan turned his head over here, but he really didn't have time to argue with them. He glanced at the other party's screen and quickly retracted his gaze, busy dismantling the blank panels on the model with the students next to him. Chunfeng was short, and at this time, there were a lot of people in front of the gate, all of whom were tall and strong young men. She couldn't fit in. Shindan saw her wandering around the outside of the crowd. Her aura was depressed, so he stood up and took the initiative to approach, raised his hand to grab his bangs that were wet with sweat, put on his hat, and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Chunfeng nodded. She thought Shindan would help clear a path, but she didn't expect that this friend was good at war in the mall. He directly pushed Chunfeng into the battle from behind, and called other sisters to come over and help. The boys in the front row were pushed forward like wheat waves, and the boy in the front was unprepared and pressed against the wall, his face pressed against the screen, causing the system to send a prompt of operation error. "Oh, junior sister, be more reserved. I almost thought you were touching me. Stop pushing, let me out. Is it not okay for me to come out? Why are you from the United Nations trying to squeeze into our coalition? Do you want to cause trouble? Go to the First Army. There is a perpetrator for every grievance." Shindan, do you really want to be a member of the United Nations and the coalition? Don't learn to be a troublemaker like them. Chunfeng was forced to shout, "I try, I do it, stop pushing." Everyone was scared, so they spread out a little and let Chunfeng in. The air at the center of the gathering was stuffy, and there was a sour smell of sweat. After Chunfeng entered, she felt that the temperature around her had risen by at least 5 degrees. It was a bit stuffy in the early spring evening. She frowned, held her breath, and stared at the pattern above. The senior stood sideways in a very uncomfortable posture, lowered his head, and happened to see Qingfeng's round head. He sighed and asked, "Do you have any impression, junior sister?" Chunfeng raised his hand and fiddled with it, rotating the background direction, but his focus was not on it, but returned to the undulating mountains and forests with his thoughts. Several seniors whispered in the back, "This model should be taken from a low slope near the rest area in the middle and back section, right? Girls walk slower, maybe they notice more than us, otherwise let them come in and take a look." Chunfeng clicked on the next question, and saw a more familiar model framework. Near the beginning and the end, there was also a section of the mountain road in the middle that Chunfeng called the abandonment road, and Chunfeng had specially analyzed the relevant terrain. Following the several key points in the instructor's document, it happened to be highly overlapped with this test question. However, the mountain road they crossed today was long and winding, and the data and information involved were too complicated, and there were many nearly repeated sections. Chunfeng only went through it casually in his mind at that time, and did not record it. Now back at the base, he was almost confused. The accuracy of the modeling had to be more than 80% to pass, and she wanted to answer it all at once, which was definitely impossible. But after sorting out her thoughts, it was no problem to reduce the workload by 1/3. Chunfeng pushed his elbow back, signaling the people behind him to move aside a little, and waited for space to be freed up, and then directly entered the editing mode and input the data that was still in his mind. When everyone in Lianzhong saw her start to operate, they fell silent and watched her answer attentively. Although they were not very sure about the answer, they still had an impression when they saw the answer. The gradually improved model overlapped with a vague outline in their memory, gradually becoming clear, which also brought them a burst of joy. The modeling process without real scenes is relatively long. Chunfeng has to repeatedly ponder and stop from time to time to recall, skip the unknown content, and jump to answer. After Chunfeng finished filling in the content that she still remembered, the progress of the current question showed that it was 50% complete. As for the correctness, the formula will be determined after all the answers are answered. This is the area she is most confident in, and it is also the area she has been reviewing before arriving at the base, so the completion rate is higher than she expected. After checking the whole board, Chunfeng felt relieved and continued to turn to the questions behind. The alumni next to her had already spontaneously left half a meter of space around Chunfeng. Seeing her turn the page, they finally dared to vent their excitement for a while. A senior student held her shoulders and approached her to ask, "Chunfeng, are you sure you filled it incorrectly?" Chunfeng said, "The ones marked in green are confirmed, and the ones marked in yellow are half confirmed. The ones marked in black can be guessed. I have some impression of the range of values. I should be able to figure it out if I try slowly." Wow! A group of people flatteringly rubbed her shoulders and back, took off their hats to fan her, and generously praised her, giving her the noble treatment that a meritorious person deserves. Xiaoxui Miai is really a role model for my generation. Senior, I want to learn from you. Chumfeng is the eternal god. The king of the command seat. Isn't he the king of the battlefield? Damn it, please don't use these titles. How can I laugh at the idiots of the First Army in the future? Where's the water? Can't you see that we are thirsty on the way back? Hurry up and bring a bottle of clean water. Chumfeng tilted his head and drank a sip of water handed over by the person next to him in a haughty manner. Taorui also looked over here. He was unfamiliar with Chumfeng, and the look of surprise could not be removed from his face in time. The senior from the United University had been paying attention to him. Seeing this, he waved his hand and said with a face that deserved a beating, "Don't be envious. Being liked by others depends on talent." "What's wrong? Brother Rui is also a star in our army and is deeply loved. Why are you so weird? It's only in your army." Instructor Zhou followed the intelligent robot to deliver dinner. Seeing the lively atmosphere, he was a little surprised. He paced and said, "The situation is better than I thought." "Not bad, not bad. How are you going to overcome it?" The students who were resting in the square joked with him and pointed to the front, indicating that they were also waiting for news. Taorui was the leader of the command department after all, and his sensitivity to maps and test points was outstanding. Although he had a bad start, he was the first student in all the military academies to completely deconstruct the 5 major models. At this time, paper and pen were taken out, and tasks were assigned one by one according to the specialties of different alumni. He was also very depressed, so his face had been dark all day, and his tone of voice was also very stiff, jumping out one word at a time, with a breath in his throat, as if he was competing with himself. Here, the model of the second question, about 5 kilometers from the starting point, the third red circle in the west coordinate, 6 standard data, you two are responsible. Also pay attention to the review of the fourth point not far away. Got it. Hurry up and get going. At the United Nations, Chumfeng also filled in part of the other questions, but the completion rate was relatively much lower. Although she was slow in answering questions, she had thoroughly understood the test points in the process of continuous review. After filling in all the data that could be searched in her memory, she quickly deduced the remaining test points and models. She combined the questions she had already answered, calculated the scores, and chose the least difficult and most efficient way to attack. She recorded them clearly in her notebook according to the distance, and asked the seniors, who were familiar with her, to help with the distribution. The juniors looked at the detailed notes, and almost cried with joy. The 2-shift rotation system was confirmed within 5 minutes, and they became the second team to set out to explore the way after the First Army. The United Nations University started late, but the workload was small. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be the first team to return triumphantly. Instructor Zhou, with one hand behind his back, shouted hypocritically to the crowd going away, "It's dark. Be careful not to get lost when you go up the mountain. The quilts will be distributed at 7 o'clock in the evening. If it really doesn't work, the base will be responsible for providing accommodation." Chapter 83. If you savor Instructor Zhou's words carefully, you will find that they contain a lot of information. Unfortunately, he always deliberately speaks in a nonsensical way. Chumfeng finished his task at hand before going to eat. Because of the heat preservation function of the transport robot, the vegetables inside were overcooked. She shoveled them in and ate them tastelessly. Even the luxurious charcoal-grilled lamb could not arouse her enthusiasm. Of course, this did not affect her eating more. With the appetite of her and Shindan, the two of them were not full with just one box of lunch, so they opened another box and divided it in half. Chumfeng always eats fast when she is mentally exhausted. She packed up the used lunch box and stuffed it back into the robot's back compartment. The whole process took only 10 minutes, but the sky quickly darkened, as if a curtain had suddenly dropped. The street lights came on. Considering that there were students staying overnight outside today, the night lights that were originally used only for lighting were turned to the maximum power, illuminating the area near the door. Chumfeng sat in a dark light, hugged her legs and looked at the distant mountain peaks, watching the sunset on the horizon dissipate in a trance, and the world sank into complete darkness. Even the outline of the edge of the mountain was hidden by the hazy night. In the confusion that followed, he managed to find a little bit of reason to think about modeling. It seems that exploring at night is extremely unreasonable. Chumfeng can already imagine the scene. The lighting source carried by the students can see the scene within a short distance, but there will be certain errors in the grasp of space and direction. Even with the help of night vision glasses to assist in correction, it still requires more energy and takes longer time, and the efficiency is almost not proportional to the labor. Moreover, in the test questions, the long distance and wide angle of view are also indispensable data, and this work is even more unsuitable to be carried out at night. When the reconnaissance team finds it difficult to collect data, they should come back. Chunfeng yawned. His eyes were a little watery due to sleepiness, and he felt that staying up late was not a good choice. Judging from the intensity of the training at the base, the instructors will not reserve too much adjustment time for students. Disrupting the work and rest schedule will increase the burden on the body, and the training rhythm of the next day may not be able to keep up. Young people like them are not very good at it. Shindan was squatting in front of the panel, studying hard, trying to improve the model according to her memory. But she gave up after filling in a few blanks. She was not used to building such a huge real-life model based on her imagination. Every answer made her doubt herself. She was worried that she would mislead her teammates in the end, so she simply shook her head and gave up. Shindan stood up on his knees, walked heavily to Chunfeng, leaned against her, and lay on the cold and hard ground, and began to take a nap with his military backpack as a pillow. Around 7 o'clock, Instructor Zhou appeared again, with the robot carrying the quilt. Soon Instructor Shui also came, responsible for leading the students in need to rest somewhere else. Chunfeng found her own quilt, rolled back and forth on the ground twice, wrapped her hands and feet tightly, airtight, changed to a comfortable position with satisfaction, and fell asleep. Most people made the same choice as her, deciding to sleep on the street tonight. Instructor Zhou looked at the students in rows, and simply didn't want to get close to them. He said with disdain, "I say, you guys, you sweat so much during the day, and you get together without taking a shower. What's the difference between the smell and the pigpen? At least there is water in the pigpen, which is much cleaner than yours." Tao Rui put his uniform jacket underneath and covered himself with a quilt silently. Unless it is necessary, he will not go there again. Last night, time was limited, so he took a bath for half an hour. I thought it should be fine, but after sweating today, I don't know if it was his illusion, he vaguely felt that he exuded a certain smell from the inside out, as if he was really pickled. Everything was a psychological suggestion caused by the nonsense of those people. Tao Rui was very angry when he thought about it. Besides, he didn't believe that the Foundation was so kind to take them in for free. Most likely, they would have to jump in and deal with their excrement for a few hours before they could be exempted from one night's accommodation fee. Instructor Zhou crossed his arms and sneered at his brothers around him. When they really join the army, their stinky cleanliness can be cured in a month. No, a week. What's a pigsty? A pigsty is simply heaven. Not long after, the students who went out to explore came back one after another. As expected, considering the inconvenience of moving at night, they decided to collect data early the next morning. The front of the base gate became lively again. A group of students gathered to discuss and carefully considered, and finally decided to follow the instructor. Even if there is a pit over there in the pigpen, the pit is exposed, but it is not necessarily the case here. The instructor will definitely not let these students sleep well in front of the training building. As a military academy student, this face and dignity are nothing at all. At most, it is a joke. Those who really can't let it go will be looked down upon. Instructor Zhou saw that many students raised their hands to indicate that they would follow, and finally nodded in approval, with a little smile on his face. Yeah, that's right. This is a smart person. Follow your instructor Shui. Have a good rest at night. The exploration team of the United Nations did not return until around 9 o'clock, and brought back a lot of gains. The strategy given by Chunfeng was indeed detailed enough, and in the model she initially perfected, the most difficult long-distance perspective had been solved. The team checked the remaining tasks, and decided to gather strength to directly solve the model of the first big question. So more than a dozen people searched around the starting route for 3 hours with night lights, each drawing a version of the map, and put them together to check for omissions, and make up for them. After confirming that they were correct, they rushed back with complete data. The team leader entered the code on the notebook into the operation panel, eliminated a small part of the measurement errors, and finally the accuracy rate was about 78%. Several seniors modified several sets of data by guessing, and spent more than half an hour to successfully increase the result to 80%, completing the task. The cheers suppressed in the throat sounded low, and several people clapped their hands lightly, shook hands, and congratulated each other. If Chunfeng had not fallen asleep and had a bad temper, the seniors would definitely dig her out of the quilt and shake their shoulders to celebrate together. The whole day was a mental trauma. The young people laid down and prepared to rest. Even with half of the quilt under them, it was still not very comfortable to sleep on the concrete floor. In particular, some students had bad sleeping postures and kicked off their quilts. It was just after midnight, when the stars were shining brightly. The snoring in the square was one after another, and the street lights were dimmed and half turned off, and the pale yellow light warmly illuminated the students' peaceful sleeping faces. The deafening sound of the siren suddenly pierced the silent sky, scaring everyone who was sleeping. Then Instructor Zhou appeared with a whistle and shouted to everyone in a deep voice, "Wake up, everyone! You have 3 minutes. Carry your quilts and run along the square. 10 laps, go, time is starting now." Qingfeng's mind was confused. The temperature was low at night, and she crawled out of the quilt and shivered in the wind. She didn't dare to delay, so she rolled up the quilt, put it on her back, and mechanically followed the young man in the front row to start the night run. Instructor Zhou looked at the statistics on the light computer, pointed out a few students who were slow in action, and asked them to do 2 more laps as punishment. After everyone completed the task, he announced indifferently, "Okay, continue to rest." The effective time limit for this continuation is not particularly long. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, the same whistle sounded again. This time it was Instructor Shui who blew the whistle and called people. "Assemble, everyone, put on your quilts, 10 laps, run." Everyone got up again with sleepy eyes, and endured the headache, running along the edge of the field with a depressed face. They couldn't resist or curse. What could they do? Besides, it was already a great mercy that they didn't check their appearance during the emergency assembly. Instructor Shui walked around the field, watching the numbers on the computer jump, and left the field neatly after supervising the task. "Okay, let's all rest." After 2 physical exhaustion, the young people were on the verge of extreme sleepiness. Some sensitive students began to suffer from insomnia. Fortunately, everyone did not have to meet for the 3rd time. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, Chunfeng woke up. She laid down to relax, and got up carefully after 5 minutes. She pressed her hair that was curled up by sleep with her hands, took breakfast from the robot next to her, and walked up the mountain while eating. Although this was a team task, she still wanted to try whether she could complete this assessment independently within a day. Chapter 84. We need to make progress. We need to learn. As they walked up the mountain path, Qingfeng's strained legs seemed to be carrying invisible weights, constantly pulling her down, trying to force her to stop and rest for a while. Chunfeng wiped her nose, and a stream of snot ran from the cold air in the morning woods. She stopped and looked up at the branches that stretched out in the light, and her attention flew to the distance, wondering how big the gap was between her and Tao Rui. How big is the gap between her and the top analysts in the alliance? If she can be as concrete as this mountain road, she can catch up step by step. Walking to the first site selection point of the model, Chunfeng stopped, took out a pen and paper, and began to record data. The heavy gloves were inconvenient to write, so she bit her fingertips, and pulled them off, and stuffed them into her pocket. However, her 5 fingers were soon stiffened by the cold wind, and the lines she wrote were crooked. The road in the mountain had not been cleaned at all, and stones and weeds were scattered everywhere with the wildness of the original ecology. Chunfeng walked in the gray sky, passing by potholes, and almost tripped several times. She was alone, so the data was recorded slowly. Half an hour later, a light was approaching from a distance. Chunfeng glanced at the time on the device on her chest, 6:05 in the morning. At this moment, the sky was still dark, and most of the students who got up early should still be waiting at the gate of the base to set off. Chunfeng slowed down and waited for the other party for a while. The person approached, and the tall figure gradually appeared. Chunfeng stared at it for a long time, but could not see the face under the light source until the other party said, "What are you doing?" And then she realized that it was Tao Rui. The two stood one high and one low, staring at each other. Chunfeng asked indifferently, "Why are you working so hard?" Tao Rui asked back, "Why are you working so hard?" Chunfeng was very unhappy. He finally caught up with his homework, but he bumped into the academic bully. "This is outrageous." The two stopped talking and went to do their own things. Chunfeng wanted to stay away from Tao Rui as much as possible to avoid being affected by his magical aura. Unfortunately, the two people's work efficiency was very similar. Although the locations they explored were not exactly the same, they were heading to the same destination, one fast and one slow, and they could always bump into him. Chunfeng was anxious, thinking that this might be a very bad sign. After daybreak, there were more people walking in the forest. The students formed teams and rushed over to collect data. The atmosphere was much lighter than yesterday. They didn't have to carry any weights, and they could play with each other. Chunfeng began to sweat, unbuttoned her uniform, and took off her hat. On the way, a senior saw her and greeted her. After recording the data of the block he was responsible for, he returned to the base first. Chunfeng tore off the relevant homework and asked them to help take it back. By the time Chunfeng finished recording the main data of the 5 models, it was already evening. There were few people in the mountains, and it became very deserted. Because she didn't eat lunch, she could only be hungry in the second half of the journey. Her face was pale, and her legs were weak. Chun Feng sat on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk to rest for a while, and buried her head in her notes, adding notes to the scribbled parts to prevent herself from forgetting. After reviewing it once, as expected, she bumped into Tao Rui again. Both of them looked a little haggard, and after their eyes crossed, they didn't want to talk, and rushed to the base one after the other. Not long after walking back, Chun Feng ran into Shindan. When Shindan saw them, his expression was very surprised. He looked around them several times, opened and closed his lips, pointed at Tao Rui with his right hand, and asked with heartache, "Why are you not with me, but with him? Are you familiar with him?" Chun Feng explained, "We met by chance." Shindan didn't really believe it. She could make up 100 excuses for such encounters, and none of them were repeated. The key point was that Chun Feng came out to study secretly without her. "How cold was this?" Chun Feng asked. "Are you going back?" "I have another question." Shindan turned his head away, waved his hand, and said, "You go back first. By the way, help me move the quilt." Chun Feng replied, "Oh," and really left first. Tao Rui heard the footsteps behind him, turned back in disbelief, opened his mouth with a hoarse voice, and asked, "Aren't you accompanying her?" "Why should I accompany her for such a thing?" Chun Feng said puzzledly, "I feel very uncomfortable watching her study with nothing to do. And I'm very hungry." She paused and added the most important point, "And it will disturb her." Tao Rui didn't understand the friendship between the girls. Didn't they say that they should hold hands when going to the toilet? Chun Feng thought of today's dinner, and couldn't help but speed up the course. After a few days of high-pressure training, she could still trot through the mountains. Tao Rui wanted to shake her off but failed. When Chun Feng returned to the base, the square was empty, and the closed door was opened again, showing a confusing welcome. Shindan's quilt was not seen, and Shinfeng's own was also missing. It was probably a kind roommate who helped them carry it back to the dormitory. Chun Feng silently sent blessings to the two kind people and rushed into the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, it was closed. She could only buy the remaining steamed buns and rice balls from the nearby vending machines. When she wandered back to the dormitory, several roommates were wearing clean clothes and sitting at the table to write the unfinished mecha battle analysis report. The air was filled with the fragrance of shower gel, and because of Qingfeng's appearance, there was a smell of sweat. The roommate stopped talking in a low voice and raised his hand to greet him. "You're back." Chun Feng nodded, ate the food in her hand in a few bites, took out her clothes, and went in to take a shower. When she came out of the shower, she realized that the base had returned the light computer to the students. Chun Feng opened the screen, and the message at the top was the schedule issued by the instructor. Tomorrow at 1800 hours, training will start on time, and the light computer will be handed in. It seems that the base is merciful, and wants to give them a day off. Below are all kinds of messy private chat messages. Some are just watching the fun. "What's good about summer? I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared. It turns out you went to the training camp. Life in the base is great. Aren't those instructors particularly kind? Some are worried. Lao Kong, don't fight. The people in this base won't let you. Let them scold. They had a worse life than you in their early years. Rolling in the mud and swimming in the sewage are nothing. Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable." Some are confused. "Song Zheng, boss, please help me forward the lottery. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wei Kuaibupa, let's have another date, junior sister. This time, I have made some achievements, and senior will definitely win." Chun Feng looked around and finally saw someone who was talking about business. "Xiang Yunjian, picture every day when I pass by this road, I can see your little owl standing on the windowsill thinking about cat life. If it continues like this, it will become a scenic spot of the United Nations University. In the picture, you can see a small ball of white on the windowsill, and there are really students standing on the street taking pictures of it. However, that direction is the balcony of the girls' dormitory, and this operation is easy to cause some subtle misunderstandings." Before leaving, Chun Feng set the standby program for the little owl. But this fighting robot is naturally undisciplined, and will not stand by if it wants to. The last time it went out to fight, Chun Feng scolded it. Repairing its feathers wasted a lot of money. If it hadn't been for Qingfeng's generosity, it would have gone the way of a vulture and could not turn back. Although Chun Feng did not modify its program, the learning and improvement ability of the intelligent robot still worked. It didn't dare to go out for a walk alone anymore, and couldn't wait for Chun Feng, so it had to squat on the balcony and look forward to it. Chun Feng felt a little distressed when she saw the short and fat figure of this little thing. She replied cautiously, "Yi Gui Cheng, it's an eagle." Yi Guicheng, take it out for a walk. Xiang Yunjian, what kind of walk would a robot want? Xiang Yunjian, it can't even be a wild cat. The little owl is useless now, but Changfeng still felt like she was stabbed in the heart when it was pointed out to her face. She felt a little regretful that the hero was old at an inappropriate time. Xiang Yunjian, have you seen Tao Rui? There are also Xiao Anyang and others, all of whom are quite powerful deputy commanders. However, Tao Rui's style is more orthodox and more suitable for reference. This person's name has appeared several times, but Changfeng has not yet accurately recognized his strength, and has not seen him model in person. Reminded by Xiang Yunjian, Changfeng switched to Sanyao, and quietly entered Tao Rui's name. Tao Rui is a junior this year. He has reached the league finals both individually and in team form. Sanyao has stored a lot of video materials about him, and the official has also invited him to do 2 personal interviews. Entering keywords in the forum will bring up dozens of pages of discussion topics, including evaluations of his professional knowledge and revelations about his private life. He should be one of the most popular students in the military academy in recent years. Changfeng felt a little guilty, and clicked on a post titled, "Why are there still people asking who Tao Rui's father is?" There are several photos, and a short video in the main post. Judging from the screenshots of the replies in the comment area, Tao Rui's growth line is very clear. He has been the focus of attention from all sides, since he was a child, and he himself has not avoided it. Tao Rui's parents are both B-class command majors. One is a university professor, and the other is an active-duty soldier in the Expeditionary Army. They can be said to have a good family background, and a long history of learning. He himself is also very talented. At the age of 11, he won the gold medal in the Alliance Youth Modeling Competition. When he was just in the first year of high school, he took the professional project assessment of major military academies, and ranked among the top. But his parents thought that his character was not stable enough, so they made him train for another 2 years. After graduating from high school, he was specially recruited by the First Army. It is said that the First Army offered a sky-high scholarship, but the specific amount is not guaranteed. Changfeng looked at the string of zeros at the end, and her eyes were almost blurry. She thought that even if it was not authentic and shrunk by 1/10, it would still be several times higher than her subsidy. Is Tao Rui so valuable? His image in Changfeng's mind instantly shone with golden light. After a few seconds of fantasizing, Changfeng came to her senses. No! She also wanted to ask the United Nations for more money. Chapter 85. Changfeng was staring at the page on the computer, and then she heard Shindan roughly push the door in. She dropped her hand, and Shindan happened to catch a glimpse of Tao Rui's photo. Shindan's hand was still on the door, and he was halfway through closing the door. With the pain of being caught red-handed, he asked, "Why are you searching for him? Are you trying to take someone else's dog?" Changfeng said, "His scholarship is so high." Shindan pushed the door back and closed it. He took Changfeng's computer, read it roughly, and sneered, "Tisk, what's the big deal? It's all nonsense." She pointed at herself and proudly exposed Tao Rui's past. "I know how much his scholarship is. It's not that exaggerated. I tell you, he is secretly raising his own price. So shameless." The senior sister, who was rushing to do homework, turned her head towards this side, but before she could listen carefully, she was pushed back by the sister across the table. "Training is so busy. Don't get involved in the conversation of elementary school students." Changfeng dragged a chair nearby, motioned Shindan to sit down, and humbly asked, "How much is it really?" Shindan said proudly, "About half. The same value as mine." She repeated with emphasis, "We are about the same." As a result, Changfeng's face did not show yearning and admiration, but a trace of loneliness. She was too poor and too cheap. Not even a fraction of what others have. Shindan asked, "What's wrong?" Changfeng shook his head, and turned around to edit a text message for Lao Kong. "Yi Guicheng, picture Lao Kong, not that much, and Tao Rui is from their command department." Yi Guicheng. Oh, Changfeng clicked on Lao Luo's account again, and sent him a message. "Yi Guicheng, picture teacher Luo." Fake. Yi Guicheng. Shindan told me that it was only half true. Picture teacher Luo. The school looks at history scores. You failed all the cultural courses, and never won any major awards. Yi Guicheng. Picture teacher Luo. The training instructor at your base told me that you didn't even remember the name of your teacher. What's going on? I've helped you keep it a secret. Yi Guicheng. Picture Changfeng has a clear goal and a firm stance. Lao Luo typed a few words, but didn't reply. Probably because he felt that the picture was too eye-catching and damaged the image of the rich and powerful command department of the United Nations University. After thinking for a while, Lao Luo still added a little value to Chum Feng. Teacher Luo, if you successfully graduate from the base, I will apply to the school to increase your salary by 5,000 per semester. Yi Gui Chung, Eagle's praise Chum Feng was greatly encouraged. What's so difficult about graduating? She closed the interface, logged into the base's internet, and decided to finish the analysis report at night. A diligent person would not leave homework for the next day. The next morning, Chum Feng got up at 9 o'clock because he stayed up all night. The training building was quiet for a while. She didn't see many people when she went out for dinner, and the dormitory area was also empty. After asking in the group, she found out that most of the students went up the mountain to improve the model, and a small number of people were in the computer room on the 3rd floor to rush the analysis report. Chum Feng had no tasks to do, and with dark circles under his eyes, he discussed with Shen Dan and decided to go to the vicinity of the building to take a look and practice the new modeling technology. Most areas of the training base are restricted red zones. The two walked along the edge for a long time and accidentally came to the farm the instructor mentioned. Although it was just a small pig pen invested and built by the village, and due to funding issues, it was unable to purchase advanced intelligent breeding equipment, but from the appearance, it was still quite good. From a distance, there was no smell of any escaping odor, which showed that the hygiene issues were well controlled. Chum Feng wanted to go in and take a look, but was firmly pulled back by Shen Dan. She felt that sometimes people cannot help but believe in metaphysics. For a place like a pigpen, one should not enter the gate 3 times. After all, the duration of the training camp is still uncertain, and the second half may be tied to this place. Chum Feng felt that what she said was a bit creepy, and seeing that it was getting late, he pulled her back quickly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, young people with dusty faces from all walks of life gathered in the classroom on time. The instructor sat on the podium early to mark the students' homework. His face was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. After waiting for the bell to ring, she looked up at them and asked slowly, "How do you feel after a day of rest?" The students raised their haggard faces and smiled sweetly at her. The instructor seemed to have no eyes and nodded, "It looks pretty good." The students' smiles froze. The instructor clicked twice on the light computer and said, "Everyone has submitted the analysis report from the last class. I shuffled the names and schools and sent them randomly to your backstage. Please all students rate your classmates according to your own style preferences." Chum Feng downloaded the document and found that it was a report from a junior in the coalition. The email also included a brief score-marking tip. She was very curious about this task and read the reference items 3 or 4 times, wrote them down and understood them all before she formally reviewed the other party's report. Facts have proved that students trained in different education systems will still have huge differences in the subjective work of analysis, even with a general framework reference. The time points when everyone took screenshots, the strategies they thought about counterattacks, and the focus of their attention were all different. Analyzing other people's analysis reports is a job that can reveal their styles and preferences. Very interesting. Chum Feng slowed down and read sentence by sentence, trying to understand the data analysts thinking about war from a fourth-party perspective. As a result, he received a new email notification just halfway through the review. The students who received their own test papers have already finished marking. Chum Feng was slightly stunned, temporarily exited the interface, and clicked on the file that was fed back. The examiner is Tao Rui. Chum Feng looked down. Score, 75. Qingfeng's face visibly darkened, the corners of her lips twitched, and she said unhappily TSK. The instructor sat relaxedly on the armchair, his eyes drifted towards her, nodded slightly, and said gently, "We can discuss it." Chum Feng stood up directly, bent down hard, slapped the table opposite, and asked, "Why did I only get 75 points? I have all the points." Tao Rui was sitting opposite her. He raised his head and said, "Your style does not meet my standards. You don't have most of the content I want to see." The instructor said to grade according to his own habits, "So I can only give you 75. Chum Feng took a deep breath and asked, "Where is your paper?" A student in a few rows raised his hand. "Here it is." Chum Feng walked over quickly, borrowed his light computer, and quickly read it from beginning to end, mainly looking at various data screenshots and mecha modeling. The instructor changed his posture, straightened his upper body, became interested, crossed his hands and supported his chin, and looked at them quietly. 5 minutes later, Chum Feng raised his head, and every feature of his face showed disapproval, as if he was looking at a little brat playing in the mud. Fancy. Tao Rui's analysis report was more than 10 pages longer than Qingfeng's, covering a huge amount of data statistics, especially the targeted suggestions in the second half. He proposed many countermeasures that made Chang Feng frown. It was the first time that Chang Feng had seen such a long-winded person. He wrote about something that could defeat the enemy with one blow in a particularly complicated way. Chang Feng asked with certainty, "You don't know how to fight at all, right?" Tao Rui said calmly, "The key point of data analysis is to follow the data, not your crude self-judgment. You are the deputy commander, not a single soldier, so you should not mix too much of your personal experience." Countless question marks popped up in Qingfeng's head. You follow the data, and the conclusion is to let the mecha move in a snake-like manner? Tao Rui stood up and turned to face her, and said clearly, "That is to protect the Alliance's property, and the fuselage should be kept as intact as possible." "Have you considered the risks of your operation?" Chang Feng asked. In order to ensure the integrity of the fuselage, the battle line was deliberately extended to put the pilot in a relatively passive environment. This part also accounted for a large proportion of your early evaluation criteria. Chang Feng couldn't say that he was too concerned about property issues. After all, he was also concerned. She pulled the screen up a little, looked up and said, "And I don't think that my operation method will definitely damage the fuselage." Tao Rui's tone was a little cold. "I think every mecha operator should take care of his mecha. And I think that a single soldier who can get the right to drive can completely do what I suggested. Your operation suggestion does not necessarily damage the fuselage, but I don't see that you have considered this point. Your fighting style is simple, straightforward, and very barbaric. I can't give a high score to your fighting style." This is the second time Chang Feng heard him spit out the word barbaric, and began to grit his teeth. Shindan was about to comfort her. "When meeting Tao Rui, besides praying to God, you should be calm and peaceful. Why bother yourself?" Tao Rui suddenly turned to her and said something very provocative sincerely. "Shindan's analysis report is very comprehensive. For data analysts, whether you can fight is not the most important thing. Whether you can coordinate resources and weigh interests is the most important thing. As for other problems, they should be left to individual soldiers." Shindan leaned back helplessly, not knowing why he pulled himself into a camp. "It depends on what your definition of interests is." Chang Feng said, "Even if it is dangerous, it should be left to individual soldiers?" Tao Rui asked, "Shouldn't it be?" Chapter 86. This is probably an issue that has always existed in Class B Command, and has no definitive answer. As a data analyst, should you remain indifferent and objective, or allow certain personal emotions to influence decision-making? Should you do pure statistical analysis to ensure that you will not make mistakes, or become a backup for the soldiers, and take on heavier responsibilities? Transferring dangerous risks to individual soldiers does not mean that the soldiers should be sent to the front line as weapons to sacrifice. However, on the battlefield, if it is necessary to deploy a mecha, it is absolutely impossible for only one mecha to fight the enemy 2 by 2. Therefore, ensuring the integrity of the fuselage is also to ensure the subsequent combat power. When the combat skills are not understood, and the frontline situation cannot be affected, the deputy commander only makes arrangements from the longest and most cautious perspective. Even if this arrangement may be harsh and inhumane. The students were marking the papers in their hands, thinking that a new round of controversy was about to begin, and wondered if there would be more exciting content this time. The bad thing about the command system is that it is too gentlemanly. Every time they quarrel, nothing happens. Unlike the single-celled soldiers next door, who only need one sentence to escalate from quarrels to online battles, "Wait for me." The pace is so fast that it seems like a plug-in, and it is surprisingly exciting. Tao Rui's description is straightforward, and there is no emotional fluctuation. He is just explaining a common truth. Soldiers should take completing the mission as their first goal. If the deputy commander is timid and hesitant, it will affect the state of the individual soldiers. As a commander, the first thing to do is to trust your soldiers, right? On the battlefield, do you know your own strength better than they do? Chang Feng listened to him patiently. Although he wanted to remain calm, he felt uncomfortable. He said coldly, "If the commander cannot guarantee the safety of the soldiers to a certain extent, why should the soldiers trust the commander? Or do you think this is unnecessary?" Tao Rui said, "Soldiers themselves have to face many dangers." Chang Feng, "That's why we need to avoid it as much as possible." Tao Rui frowned, but still said calmly, "In the face of a painful choice, sacrifice is necessary. I think everyone has made a certain awareness from the moment they decided to become a soldier." "What awareness?" Chang Feng paused, the muscles at the corners of his lips tightened and sank slightly, and then he said, "Isn't it human instinct to be afraid of death? If you decide to become a soldier, you must first overcome your instinct as a human being? But they don't choose to become soldiers for the honor of sacrifice." Tao Rui's tone also became urgent. "You are making up a story. As the two of them confronted each other, the instructor on the stage suddenly interrupted. I also have a question, Tao Rui. Tao Rui turned sideways and nodded at her. The instructor put down his hands that were resting on his chin, thought for a moment, and asked, the front line is indeed changing rapidly. If you give an order, and a single soldier has no confidence to follow it after a short period of judgment, or he thinks that he can't perform this task, so his later behavior is inconsistent with your prediction. After all, you also said that the information is complicated, everyone has his own judgment, and the single soldier will also have his own thinking. So who do you think is right in this situation? She added, not limited to mecha battles, I mean any dangerous action. Rescue, blasting, lurking, etc. Tao Rui said, he has some disqualifications. Of course I may have some. But dangerous tasks are not only related to one person's life and death. Ideally, no one should choose to escape. The instructor smiled, and at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, a pair of black eyes were half covered by the shadow cast by long eyelashes, which looked very deep. She asked, what do you think is the belief of war? Tao Rui hesitated for a moment, but still replied, it's victory. The instructor asked again, where's Chunfeng? Chunfeng was stunned for a moment. His expression was briefly dazed. Many numb faces flashed before his eyes, or a group of lifeless figures running. Where is the belief in war? It can only give rise to countless paradoxes that people cannot solve. The defeated city, and the mercenary hearts painted an ugly scene. Most people living in this world can sell out and trample on their dignity at will, struggling painfully on the bottom line of human nature, throwing away too much kindness and innocence in them, and pursuing the opportunity to survive without soul. The people involved tried desperately to stay alive, finding all kinds of reasons to support themselves, but in the end, they gave up easily. Who knows what kind of belief they had when they stood on the battlefield? In a particularly bad place, belief is nothing more than a luxury and fragile thing. Chunfeng whispered, stay alive. Tao Rui glanced at her when he heard the voice. The instructor's eyes turned between the two and asked, do you think this reason is not noble enough? Tao Rui's voice also softened, and he said hesitantly, it's not that it's not noble, it's that it's too basic. If a soldier is just trying to survive, and has no other meaning, he can't become an excellent soldier, or a soldier that his teammates can trust. He may make a mistake at an unknown critical moment, and create an unmanageable situation for his own survival. Betrayal? The instructor nodded thoughtfully. If he has made many military achievements in the past, and in the face of an uncertain situation, he chooses to believe in himself and refuses to follow your orders, and eventually fails the mission due to miscalculation. Merits and faults cannot be offset, teacher. Mistakes are mistakes. From the perspective of commanding the overall situation, escaping is a mistake, and fear of death is also a mistake. And the consequences of this mistake are likely to be shared by other teammates. This is not just a responsibility, desertion itself is a shameless act. Tao Rui's tone gradually became firm and resolute, and in the last word, absolute obedience to orders is the basic quality of a soldier. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chunfeng obscurely, and softened his attitude in an attempt to cover up the truth, trying to blur it out. Of course, most people don't need to face such a problem at all, because they have to do the most basic data statistics work, which is enough to make them stretched. He is not good at changing the subject, and the following words are a bit rambling. No one noticed that a black shadow jumped over the long table and rushed towards Tao Rui. With lightning speed, he punched him in the face. This punch should not have much power left. Tao Rui staggered several steps, and the world spun around and lost his sense of direction. It was not until he hit the table in the back row that he finally stabilized his body. He hadn't recovered yet, with a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't have time to curse, and was pushed to the ground by the person who rushed over. The pushing and pulling of tables and chairs, and the screams of fear sounded around him at the same time. Tao Rui was dizzy from the dazzling light on the ceiling, and felt the pain from his body belatedly. The anger boiled out like a volcanic eruption a second later, burning the world with only Chunfeng's face shining with cold light. Tao Rui stared at the person in front of him, clenched his teeth, and his expression became ferocious. He clenched his fists and prepared to fight back, but was first restrained by the students, who came to stop the fight, and was locked in place. The scene was in chaos, and they couldn't even hear each other shouting. After the two were pulled apart, Tao Rui was lifted up from the ground by several strong hands behind him, and then they hugged him around the waist, unable to move. Different people kept saying to him, calm down and don't be angry, which stimulated his head to swell like it was inflated and almost exploded, especially when Chunfeng sneered at him provocatively from the opposite side. Are you crazy? Tao Rui licked the blood in his mouth and said angrily, "What are you doing? Are you sick?" When he spoke, his injured muscles moved, and his face twitched in pain. "Changfeng, what do you know? You are so arrogant and say shameless." The instructor strode down, stood between the two, and shouted, "Shut up." Tao Rui's face turned red, and he pointed at Changfeng and roared, "Isn't it shameful to be a deserter? If you are afraid of death and hardship, don't come to the army." "Changfeng, of course you can be arrogant and high-sounding. After all, it's not you who risked your life. Words sound so light in your mouth. Have you killed anyone? Have you ever held a gun? Can you sleep among the corpses? Can you stand in front of other people's graves and worship with a clear conscience? Do you know why they can only want to live? You know nothing. Shut up." The instructor roared, his gentleness faded into a cold and stern look, his eyes were full of murderous intent. "If anyone says another word, I will push his head into the water to calm him down." The two of them calmed down, but they were both unable to breathe smoothly, lowered their heads, and their bodies were full of resentment. Hurried footsteps on the corridor came from far to near, and when the students looked at each other helplessly, Instructor Zhou suddenly pushed open the door and walked into the classroom with a gloomy face. After seeing the situation inside, he was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. He pointed at the noses of the two offenders and sneered, "You two, you dare to fight in the base? Who gave you the courage?" Changfeng broke free from the hand of the person behind him and rubbed his shoulder. Tao Rui was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly and said vaguely, "She hit me. She started to fight." The students around were silent. No students from the United Nations University defended Changfeng, so Instructor Zhou knew it was true. He exhaled deeply and said sternly, "Follow me." Chapter 87. Instructor Zhou did not have much experience in teaching, and the training methods of the base were always simple and rough, and scolding was enough. In his limited knowledge, there were many students who fought secretly, and those who fought in front of the instructors were rare. The influence was particularly bad, and he lacked the experience of his predecessors as a reference, so he could not turn a blind eye and could not even write a draft. He called Instructor Shui over and asked him to share his headache. In the office of more than 20 square meters, Instructor Shui leaned against the desk with his hands on his chest and said nothing. Changfeng and Tao Rui were 1 meter apart, standing in front of them with their hands behind their backs. Changfeng was short, with her head drooping, and from the perspective of the two people, most of what they could see was her soft hair. She looked harmless and a little depressed. But Tao Rui, who was next to her, had redness and swelling on his face, and the evidence of his guilt was clear. And he was quite smart, holding his head high and staring at the two of them, forcing them to notice their injuries with his burning gaze. After a long time, Instructor Shui turned his head and greeted his brother gently. "Are you sick? One is a student of the First Army, and the other is from the class of the United Nations University that you teach yourself. Why did you call me here?" "Observe, learn, and solve problems." Instructor Zhou said, "I called Lao Wu, but he said he listens to you." Instructor Shui said angrily, "Why don't I manage his subsidies? You listen to him so much. Is there any collusion of interests between you that I don't know about?" Instructor Zhou raised his hand, signaling him not to quarrel in front of these two devils, as it would hinder his image. Instructor Zhou couldn't understand why a girl, who looked like a good girl, could be so arrogant. He asked in a rough voice, "Why did you hit someone?" Changfeng said softly, "He deserved a beating." Even though Tao Rui's face was swollen and difficult to control, it still didn't stop him from making a furious expression. The mood that had just calmed down was once again messed up by Changfeng. "You haven't reflected on your feelings at all, right?" Instructor Zhou was also so angry that his head was burning with anger. He roared at her, "Do you know what peaceful communication means? Do you know what it means to be a gentleman who speaks but does not use his fists? And if you go after someone with your dirty tricks, that's fine, but you know the rule of not hitting someone in the face? Your behavior will be despised in our team." Ahem. Instructor Shui coughed hard beside him, signaling him to speak human language or be careful of being criticized. Instructor Zhou turned around and saw that Tao Rui's face could no longer be simply described as gloomy. If he pulled the corners of his mouth, ice chips would fall out. "I'm not kidding you," Instructor Zhou said seriously. "If I deal with it severely, I can ask you to take the punishment to the UN. Do you think this is a fun thing? Tao Rui, what do you want?" Tao Rui hesitated, glanced at Changfeng, and said, "Apologize publicly." Instructor Zhou was relieved, but he still had a stern face and scolded, "Tao Rui is generous and will not pursue you. I think you are young, not a member of the Alliance, and have not received systematic education, so I can let you off for your first offense. Now apologize to Tao Rui. suspend training for 3 days, and accept additional punishment. I will not report to the United Nations. Chunfeng raised his head, opened his mouth, and said calmly, I can apologize to him for my impulsive behavior, unless he apologizes to me for his views. Tao Rui immediately shouted, I won't. Chunfeng said stubbornly, then I won't either. His. Instructor Zhou took a breath, put his hands on his waist, and said as if he had seen a ghost, Chunfeng, have you figured out the situation? You hit someone and are now the defendant. You have no right to negotiate, and you want someone to apologize. Is she supposed to apologize just because she disagrees with you on academic matters? She won't apologize to me. Tao Rui's rationality also began to fade. He looked at Chunfeng and tried his best to keep his voice flat, but it still had some ups and downs. I've read your personal information and related interviews. You came from post-war star, and your adoptive father was once a student at the United Nations. The number of exchange students between post-war star and the United Nations has always been small. If we calculate by year, it is easy to find a target group that meets the requirements. Including your father's last name Yi, there are only 2 people who meet the requirements. Qingfeng's eyes suddenly became sharp and stabbed at him. The 2 instructors realized that there were still historical issues left over, and did not interrupt. Tao Rui continued, after graduation, your father chose to return to the motherland because of the outbreak of war. Of the 2 suspected targets, one died before the war ended, so it couldn't be him. So your father's real name should be Yi Jing. He lived until the end of the war, won many medals during the period, and later passed away for unknown reasons. All the soldiers who chose to return to help with him were martyrs who died, and all were awarded first-class merit posthumously, except your father, and his name was not even mentioned in the public commendation document. Instructor Zhou was panicked when he heard this, and quickly interrupted him. Stop talking. High-achieving students like Yi Jing who studied in the Alliance for many years, and then returned to help the motherland should be considered as scarce talents with high status in the army. There are not many people who can drive mechas well on the post-war star, and they are basically individual soldiers trained by the Alliance universities. When the war is over, it will be no problem for this group of people to get first-class merit, unless he has made a serious mistake. However, for a soldier with a pure background, strong skills, and fighting on the front line, the army will not pursue too much for general decision-making mistakes. When the war is over, he will become a representative of heroes. Unless he is a deserter. Chunfeng asked, so? Tao Rui moved his lips, and said nothing more. After the foreign war, there is still a civil war. After the 3 years, there are still 3 years. Although the country is still there, the family is long gone. No one knows who was killed. No one dares to die, no one even dares to close their eyes. Because once you close your eyes, you feel that countless wrong souls are standing in front of your bed. Qingfeng's voice was very light, and his words were clear. You have never experienced anything, and you don't know what death is. Why do you use shameless to describe other people's pain? You only use a string of coded instructions to let a single soldier throw away his fear and charge forward, and then accuse him of being a deserter after he refuses. But if it were you, could you guarantee that you would not make mistakes? How can humans control themselves from making mistakes? Both instructors didn't know what to say. They opened their mouths, but were a little speechless. Tao Rui's face turned red and white due to her sarcasm. His brain crashed, and he said, the situation on the post-war planet is different from that on the Alliance. My data analysis will also follow reality. The specific situation should be analyzed based on reality, rather than overturned by individuals. Chunfeng interrupted him, and said with a rebellious look, anyway, if he doesn't apologize, I won't apologize either. If you want to punish me, then do it. If not, I'm leaving. Instructor Zhou raised his hand, and pressed his forehead. He had never experienced such a difficult test during the college entrance examination. He persuaded Chunfeng, do you know how to write the word surrender? I don't know. Chunfeng said bluntly, you can beat me up. Instructor Zhou took a deep breath and nodded helplessly. Okay, then I will handle it according to the basis standards. Tomorrow I will contact your responsible teacher and ask him to come and take you out of the base. Chunfeng turned and left. Instructor Zhou cursed inwardly, chased to the door and shouted, I give you one last chance. Come back when you figure it out. Qingfeng's back didn't even pause, raised his hand to take off his hat, and turned straight into the stairwell. Instructor Shui sighed softly behind him. Tao Rui was still a little dazed, with a look of confusion and helplessness on his face, looking between the two. Instructor Zhou turned around and cursed, and said to Tao Rui, forget it, you go back and rest. Go to the infirmary to get some medicine, don't disfigure yourself. Instructor Schweb patted his shoulder. Go to class. The rest has nothing to do with you. The class on the third floor lasted until 10:30, and the instructor announced that they were allowed to go. Shindan and the two seniors rushed back to the dormitory as soon as possible, but when they pushed the door, they found it was pitch black inside. The senior reminded, Junior, I turned on the light. The light came on, and the illuminated room was empty. Several people said in unison, ah. Chapter 88. The optical computer was taken away by the instructor again, and everyone could not contact each other privately. The senior sister ran to the dormitory upstairs to look for someone, caught a young man walking outside and asked, Is Taorue back? The senior brother hurriedly hid the underwear in his hand and said, He is back, and the people of the First Army are surrounding him. What happened? The senior sister said, Chung Fong is missing. Ask Taorue if you know where she is. Is the instructor holding her down to be punished? I guess so, I go ask. Not long after, the senior came back in shock and told her. Taorue said Chung Fong refused to apologize and would rather leave the base. Senior, huh? The senior was also a little anxious. He should still be in the base, and will be sent back to the United Nations tomorrow. You guys should look for him quickly. Don't let him get into trouble. The senior was not too worried. A person who doesn't even apologize is unlikely to be upset. The senior recalled what he had just heard and felt it was too absurd, so he complained, What's going on with these two people? Is it harder to apologize than to cut a piece of flesh from them? Can these 3 words I'm sorry cost them their lives? Especially Taorue, he doesn't even realize how old he is, and he's so stubborn with a junior school girl. Everyone searched the training building from top to bottom, but couldn't find Chung Fong. Afraid of disturbing the instructor again and causing trouble, they moved very lightly, and only dared to run on tiptoe. The senior sister thought that Chung Fong was very sensible in his daily actions, and couldn't make a big noise out of nowhere, so she decided to disperse and leave the training building to look for him. When we stepped out of the gate, we found Chung Fong lying on the open ground at the entrance of the base to bask in the moonlight. I don't know where he got the leisure and elegance from. Everyone hissed, waved their hands and dispersed. Chung Fong turned his head and looked at the backs of everyone with a puzzled look on his face. Shindan came over with a bottle of water and lay down beside Chung Fong. The cement floor without bedding made her bones ache. She threw a bottle of mineral water to her sister and teased, I thought you drew your sword to find the instructor and die together. Chung Fong didn't catch it, and the bottle hit his chest lightly, leaving a brief dull pain. He said weakly, It has nothing to do with the instructor. Shindan asked, What kind of life are you thinking about? Is the essence of heaven and earth absorbed enough for you to understand it? Chung Fong frowned and said lightly, I don't know. She recalled all kinds of miscellaneous things. She remembered Yi Jing's many profound exhortations to her, and also remembered him sitting by the bed every night, sweating all night, and remembered the fragmentary words he mentioned by chance, which contained a lot of information. Yi Jing has always clearly believed that he is a deserter. He is not strong at all, and he wanted to escape from the battlefield and the pain countless times. But the only time he escaped from the battlefield was when he dug out a baby girl from the ruins and rushed out of the line of fire with her in his arms under the cover of his teammates. He disobeyed the command, but he never thought it was a mistake. For him, the belief in war should not be victory, but protection. Only in this way can he find a little justice that can comfort himself in the mechanical and cold-blooded fighting day after day. He just fantasized that he could escape the unbearable weight in his life, although he never succeeded, and finally chose to commit suicide because he was overwhelmed. Chung Fong never figured out what it was that he couldn't escape. Maybe it was death. Survival was not a kind of luck, but a torture that announced that he had nothing. Maybe it was the war. But he insisted on serving until the day when the post-war star declared independence. Maybe it was human nature. Only by staying indifferent can you live a little easier in that world of bullets and fire. Many of the questions that Chung Fong thought he would understand after becoming an adult still remained blank because of Yi Jing's silence. Yi Jing is just like those celestial bodies visible to the naked eye in the sky. His pain and his contradictions are the most conspicuous outer shell of him. Without these, no one knows what is filling his heart. Maybe there is nothing, just loose sand. War is so cruel that it can destroy people from the inside out, so we must humbly respect life. The next day, Chung Fong packed his equipment early in the morning, carrying a huge military bag like when he came, and stood at the door of the training building in advance waiting for the Guardian to come and pick it up. Lao Luo had a heavy workload in the research mission at the United Nations University. He immediately put aside his work and hurried over after receiving the notice. He arrived at the entrance of the base by car at around 7 o'clock in the morning, and did not even have time to comb his hair, which he always took care of. He met Chunfeng at the entrance. Facing this girl with a bag on her back and a vaguely aggrieved expression, he felt a little mixed for a while. Because he found that he was not very surprised, and he had already prepared for the child to have problems. Human society is indeed very complicated. How can it be so easy to integrate into it? Lao Luo asked. What are you doing standing here, so self-conscious? Chunfeng looked at him without saying anything. To be honest, he felt a little guilty. After all, he had vowed before that he would definitely not be persuaded to drop out midway. Unexpectedly, he did not even hold on to a 1-week leave note, and became the first student to drop out. This might embarrass Lao Luo. Of course, he was more heartbroken. The agreed scholarship was probably gone. Lao Luo got goosebumps when he saw her focused eyes. He remembered that he had something important to do, so he pointed at her and told her, "Stand here and don't move. Go over there and wait for me. This matter has not been concluded yet. How can we get rid of it so easily? Wait, and see." The teacher turned decay into magic. Chunfeng watched him leave, raised his shoulder strap, and sat down on the steps beside him. Instructor Zhou was waiting for Lao Luo in the activity center on the second floor. When the two met, they found a quiet corner and shook hands vigorously. The similar anxiety quickly brought them closer to each other. Instructor Zhou roughly recounted the incident and couldn't help asking, "Is your child born in the year of the ox? She won't look back even if the south wall collapses." Lao Luo thought for a while and corrected him seriously, "No, she is born in the year of the ox." Instructor Zhou questioned Mark. "Are all the humor inherited from your UN members so inappropriate?" Lao Luo protested. "Chunfeng is right. What's wrong with her saying this based on her own experience? Tao Rui's evaluation is a bit arbitrary and narrow-minded. He is too immature." Instructor Zhou was amazed at the blind protection of this group of people. It was totally unreasonable. "But she hit someone. No, what are you planning to do today?" Lao Luo said, "Soldiers should have a bit of bloodiness. This is the bottom line she insists on." Instructor Zhou was mad, but the probability of being stepped on by others is too high if she insists on this one. I can understand, but the situation of the Alliance is indeed different from that of the post-war star. She can't always stop people from mentioning deserters, right? Lao Luo shook his head and said, Tao Rui's parents systematically taught him their years of experience, but they forgot that he had not yet known the true face of war, so he was not tolerant enough. What Chunfeng could not accept was his harshness. To be honest, can any soldier who has experienced the frontline war accept it? Instructor Zhou felt bitter. He understood the truth. But Chunfeng hit someone. Lao Luo snorted, and was silent for a long time before continuing, and Chingfeng's father did not die for unknown reasons. He committed suicide. He did not receive any military punishment. Do you think that at that time, for a person who is extremely tired of war, what first-class merit, general, and honors are worth to him? Instructor Zhou's eyelids twitched in surprise and anxiety. Lao Luo sighed. It's hard to make a lucky person understand what misfortune is. Young people of today. But you are different. You and Chunfeng should be on the same side. Chunfeng sat there for 15 minutes, listening to the noise coming out of the window with his ears tilted. After 2 rounds of days, Lao Luo didn't come out, but Chunfeng figured it out by herself. It's really a loss to leave like this. If she doesn't get rid of this anger, she will be unhappy for the rest of her life. Besides, Tao Rui hadn't realized his mistake yet, and hadn't apologized to her. She was destined to be punished, so she might as well beat him up before leaving to teach him a lesson. Fighting robots always take revenge, so she must not be a coward. So Chunfeng stood up. The students who were training saw Chunfeng walk in expressionlessly, and stood quietly on the sidelines. They thought she was here to say goodbye, and were about to slow down to say a few words to her, when they heard her call out to someone passing by, Tao Rui. Tao Rui turned his head when he heard the voice. The wound on his face had not healed yet. Over the night, it turned from slightly red to dark blue, and the corner of his mouth looked funny gray. He met Chingfeng's eyes, and had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next second, Chunfeng rushed towards him aggressively. The lesson of last night was still vivid in his mind. Tao Rui shook his head and ran away. Chunfeng chased after him and asked, Are you going to apologize or not? Tao Rui's nerves were about to break, and he collapsed and shouted, Are you sick? Don't come over here. The students around were shouting. Ah! Chunfeng, calm down. Don't chase. Students in front, stop them. Lao Luo and Instructor Zhou looked inside the field in horror. When they noticed, the crowd had already gathered together. They dared not imagine the scene inside. Chapter 89. Lao Luo's eyes went dark for a moment, and he wanted to sever his father-daughter relationship with Chang Feng. How could there be such an ignorant child? He had finally managed to fool the man, but the child unexpectedly stabbed him in the back. He was not so active even in setting fire to the backyard. Instructor Zhou rushed over, rudely pushed aside the crowd outside, and shouted, "Get out of the way, let me see." The airtight crowd tore open a hole, revealing the scene inside. Tao Rui and Chang Feng were stopped by someone, and the people around them were talking incoherently. Instructor Zhou first scanned Tao Rui's face. Fortunately, no external injuries were found. "He's still clean." Lao Luo shouted first, blurting out, No, I mean, he's still safe." "Chang Feng didn't hit anyone, did he?" he said, pulling Chang Feng behind him. Instructor Zhou said gloomily, "Did they fight?" The students of the United Nations University smiled and said, "How could that be? Instructor, why would you carry such a heavy military bag if you want to hit someone?" Chang Feng just realized that he still had a large debuff on him. No wonder he couldn't catch up just now. The seniors of the Lian University surrounded Tao Rui, smiled and patted his shoulders, and laughed. "The child is still young, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously." Tao Rui was so angry that he was panting, glared at Chang Feng, but didn't say anything. Instructor Zhou turned around and asked unhappily, "What do you want to do?" Chang Feng said calmly, "I'm leaving soon, I said goodbye to him, I didn't do anything." Instructor Zhou was choked and felt a blockage in his chest. He looked at Chang Feng, took a deep breath, and tried to stay calm and said, "Chang Feng, don't let me look down on you. The military discipline does not allow anyone to break it again and again. You come here, you must abide by the rules here. I can forgive you because you are still a student and give you one chance, but there will never be a second time." Chang Feng said, "I don't want to break the military discipline, and aren't you going to expel me?" Lao Luo raised his hand, covered Qingfeng's mouth, and whispered in her ear, "What are you talking about when it hasn't been decided yet? The base has not issued a notice." Instructor Zhou's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was powerful. "In the army, you can't make everyone think the same as you. If you want to gain the power of command and implement your own strategy in the team, the only way is to become the strongest one, not to convince others to agree with you. To stand in a position where you can decide the fate of others, you rely on strength, not arrogance. Otherwise, your behavior, to put it bluntly, is called impotent rage." Qingfeng's lips moved, and it was as if a fire was burning in her blood, burning her whole body. But she couldn't find a word to refute in her head, and she only clenched her hands on both sides of her pants more and more tightly. Instructor Zhou lowered his voice, and said disappointedly, "On your first day here, I thought you would definitely stay until the end. You have talent, hard work, resilience, and understanding of war. But as a commander, if you can't control your emotions, I don't think you can do it. You think the conductor should not be too cold. I can't comment on this, but I can say with certainty that the conductor needs to be absolutely calm. Can you? Are you strong enough to dare to say you're leaving with your bag on your back?" Instructor Zhou couldn't help but get angry when he said the last part. In terms of the conductor's mind, Chang Feng is indeed more mature than other students because of her special experience. That maturity is an extremely rare quality, which gives her a prototype polished by experience. Before the fight, he privately thought that Chang Feng would be the most promising student in this class. She just lacks an opportunity to get in touch with cutting-edge knowledge. As long as she keeps learning, she will soon become a sharp knife. A commander with feelings and lethality should be the one that most soldiers want to follow. Not only does he point out the direction of victory for them, but he is also their solid backing. But this alone is not enough. Chang Feng resolutely left last night, which made him suddenly realize that she was actually just a 19-year-old girl. She said with anger that she would not serve him anymore, and she was not passionate at all in the army. The commanders he knew, who could reach the highest point, could be strong and domineering to the outside world without leaving any room for others, and never talked about dignity in the pursuit of their own growth. As long as it can make him stronger, even if he kneels, lies down, and collapses like a dog, he will stay in this base and swallow blood with a smile. Many people prejudiciously believe that the position of commander is safe and leisurely, and a command and a string of data can mobilize the life and death of a group of people. But they did not see that they have to break the edges and corners of their bodies, and scrape off the painful weaknesses before they can bear the weight of command. Chang Feng lowered his head, untied the backpack behind him for a moment, stood in military posture, and saluted. Instructor Zhou said coldly, "If you can complete the students' training project 5 times their share today, I will forgive you and let you stay. However, in the subsequent training, if you fail to meet our standards once, the base will immediately dismiss you." I will no longer accept any mistakes from you. If you can do it, start now. If you are not convinced, follow your teacher back to your cradle. Chun Feng started running. Instructor Zhou shouted, "Carry the weight, carry the gun." Chun Feng turned and went to the supply point at the door to get the gun. Instructor Zhou looked around and saw that the students were still standing. He scolded, "What are you looking at? Are you free? Want to train with her?" Everyone was silent and dispersed in a second to continue their training. Tao Rui ran for a while, unable to suppress the various emotions in his heart, turned back and asked bluntly, "Do you think she is better than me?" Instructor Zhou retracted his distant gaze and said calmly, "I am just your physical instructor. We may cooperate in the future, but in different positions. My mission is to train you, not to evaluate you." Tao Rui's face turned red. After holding it in for a long time, he blinked hard, brushed off the splashes of water, and said, "I will prove it to you." Instructor Zhou nodded and said, "I look forward to it." Lao Luo stood beside him, watching everyone train in silence. The sound of sweat falling on the ground mixed with a chaotic running sound made him sigh again. Young people. There are countless roads leading to the future. If you don't fall a few times, you won't find the right direction. Lao Luo said, "If it's okay, I leave first." Instructor Zhou turned his head and said, "Why don't you stay a little longer? Maybe she will regret it when she finds out that she can't finish it, and I will have to notify you to come again." Lao Luo took off his glasses and wiped them. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "You can laugh at her other things, but you can't laugh at her perseverance. Didn't you just say that she is as stubborn as a cow?" Instructor Zhou said, "Didn't you say she was an owl? Owls are good, they are at the top of the food chain. At night, it is her home." Lao Luo put on his glasses, picked up Chenfeng's backpack on the ground, and said, "I'm leaving. I hope I don't hear from you again before the training is over." Instructor Zhou waved his hand, "Goodbye, I won't see you off." This morning's physical training is a combination of multiple tasks, shooting, mixed obstacle running, and straight sprint. After running a lap, there is also the combination of civil and military skills that is unique to their base. Students with better physical fitness finished their training at about 10:30, went to the infirmary to relax their muscles, and then went to the cafeteria to eat. After a short rest, the instructor took them to the backfield in the afternoon to train basic skills and crawl in various postures. Shindan was most afraid of crawling. Because she was tall and big, her limbs were not so flexible, and her clumsy walking posture was a bit eye-catching. Instructor Zhou couldn't stand it, stared at her, and kept hitting her back with a wooden stick to remind her to lower the focus. If she wasn't a girl, Instructor Zhou would have kicked her out. Shindan felt a lot of pressure for the first time. When she crawled through the muddy road, Shindan was forced to drink several mouthfuls of muddy water. The short few hundred meters was extremely difficult for her. Shindan thought in a mess that Chun Feng must be very suitable for this training. With her monkey-like agility, she might fly over in a flash. In the end, Shindan really failed to finish the afternoon task, and was scolded by Instructor Zhou and left for additional training. His face was visibly unhappy today, and everyone was afraid to offend him, and even breathed carefully, so as not to give him the opportunity to scold them. When the additional training group of students completed the task according to his standards, they rolled back to the cafeteria in shame, but the cafeteria was already closed. Shindan bought a few rice balls and returned to the activity hall, and found that Chun Feng was still training inside. Instructor Shui was watching the scene, sitting at the door with his legs crossed, playing on his laptop, and the background music of the game was turned up loudly, thump thump thump. The noise gave Shindan a headache. She sat down on the side, with a grin on her face, hunched over and eating rice balls. Instructor Shui took the time to glance at her, and said with great disdain, "TSK, can you take a shower first? You made our venue dirty." Shindan pointed at Chun Feng and said, "Didn't she do the same?" Chun Feng's hair seemed to be wet, and sweat kept dripping down. The cleaning robot that was on duty kept chasing after her to wipe the floor. Seeing that this person was so ignorant, Instructor Shui took the initiative to move the chair away from her. Chun Feng finished the last shooting training on the east side of the hall. Her vision was already weak. She closed her eyes and rested for a while, then walked toward Shindan with a gun in her arms. She took off her hat, revealing a pale face underneath. She didn't even shake her arms when she walked, as if she had lost her soul, hanging on by a breath. She didn't dare to sit down when she walked in front of Shindan. She bent down to take the rice ball from him, and ate it while standing. Seeing her wolfing down the food, Instructor Shui was a little greedy. He pushed Shindan's shoulder and said, "Give me one." "Do you have braised beef flavor?" "No." Shindan picked one up and threw it to him. The three of them were eating dinner in the activity hall secretly. Halfway through the meal, Tao Rui walked in from the door, turned his head slightly, asked, "Hello, instructor," rolled up his sleeves, and started running along the edge of the field. Chung Feng opened his eyelids and stared at him intently, as if eating his shadow. Instructor Shui smiled and said, "I like this kind of active students." As he said that, he glanced at Shindan suggestively. The mud on Shindan's body was half dried, and gravel kept falling off when she moved. She pretended not to see it, rolled up the packaging bag and stuffed it into her pocket, and went to eat the second one, and asked Chung Feng vaguely, "How much work do you have left?" Chung Feng was unwilling to talk, and tremblingly raised a finger. Shindan said in shock, "Only one round left? So fast? Did your feet get burned?" Instructor Shui laughed. "Dream," she said, "there is still half left. It's hard to run behind. It should be almost dawn after the training. The second day's task is coming again. Are you afraid, Chung Feng?" Chung Feng did not respond to his teasing. She watched Tao Rui continue training on his own. She quietly finished the food in her hand, wiped her face vigorously, then stood up and walked to the door. Instructor Shui shouted, "Where are you going? You don't want to practice anymore. Take a shower. Come back later." Chung Feng turned around, her face expressionless, as calm as the quiet lake in the middle of the night. Occasionally, she could glimpse a trace of emotion, but it was only a very faint fluctuation. She couldn't tell where it was, but she did feel a little different from when she first came. The indifference of watching from the sidelines turned into a restrained silence that seemed to be about to come. Instructor Shui looked at her deeply, the corners of his lips twitched involuntarily, and he turned his head to glance at Shindan, who was eating his third rice ball, and said with a miserable face, "Learn from others." Shindan's eyes were empty, and he patted his butt and stood up. "I'm going back to take a shower too." Chapter 90. When Chung Feng returned to the activity hall, it was empty again. Students were taking professional courses on the third floor, and I didn't know what they would be teaching tonight. In the half-lit room, Chung Feng dragged a faint shadow and started running again in the evening. All the tiny sounds in the empty hall became clear. Although the night sky outside the window was quiet, it became a little noisy with her rough and uneven breathing. Chung Feng followed the rhythm of the footsteps and silently recited the code string, trying to keep his brain busy so that he would not have time to feel the fatigue of his body. However, she also couldn't accurately perceive time. She felt that the flow around her became extremely slow, and the distance of just a few hundred meters seemed as long as a marathon. At 9:30, the set alarm suddenly rang, pulling back her consciousness that had drifted away into outer space. She was worried that the infirmary would be too crowded after the get-out of class was over, so she sorted out her equipment, laid down with the massage robot for half an hour, and applied some anti-fatigue medicine. She felt that her body was reborn, and she returned to her battlefield again. Physical training is repetitive mechanical movements. Chung Feng didn't know when she fell asleep. It should be between the third and fourth items of the combined training. She finished the sprint section, slowed down, pulled the submachine gun model from behind her, and prepared to aim at the target and shoot. When she was half squatting, her knees softened uncontrollably, and her arms used for blocking did not exert much force, so her body fell to the ground. Lying down is a very comfortable posture. Lying on the cold ground, she had a little idea of being lazy and decided to take a 5-minute break. Before she could despise herself, her eyelids had already closed, and her mind was full of wild imagination. In the chaos, Chung Feng still remembered that he had not completed a round of training. He could not tell whether it was his body or his soul that stood up, and he trained briskly along the white line. A familiar figure flashed by the door of the training room, and the little owl fluttered in, raised its head and screamed, lighting up all the lights in the venue. After a short absence, its wings became much stronger as if it had grown again, and its feathers suddenly became thicker and fluffy, but it looked out of place on its petite body. Chung Feng was too surprised to point out the incongruity in her heart, and only shouted, "Friend, you have changed a lot. But why doesn't it look like the eagle in her dreams?" The little owl stopped in front of her, lowered its head, and used its mouth to tidy up its feathers, and then warmly invited her to come up and take her flying. It said that it had installed the latest, most powerful, and most expensive flight system, and now it has the legal right to carry it. Chung Feng was shocked, and lowered her eyes to look at its wings, feeling a little expectant and a little embarrassed, but under the other party's earnest urging, she still stood on it carefully. The chassis of the little owl was unstable. Chung Feng felt very erratic when she stood on it. She was top-heavy, and swayed from side to side. Therefore, she tried to curl up her limbs to lower her center of gravity, fearing that she would fall down. Before she could find a suitable posture, a red light flashed between the eyes of the intelligent robot under her feet. It seemed to have activated some strange program, and pushed the robot to start on the flat ground. Chunfeng held her breath, surprised that its chicken claw-like legs were so powerful. She also thought that the Alliance's technology was too trendy, and always developed in a direction she could not understand. Although her limbs were as if they were restrained by something, and it was difficult to move freely, the joy in her heart could not be suppressed. In the blink of an eye, the little owl carried her out of the window. Before she could enjoy the joy of waving in the wind for a while, she turned her eyes downward, aimed at the ground, and the man and the owl began to fall rapidly. The flight accident happened before she could even hold on for 10 seconds. Chunfeng wanted to open her mouth and scream, "Fighting robot, why did you become so unreliable after changing your shell?" She opened her arms, and grabbed a handful of random things in the air, and this action also woke her up from her dream. Opening his eyes, the white light on the ceiling shone through the misty water vapor, and in the corner was the instructor's plain white face. Chunfeng took a moment to recall his current situation, and asked hoarsely, "What time is it now?" The professional course instructor said, 1:30. Chunfeng was not sure how long he had slept, and after thinking to no avail, he sat up with his left arm. The muscles in his limbs were so sore that they didn't seem like his own, making this simple movement clumsy and stiff. After focusing, her vision was still a little blurry. Chunfeng raised her hand to rub her eyes, but was held down by the instructor. The other party handed her a bottle of eye drops, and asked her to pay more attention to eye hygiene. The instructor watched her raise her head, try her best to open her eyes, and drip eye drops with trembling fingers. He joked, "You dance even when you sleep. Did you dream about the instructor or Tao Rui?" Chunfeng said, "No. She was a little bit like the little owl, even if it can't fly yet. I wonder if that stupid bird has been charged on time. It would only run out to fight with wild cats, or squat on the railings and look down." The instructor said, "Today's courseware has been uploaded to the platform. Remember to download and view it." Chunfeng tried several times, and finally successfully dripped the eye drops into his eyes. He lowered his head, and the water drops on his face rolled down, plus the red bloodshot from staying up too late. He looked like he had cried. "Okay," she said politely, "thank you, instructor." After the instructor finished speaking, he did not leave immediately, but put down the laptop in his hand, sat down next to Chunfeng, and said in a chatty manner, "I thought you had left yesterday." "Instructor, I haven't asked you yet. Which model do you prefer between mine and Tao Rui's?" Chunfeng hesitated, then added, "Can I tell you?" The instructor thought, She unbuttoned the top button of her uniform, pondered for a moment, and replied, "It is indeed difficult for data analysts with high combat casualties to move up, which is a problem that many newcomers often face. So some commanders with superb skills, or who already have some cooperation experience, will appropriately increase the weight of supplies, tasks, and other special conditions." Chunfeng roughly understood. "It's just that for Tao Rui, such a model is too early. He currently has no corresponding technology, nor relatively strong individual soldiers. He can't meet the prerequisites of others, so he says that he is mainly for profit, so his style becomes cold. But this does not mean that the model is right or wrong." The instructor said frankly, "To be honest with you, the mecha troops of the expeditionary force are the elite of the entire army. In the top field, the parameters of Tao Rui's model are more mainstream than yours." Chunfeng did not express surprise, but just nodded slightly. The paper she helped to correct also had similar tendencies, which she could fully understand. She was not angry about the model's right or wrong, but Tao Rui's disrespect. In order to defend the correctness of the model, he deliberately put himself on the opposite side of human feelings, as if only in this way could the model be ensured to proceed normally, which was simply absurd. The instructor observed her expression, and saw that she was more speechless than angry about this, and said with a smile, "However, this is also one of the sequelae of the full-scale simulation system. Everyone habitually thinks that life is just a statistic in a game. But when they really go to the battlefield, compared to despising life, more than 90% of the students dare not shoot or kill." Chunfeng was silent for a long time, and said two words with a serious expression, "I dare." The instructor laughed. "He was also training here tonight, and I talked to him for about an hour. He gave the same answer to the same question. He thinks he dares." Chunfeng said woodenly, "I am serious. I have the right to speak. He is just talking nonsense, I guarantee it with my hair. You are indeed different in this respect." The instructor seemed to be thinking about something. After sitting with Chunfeng for a few minutes, he pulled the counter on her chest to check, cleared the numbers on it, showed a trace of sympathy, and said, "You continue training, I'm leaving first." Chunfeng replied sullenly, "Oh?" Chunfeng was very hungry, but after a nap, she felt a little better, and her efficiency was higher than she expected. She successfully stayed up all night to complete the last set of training. However, she glanced at her badge, and saw that the time on it was close to 4:30. She didn't want to go back to the dormitory, so she just lay down in the corner and slept directly in the training hall. When she woke up again, 2 seniors held her arms on the left and right. Before she was fully awake, she was dragged to the middle of the team and stood up passively the next second. Instructor Zhou stood at the front, with his hands behind his back, and looked around the team. Looking at Qingfeng's messy hair and confused expression, he blew the whistle hard and shouted, "Morning training is about to start. Everyone cheer up." Chunfeng was startled by the sharp whistle, and his sleepiness disappeared. The feeling of hunger became stronger. Shindan took out a bottle of milk and a bun from his bulging pocket and handed it to him from the side. Instructor Zhou curled his lips and turned around with a blind eye. Chunfeng took the opportunity to swallow it whole. With something filling his stomach, he felt alive again. "I don't know if I should say it's lucky. Today's training project is shooting. Put a water cup on the gun to train the stability of holding the gun." Qingfeng's gun has always been very stable. Unlike the Alliance's gun control, she learned to hold a gun when she was young. However, she is now overexerting her physical energy and her muscles are out of control, so she has no advantage in the stability assessment. Fortunately, the base does not require high shooting accuracy for Class B commanders, and shooting cannot be quickly mastered through training overnight, so the instructor's scoring is also a bit lenient. Qingfeng's performance in the queue is pretty good, and she completed the task requirements without any danger. After another day of hard work, the base finally closed for the holiday. Chunfeng lay down on the bed in the dormitory to catch up on sleep. She slept like a log. After waking up, she spent the remaining half day to finish the courseware on the platform. She finally uploaded the homework before the deadline and pulled herself back from the brink of dismissal. The alumni all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worrying about this junior sister for the past few days. Just watching from the side made them feel anxious. In fact, Chunfeng was under more pressure because Lao Luo sent her 2 messages, which scared her so much that she couldn't sleep at night and couldn't eat well. "Lao Luo, I thought about it, and in order to make you more motivated, I made a special motivation plan for you. Lao Luo, if you are rejected one day in advance, I will apply to deduct 1,000 yuan from your scholarship. The upper limit is 10,000 yuan. Is this reasonable?" Chunfeng was really nervous and almost smashed her laptop on the spot. After landing safely, she sent Lao Luo an emoticon package of wiping tears. Lao Luo gave a serious reply. "Lao Luo, don't relax, don't underestimate yourself, Yigo Chung, I want to block this person." Chunfeng handed over the laptop without any regrets. The high-pressure life made everyone blur the flow of time, and of course, it couldn't stop the growth of hair. The base did not miss this opportunity to show their traditional arts. On the second weekend of March, the instructors brought clippers and scissors from the warehouse, and said they would give all the boys a haircut to save the average appearance of the base. For girls, those with long bangs and short hair that is not refreshing should also have their bangs cut. If you can tie it all up, you can let it go. The activity square on that day was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. Whether the instructor's skills are good or not depends on whether God has mercy on her. Chunfeng borrowed a rubber band from someone in panic, and found that her rough short hair could be tied up well. Instructor Zhou crossed 2 fingers and compared the length of her hair. He couldn't find an excuse, so he just trimmed her bangs. He recommended with regret, "I am best at cutting short hair. Do you want to try it?" Chunfeng ran away with his butt smoking. Don't even dream of such a beautiful dream. Although the base does not have too high requirements for students' hairstyles, neat and clean, as long as it does not cover the ears. But the instructor still enthusiastically gave all the boys a buzz cut with visible scalp. After the haircut, these students looked like they had just returned from prison, with a special fierce temperament. The boys' buzz cuts can barely be said to be neat, at least not ugly, but the girls are just a disaster. Chunfeng sometimes remembers people by their hairstyles. He almost didn't recognize several girls, whose bangs were cut to the middle of their eyebrows and foreheads. Fortunately, we usually wear hats during training, so we don't have to show our ugly side often. After everyone had their hair cut, the base probably felt that everyone had a new look, so they also released a performance statistics table. It lists the average scores of various colleges since the training. Each student can also download their own personal evaluation form. What does it mean? Chunfeng looked up his name according to the link given by the instructor, and asked the people around him, "Do you want us to start over?" The senior said, "It should be that the training is about to end, and we have to split into teams to do the red and white camp assessment." Chapter 91. The red and white camp battle is a conventional two-camp team scoring competition, but the specific rules will change according to the purpose of each exercise, and there is no fixed pattern. This type of assessment is generally aimed at individual combat, and students from the command department occasionally participate in it. They have not experienced a camp battle composed purely of command students. Chunfeng has watched a few clips of the video on Sanyao, but he doesn't understand the details, so he asked the senior next to him, "How is the test?" The young man shook his head. "I don't know how the base sets the rules. I asked my friends in the individual soldier department before, and they said it's just a random fight. Whoever is stubborn and skilled can stand to the end. Our command department can't be so simple and crude, right? After all, they are all skilled workers." Chunfeng thought that it was not certain. The physical instructor's training during this period was all deadly. She pulled the screen down and finally found her personal comments. She immediately clicked on it and found that there were only 8 big words in it. "Still need to work hard, the future is promising." Chunfeng, So what is she looking forward to? She glanced at the side casually and found that the senior had also turned to his own comments and was concentrating on reading them, his eyes almost glued to the screen. The closely arranged fonts on that page had at least 1,000 words. Chunfeng was startled and turned her head to look at the person on the stage. The professional course instructor looked over as if he had noticed something, nodded and smiled at her. It should be because they had talked privately last time, so the comment step was omitted. Chunfeng was quite disappointed, having lost a piece of flattery. The next day, the base was on holiday, and everyone took back their own laptops after class. Before 5 in the morning, a public message popped up on the laptop, which was a notice issued by the base about the grouping of the red and white camps. The system randomly selected 2 military academies to confirm the affiliation of the red and white camps. In the end, Alliance Military University was fixed as Red Campus, and Alliance First Military University was fixed as White Campus. The remaining students, the United University, and the Second Army will choose the red and white camps respectively after internal discussions based on the school. Because the student composition of the mobile university is relatively scattered, and in order to increase the flexibility of the camp war, the students of the school can freely join the 2 camps at their own will. Due to the special arrangement of the mobile university, the number of people between the camps is not required to be equal. Several dim blue lights lit up in the dormitory one after another, illuminating several disheveled faces. Chunfeng was sleepy, and was pulled into a discussion group before he finished reading the congratulatory message written by the base. "Family members, vote for the coalition or the First Army. The style of the First and Second Army is too reckless. When I team up with them, I always want to kill my relatives for the greater good. The problem is that these 2 schools are fighting each other so fiercely. It's impossible for them to get together, right? Speaking of the pleasure of cooperation, I still prefer the First Army. After all, they are not insidious." Chunfeng hurriedly sent 2 messages. "Yi Guicheng, I want to fight Tao Rui. Yi Guicheng, I like red." Everyone in the group was silent for 2 seconds, shamefully tempted by her first reason. Humans are so mundane. The group leader opened a vote, and within 2 minutes, 23 votes were cast for the red team, and there were still a few people who hadn't gotten up. "Okay, then the red team. I find the instructor to register, so that the people from the Second Army won first." Chunfeng heard the senior sister yawning on the bed opposite, and cursed vaguely, "What a psycho, you have to notify me at this time. I'm so sleepy." Then she saw the account with the senior sister's name enthusiastically cheering in the group. "Kill Tao Rui on his horse. The legend of the United Nations is undefeated. Come on, friends, if the red and white camp wins this time, we can bring 2 pairs of shoes when we go back to the United Nations. 1 pair to wear, and 1 pair to be carried by the idiots in the single soldier department. What a great honor. Although this makes sense, isn't it a bit too early to think about slogans before we even start? Registration is complete. Now we have to go and recruit students from the mobile university. Family members, get up, go and knock on the door of the next door dormitory. Why do we have to recruit people too? Of course, it is to test our appeal and organizational ability as commanders." Group leader, vote again. "I got up late. Give me a sense of participation. New information, there is a fan club of Tao Rui at the mobile university, and the 15-member team directly reported the white side. If the family members don't get up and work, the camp competition will be 60:90. If you said it 5 minutes earlier, I would have chosen the First Army. Mobilize all forces. Hurry up and pull people. Chunfeng was the first to get up. He didn't even wash his face, put on his clothes and walked out. Opening the door of the dormitory, she turned around and asked, "Which dormitories are in the mobile university?" Shindan stuck his head out and said, "The ones at the innermost." "Wait a minute, I go too." The senior sister suddenly woke up, as if a basin of ice water was poured on her head. She jumped up from the bed and shouted, "Don't move, you too. Please, you don't have to do this kind of trivial matter. Let you see the charm of the senior sisters." Chunfeng opened her mouth, wanting to say that she could do it. She has grown up, and will not get angry easily anymore. The senior sister was afraid that she would take the initiative, so she rushed out of the door in her slippers and shouted at the top of her voice, "Sisters, let's team up together." The gentle call echoed in the corridor. The doors next door opened one after another. In the sky that was not yet bright, under the dim voice-controlled lights, girls in loose pajamas passed by their dormitory doors one after another. "Sisters. Beauty. Miss, are you up?" The whole military base was inexplicably filled with the evil spirit of Ponzi Cave. The senior sister came back and locked the door for them. However, when it comes to pulling people, Chunfeng observed it later, and had to admit that the seniors had more experience. After Chunfeng washed up, he walked from the dormitory to the cafeteria and saw a group of people fawning around the target person several times, asking about their well-being, serving tea and water, and their status was humble. So this is the charm of the commander. It is not easy to be a commander. Near noon, the chaotic team formation task finally ended. The base sent a new website, which showed the result of the team formation: 70 people in the red team and 80 people in the white team. There was a gathering notice attached to it. After working hard for most of the day, my face was almost stiff from smiling, and it turned out that only 10 people were brought here. Chunfeng closed the web page and entered the chat group. However, this time, the First Army was indeed more advantageous. After all, in the duel on the battlefield, Tao Rui still maintained a 100% winning rate. Performance is the best signboard. The seniors of the United University were very optimistic, and were still joking in the group. "Thank you for your hard work. Brothers, you have done a great job. Eat more at noon to replenish your energy. There will be a fierce battle tonight. Aren't you going to ask the coalition to confirm the candidate for the main commander? Don't discuss this first. It will easily cause unrest." At 1:30 p.m., the students gathered on time in the square at the entrance of the base. The robots brought more than a dozen boxes of equipment, lined them up, and piled them on the staircase. 5 instructors appeared on time, dressed neatly, and looked more excited than them. They wanted to write holiday with every wrinkle on their faces. 2 words. Instructor Zhou looked around and said with satisfaction, "In good condition, it seems that the lunch in the cafeteria is very good." Everyone smiled. The red and white camp battle has a natural and unique charm. Even if they don't sleep for 2 days, they can still jump out energetically. Instructor Zhou cleared his throat and said, "Let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's talk about the key points first. There are 2 camp bases in the local exercise. They are in the training building, which is here. And the end of the village in front is the pigpen. Now we have to select the bases of each camp. Everyone can exchange opinions and elect a representative to fight for the right of priority." After listening to this, the first thought in everyone's mind was, "Why is it the pigpen again? This training camp can't be passed, right?" Shindan shouted a report. "Instructor, we can't always trouble fellow villagers. It's so embarrassing." The seniors echoed, "Yes, yes." Instructor Zhou laughed and scolded, "Get lost, you don't need to borrow the venue. What are you yelling about? This is called military and civilians are one family, understand? I give you 30 seconds. If you can't find a representative, I just randomly pick one." A junior was preparing to organize. Chunfeng saw Tao Rui coming forward from the corner of his eye, raised his hand vigorously, and said enthusiastically, Me. Seeing this, the senior changed his words and said, "I agree to let Chunfeng go. Everyone, please take care of my junior sister." The people of the United Nations University had no objection. The United Army, although they didn't know what to test, had no confidence that they could get any benefit from Tao Rui in terms of professional knowledge, but they really wanted to watch the excitement, so they agreed. Chunfeng then jumped onto the steps, straightened his hat, and stared at Instructor Zhou with his eyes piercing. Instructor Zhou felt uncomfortable being stared at by her. He recalled and confirmed that what he had just said was not going to the stage to compete. He turned around as if nothing had happened and made room for the professional course instructor. The female instructor said in a deep and powerful voice, Quick answer questions. 3 questions. 2 gentle sighs came from the red team camp. It was indeed a professional course that was not in their favor. The instructor held up the light computer and threw a model in the air. Chunfeng immediately took 2 steps forward, squinting his eyes and observing the details repeatedly. The crowd below the stage didn't care about the formation and rushed forward all at once, huddled together so that they could see more clearly. Before everyone could remember clearly, the projection disappeared automatically after 5 seconds. The instructor smiled and said, "Estimated height under standard proportions." Tao Rui hesitated and replied, 327 meters. Chunfeng was bound to beat him. 328 meters. 334 meters. The instructor pointed at Chunfeng red team. The white team booed a few times, expressing their dissatisfaction. The red team was not to be outdone and followed suit. The instructor raised his hand and pressed it down, saying, "Listen to the sound." Everyone held their breath. A burst of frequent shooting sounds came from the loudspeaker. This was too familiar to Chunfeng. Weapon knowledge was her forte, and this question was very typical. Without waiting for the instructor to ask questions, Chunfeng directly reported the model of the gun, including the shooting range, combat rate of fire and ammunition capacity. There was no room for rebuttal. The instructor was really surprised and pointed at Chunfeng again. "The red team is correct." Tao Rui looked at Chunfeng in astonishment. He really didn't hear it. He bowed to the instructors and turned back. The people in the white team camp were still in shock. "You can hear this? Impossible? Do we have to compete on the next question? Tao Rui actually lost? Are these 2 questions beyond the scope?" The red team realized it later and burst into cheers and applause. "Chunfeng did a great job." Instructor Zhou said loudly, "Chunfeng represents the red team, and you should choose a base first." Most people thought Chunfeng would choose the base. After all, she had been quite resistant to the pigpen since the beginning of the training. Unexpectedly, Chunfeng didn't hesitate and directly said 2 words, "Pigpen." The senior who was about to raise his hand to make an opinion was stunned. Instructor Zhou looked over and asked, "Why?" Chunfeng calmly analyzed, "Many people in the First Army and the Second Army have been to the pigpen, but many people in our red camp have not been there. If the white team occupies the pigsty, it will be disadvantageous for us in terms of intelligence. And I have visited these 2 places. Although I don't know the specific competition system, I think that the terrain near the pigsty is more suitable for students to perform than the base with many restricted areas and a more square architectural style." Instructor Zhou put his hands behind his back, smiled restrainedly, and nodded, "Okay, you can." Chapter 92. Red Team, Western Base. White Team, Eastern Base. Next, read out the basic rules of the camp battle. Instructor Zhou deliberately slowed down his speech and announced it clearly word by word. This assessment is a points system. Supplies, number of survivors and other conditions will be calculated according to the formula. The specific formula will be listed in the upper left corner of the system. Check it after the competition officially starts. Candidates must wear simulation equipment throughout the whole process and cannot remove it before being declared dead. The system will display the map range, and you are not allowed to enter the red area. Violators will be disqualified from the competition. In addition to basic weapons, the instructor has placed a certain number of supply boxes on the map. Each supply box can open different equipment. Please keep it properly for use. The assessment time is from 1500 hours in the afternoon to midnight in the middle of the night. The way to end the assessment: 1. Time limit. 2. All the people in one camp are killed. 3. The base flag is destroyed. Although I have already greeted the nearby villagers, if civilians accidentally enter during the competition, anyone who accidentally injures a villager will be deducted 10 times the points. The rules are very simple. Instructor Zhou asked, "Do you have any questions?" Chunfeng raised his hand hesitantly. "Just fight?" "Yes." Instructor Zhou said, "We are all military academy students. Why are we playing tricks? If you have no questions, come up and get the equipment." The equipment is a small sensor helmet, plus a weapon of your choice. After wearing it, since the game has not officially started yet, the visual interface has not changed much, and everyone still sees the base gate. The time is displayed in the upper left corner. The statistics and calculation formulas of this exam can be found in the thumbnail in the upper right corner. Chunfeng studied the integral formula. At the beginning, the weight of supplies is about 3 times that of heads. But as the number of casualties increases, the weight of soldiers will increase in a step-by-step manner. When the number of casualties on the side exceeds 30%, the conversion ratio of supplies, heads is 2 to 1. When the number of casualties exceeds 50%, it is 1:1. When the number of casualties exceeds 70%, it soars directly to 1:3. If the number of casualties exceeds 90%, the supplies will not be counted. Without people, the supplies are worthless. The range of this data is quite tolerant. Students in the General Command Department do not fight so fiercely, so in comparison, supplies are very important. Instructor Zhou interrupted the whispers of the crowd and commanded, "Red Team, everyone gather, prepare to go to the western base. Set off now." The leading student trotted away. Without the instructor to supervise, the team dispersed halfway. The seniors of the Lianda University stepped back, surrounded Changfeng, put their hands on her shoulders and winked. "Changfeng is excellent. She got the upper hand at the beginning, which means the wind is on our side. This is a good game. Junior sister, let me ask you one more question. How did you hear the answer to the question just now? Can your ears really distinguish the frequency of the beating? Can you do it just by practicing? I think Changfeng is really a bit better than Tao Rui. It's not an illusion. Did you see that when we won just now, the faces of the Yijuan gang were green? I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this nonsense? No one has ever slapped Tao Rui in the face rationally." Changfeng corrected, "No. I used my fist to hit him." The senior on the left pressed down her little fist and said, "It's the same, don't be proud." After playing for a while, a senior in the third year restrained his smile and said, "Okay, brothers, we don't have much time. Let's discuss the commander-in-chief of our Lianda first." The person who spoke was Chen Huaiwei, a senior in the third year. Although his prestige in Lianda was not as high as Tao Rui, his grades were also top-notch. Especially his organizational skills were particularly strong. He has always been in charge of the task of creating groups and communicating notifications. He usually wears glasses without lenses and looks gentle, but his work style is vigorous and resolute. His appearance is very deceptive, but his attitude is very friendly. He does not treat his juniors with the airs of an elder, but is more caring, which well demonstrates the inclusive tradition of the United Nations University, like a gentle big brother next door. Changfeng also likes him. One person asked, "Do you want to call the coalition forces over as well?" "Forget it, the coalition forces won't listen to us. Although Tao Rui is famous, he probably can't command the students of the Second Army." Chen Hua sneered, "Heh, the instructor deliberately didn't designate the commander-in-chief of both sides in this game. Guess why? Is there any need to guess? Of course, they want the technicians to fight among themselves. You can see their sinister intentions through their bellies." Chen Hua said, "It's just the beginning. There's no need for everyone to fight for power. Anyway, no one will submit to anyone. Fight first, and the school with the most casualties can sit down and choose the commander calmly. They must be doing their own thing over there, so it doesn't matter, we just need to take care of ourselves." This is a very realistic and useful approach. The gap in strength between the two sides is big enough to reduce the time of wrangling. Taking care of yourself is the truth everywhere. The team couldn't help but slow down. Changfeng looked up at Chen Huawei. The other party was 25 centimeters taller than her, and stood closest to her. At this angle, Chingfeng's sight was right at his chin with a little stubble. The person in the back row didn't pay attention to the speed in front, and accidentally stepped on Chingfeng's heel, pushing her lightly. Chen Huawei turned sideways, holding her arm, and happened to lower his head to meet Chingfeng's eyes. Obviously, there was a little struggle in those dark and shining eyes. Chen Huawei smiled and said, "What? You want to be the general commander, right? It doesn't matter whether he is the general commander or not. Changfeng just wants to suppress Tao Rui. However, if Chen Huawei really wants this position, Changfeng will not compete with him." Chen Huawei said, "This time the map is not too big or too small, and it needs people with strong computing ability and good at adaptability to do the planning. Changfeng has no problem with this. And she just defeated Tao Rui, so logically, this position can be given to her." Shen Dan habitually responded, "I support it. There are only 30 people in the UN. From the mission objectives, the main direction is to disperse and search for supplies. The role of the general commander is not big, and there is nothing to argue about. The battle situation is complicated in the later stage, and a special analysis will be made." Chen Huawei held a vote, and more than half of the people agreed, and immediately confirmed that Changfeng would formulate the policy. Chen Huawei said seriously, "We are all from the same school, we are our own people, and we can communicate with each other if there are any problems. If there are more than 30 commanders, it will be difficult to lead if they all have small ideas. I hope everyone can discuss frankly." A group of students protested in dissatisfaction. "Of course, who are you looking down on? Junior sister ran away half her life for Tao Rui. She should be given a chance to avenge herself, you know? This is actually a good training opportunity. The seniors are obviously looking after the junior sister. Chunfeng was a little touched, and after a long silence, he said, "Thank you." He turned around and said to Shindan, "Thank you." Shindan was waiting for this sentence, and quickly replied, "Take me to join the team next time." Chunfeng, "Oh." At about 2:30, all the members of the red team arrived at the pigsty. They separated and completed the map around the pigsty before regrouping at the door. 5 minutes before the start of the battle, the sensor helmet officially entered the test mode. The scene in the field of vision suddenly changed. The dirty cement brick wall disappeared and turned into a variety of metal shelters. All the scenery changed significantly according to the actual road conditions. If it weren't for the obvious pig calls in the background and the stench in the air that was hard to ignore, it would be hard to imagine that this was a small farm. The coalition forces did not have in-depth exchanges with the students of the United University, and they consciously took charge of the positions on the left and right. The 10 students of the Mobile University chose to follow the command of the coalition forces. Each side nominated 5 people to guard near the battle flag, which was a hidden point behind the farm. This place happened to be adjacent to a long and narrow manure pool, and the contents inside had not been processed yet. Of course, it might be intentional not to process them, so that the rich gas was floating around, carrying great lethality. Smelling the stench that was enough to edify the soul, several people couldn't help but suspect that the most severe test of this game was the destruction of the nose. Chunfeng humanely promised them that a team would be rotated every hour to guard the flag. At 3 p.m., the countdown ended. Everyone quickly took action, and in units of 5, they dispersed around the map to search for supply boxes. 5 minutes later, Chunfeng found the first supply box in a corner deep in the farm. It was a brown equipment box that was only the size of a palm. Chunfeng uploaded the picture to the public channel for his teammates to refer to, and pressed the unlock button at the same time. The box did not open, but a test question popped up on the interface, asking for the modeling code of Qixing, and the answer time was 15 seconds. Chunfeng thought that was right, and quickly typed the answer. The box opened smoothly, and there was a small piece of paper inside. After unfolding it, when she looked clearly, the paper turned into a small weapon and appeared in her palm. So this is how to get it. Chunfeng put it into her personal arsenal, and shared the results with everyone. Shindan said, "Good stuff. But what if the question is not answered correctly?" A student from the coalition encouraged, "You try it." "I don't recommend you try it." Chunfeng said, "If you really want to know, I hope you come first." The question was not difficult. If the answer was wrong, Chunfeng felt that the consequences would be serious, given the usual style of the base. Maybe the supply box would disappear. Someone soon helped to practice this question. When Chunfeng led the team to slowly approach the base, there was a sudden explosion not far away, and the number of survivors on the team dropped by 2 digits. The bright red numbers were too dazzling, and the loss was even greater for the red team, which was not in a numerical advantage. Before Chunfeng asked the reason, a student in the public channel shouted with lingering fear, "It exploded. Fill in the blanks carefully. If you type a wrong letter, it will explode. When answering questions, teammates should stand far away. It's dangerous." Everyone was restless. "You will die if you can't answer the questions? That's too vicious." "Very good, very instructor-like. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. How difficult are the questions? I don't dare to answer them casually. What if I get questions I don't know? How about collecting the supply boxes and managing them uniformly?" The young man calmed down and added, "The questions should be divided into different levels of difficulty. The question just now has an option to share within 3 meters. Once the box is opened, it cannot be closed. I suggest that students who are good at different types of questions form a team and go together. If you really can't do it, your teammates should run away." No wonder the transcripts of all students are made public one day in advance. Chunfeng cursed inwardly, recreated the list, and formed a new team under the guidance of the seniors. Chapter 93. Shindan's knowledge is relatively balanced. In view of the lack of manpower, Chunfeng asked her to act in pairs. Chunfeng was also quite confident in himself, so he only brought 1 senior. The coalition forces wanted to borrow people, but Chunfeng declined and tricked a student from the Mobile University to come. After regrouping, the 30 students of the United University were expanded into 11 teams. Everyone followed the map and approached the base from different directions. Due to the modification of the virtual helmet to the real scene, many strange-shaped boulders and abandoned billboards were added to the originally built flat road, resulting in various curved and uncertain blind spots in the field of vision, which seriously slowed down the pace of everyone. If you don't follow the effective route in the virtual scene, the system will give a warning, so even if you know there is a straight lane ahead, you have to obey the system's requirements and walk out of the winding road. The time-limited test questions also put a lot of pressure on everyone. The scope of the questions is too broad, ranging from mecha knowledge to model construction. The instructor's spot check on unfamiliar knowledge points in class also made everyone feel uneasy, and even the top students did not dare to be sure that they could answer them all correctly. However, everyone soon found that this worry was unnecessary, because the number of supply boxes was scarce. 70 of them searched for nearly an hour, and only found 9 supply boxes in total. In terms of efficiency, it was definitely not a wise choice, and the team was also scattered. Among the 9 supply boxes, except for the one that exploded accidentally, the items in the rest were quite good. Common items such as short-term signal blocker, directional blasting bomb, high-speed hemostatic injection, and a small note with a password. Chunfeng felt that the key to victory was not the supply box. The red team had 10 fewer people than the white team at the beginning, which was a huge disadvantage. Not taking the initiative was a passive move. Although she was a student majoring in manual operation, Chunfeng was indeed the only single soldier in the camp. After consideration, she discussed with her seniors and decided to speed up and go to the front to collect intelligence about the white team. Qingfeng's position was very close to the middle line between the two bases. She held a gun and moved flexibly behind the shelters on the roadside, and soon encountered the first enemy of the white camp today. The opponent was lying in ambush behind a tree, aiming at the way he was coming, waiting for the prey. Because of the bad position, Chunfeng only caught a glimpse of the afterimage from the corner of her eye when she was changing her position. With her accurate eyesight and rich experience, she was sure that the opponent's reaction speed was too slow and should not have hit her. But the words under attack still appeared on her interface. Chunfeng rolled on the ground and hid behind a stone again. She looked up and saw that the status on the system had not changed, which made her a little confused. At this time, a test question popped up on the panel of the student opposite. The question stem alone had more than 50 words, and the pile of professional terms made the question look extremely complicated. Multiple choice questions, only 7 seconds to answer. The bright red numbers jumping within a limited time made the young man upset. He even scanned the question twice, but couldn't understand the meaning. The young man simply bit the bullet and answered it blankly. B. Chunfeng found that the status on the panel was changed to successful dodge, and roughly understood the rules. While the other party was still in a trance, she rushed out quickly, not caring to see clearly, and fired a shot in the general direction. Qingfeng's shooting speed was extremely fast, which was unmatched by the students of the command department, and her hit rate was also mediocre. She might not rank high in the individual soldier department, but she was definitely in the middle of the command department. In addition, the system relaxed the hit standard, and as expected, a test question popped up in her interface. Chunfeng, Although this was her guess, she still felt it was ridiculous at this moment. Is this really reasonable? I missed the real thing. When the question popped up, Qingfeng's mind flashed with many distracting thoughts, which were quickly suppressed by herself. When she saw the extremely difficult question, all kinds of curse words popped up again without any guidance, causing her analytical processing ability to collapse. Chunfeng felt that her rationality had never been challenged so maliciously. Until the countdown jumped to 2 seconds left, her brain resumed normal work. She answered hastily, A. The voice dissipated in the air along with the number that was about to be cleared. Yi Guicheng killed 1 person. The red prompt floating in the air made Chunfeng breathe a sigh of relief. His head was buzzing. Chunfeng announced the unfortunate news in the team channel. Comrades, shooting also depends on answering questions. You need to aim, and a certain error range is allowed. The range of questions should still be random. If you answer correctly, you hit it. If you answer incorrectly, you dodge. There is no additional penalty. The difficulty of the questions is not great, but the description is a bit disgusting, and you need to concentrate highly. The mood that had just recovered its calmness exploded again. Everyone couldn't help but yell, "Isn't this too much? I shot the enemy in the chest, and I have to face a soul-searching question? I shot a bullet, not Cupid's love arrow. Why do I have to question myself? This is the first time I want to be a single soldier. I don't like this type of exam at all. Let me go. Will I be forced to leave if I tell the truth now? Let's go together, brothers. Fire a few more shots. There will always be someone who can answer correctly. Let's share the pressure. I really can't stand it. Even a skilled worker can't stand this kind of nerve-wracking exam." Chunfeng adjusted the team allocation again and decided to form a team of top students, and the rest of the people were responsible for collecting supplies, and everyone worked together. This question and answer setting actually has an advantage, which is that it greatly makes up for the embarrassment of the shooting accuracy of the command department students. People like Shindan, Chenhua, etc. will become the new generation of sniper. Of course, Tao Rui is also like this. When you meet these people, you must be more vigilant and keep a longer distance. The coalition forces also made adjustments, and both sides planned new routes according to their own styles. Chunfeng held a gun and was ready to leave. He mentioned in the public channel, collect Tao Rui's coordinates. If you find anything, let me know. What do you want to do? A student from the coalition forces asked curiously, is this really okay? Is private fighting allowed in faction wars? I didn't say no. It's a faction war, and the most important thing is communication. What is a fight? This is called capturing the leader first. It's a strategy. In the affairs of the martial arts world, outsiders should not interfere. Let her go. Why do I feel like you are all waiting to watch the fun? Are you talking nonsense again? We are all comrades, people on the same boat, and we should help each other. Why do you make it sound so bad? The setting of this game is full of the glory of peace. At most, it can only be an academic exchange. Speaking of Tao Rui, the tense atmosphere was slightly dissipated, but it quickly subsided again after realizing the subsequent impact. If you can only confirm the kill by answering questions, you really don't dare to show up in front of Tao Rui. This setting is obviously more advantageous to the First Army. Chunfeng, if you can send Tao Rui to the academic exchange, I will give you the title of the first in the alliance. We must find a breakthrough. We can't fall behind everywhere. Then what's the point of fighting? On the statistical report card, the average score of the First Army is indeed a little higher. Besides, they have more people. In this game, more people can really do whatever they want. Number of people on the field at this time. Red team 68 people, white team 78 people. Several instructors sat leisurely at the entrance of the base to bask in the sun, with snacks and drinks placed beside them, and the surveillance video transmitted by the simulation equipment projected in front of them. The two students who died at the beginning of the game squatted behind them, humbly reflecting on themselves. The professional course instructor laughed and said, a group of individual soldiers is the same as a group of commanders. Both of them are unorganized. Instructor Zhou said nonchalantly, only after a setback will you know the importance of organization. Let's see which side learns first. The advantage gap is a bit obvious. Instructor Shui asked, what time is it? Is it time to drop the large supply box? Instructor Zhou put his hands on the back of his head and said, it's almost there, just a little while, let them dawdle. I say, don't worry, old Shui, the most common thing in the red and white camps is reversals. The one who has the advantage at the beginning will most likely lose in the end. The two instructors on the side shouted in dissatisfaction, what are you doing? Are you lying with your eyes open? I told you not to use such metaphysical means, it's useless. Among this group of students, the quality of the First Army is slightly higher. Instructor Zhou sneered, ha ha. After the students, the gunpowder smell among the instructors began to grow stronger. The white team discovered this hidden setting a little later. Because the ambush youth forgot to report the situation to the team in his nervousness, he was directly ejected from the exam scene after his death. Until the team led by Shindan surrounded and successfully sniped the two soldiers on the opposite side, the white team began to make adjustments. Chunfeng ran to join Shindan's team, who seemed very excited. The dream that could not be realized in reality, or in the game was unexpectedly realized in the red and white camp battle. She felt that she could beat 10 people alone now, and hoped that Sanao could make this game mode into a copy and promote it. Such an excellent game should be passed on. Shindan said, I can endorse it for free. The next league champion starts here. The senior student next to him hit him cruelly. You are dreaming, single-player games are destined to have no future. The team kept moving around the center line area, looking for a suitable target. They didn't dare to move forward rashly. After all, the other side might also be a group of sharpshooters. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. The scene in the simulation device did not change much, and the light and shadow did not dim as usual, but everyone felt a little hungry. Chunfeng was about to ask the instructor if there was any food in the camp battle, when two brightly colored parachutes suddenly appeared in the sky, with a huge wooden box hanging below, falling straight down at an abnormal speed. In case the students might ignore it, a red arrow immediately lit up on the ground, pointing to the location of the supply box, obviously encouraging the students to go and collect it. The drop point on the red team's side was not far from where Chunfeng and the others were. Chunfeng took the time to pay attention to the drop point on the white team's side, and then followed the team members to check the situation first. As soon as they approached the box, a new prompt appeared on the interface. Large supply box. Successfully unlocked, you can get 50 portions of food, 50 portions of water, and 30 small supply boxes. The reward is generous. Shindan stepped forward and took the unlocking switch without saying a word. Instead of popping up the question, a few prompts popped up. Unlocking conditions. Clear 10 questions. Question type. Multiple choice. Time limit. Difficulty. Difficult note. You can choose to end before opening the next question. Chapter 94. As the top scholar of the Alliance, Shindan was not afraid of the written test. His quick move caught everyone off guard. Standing there, they were sweating. Chen Huawei said speechlessly, "Friend, next time before you do something like this, can you say hello to us first?" Shindan said innocently, "Why, if we can't answer, who else can?" "What if?" Chen Huawei said, "We are an elite team. With one explosion, the hope of the Alliance will be shattered." Shindan waved his hand righteously. "If I don't know, you can run away quickly." After she finished speaking, she changed her mind and felt that it was not possible. The setting of this exercise was tailor-made for her rise. The perverted examiner was as sparse as the head teacher's hair. It might be difficult for her to have a second highlight moment. If she died gloriously as a cannon fodder before she gave off any heat, what kind of loss would it be? Shindan, who realized the important task of the protagonist, reflected on himself and apologized solemnly, saying, "No, you are right. I won't do it again in the future." Chen Huawei ? Are the thoughts of you girls so hard to guess? Soon, a small team of the coalition rushed over and saw Cheng Feng and others standing by the large supply box without moving. They circled the box and asked, "Why don't you start? How difficult is the question?" "Go and take a look." Chen Huawei pointed his gun at an angle. "I don't know how difficult it is, but the rewards are rich enough. It's worth a try." The coalition student was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Why should our people go first? The coalition forces are responsible for clearing mines for you, right?" Chen Huawei glanced coldly, his eyes tilted slightly through the lenses, and he lost his usual easygoing manner. "Why are you so excited? 10 questions, you are not asked to take all of them. Each side will select a student to start the questions, and find out the difficulty of the questions. Our people haven't arrived yet. If you have a suitable candidate, go first. Now we are all in the same camp. Do we still have to be wary of each other and make internal calculations?" Another senior student followed up. "Don't waste time on arguing, and ask your commander-in-chief to come out. Let's say Cheng Feng, Chen Huawei, and others are here. As long as the questions are normal, there won't be much danger." Cheng Feng wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He always felt that dropping a supply box at this time might not be a good thing. The young man walked to the back of the box and had a brief discussion with the commander of the coalition forces, and finally put forward a candidate. The young man whose name was called quickly became gloomy, with drooping eyebrows and eyes. He sighed lightly when he stepped forward. After all, being assigned to such a task showed that his ability was not recognized. Cheng Feng and the others consciously retreated to a position 3 meters away, found a shelter, and looked out from behind the stone. The young man chose to start answering the questions, and a black description of the question jumped out in everyone's vision at the same time, suspended in the air. The content of this inspection is obviously much more complicated, and it can be said that it is at a different level of difficulty from ordinary material boxes. From the huge amount of interference data alone, it can be seen that the additional model and simple text description have occupied 2/3 of the visible page for everyone. The thumbnail of an irregular building rotated slowly. The system circled a small area in the middle and lower floors with a basket. The requirement was for students to complete the code combination in the blank. The time for answering the question was only 15 seconds, and there were 6 options. Qinfeng's thinking speed was already very fast. After reading the model, she looked at the options, and was about to shout out the answer. A, but she was still a step late. The red number in the corner jumped to 0, and the explosion sounded along with her shouting, setting off a heat wave at the scene, blowing the surrounding grass and trees outward, and rolling out a circle of turbid storm. Although it was just an illusion, Cheng Feng still subconsciously closed his eyes. When the situation calmed down, the first young man who came forward to answer the questions had been ejected from the examination room, and the large material box was still standing steadily in the same place, without any change. Qingfeng's eyes darkened, and his lips tightened. The commander of the coalition heard the explosion and asked bluntly in the public channel, "You didn't make it? Where is the commander-in-chief of the United Nations? Aren't Shindan and Chen Huawei here? The difficulty is very hardcore." Hua said in a deep voice, no preparation, a little short of time. The commander of the coalition forces was not at the scene, and could not determine the specific situation. Hearing this, he had to endure it unhappily and asked again, what happened next? You have to give me a follow-up explanation, right? Chunfeng walked straight forward and clicked on the answering mode again. Fortunately, the question did not change. Chunfeng directly chose A and passed smoothly. Hua wanted to stop him, but couldn't. He said angrily and amusedly, are all your freshman girls so reckless? What if the question was different? Did the commander sacrifice himself first? Although the position of the commander-in-chief is a bit empty, it is also unanimously nominated by everyone. If something goes wrong for no reason, it will affect everyone's rhythm. Chunfeng said calmly, if the topic changes, I think neither the red camp nor the white camp will choose to continue to conquer this airdrop package. Because the supply of 30 boxes of supplies is too uneconomical compared to the number of soldiers sacrificed. Hua had to admit that what she said was right, but the conclusion derived from this was a little more terrifying than the assumption. Obviously, this airdrop package is not for the purpose of assessment. Even for Tao Rui, Chunfeng is sure that he cannot have absolute confidence to answer the questions correctly. In other words, his accuracy rate may not even be 50%, let alone ordinary students. Under the strict time limit, as long as the examinee has a small mistake in the thinking process, the explosion will happen. Extreme conditions do not have the meaning of testing the strength of the team. So this is actually a simpler choice. Pick 10 students to conduct human minefield clearing. Candidates like Chunfeng and Tao Rui may be able to solve the questions they are good at based on their own strength. Even if they fail to do so, the candidates who started the question still have a 1/6 chance of guessing the right option. If you are lucky, you may only need 1 or 2 casualties to unlock the airdrop package. Even for the non-African alliance, the total number of casualties will not exceed 10. Chunfeng does not have much hope for his luck, but after a rough estimate, he thinks that the number of casualties of 5 people is average. Sacrificing 5 people, in addition to obtaining a significant increase in points, also gives you 30 random advanced thermal weapons. In addition, food and water can ensure that more than half of the students in the team are in the best state of food and clothing in subsequent competitions. No matter from which angle you look at it, this is an extremely cost-effective deal. But Chunfeng still feels uncomfortable. It's like guiding students to sacrifice at the base. It also includes a brutal internal screening. The crowd gradually gathered, and dozens of people surrounded the airdrop package, standing in scattered positions. The scene became extremely lively with the increasing noise, but no one came forward to say that they were willing to solve the problem. The battle situation was urgent, and the camp that opened the supply box first would obviously have absolute initiative. The enemy would not give them time to hesitate, and there were countless guns behind every step. Seeing that several students with a say in the Union University were still standing on the sidelines in a daze, the commander-in-chief of the coalition began to turn around anxiously, secretly annoyed that the other side would choose such a newborn calf to lead the team, and did not come out to organize activities in the face of such a serious situation. The young man stood still, leaning against the supply box, and said anxiously, "Open it. I think this exchange of interests is very reasonable. We have lost 10 people, and there is no choice." Chunfeng thought for a long time and said surprisingly, "No. It is because we have lost 10 people that I think we should not open this supply box." The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces raised his voice unconsciously, and said sharply, "Why?" He glanced at the time and added firmly, "We must make a decision within 5 minutes. If the two sides cannot reach a consensus, it must be opened." Hua held the gun in one hand, looked up and glanced around, and made no promises. Leaning slightly closer to Chunfeng, he raised his chin and said, "Reason. I think the rules may not be that simple. It's not a pit-filling game. As long as you make a fixed sacrifice, you can complete the target. Is this reasonable?" Chunfeng was clear and organized. "We only sorted out one question. The only rule we know now is, difficult but solvable, 6 options, and the question remains unchanged. What if the difficulty of the questions in the later stages increases? Or what if the question bank starts to change again when it comes to the last question? What should we do then?" The coalition commander found it a little funny, and shook his head and said, "The reason is unfounded. If we follow this line of thought, we will have to be suspicious throughout the exercise." Chunfeng walked towards him step by step. His voice was flat, but his expression was serious. There are tempting interests in all wars, and the same is true for exercises. What I want to say is that once the test of 10 questions begins, and you have invested, it will be difficult for you to have the courage to withdraw. because sacrifice is irreversible. But no one knows the established rules of the future, all are just our predictions. Is reality really that ideal? Everyone was somewhat shaken by what she said, and exchanged uncertain looks with each other. The coalition commander also wavered, and his fingertips rubbed along the smooth cross-section of the buttstock, thinking about the subsequent development. Chunfeng held the supply box with one hand, looking at the virtual text floating above, and continued to analyze. Under normal circumstances, according to the base's scoring standards, 30 pieces of supplies and more than 15 sacrifices are considered normal. There are only 150 people in both camps, and the difference of 10 people is actually quite big. Even if everything develops in the most optimistic way, if we open this supply box now, the loss of people may not be lower than that of the white team. If we are unlucky, the gap between the two sides will be widened again. What is the point of taking a huge risk and failing to find a turning point in the battle? If we follow the rhythm arranged by the instructor, we are just wasting our own energy. What is the difference between that and suicide? The commander of the coalition had to admit that he was convinced. It was less than 5 minutes. He lowered his eyes to look at the girl, who was more than half a head shorter than him, and asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" Chunfeng said, "Instead of betting on the difficulty of this airdrop package and the instructor's mercy, it is better to take this opportunity to snipe the members of the white team and effectively narrow the gap between the two teams. That's what it means to take the initiative, right?" She said all question marks, but actually did not give everyone room to answer. The commander-in-chief of the coalition did not taste the respect that Chunfeng wanted to express, but instead read a sense of yin and yang from the other party's expressionless face. It was very uncomfortable. Chapter 95. Time is limited, and after confirming the strategic direction, everyone gathered directly at the airdrop box of the white team. The coalition forces and the students of the United University followed their own commands and ran forward in an unformed team. Although they were standing close to each other, they were clearly separated. Halfway through the journey, Qinhua said at the right time, "Since we have decided to act together, we must have a general commander, right? Otherwise, if the surprise attack fails, Tao Rui and others will laugh at us." Some trivial conversations in the public channel disappeared. The commander of the coalition forces running in the front row turned around and looked at him meaningfully. Qinhua said, "We usually take responsibility for whoever advocates." The communicator was silent for a few seconds, and when they jumped over a narrow drainage ditch, the commander of the coalition forces gave a reply. "Okay. Temporarily. The premise is fairness." "Of course." Qinhua smiled. "When the exercise is over, let's have a meal together to celebrate." The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces said leisurely, "Are you bribing? This is called a temporary strategic partnership." "Thank you. Don't use such an impolite word. We are all scholars." The senior student next to him shouted, "Junior sister, go and connect their data." Chunfeng actually thought that 30 people were enough, and it didn't matter how the coalition's people performed. But since they were willing to cooperate actively, it would be good to have fewer people who were causing trouble. Instructor Zhou had already laughed wildly. "See? Although they are young, they have a deep understanding of our cunning and foresight." The difficulty set by the professional course instructor was about 15 casualties. Tao Rui has excellent skills, and with a little luck, he might be able to control the number of people within 13. Anyway, the gap will not be very big. The white team has a 10-man advantage, and this loss is definitely worth a try. Whether the red team can make good use of this airdrop opportunity, everyone has not dared to conclude. However, according to the professional course instructor, the most critical problem of opening the airdrop box may not be casualties, but the panic caused by finding that the situation is out of control when it is close to the end. When accidents come one after another, most people will inevitably become pessimistic, which will affect accurate judgment. Commanding requires great stress resistance, which may come from teammates' doubts, redundant information, unexpected changes, or all emergencies in a short period of time. Many people think they can handle it, but in fact they just haven't encountered it. Unable to stand the smug look of Instructor Zhou, an instructor next to him sneered, "I can't even remember the name of my own teacher. How can I remember you? What are you happy about, stranger?" Instructor Zhou frowned, touched his chin unhappily, and cursed again after a while. "Get out! I never told her my name." The student squatting behind encouraged, "Instructor, have confidence, you cut her hair, she will definitely remember you forever." Instructor Zhou laughed twice again, crossed his legs, and said nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then I have to give her more repairs when she comes back." Tao Rui stayed near the supply box, and had solved the 6th question. The direction of the first few questions was smoother than he expected, but this did not make him feel at ease, but the discomfort became more severe. Lunch falling from the sky may be delicious, but it is definitely not free, especially in the area within 100 miles of the base. Even a bird flying over it has to tuck its wings tightly. Tao Rui usually does not restrain his inner anxiety, and intuition has always been very useful on the battlefield. While changing people, he discussed with the commander of the Second Army, "The red team may come to attack. How about your people come and ambush together?" The commander of the Second Army had a rough voice, and as soon as he spoke on the public channel, he had a strong sense of picture. "They don't open the box, but come to attack us? You are so considerate of our army, and you deliver the heads to our door? They are outnumbered and at a disadvantage, so they have to be more proactive than us." Tao Rui knelt on one knee, gestured to the students in front of him not to start the question, and patiently explained to the commander of the Second Army, "And it doesn't take so many people to open the box. Their large army will not be idle, and they may take the opportunity to come and harass us to answer the questions." The commander of the Second Army said carelessly, "What a coincidence, I thought so too." "That's perfect, the opponent's rear is empty now, and the commander is not there. We will push them in one wave." Tao Rui took a breath, and everyone could hear the word speechless in his breath. It seemed like he was cursing, but he didn't curse completely. The commander of the Second Army felt that he had considered it properly. After a short silence, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't you have a total of 50 people in the First Army plus the mobile university? Even if the red team really brings a large force over, you can resist. Besides, after opening the boxes, you still have 30 small supply boxes, and your combat power is not lower than theirs." I led my men to go around and push the flag, and everyone was happy. If they failed, we could harass them and restrain their actions. Is this okay? All the team members watched Tao Rui answer questions, which was too weird. What if the red team didn't come to attack? It was a waste of resources. Their Second Army didn't say that they would focus on Tao Rui. Tao Rui looked at the shaking red dot on the map, and saw that they had already passed by. It was too redundant to ask whether there was any. In addition to the students guarding the flag and answering questions, he finally called all the 30 or so students who could be commanded to the vicinity of the airdrop box, dispersed their positions, patrolled the middle of the map, and reported the situation at any time. When he answered all the way to the 9th question, the ominous prediction came true. The scout at the front of the front line sent feedback. "The red team is here. There are quite a few people." "Okay, the coalition forces are holding hands. It seems that a good cooperative relationship has been established." Tao Rui was reading the questions, and was distracted for a moment when he heard the words, and it was too late to come back to his senses. He hurriedly wrote down all the data in the questions, watched the countdown reset to 0, and the explosion flashed through the air with fire. The loud sound of the air wave expansion exploded deep in Tao Rui's brain, shaking his almost numb nerves and causing a slight tremor. Perhaps it was due to the long-term loss of mental strength. With the splash of various sand and gravel debris, his consciousness also had the illusion of dizziness. Tao Rui closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, his vision was covered with a layer of blurred mist. He raised his hand to wipe it, and then he realized that his forehead was full of cold sweat, which flowed into his eye sockets. Someone in the channel said excitedly, "It's almost done. Hold on a little longer, and we will start the counterattack. There are only 2 questions left. After dismantling the supplies, go directly to bomb their hometown." Tao Rui felt that there might be more than 2 questions, but he couldn't say it. He tried his best to maintain his calmness in words and reminded them twice. "Pay attention to disperse your positions to prevent the opponent from having large thermal weapons, such as directional explosive bombs. Arrange the supply boxes on our side, and make sure to stop them. Don't worry. Just answer the questions, brothers. Get ready." Tao Rui called another teammate to come forward and start the 9th question. After entering the answer, he didn't continue immediately. He changed his half-squat position to another leg, pinched his sore muscles, and prepared himself mentally before uttering 2 words in a breathy voice. "Let's go." The members of the answering team were nervous and excited, guessing that the last question might be particularly difficult, but thinking that this suicidal behavior was finally over, the coldness around them was dispelled, and even their limbs became light. However, after the 10th question appeared, everyone's face changed. This time the question was a calculation question. Several people recorded the data, and the complete calculation took 3 to 5 minutes. After finishing, they checked it twice again and again to confirm that no conditions were missed, and then answered it with excitement. But when they clicked on the question again, they found that a condition in the question stem had changed, causing all subsequent calculation results to be unable to match. "How is this possible?" one person in the answering team exclaimed, suppressing his voice so that the others could not hear. It's impossible to answer all of these. Everyone in the team chat was in a commotion, as if they saw their way out cut off in front of them, and they were chilled from head to toe. Tao Rui rolled his Adam's apple hard, pressed the root of his nose, and after 2 deep breaths, he soothed, "The question bank is limited, and there will definitely be repetitions. The instructor will not give away this material for free, but it will not reduce our combat power too much. Try a few more questions and see." One person laughed at himself. "Damn, we really became a death squad." A teammate said bitterly, "Please say something auspicious. We are already desperate enough." Chunfeng was also passing on the skills of this battle to his teammates. "Nothing special, just shoot quickly. Hide immediately after shooting to avoid being hit by the opponent a second time. Don't rush to answer the questions. I believe that with your grades, you don't care about that 1 or 2 seconds. Now I will show you a demonstration. In order to share the risk, I selected 4 volunteers to act with me." Chunfeng has enough confidence in her dynamic vision and shooting speed. She pushed the heavy helmet and decided to use this opportunity to fire the first shot to establish her superior status as the commander-in-chief and the only single soldier in the team. All the volunteers came from their elite team of the United Nations. Shen Dan, Chen Huawei, and another senior stood in different positions. In the expectant eyes of more than 50 people, Chunfeng made a gesture, and the 4 of them quickly stuck their heads out and scanned the roadside where light and shadow intertwined, looking for a suitable target. The white team really likes to ambush. Not only that, they also learn the important essence of shooting first, regardless of whether the shot is accurate or not. Of course, Chunfeng once again confirmed her bad luck. There were 4 targets, but she was still the brightest one in the eyes of the other party. When Chunfeng caught the other party's trace, the target had already aimed at her position. Chunfeng's heart skipped a beat when she saw the black gun barrel. Under normal circumstances, she should be able to avoid it by shrinking her head at this moment, but considering the abnormal shooting range of this game, she finally just raised her head slightly, and her hands were still aiming and shooting in an orderly manner. Under attack, the prompt popped up before the question. Chunfeng thought he was going to fail, so he leaned against the stone and quickly scanned the answers. His mind became highly developed under the stimulation of death, and he reported the answer in just 2 seconds. The bright red warning box disappeared, and a new prompt appeared. Yi Gucheng killed 1 person. Chunfeng ? You say it violates the first come first served rule of the martial arts world, but it does conform to the law of survival of the fittest. Everyone didn't notice the details, and Shen Dan didn't even see the target. He retreated immediately after hearing the gunshot, thinking that Chunfeng really killed 1 person in 1 second. A group of seniors were bragging behind him to support Chunfeng. Chunfeng is awesome. Junior sister is a sharpshooter, worthy of being the strongest individual in the command department. Kill 1 person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Chunfeng, your shooting speed is unmatched in this exercise. Shen Dan also called out, "Boss." Chunfeng was in a complicated mood and announced this news in the channel. It seems there is a new rule. It doesn't matter who hits the target first, but who answers the question first. In fact, I was shot first just now. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, trying to digest this information. Only Shen Dan became very excited, clenching his fist and said, "I'm going to be super god." This is indeed a good thing for Shen Dan and others, but only in the case of gunfire. Everyone should be more vigilant. The most feared thing in a melee is stray bullets. Chunfeng said, "Let's rush straight to the direction of the airdrop package. Tao Rui is inside. The closer we get to that place, the more concentrated the white team will be to stop it. Don't be stingy at that time. Throw whatever bullets you have. Where is our bomber?" Chapter 96. The red team followed the instructions and launched the first wave of today's charge. The overwhelming advantage in numbers, coupled with the red team's unconventional fighting style, directly confused the opponents. Especially Shen Dan, whose swift and fierce operation greatly affected the morale of his teammates. The strategy of continuous shooting was found to be not feasible after everyone tested it. It can only trigger 1 answer in a short period of time, but large-scale sweeping is possible. Shen Dan's shooting performance ranked in the middle and lower in the class, but her courage was as great as her addiction. She picked up her submachine gun and fired a blind shot, then ran away. Find a place to hide before checking whether you have hit. If you are lucky enough to hit multiple people, just like choosing a concubine, select the unlucky ones to eliminate. At this time, the sky outside is darkened, and the continuous street lights gradually embellish the quiet and flat cement road. The scene in the simulator is still daytime, but because of the overly bright light of the street lights, there is always a dot in the field of vision, flashing an unnatural fluorescent yellow. The presence of the red team is more dazzling to the poor little white team than this bug. Because of the red team's reckless charge, the white team's defense line was forced to collapse. Everyone had no time to care about data analysis or the best formation. They could only focus on two things: staying alive and keeping Tao Rui alive. The number of people on both sides began to decrease rapidly. The second army commander could not see the white team's data, but only saw his own points falling like a floodgate. He felt like his tail was being stepped on, and he kept shouting in the public channel, "Isn't it just 10 questions? Why haven't you finished solving them yet? Our head count is dropping too fast. We have to queue up even for suicide. What's wrong with you guys? We've also reached the red team's large supply box. Oh my goodness, there's no one. Shit, they only answered one question. Are they the Scumbag Alliance? Such a good airdrop. Why don't you give up after trying it? Why are there 3 more dead? How did they die? You guys are embarrassed to die in the blink of an eye. Tao Rui, be calm and answer the questions carefully. If you get one wrong, it means a life." Okay, I get it. The red team is really out in full force. If you can't beat them, just retreat first. We go over and push down the other team's flag. Haha, they really deserve it. How dare they be so bold? Tao Rui wanted to yell and shut up. They only had one question left, and there was no possibility of retreating. In the entire examination room, he was under the greatest pressure now. The endless question bank, the teammates who kept sacrificing, the questioning eyes, the questioning voices, and the test questions that relied entirely on him and could not be distracted for a moment. A storm of fragmented information came at him all at once, tearing at his sanity, and he couldn't sort out the order. Sweat rolled down his forehead again and hit the back of his hand. The wet sweat instantly cleared his overloaded brain, and with a slow deep breath, he finally made room for thinking. 5 minutes at most. Tao Rui gritted his teeth and said, "Can you hold on?" The teammate on the front line replied bitterly, 5 minutes? I'm afraid you won't see me after 5 minutes, and I can't guarantee that I can live that long. Tao Rui was unconvinced. Did the other side unlock the airdrop box so quickly? What kind of lethal hot weapons do they have? Why are there so many casualties? The comrade was unable to answer for a while, somewhat ashamed and very angry. The style of the red team this time was not at all like the United Nations, but very much like their first army, the unstoppable Lu Ji. The first army side, this style of play is indeed very brave, but at the same time they doubted their lives a little. Why did they, the genuine goods, become so fragile? If we really want to reflect on it, apart from the difference in the number of people, it is probably that the rhythm cannot be switched freely. Gunfight and answering questions, the mind jumps back and forth between two completely extreme fields. I don't know who came up with this training method. It is inhumane. Chunfeng rolled her eyes again to check the time. In this melee, 7 people of the red team have been sacrificed. She is not sure about the exact number of deaths on the other side, but according to her rough observation, it should be around 12 people. Having a large number of people has a unique advantage in the assessment of answering questions. Besides, they were the elite teams of the coalition and the First Army, and they were much stronger in every aspect than the scattered soldiers on the other side. This did not include the candidates who were lost during Tao Rui's answering process. Under such obvious or terrifying data changes, the reinforcements that Chunfeng had been on guard against never appeared. After the second hand jumped another integer, Chunfeng squatted down with his gun, tapped the headset, and asked on the public channel, "Does anyone look familiar? There are a few people on the other side." Qin Huawei replied in an unsteady voice, "I also found out. There were about 30 students who resisted at first. Including the number of people who answered questions, it was almost half of their camp. Except for the team guarding the flag, some students are missing. Report, there should be students from the First Army and the Mobile University here. I didn't see anyone from the Second Army." The young man said with a rather gloating tone, "It seems that even the god of the battlefield can't command the soldiers of the Second Army." Chunfeng made a quick decision and waved his hand. "Brothers, retreat." Shindan was in high spirits, sweating profusely but not feeling tired. He forced his eyes wide open and asked, "Are you leaving now? We are almost done. Maybe we can even snatch an airdrop box from them." When Xiaoshan started to get cocky, he could not see clearly the reality of society and his own strength. Chunfeng asked gently while panting, while running. Looking at the time, Tao Rui is almost done with his questions. 30 supply boxes, how many grenades and explosive bombs do you think he can get? How much can your life comfort their fallen brothers? She always slunk off very quickly. Before everyone could react, They could only see the back of her head from a distance. Shindan, are you worthy of being called the boss? Besides, we are all on the same boat. No matter how much the Second Army commander and Tao Rui don't get along, we can't just watch him get damaged. Chung Fong shouted with great effort, my hometown has been stolen, comrades. The next second, the soldiers of the red team began to retreat without any regrets, just like the fallen leaves in autumn. The white team chased them for a while, but they didn't dare to entangle them, so they had no choice but to let them go. Holding a gun, he returned to the battlefield, which had become quiet again, dejectedly. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but curse. They ran too fast, otherwise, I would have beaten them to a pulp. Did they take the wrong medicine today? Don't worry about them. Gather quickly and reform the team. Tao Rui tilted his head and stared into the distance, watching the figure disappear, frowning and clicking his tongue. 2 minutes later, he finally unlocked the large supply box after losing 13 teammates. Sufficient food and hot weapons appeared in front of everyone, and a cheer that was not very enthusiastic and wrapped in fatigue broke out on the scene. From the end, the loss of 13 people was not considered a failure, but the energy could not be raised at all. Number of people on the field at this time. Red team 58 people, white team 49 people. The number of people in the red camp successfully surpassed, but the number of unused supplies of the white team was far ahead by 32. Judging from the points alone, the white team still has an absolute advantage. In the middle of the map, Chung Fong led a large force and was rushing back to his hometown for help. There were only 12 students left near the battle flag, and the number of students from the Second Army who went to launch the sneak attack was conservatively estimated to be more than 20. Jin Huawei and others had just withdrawn from the melee and had no time to rest. Now even their running postures were the same as those of old and weak soldiers, and they had little killing power. They could only advise the people in their hometown to prepare early and try to delay time. The team members guarding the flag heard the number of enemy troops and automatically translated all the chatter behind them into eat well, drink well, and choose a good grave. Unable to bear their nonsense, they asked repeatedly, are there really so many people? What large weapons did you bring? How long will it take to arrive? Should we go out to fight or stay by the battle flag? General Commander, please give clear instructions. To be honest, after smelling the feces for so long, I feel a little poisoned. Now my whole body is weak and my limbs are weak. The symptoms are very unusual. You are just hungry. Chung Fong is also hungry. She is such a big eater. If a plate of cabbage is placed in front of her, she is willing to eat a few bites. Feeling the eager expectations of everyone, as the General Commander, she still said something nonsense. Look around to see if there is any equipment that can be used for defense. The young man shouted in despair, what kind of weapons can there be in the pigsty? Even the fence is made of cement. Do you want a broom to sweep the floor? But there is only one of this thing, and it can only be effective when attacked at close range. Chung Fong was silent, and a not very kind but very tempting idea popped up in his mind. I was embarrassed to say it directly, so I kept glaring at the people next to me. Chin Huawei got goosebumps all over his body, and under pressure, he asked cautiously, what are you doing? Chung Fong asked quickly, what will happen if the fence of the pig pen is opened by accident? Everyone suddenly became serious. What are you thinking? You can't take a single needle or thread from the masses. You will be hunted down by the base and the villagers. Do you know how serious the consequences are? You may have to search for surveillance cameras all over the mountains to find the ones that were accidentally lost. No, it's us. I didn't take it. Chin Feng's thoughts turned quickly. Can I borrow the feces in the back ditch? Chin Huawei shuddered when he thought of that scene. I guess it's okay to borrow it, but if you spread it all over the floor, you might really be blown away. Chung Fong, huh? At the entrance of the base, Instructor Zhou couldn't sit still anymore, slapped the handrail and stood up, cursing. What the hell is this kid thinking? She didn't even let the pig go. Chapter 97. Chung Fong felt sorry. They didn't adopt this strategy of adapting to local conditions. So what could the Commander-in-Chief do? The Commander-in-Chief was just a person without power. The flag-guarding students walked around in the pigsty and found nothing. Listening to the students sent out for reconnaissance, they began to report the enemy's movements and found that death was approaching. In addition to anxiety, they couldn't help but think about the bad idea that Chung Fong came up with. When people are desperate, they can really do anything. Several young men approached the pig pen in small steps, leaned on the gate, and looked closely at the pigs that kept pushing their feet inside. In the field of vision of the simulation system, these big guys were not pigs, but medium-sized robots that could emit pig feet. Keeping the last bit of conscience, a student asked weakly, is there really no other way? Hold on for a while. Xinhua was said implicitly. We will try our best. Try our best. There is no confidence in these two words, and it is hard to convince people. Then came a very unreasonable request. At least please hold on until we come back for help. Can you do this? The young men wanted to throw the word "pa" at his face. In this weird competition system, who dares to make such a guarantee? The scout screamed. There is only 1 kilometer left in a straight line, with all kinds of obstacles. It's only 2 kilometers at most. What should we do, brothers? The brothers were also at a loss, and subconsciously moved closer to the gate. At this distance, they no longer disliked the previous stench, but instead frequently looked at the unlocking position. Do you think that the pigs are given this appearance to unify the model style, or to give us a hint? Shut up. Your idea will damage the relationship between the army and the people. Can you bear the instructor's anger? Release 10. No, release 5. Just disrupt their rhythm. What are you doing? A rough voice came from the door. The strange and powerful voice frightened the guilty people in the room. The young people turned their heads and looked. They almost thought that the enemy had passed the scout's sight and attacked their hinterland directly. After a closer look, they found that it was a middle-aged man wearing a hat, with a blurred face, who was judged as red danger level by the system. The other party turned on the switch in the room, walked in with a wooden stick, took off the tool hat on his head and hung it on a rack, and asked again in an accent, "What are you doing there?" The students were stunned for a moment before they remembered that the other party should be a local villager. Is the pipeline of the automatic system blocked again? The middle-aged man saw that no one answered, and he was sulking, holding a wooden stick and cursing. I want to complain. A broken pipe. It cost me hundreds of thousands to renovate it, and it breaks down every few days. Is it worthy of it? You must pay for it. Seeing him approaching, everyone consciously cleared a path. The middle-aged man knocked on the feeding groove with a wooden stick, stretched his neck to check inside, and found something wrong, turned back and asked suspiciously, "Isn't it good?" Chunfeng saw hope and repeated in the public channel like chanting, "Borrow a pig. Borrow a pig." The young man was influenced by her and asked with a stiff face, "Uncle, can I borrow your pig?" The middle-aged man said, "Lend it? Can you lend it the kind that costs more than 10 yuan per pound?" The young man looked bitter, and begged with his hands clasped together, "We are taking an exam and playing a game, and we don't have enough people. The opponent is coming over soon and wants to drive your pigs out to interfere. I will definitely catch them back for you after the matter is over, okay? I promise I will never hurt them." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said in embarrassment, "Isn't this cheating? Your instructor will be angry." The young man straightened his body, patted his chest, and said clearly, "The People's War certainly requires the participation of the people. How can this be called cheating?" Everyone on the side responded, "Yes, yes. This is called making the best use of things, and it is also one of our test points. Uncle, please have mercy on us, we lost miserably." The middle-aged man could not bear the requests of the crowd, and waved his hand helplessly for a long time. Okay, you have to take responsibility if there is any problem." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and they did not expect that the Jedi counterattack could still take the devil's steps. The leader took the bamboo stick beside him, and signaled his companions to open the door lock of the pigpen. In order to ensure safety, and reduce the difficulty of catching pigs later, they deliberately selected a litter of small young pigs. As a result, these pigs were used to a life of luxury, and did not move even when the gate was opened. They stayed inside, and refused to come out. The young man tiptoed in, and used a bamboo stick to drive them away awkwardly, which only caused the pigs to roar and run from one corner to another in fear. After trying for a long time, there was no progress. The scout shouted anxiously, "It's almost time, brothers. We can see the gate of the pigpen. Why don't you come out?" The middle-aged man couldn't bear to see it, and pushed a few people away and said, "Hey, come here. What are you doing? You can't even drive a pig." He took the bamboo stick, made a strange sound, and drove the pig out of the pen. A group of instructors turned their heads and stared at their colleagues with condemning eyes. What kind of talent can teach a whole class of talented people? I'm afraid this kid is not a good bird. What does it have to do with me? Instructor Zhou said innocently, "I think they are too much. Besides, I have only taught them for a month. I saw you were quite proud just now." The brother next to him pointed at him and scolded, "And isn't this a foul?" Instructor Zhou shrugged and gave 3 reasons directly. "I didn't say it was not allowed." The villagers volunteered. "There will be all kinds of variables on the battlefield, and this is considered a traceable thing." The brother reached out and grabbed his collar, forcing him close to his face, and asked with a sneer, "Pigs appeared in the battle between the red and white camps. And you call this a traceable thing? Instructor Zhou pointed to the left. Are you asking Lao Shui, right? Instructor Shui raised one leg, pretending not to hear, and looked at the projection intently. The Second Army commander led the team all the way to the entrance of the farm without encountering any obstacles on the way. It was so smooth that they confirmed the route again and again, thinking that there was a connection error in the simulation system. When there was only 200 meters left, everyone stopped. In the range that can be accurately detected, the first to come out to fight were not the soldiers of the red team, but a group of short and fat robots in red and black. The robots, barely above the height of their thighs, ran towards them crookedly, followed by a non-examination site staff member with a warning icon. The commander of the Second Army was confused. What the hell? Everyone raised their guns, not sure. Is it the supply boxes they opened? The number is too large, it's impossible. Why do I hear pigs squealing? Damn, the simulation is so realistic. This doesn't seem to be an illusion. Some students tried to shoot. I don't know if the robots are too strong and the guns can't work, or if these running things are bugs outside the assessment system. After the series of continuous shooting stopped, nothing changed in the simulation world. It was not until the pigs' calls became clearer and a familiar stench blew into their noses that the students came back to their senses and shouted, "It's not a simulation, it's real pigs. Damn, run!" However, a group of piglets were already rushing over with grunts. The commander of the Second Army recalled the instructor's admonition before the start of the game, and was scared and sweating. He repeatedly reminded them, "Don't fight, hide, all get out of the way." Seeing too many strangers, and hearing two loud roars, the piglets were obviously frightened and began to flee in all directions. People and pigs were running around in the map in a disorderly manner. The middle-aged man couldn't control them and shouted, "The pigs are scared by you, stop them. Don't let them get lost." The students of the Second Army could only make various surprised shouts, and run around like headless flies. The members of the red team guarding the flag took advantage of the chaos and ran out, raising their guns and shooting. The members of the Second Army, who were chased by pigs, and had to help catch the piglets were stunned. At that moment, many people received attack prompts, and their mentality collapsed collectively. Shameless or not? You are cheating. Should we catch the pigs? What do you mean by catching them? You really think you can take the pigs out to relax in the middle of the night? Whoever released them should catch them. Uncle, where are you from? We are taking the exam and you are deliberately making trouble. Some students have already received the notice of being eliminated before they finish speaking. Just when they were jumping up and down and wanted to complain to the instructor's instructions rang in their headphones. Quick, quick, catch all the pigs first. Why? Everyone held their breath, as if a basket of dirty words were stuck in their chests, but they took off their helmets and drove the out-of-control pigs back. As the two sides argued, Chunfeng and others arrived at the battlefield. The commander of the Second Army brought a total of 23 people to the raid. Facing the siege from the front and back, they lasted less than 15 minutes before all of them were killed in this mindless battle, without even seeing the shadow of the battle flag. Number of people on the field at this time: 51 people on the red side, 26 people on the white side. The advantage of the white team in terms of materials was quickly leveled after this battle. Due to the rapid reduction in combat power, it even began to show a clear disadvantage. The red team was overjoyed. A group of people surrounded Chunfeng and praised her for her quick response. Then, they surrounded her and walked into the pig pen. In the eyes of the people, they counted the exact number of pigs. Instructor Zhou was not happy at all. More than 20 heroes who died wrongly cried out in the communicator. The scene was shocking and made his ears deaf. However, there was really no rule for this matter. There had never been a little genius like Chunfeng in previous years, and the base was at a loss for a while. If pigs are the hidden combat power of the farm, what else is there in the base? Instructor Zhou discussed with his colleagues and said, if the members of the white team also come to the instructor for help, we can join the battle. The premise is that no one can give any hints. After saying that, a sense of humiliation came over him. What kind of world is this? The instructor has fallen to the point of comparing himself with pigs. Chapter 98. Tao Rui and others were deploying firearms in the base, and when they were studying the map, they heard the news that the two sides were going to fight. They admitted that they needed to reflect. They naively held a little hope, thinking that the Second Army's flanking troops could push down the red side's battle flag and end the game early. Until all kinds of ghost cries and wolf howls echoed in the public channel, the number of their own heads dropped in groups of 2s and 3s, and everyone's mood changed from initial shock to fear, and then lowered the standard to numb sneer. I never expected that not a single person would be left alive. The ally couldn't help but sarcastically said, if this game didn't have a spy mode, I would really suspect that these people were spies sent by the red team. How much perseverance does it take to go over there and die? It's hard to find any words to describe their stupidity. Even simple words are inferior. If I can only summarize it in one sentence, it's probably because they died from cannibalism. Or the piglets' performance is better than theirs. The remaining 20 or so students gathered together and analyzed the current situation, and felt that there was no bright future. There were serious disagreements on the self-rescue strategy. After arguing for a few sentences, they could not reach a consensus, so they just opened their mouths and shouted, Tao Rui, what should we do next? Tao Rui's previous plan was roughly divided into two situations, and both of them would win if nothing unexpected happened. If the red team chose to reopen the airdrop box, they would wait for an opportunity to act nearby, and when the number of the red team was reduced to a similar level as their own, they would immediately assemble a small team to harass, and use the firepower advantage of the supply box to pick up leaks in time at critical moments. With 2 airdrops in hand, the white team can even wait for the end. If the red team chooses to come and push the flag, everyone will build a defense line near the base, and wait for the red team to step on the mines. With the home advantage, it should not be a problem to reduce the number of the red team in the final battle, and they can also win the victory safely. The white team has a 10-man advantage at the beginning, and they unlock the large supply box first, so it can be said that they have the absolute initiative. Tao Rui only needed to maximize his own advantages to sit on the Diaoyu Island. The unexpected operation of the Second Army really caught him off guard. Due to the special rules for calculating points, all plans were aborted, and the situation of both sides was reversed. We must realize a very important point. Tao Rui's expression was tense, and he said seriously, we may lose. Now there are only 26 people left in the white team. If 2 more people are sacrificed, they will exceed the 70% standard line. Once the line is crossed, the points of a single piece of material will drop sharply to 1/3 of the number of people. The value of the materials had depreciated significantly, and the airdrop box that Tao Rui had previously exchanged for 13 students had become a loss-making business. This was a huge loss for them. They had to reevaluate the gap between the two sides. The specific casualties of the red team could not be confirmed for the time being, but he estimated that it should be around 30%, or even less than 30%. In this way, the red team is currently more advantageous on the field. And once the white team's death rate exceeds 70%, there will be a gap in the points between the two sides. Tao Rui was also angry and laughed when he thought of this. He could treat the Second Army as if they were dead, and everyone would act independently without interfering with each other. But they couldn't just die and take the whole team to the underworld. Are they afraid that no one will accompany them? Tao Rui said, the coefficient of supplies is too low, and this cannot be changed. We only have one way left, that is to reduce the number of red team members. He paused and said in a low voice, and we must reduce their number of survivors to less than 30%, that is, reduce the current number of red team members by at least half. At the same time, we must ensure that there will not be any more unnecessary sacrifices on our side. This is an almost impossible task. In the dark and cold night, more than 20 young people were standing or sitting, their lifeless eyes were chaotically intertwined in the air, and they fell into a long silence after Tao Rui finished speaking. I don't know who sighed first. The melodious sigh dissipated in the air, and through the sound collection system of the simulated helmet, it was so clear that it seemed to sound deep in my mind. The young man by the window seemed to be stepped on by something, and immediately straightened his back and shouted loudly, Pooh, what are you sighing for? This is not over yet. Everyone was alerted immediately, not daring to let this sluggish atmosphere spread. We can lose the game, but we must not lose without ambition. Stop sighing, it's time to work hard. Tao Rui's thick eyebrows pressed down, and his gloomy eyes were covered by thick eyelashes, which also covered his emotions that he could not completely restrain. The next battle is a tough one. We will use roundabout harassment and guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines as our main strategies, and ambush and harassment as our main tactics. Ensure your own safety and obey the command. Try to avoid risky actions. In addition, the enemy camp may use some extreme measures outside the rules, so everyone should be careful. Although he did not say it clearly, the instructors outside the field could hear the unrest in his tone, because he emphasized the last few words. To be precise, all members of the white team had doubts about the previous battle, but they did not have the time to complain at the moment, and they were afraid that saying too much would affect the state of their comrades. Be prepared for a protracted war. The red team cannot eat without airdrop boxes. The longer the time, the better it is for us. Tao Rui said, What we need to do now is to confirm the specific movements of the red team. The young people of the red team are still staying in the farm. To express their gratitude to the foreign aid uncle, everyone took the initiative to help him check the intelligent program in the pig pen. To prove their talents, a group of young people who could not read the eyes took great pains to find some small bugs in the running program and fix them. After explaining to the middle-aged man for 10 minutes, they also updated part of his software. Chunfeng felt that if they were not outnumbered, the uncle would have raised the stick he was using to mix pig feed and hit everyone on the head. Who wants to listen to the 5 basic ways to detect computer operating rules and bugs? He is just a pig farmer. It is not as pleasant as the pig's calls in the background. After 15 minutes of mental torture, the VIP reception process for the military academy students finally reached the stage of lining up to send them off. The middle-aged man put on his tool hat and walked out impatiently. Before leaving, he stopped again and reminded everyone not to disturb the manure ditch behind the venue. They clearly didn't mention it. As expected, true friends can see through each other's thoughts at a glance. The red team nodded regretfully. After getting the assurance from the young people, the villagers dared to walk towards their homes along the pale yellow light. When they walked to a place where no one could see them, he looked back again and muttered softly, "This year's students seem to have serious problems." The slightly normal children seemed to have been eliminated by him just now. The middle-aged man shrank his neck, put his hands in his pockets, and shook his head. "It's none of my business anyway." The members of the red team let loose for a while, and then adjusted their status immediately after the villagers left. Count the losses in the melee and form a new team. Because they were familiar with each other, this task took less than 3 minutes. The young men with their weapons on their backs adjusted their positions spontaneously, and got ready. Chunfeng and Shenhuawei were planning a new map, and a teammate smiled and said, "If we open that supply box now, will we win?" Chunfeng raised his head and asked curiously, "What supply box? We will win even if we don't open it. At this time, we should do more and make more mistakes, and wait for the opportunity to work hard." Teammate asked, "Then we will all stay at the base, and wait for the arrival of 0 o'clock, and the system will settle the points?" "It shouldn't be possible now. I can't be sure of the specific number of deaths. We must ensure that the opponent's death rate is above 70%, so that we can win," Chunfeng said thoughtfully. "Until the last moment, everyone should not relax their vigilance too much. The white team still has a chance to turn the tables. Their biggest problem now is how to start a safe melee. They can't get close to the base unless it's a critical moment. It's the opponent's home field, and they have probably set traps. The white team will most likely conduct guerrilla warfare. There's nothing wrong with guerrilla warfare. It depends on who wears down the opponent's physical strength first. We currently have a huge advantage in numbers. As long as we don't get caught like the students of the Second Army, it won't be an unexpected situation." Chunfeng analyzed a few sentences in a low voice and made a decision. "Let's act separately. The white team must be eager to reduce our numbers now. They have more advanced thermal weapons resources, and the dispersed team can consume their supplies to the greatest extent. And by stretching the battle line, we can capture the opponent's dynamics in time." Everyone had no objection. A team of 3 is enough. Don't forget to collect the scattered supply boxes on the map. For us, that is still very valuable. Chunfeng quietly mentioned the key point, "Meet Tao Rui's words and tell me. Please leave any dangerous matters to the deputy commander." At the same time, the white team also began to move. Tao Rui led the team to run past the gate of the base. The students who died in the battle stood behind the instructors. When they saw them appear, they winked at them and hinted at them. Their facial features were twisted together hideously. They were just about to shout directly, "Come and find the instructors." However, Tao Rui just glanced over here and saw things like wooden stakes swaying in the wind. He felt a little creepy and quickly moved away. No one tried to talk to the instructor. As the main force went away, the physical instructor of the First Army closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Instructor Zhou shrugged his shoulders with a look of peace of mind. "It's not that I didn't give him a chance, but that he didn't give me a chance." The next few hours were more dull than everyone imagined. Not only was there no thrilling confrontation, but even unnecessary conversations disappeared in silence. The style of the white team became extremely conservative. Under Tao Rui's instructions, they defended and evaded, looking for opportunities to attack safely. However, such an opportunity was very rare. After a whole night of hard work, even Tao Rui's model showed a hint of hesitation. Tao Rui could only change his strategy and temporarily give up guerrilla warfare, focusing on pure harassment and delay, waiting for the red team to reveal a flaw. As the red team's defense line gradually lengthened, The physical consumption of the white team members was forced to intensify. Coupled with a low morale, by around 9 o'clock in the evening, Tao Rui and others looked exhausted, even more haggard than Chun Feng, who had not eaten all night. Qin Feng's head could no longer accommodate Tao Rui. He was only worth half a braised pork elbow at most. It would be even better if it was paired with a bowl of kelp and pork rib soup. Of course, she could also accept codonopsis and black chicken soup. Qin Huawei saw that she was young at first, and accompanied her to fantasize for a while. When Qin Feng's topic greedily progressed from braised to barbecue, he could not help but warn, "Stop talking. If you keep talking, I will want to sell you." "Sell you to whom?" Chun Feng asked. "Can you still sell it after you become an adult?" She wanted to be a child of Xiang Yinjian's family. Xi and Kuang's family is not bad either. As long as it is not Yinshin's family, everything will be fine. Unfortunately, this group of people does not have this business. Qin Huawei said with a strange expression. "Do you sound very excited?" "I mainly want to eat a meal." Chun Feng licked his lips. "I have low requirements, and I can accept such euphemistic meat dishes as boiled meat and bean sprouts." "Hey!" Everyone was collectively angry. Dig Tao Rui out quickly. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would not be able to control themselves and would lose their commander-in-chief. The hoarse shouts of the young people in the red team echoed on the wet mountain road at night. What Tao Rui lacked the most now was patience, and he was indifferent to all kinds of provocations. He leaned against a hidden stone, looking for the traces of the red team members, marking them one by one on the map, and alerting his companions nearby. Listening to the faint breathing sound in the headphones, Tao Rui was thinking about several important turning points in this exam. Among the several contradictory decisions of the two sides, the one that concerned him most was the handling of the airdrop box. Judging from the results, his choice at that time had a negative impact. But if the same conditions were put in front of him again, he might still make the same decision. And he believed that most deputy commanders would make the same judgment as him. If there was really a chance to do it again, the most effective way to turn the tide should be to hold down the idiots of the Second Army. If things went normally, the white team should have been sitting in the military cafeteria celebrating their victory. Is that right? Tao Rui swallowed his saliva, and his Adam's apple rolled hard. That's what the data said. Can the data lie? That little hesitation was unreasonable. Most likely, the headwind affected his judgment. Tao Rui moved, and maintaining the same posture for a long time caused his muscles to be paralyzed and almost unconscious. At this time, there were less than 2 hours left before the end of the camp war. No matter which side, they were already extremely tired of the investigation without progress. Tao Rui concentrated his mind, listened to the increasingly angry shouting on the roadside, and the scattered positions on the map, opened his mouth, and reminded, "Get ready." His throat was hoarse when he spoke, which even startled him. Tao Rui coughed lightly, adjusted his state, and then said, "Prepare for action, the red team is starting to relax. Everyone move closer to me, and launch a counterattack along the route I marked in red. As soon as you find a crowd of 4 or more people, throw a directional explosive bomb immediately." "Got it." "Are you all awake? Wake up. Let's finish the fight." Tao Rui bent his elbows, and adjusted his posture slightly to relax his muscles. He didn't know whether this attack would be successful. The probability should be 50-50, but at least it could bring the points of both sides to a similar level. He wanted to use a beautiful counterattack to tell the instructor that it was still uncertain who was right and who was wrong. The system time jumped to 10:30. Tao Rui's heart followed with a violent vibration, and as the blood accelerated in his limbs, he roared, "Action!" The members of the white team immediately jumped out from their respective hiding places. The young man of the red team, who was patrolling, turned his head, and noticed the crowds that suddenly appeared from all directions. He did not panic, but smiled and showed his white teeth. Tao Rui fired a shot at him, and after the system problem jumped out, the other party grinned and made a gesture of wiping his neck at him. Chapter 99. After Tao Rui finished answering the questions, he watched the young man opposite him suddenly fall down in the system prompt. His teammates were all approaching him. He was clearly standing in the middle of the crowd, but he felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He did not dare to stay for too long. He picked up his gun and turned around. Following the previously set route, he marched in a roundabout way and killed the lone people while the red team had not yet assembled. However, the scattered soldiers who were originally wandering in chaos suddenly became orderly. As if everyone had predicted their actions, they began to retreat in the predetermined direction, meet up, and try to form a large encirclement. The scene of self-disorder that Tao Rui imagined did not appear. The red team was as calm as a machine with a set program. They endured the almost torturous standby state and accompanied them for more than 4 hours, waiting for them to type the start code, and finally revealed their true strength. The barrels with cold light were like the sharp fangs of wild beasts. The hunters kept a safe distance with great patience, roaming quickly in the empty and silent open space at night, setting up a tight net. Realizing this, the first thought that jumped out of Tao Rui's mind was not shock or fear, but absurdity. He believed in his own observation and judgment, and was confused by the red team's movement because he underestimated their caution. He really didn't expect that when his team had a multiple advantage in numbers, the red team would still choose to endure hunger and boredom, and gradually perform the whole process from irritability to exhaustion, and then giving up the struggle in front of him. This kind of caution is so extreme and harsh that it is unreasonable. The red team only needs to kill 2 more of them. Even if it is a 10-for-1 level, it is enough to achieve a point reversal. Even if the data was vague and the exact number of people could not be determined, and the goal was to kill at least 5 people, there would not be such a tortuous way. So who is the commander-in-chief of the red team? According to his understanding, the juniors of the United Nations University and the coalition forces are not of similar styles. Tao Rui's mind flashed a series of information like a storm, leaving debris all over the ground. After a second of relaxation, he immediately stopped this useless thinking. Just doubling the number of people is not enough to form a very tight encirclement, not to mention that their side has more lethal thermal weapons. Tao Rui reacted immediately, readjusted the route, detoured from the side, and notified his teammates to retreat in the direction of the base. Everyone felt a little powerless in the late-night rush, numbly followed Tao Rui's command, and only used a few simple words to express their response to the shameless behavior of the red camp. Even so, everyone still had to keep their spirits tense during the retreat, be alert and observe the surroundings to prevent themselves from any ambush. Their lives are very valuable now. This was the strongest thought of everyone at the moment. Military boots stepped on the hard road, making a dull knocking sound. The chaotic footsteps echoed with the unpredictable north wind at night, disrupting the warm breath of the young people. The red team members couldn't even catch their breath in the crazy running, but they still shouted excitedly, making the 4 words run around and tell each other festive. The braised pork elbow has appeared. All departments, please pay attention, the price has been reduced. Chunfeng updated the prices 10 minutes ago, saying that he is now only worth a boneless chicken foot. Tell Tao Rui to be more self-conscious. If he delays for another hour, he may not even be worth a meat dish in the eyes of the starving commander. Does he want to make minced garlic in the stir-fried lettuce? Please report the specific location of the boneless chicken feet if you have information. I can't see his face clearly, so I can't confirm it. Can you put the boneless chicken feet together on a plate first? You can always get the one you like. Shut up, shut up. Qin Huawei cursed loudly against the public opinion. I will silence anyone who says the name of the dish again. Everyone was silent for a while. A young man said tentatively, that is called Tao Ao Oolong? It's only worth 3 points of sugar now. Qin Huawei, with his gentle and docile face, cursed cruelly, get out of here. The improper conversation ended in the next second. A student gave feedback. The target was tracked down and judged based on the moving direction between the 2 points. Tao Rui should be retreating to the base now. What a quick reaction. Chunfeng whispered, it's like he has a dog's nose. This is pure venting. Everyone can conclude. Without Qingfeng's instructions, the formation has been adjusted, and the nearest teams are gradually arranged to try to intercept Tao Rui. Don't gather, don't gather. Chunfeng reminded again and again, please keep a distance of more than 10 meters between teams to prevent being taken away by the opponent in one wave. Everyone knew that although they were a little sleepy, they were not dizzy yet. Soon, a V-shaped formation similar to the formation of geese appeared on the map, and the evacuated members of the white team were sandwiched between the 2 separated wings. After determining the general direction, the members of the red team marched forward with high spirits. The safe melee that Chunfeng expected also began. After wearing the heavy simulation helmet for a long time, everyone's necks were already sore. The members of the white team continuously changed their formations under Tao Rui's instructions, and flexibly attacked the 2 wings of the red team that were constantly closing in. Faced with a disadvantageous situation, they no longer hesitated to throw hot weapons to reduce the opponent's combat power, and launched the last fight with an attitude of sacrificing their lives for benevolence. Burning the boats and sinking the bridges is indeed effective, and the equipment in the 30 supply boxes is indeed an excellent weapon to save lives. The red team's formation was torn open several times, and the number of casualties was also rising. Although due to the red team's position, several explosions did not achieve the desired effect of the white team. Unfortunately, not all the explosive equipment was taken out of the box, and they also kept half of it for ambush at the base. After running out of ammunition to break through, it was like the last leap of a candle before it was blown out by the wind. The light flashed for a moment, and then dimmed in an instant. The surviving members of the red team quickly ran to replenish their positions, and before they could adjust, they launched a vigorous counterattack. In the embarrassing pursuit, the number of casualties of the white team quickly exceeded the critical line of 70%. Looking at the suddenly reduced points, even though the members of the white camp repeatedly advised themselves not to give up, they still lost the motivation to resist. They only felt that the pressure on their shoulders and above was heavier, and the decadence had become real, binding their limbs like ropes. The overall situation was determined, and the defeat was overwhelming. How could they have any chance of a comeback? The moods of the teammates affected each other, and they fell in a more negative direction. The figures swaying in the night were like zombies. Facing the increasingly emotional red team, they seemed powerless even to struggle to death. They just held on because they didn't want to give up. Tao Rui shouted a few words in the public channel, but unfortunately the plain slogans could no longer mobilize the atmosphere of the team. He himself didn't have much luck, and he didn't know what to say at this moment, so he just kept silent. The rapid sound of shooting in the headset was like a death horn. Tao Rui didn't dare to look at the data on the panel anymore. He gritted his teeth and attacked all the enemy troops he could see. Before the battle was officially declared over, he fought persistently to win the last bit of face for the white team. The professional course instructor couldn't wait for the scene he wanted to see, so he left his seat and walked around the open space to exercise his hands and feet. The group of eliminated students behind her also had mixed feelings at this moment. Some of them couldn't bear to watch this tragic scene, so they turned their eyes away and only listened to the sound. What are the consequences of impulsiveness? The physical training instructor of the 2nd Army crossed his arms over his chest and had been holding back his words for most of the game. At this moment, he scolded with extreme sarcasm, "You think you are very capable and great, right? How do you feel now?" Would the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Army like to express his thoughts? Everyone was speechless and kept silent. The young man who was named stammered, "I'm sorry." "Who should I say sorry to? With me?" The instructor raised his hand to block. "No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a spectator. Even if you jump into the cesspool and roll around to take a bath, it's just for fun. It's not worth it." The young man lowered his head. After a while, the instructor snorted and said with a bit of indignation, "How can the red team be united? Who do you think is the main problem of the team split?" "The leader. Too strong individualism." The young man reflected. He and Tao Rui are both such people. Tao Rui's attitude may be gentler than his, but his fighting style is more aggressive. Concession, submission, and similar words should not exist in his dictionary. Moreover, the dispute between the two schools has a long history, so from the beginning, they did not regard each other as fellows, let alone forming a team. "My fault," the young man said dejectedly. The instructor turned around and was about to speak, but the brother next to him patted his arm and reminded him, "The reflection meeting will be held later, otherwise you will have to say the same thing twice, aren't you tired?" The instructor thought it made sense, raised his chin, and signaled them to focus on the game first and take a good look at how their comrades faced the defeat. There were no more special ways in the battle. The crowd slowly moved to the vicinity of the base. Tao Rui wanted to rush in when the opportunity arose, and took out the few grenades that had not been used and threw them to avoid wasting them. But since just now, the always cautious red team has changed its style abnormally, which made him confused. He was very sure that some students had noticed his location, but those few people did not come forward, did not take the initiative, kept a distance from him, and hung him like a kite. Just when Tao Rui decided to break the jar, a black arc was thrown from behind the wall and landed at his feet. Tao Rui subconsciously threw himself on the ground with his head in his hands. When thick white smoke began to rise and shrouded his vision, he realized that it was a smoke bomb. Negative signs of tears, dizziness, and restricted movement quickly appeared in the system, proving that it was chemical smoke with tear gas. Tao Rui followed the system's requirements and crawled on the ground to crawl out. After walking a short distance in the direction he remembered, he heard a hurried sound of footsteps coming from afar. Tao Rui immediately reached for the gun at hand and raised his head in the direction of the sound. The images in the simulated vision were blurred, and not even a shadow could be seen. Tao Rui blinked hard, but found that the character's negative state not only did not disappear, but was getting worse. He pulled the trigger, ready to fire a random shot within the system's allowed range to deter the enemy, but before he could use the sound to distinguish the enemy's location, the submachine gun was kicked away. Tao Rui was still wondering who was so rude, and the next second, His hands were unexpectedly tied behind his back. There is no such gameplay in the camp battle. The other person had a faint odor, and when his knees pressed against his back, he could tell that his weight and strength were not too great. However, due to the system's warning, he did not resist for a while, and when he came to his senses, it was difficult to struggle. Tao Rui immediately called out, "Chun Feng?" The other person did not respond, but just dragged him forward 2 steps. Tao Rui's hands were tied behind his back, and it was easy to hurt his muscles if he moved too much. In addition, the red light in the simulation system kept flashing, so he couldn't guess Qingfeng's intentions, so he could only ask, "What do you want to do?" With a beep, the elevator arrived, and Qingfeng lifted him up roughly. After a slight feeling of weightlessness, the elevator door opened again. Tao Rui didn't know which floor he was on, but the negative state had finally subsided. If he looked closely, he could vaguely see some outlines of light and shadow. Qingfeng grabbed his arm all the way and forced him to follow his footsteps. After walking a short distance, he kicked the door open. The metal door panel and the wall made a harsh collision sound, and the cool night wind rushed in from the wide gap, blowing coldly on Tao Rui, making him shiver from the end of his spine. The door was still knocking against the wall in the whistling wind, and all the factors around were abnormal and frightening. Tao Rui stopped, looked around helplessly, his chest heaving violently, and shouted, "Are you crazy? What do you want to do?" The answer was Qingfeng's kick from behind without hesitation. Tao Rui was caught off guard and stumbled to the ground in 2 steps. Even with his arm swooping down, his chin was still scratched by the rough ground. He took a deep breath, and before he could find his voice from his furious mood, Qingfeng grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up from the ground. Tao Rui subconsciously leaned back and hit something like a railing at waist height. He turned his head slightly, and then Qingfeng pressed his chest and pushed him back. His vision suddenly turned, and the negative state was about to fade away. After another blink, the picture seemed to be washed by a drizzle, and Tao Rui saw a clear blue sky and a row of inverted ancient trees in the simulation system. He had never seen the scenery from this perspective, but he did not feel like appreciating it. The height difference of tens of meters above the ground made him feel a very real dizziness. For a moment, his brain was completely empty. After it was restored, all his rationality was tied to Qingfeng's hand holding his collar. The instructor's warning shout came from the headset, "Qingfeng." Tao Rui's heart was about to burst through his throat. He felt the blood pushing violently towards his brain wave after wave, squeezed the air out of his lungs with difficulty, and roared, "Let me go. Are you mentally ill?" Qingfeng pressed his hand down a little more. At this time, she said the first sentence to him very coldly. "Are you scared?" Tao Rui didn't know if he made any sound. He felt that Qingfeng was a real lunatic. Qingfeng said sarcastically, "Such a quick death, you are also afraid?" The instructor's reprimand even sounded a little far away. "Qingfeng, stop it." In response, he was pushed more and more cruelly. Half of Tao Rui's body was about to slide out of the guardrail. As his center of gravity kept moving downward, any slight noise became a greeting from the approaching dot of death in his ears. His pupils were dilated, his breathing rhythm was disrupted, and a sound of gasping came from his chest. "Oh, what's wrong? Don't soldiers have to be prepared to die, don't you?" Tao Rui's eyes turned forward, and he could see Qingfeng's calm face through the narrow field of vision created by his closed eyelids. The other party's deep eyes flashing with cold light told him that she really dared to let go. Several instructors stood in front of the projection screen, staring at the light curtain in the air. The scene was silent, and even the air seemed to be frozen. The next second, Qingfeng's lips curled up, and he slowly loosened his red fingers. The chilly spring breeze dried the cold sweat on his skin. Tao Rui's mind was still filled with Qingfeng's grim smile. He lay on the platform more than 1 meter wide behind the guardrail, staring blankly with his eyes wide open. The simulation system popped up an elimination prompt, the reason being leaving the red circle on the map. After the rectangular frame flashed for 2 seconds, the helmet officially stopped working and the world returned to reality. Below was a stepped open-air training ground. Tao Rui glanced at it and turned to face the sky. The vast and gloomy night scene hung above his head, and the huge darkness seemed to swallow him up. The so-called fear of death was dispelled as the teasing was exposed, but every pore still remembered the trembling feeling. Tao Rui closed his eyes, trembling and adjusting his breathing, and heard Qingfeng running away briskly in his military boots. "Eat, eat." Braised pork. Immediately afterwards, the excited cheers of the boys came from the bottom of the building. Charcoal grilled lamb. Oil-drizzled chicken. Elbow. The elbow has been turning in my mind all night. Chapter 100. The cafeteria at the base was closed, and the instructor had reserved lunch boxes for everyone in advance. There was no braised pork elbow, let alone boneless chicken feet, only scrambled eggs with tomatoes and beef brisket stewed with potatoes. This was not the treatment that a winner deserved. The Red Team members wailed upon hearing the bad news. After enduring Chingfeng's abuse all night, a simple lunch box was obviously not enough to comfort their injured bodies and minds. Before the tone of playing tricks and acting like a spoiled child was brewed, the energetic young man took the lead in starting a tone, and the instructor's cold eyes had already flown over in advance. The threat in the smile was not concealed, and the mouth showed a mouthful of grim white teeth. From the shape of the mouth, one could vaguely recognize a word that accompanied them every day: get lost. The students were speechless. After all, they had been together for more than a month. How could there be such a cold and ruthless person? The students, who were sweating all over, were ordered by the instructors to stand outside the base to get some fresh air and receive comments on the exercise. They could only go back to the dormitory to rest after the process was completed. The face was extremely hateful. So everyone could only stand under the dim street lights at night, patiently waiting for the intelligent robot to heat up the lunch boxes and come to deliver the food. Chunfeng returned the equipment in the corner, walked through the crowd standing idly, and stood on the highest step to ensure that he could look down on everyone. Then he raised his hand and waved to all directions with a very low-key expression. The group of people who were originally standing lazily immediately began to make a fuss without principles, waving their arms and shouting loudly, creating noise pollution in a strict and peaceful training base. Chunfeng, the soul of the Red Team, the superstar of the command. Thank you for the wise leadership of the leader. Everything is the credit of the leaders. Tao Rui, come on, Chunfeng will never be defeated. Tall and majestic commander-in-chief, who knows everything. The level of enthusiasm made Instructor Zhou suspect that they were trying to flatter. When the military district leaders came to give a speech last month, they didn't flatter like this. This group of young people is really amazing. Instructor Zhou couldn't bear it, so he walked over and pushed Chunfeng, signaling her to get out quickly. What are you proud of? Instructor Zhou glanced at her and said, you are so young, and you don't know how to be humble at all. Chunfeng brushed off the non-existent dust where he had touched, and saw veins popping up on his forehead. He remained calm and said confidently, why should the winner be modest? Do you know that after the liberation of the War Star, fireworks are set off for half an hour or even an hour every year to celebrate? The War Star is so poor, but they are so generous. The implication is that her wave of the hand is too plain and unpretentious, and it is a reluctant act when she is in a foreign country and living under someone else's roof. You still want fireworks? Instructor Zhou was amused by her. Do you want to stay at the Red Team base for 2 more days to feel the influence of the victory? Chunfeng shut up angrily and walked back to his team with a sullen face. The instructors at the base really can't afford to play. How can this be? The alumni next to her patted her shoulder to comfort her and raised their thumbs to express their appreciation and admiration. Okay, let's talk business. Instructor Zhou raised his hand and clenched his fist against the tip of his nose and coughed dryly. No need to line up. Everyone sit down and chat in a relaxed manner. Having said that, everyone still sat down in the standard posture of military training. As long as the training is not over, they dare not have too much expectation on the character of this group of people. Sure enough, the next second, Instructor Zhou put his hands behind his back and showed a meaningful smile. First, let me tell you a standard. I forgot to tell you before the exam. Shindan got goosebumps all over his body. Instructor Zhou tried his best to show his innocence and kindness, but unfortunately, he had not had this quality for a long time, causing every inch of muscle on his face to be stiff and weird. He made a circle with 2 fingers and said, students who died in the camp battle, no matter what the reason, will have 1 less red mark on the final rating sheet. Chunfeng raised her right hand. Instructor Zhou pointed at her with relief. Student, please speak. Chunfeng asked, what is the use of the red mark? It's not very useful if it's alone, but if you collect all the achievement icons, your school's teachers promise to give you an extra bonus of 5,000 yuan as a subsidy for this training camp. Instructor Zhou said, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. The tone of his I'm sorry was exactly the same as the tone of a normal person saying come and hit me if you dare. It was even worse. Everyone was anxious and asked, why? Because you didn't see the sun the next day. Instructor Zhou was tired of laughing, his muscles sank, and he returned to his usual stern and gloomy expression. People are dead, why are you still getting paid? He turned to Chunfeng, who was secretly laughing, raised his chin, and whispered devilishly, don't even think about it. Your discipline mark was gone from the beginning. Everyone saw the light in Qingfeng's pupils fade away, and the whole person was like being struck by lightning, burnt inside and out. Instructor Zhou's mood immediately became smooth, and the trauma left by kindergarten was greatly healed. I don't understand. In the noise, Tao Rui's voice was not clear, but very distinguishable. Instructor Zhou looked over and heard the young man sitting cross-legged say with a little confusion, "So what is the meaning of the airdrop box? Is the base just using it as a distraction option?" Instructor Zhou glanced at the elegant lady on the side of the steps. This setting was proposed by the professional course instructor. She took 2 steps forward, walked to a position with a wide field of vision, and turned her head to answer. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, you are not wrong. In other words, in the simulated battle, more than 90% of analysts will make such a choice. Tao Rui said depressedly, then, but is this necessary? The instructor asked, when facing all situations that require sacrifice, the commander should first ask, is it necessary, especially this kind of choice that will clearly result in a large number of casualties. The white team has 80 people, and the red team has 70 people. Assuming that the sacrifice of 15 people is the standard, one airdrop box requires the sacrifice of more than 18% of the soldiers. In terms of scale, it is a tragic casualty. Admittedly, the early supplies are very valuable, and a single supply is worth 3 heads. The points of an airdrop box can be equivalent to the number of 90 soldiers. Even if there will be casualties later, as long as the number of casualties does not exceed 70%, this is a sure-win deal. A young man beside him interrupted in a muffled voice. Advanced weapons can determine many things. On the battlefield, the level of technology can largely determine the strength of the forces. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a group of pigs that couldn't attack on the opposite battlefield, I don't think we would face the subsequent reversal. The instructor's expression did not fluctuate, and his tone was still calm and peaceful. So what? The young man choked and said weakly after a while, so this failure has no reference value. The instructor nodded, but did not answer directly. Instead, he walked to Chunfeng, put one hand on her shoulder, and motioned her to stand up. Chunfeng stood up, and the first thing she did was to roll up her sleeves, which made the instructor Zhou in front of her feel numb. He took a deep breath and started to roll up his sleeves. It seemed that the hunger for most of the day was in vain. This little owl was not tired of the beatings of society. The professional course instructor smiled lightly and asked, "Student Chunfeng, analyze for yourself why the students in the red camp are willing to obey your command. What is the fundamental reason for the split in the white team? If it were you, facing the cooperation of another military academy, could you still form a complete team?" Hundreds of eyes turned from all directions and gathered on Qingfeng's face. Except for the United Nations University, all the students couldn't help but question themselves. Would they agree with Qingfeng's position as the commander-in-chief? It is definitely impossible for the First Army. Tao Rui and Chunfeng are almost like fire and water. The people in the Second Army were also a little hesitant. After all, they didn't know Chunfeng too well, and the other party was just a freshman, and it would be difficult to convince him. Even the students of the coalition, who had played the entire camp match with Chunfeng, did not regard Chunfeng as a leader with real say in the opening stage. At most, they just temporarily unified their steps because they did not want the team to split. Oh, the young people of the coalition vaguely understood. It seems that Chunfeng has a lot of leadership charm. No matter what the purpose is, as long as you join her team, you will not be able to help but follow her command. Chunfeng, who was in the spotlight, just raised his eyebrows and said casually, "Nothing. Because I believe that any single soldier would rather witness the result with his own eyes than sacrifice himself to send his teammates to victory. As long as this goal is agreed upon, everyone can unite and work together. Otherwise, there is no way to disband the group. We didn't sacrifice in vain." The student of the First Army said aggrievedly, 30 supplies and 50 food can ensure the safety of more people, right? The melee in the later stage also proved that explosive weapons have obvious advantages in this game. If the Second Army had a few more people alive, even if they stayed at home and did nothing, we wouldn't have been so passive. Wait, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? If you say that, we didn't rely on luck alone. Chen Huawei retorted loudly, the red team didn't formulate the strategy based on the Second Army's death. We just analyzed it, not predicted it. His operation caught us off guard. Reflect on your own problems before you blame others. The people in the Second Army only felt the slaps on their faces. They were hit every time they cursed at each other, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They had no position to fight back, so they could only shrink their necks and pretend to be stupid. The students of the United Nations University shouted, "Chunfeng, teach them a lesson. You can talk about what if, but can't we say what if? Who doesn't have a backup plan when talking about war on paper? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Winning is winning, so be more confident, okay brothers? Utilizing all available resources. Isn't this a required course for data analysts? Show off now. Chunfeng explained again. We have already prepared follow-up countermeasures for you after you open the supplies. With the answering team as the center, we will intercept your rescue team in the opposite direction and prevent the two sides from exchanging supplies. In this way, even if you have powerful supplies, you will not be able to exert the expected destructive power in a short period of time. If everything goes well, we can make a concerted effort to directly widen the gap in the number of people on both sides. If things don't go well, we will switch to harassment tactics and select some people to open the box. Although it is a little difficult, I don't think we will lose. A military student said excitedly, reverse interception is not so easy to do, your analysis is too idealistic. Several military academies quarreled again about the subsequent direction of the data. Instructor Zhou was speechless about the thinking of these technicians. He turned on the switch on the headset, and a burst sound came from the loudspeaker at the door of the building, forcing everyone to cover their ears and have no time to argue. Instructor Zhou frowned and gestured to stop, pointing to the lady in the middle of the crowd again. The simulated battle format has cultivated too much cruelty in students. Thinking that death is an easy thing, and arranging teammates to sacrifice is also a very easy thing. But, the instructor paused. You think that the appearance of the piglet in the red team camp is unfair. I can tell you that the unclear understanding of death is the most unfair part of the simulated war. The students who died in the battle were already angry because they didn't get the red badge. If they really died, do you really think that the white team's orders could be implemented so smoothly? She said, her eyes drifting towards Tao Rui. The latter's face had remained pale since he went downstairs. Hearing this, he didn't refute it as he did before, but just lowered his head and said nothing.